In the year 2023, a second-year high school student named Xu Chen acquires a learning talent system. By completing tasks and enhancing subject levels, he possesses academic abilities that far surpass those of ordinary individuals. Initially, his focus lies on foundational sciences, high school mathematics competitions, solving mathematical conjectures, researching artificial intelligence algorithms, and breaking through theoretical physics, among various international academic accolades that he effortlessly accumulates. As he excels across disciplines in the latter stages, he delves deeper into applied sciences, extending human lifespans, interstellar navigation, controllable nuclear fusion, and general artificial intelligence, leading humanity into an entirely new era through technological advancements. From the international stage of the IMO to world-class mathematical conjectures, from controllable nuclear fusion to general artificial intelligence. As he conquers foundational sciences, the blueprint for interstellar travel will also materialize in his hands, one by one, into reality. The genesis of all these endeavors is merely the first task issued by the enigmatic system, along with the ultimate secret concerning the survival of human civilization that lies behind the system. Chapter 1. This examination paper is utterly unreasonable. In September 2023, during the first week after the school year commenced, at Anqing No. 3 Middle School in Jiangnan Province, the mathematics teacher of Class 3, Year 2, Chen Jiaping, adjusted his heavy black-framed glasses, which could withstand bullets, and was somewhat irritated as he graded the papers from the school's preliminary assessment. Sigh. A long exhale, filled with the weariness and helplessness of a middle-aged man. This truly is the worst cohort I have ever taught. He utters this phrase annually, yet this year, it carries an unusually heartfelt sincerity. With another sigh, he swiftly marked the papers with red crosses. As a seasoned teacher who has struggled for over a decade in this ordinary school, he has long since grown accustomed to such disappointment. The students here possess a weak foundation and scattered aspirations. Even achieving admission to an undergraduate program warrants a celebration. Anqing No. 3 Middle School is not a prestigious high school, and the students generally exhibit considerable deficiencies. For this preliminary exam, he deliberately selected a particularly challenging paper, with a simple objective to deliver a stern warning to these youngsters, who had just returned from summer vacation, reminding them of the formidable heights of Year 2 mathematics. He could even envision the students in the examination room, scratching their heads and wearing furrowed brows. Suddenly, his red pen hovered in midair. His gaze fell upon the multiple-choice section of the paper. 12 consecutive bright red check marks, without a single error. Well, this lad is quite lucky. In multiple-choice questions, there are always a few chosen ones who, through a combination of guesswork, achieve miraculous results. He calmly shifted his attention to the fill-in-the-blank questions. In the next moment, his pupils slightly constricted. For fill-in-the-blank questions, with answers that were impeccably correct, even the numbers under the square roots were clearly written. Chen Jiaping's expression began to take on a grave demeanor. While luck might explain the multiple-choice answers, achieving perfection on the fill-in-the-blank questions necessitates genuine skill. He inhaled deeply, suppressing an inexplicable thrill within him, and his gaze slowly moved, inch by inch, to the named section in the upper left corner of the paper. Which genius has been concealed within our modest Anqing No. 3 Middle School? Is it the astute math class representative, Li Hao? Or perhaps the diligent Zhang Jing, who has aspirations of striving for a top-tier university? When he finally discerned those two characters, he froze entirely. Name: Xu Chen. Xu Chen. Chen Jiaping's mouth slightly agape. His mind malfunctioned for a full 3 seconds. He recognized that name. Belonging to a student who sat in the corner of the classroom, never causing disruption nor raising his hand, whose grades hovered perpetually in the middle of the class, possessing an introverted personality and being utterly unremarkable, a student who could vanish in a crowd within 3 seconds. How could it possibly be him? Chen Jiaping's initial reaction, like that of any teacher encountering an anomaly, was cheating. But as soon as that thought arose, he extinguished it with even more absurd reasoning. What a ludicrous notion. Who would he copy from? Across the entire examination room, there wasn't a single paper more accurate than this one. Could he have copied from the answer key? Leaked questions? That was even more preposterous. This paper had been personally printed by him the night before. Aside from himself, only the ink in the printing room knew what the questions looked like. Could it be he hired a proxy? Chen Jiaping nearly laughed at his own thought. Who would be so idle as to pay someone to take an entrance exam for a regular school, one that would not count towards any achievements? What would be the motivation? The tantalizing allure of Anqing No. 3's cafeteria cuisine? Or perhaps a coveted signature from Chen Jiaping himself? Dismissing all impossibilities, the only remaining explanation, no matter how unbelievable, must be the truth. He reigned in his inner excitement. finally directing his gaze to the last and most challenging question. It was one he had unearthed from an old provincial mathematics competition, slightly beyond the curriculum, intertwining functions, trigonometric transformations, and advanced mathematical concepts. Additional question. Let f, x, sin, kx jas sin, x, where k is a positive real number. If for any real number x, f, x ja pi, f, x holds true, prove that k must be a positive integer. Let alone a student from an ordinary school, even the top students from prestigious institutions would find it no easy feat to flawlessly solve this problem within the limited time of an examination. However, when he scrutinized the solution process on the paper, his breath abruptly halted. Solution. Let you sin x. Evidently, this is a bounded periodic function. According to the problem's premise, it is clear that the properties of f, x, on the interval 0, pi entirely determine the behavior of the entire function. It is readily apparent that, should k not be a positive integer, the periodicity of sin, kx, does not entirely align with that of sin x. Consequently, through the application of the Cauchy mean value theorem and the inherent properties of periodic functions, a contradiction with the original premise is evident. Therefore, k must indeed be a positive integer. Thus concludes the proof. In just a few succinct lines, flowing seamlessly, Chen Xiaoping gazed at these words, his lips involuntarily twitching, his eyes behind the glasses widening in disbelief, with even a few blood vessels bursting in his sclera. Evident, readily apparent, he felt his dignity as an educator being ground beneath those two phrases. How can this be evident? How on earth can this be readily apparent? Chen Xiaoping raged internally. He was acutely aware of the convoluted and almost inhumane nature of the conventional solution to this problem. Yet the method before him was akin to a dimensional reduction attack. The ingenious substitution allowed one to bypass the most intricate trigonometric transformations entirely. Even more absurd was the invocation of the Cauchy mean value theorem. Wasn't that content reserved for university-level advanced calculus? How could a high school student possibly employ such an advanced technique to solve a problem? This was no longer merely solving a problem. It was a display of skill. It conveyed, in a manner both elegant and almost cruel, to the examiner, your question is far too simplistic. This is hardly an answer that a high school student could produce. By deftly substituting using x, the complex issue of trigonometric periodicity was transformed into a study of the properties of a bounded function over a specific interval. Furthermore, utilizing the continuity of derivatives, the essential characteristics of periodic functions, and the Cauchy mean value theorem from advanced mathematics, it directly struck at the core contradiction of the periodicity of the function f, x. This analytical approach, from the perspective of function analysis, not only elegantly circumvented the tedious trigonometric computations, but also showcased a profound insight into the essence of the problem. It could be deemed a remarkably elegant solution. The question remained, how did Xu Chen conceive of such a method? Although, according to the rigid regulations of the college entrance examination grading, employing an advanced theorem without providing a proof on the paper would result in a significant deduction of points, potentially even a score of 0. However, beholding the fluid logic and the beauty of the solution that was almost ruthlessly elegant, Chen Xiaoping suddenly slammed his thigh, as if making a decision that defied ancestral expectations. He picked up a red pen and, trembling, inscribed a vivid crimson number in the total score column. 150 points. A flawless, impeccable, perfect score. He set down the pen, leaned back in his chair, and exhaled deeply, his gaze filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of uncontrollable elation. He had struck gold. Chen Xiaoping, after teaching for over a decade, had finally struck gold. Meanwhile, in class 3 of the second year, Xu Chen sat at a window seat in the classroom. He was of average height, with a slender build, and wore a pair of ordinary black-rimmed glasses. His eyes, clear and bright behind the lenses, radiated a tranquility and gentleness that belied his age. He resembled a speck of dust in the classroom backdrop, quiet and unremarkable, blending into the clamor of youth, unnoticed by others. Xu Chen, called Li Hao, the math class representative, from the doorway, his voice tinged with an excitement that suggested he relished the drama. Old Chen wants you to visit the office. He doesn't look too pleased, so tread carefully. Swish. Dozens of gazes from the class instantly converged on Xu Chen, mingled with sympathy, curiosity, and a hint of schadenfreude. It's over, Brother Chen. His classmate Wang Fatty nudged him with an elbow, his voice lowered and filled with a tragic sense of foreboding. Did you tank the math exam? I saw you filled out the extra questions. You must have scribbled nonsense. Old Chen despises that. With that demeanor, he might just eat you alive. Perhaps, Xu Chen replied non-committally with a smile, closing the book in his hands. Amidst the gazes of safe travels, he rose and exited the classroom. As he walked towards the office, Xu Chen's heart remained utterly unperturbed, even carrying a hint of amusement. He certainly understood why Xu Chen sought him out. In truth, at the very moment he submitted the paper, he had anticipated this scene. He had indeed performed a bit over the top on a mathematics portion of a monthly exam. However, it was unavoidable. After all, the system's task demanded that there be a top scorer in the class. Thus, he could only afford to be somewhat serious. Chapter 2. Am I level 0? Indeed, Xu Chen has acquired system. However, the story's inception did not unfold on a stormy night. It was merely an unremarkable summer afternoon. Outside, the incessant chirping of cicadas was maddening, while the air conditioning struggled to quell the oppressive heat within the room. Xu Chen lounged in his chair, his gaze fixated on the computer screen, fingers dancing over the keyboard, producing a cacophony of clicks. Defend the high ground. I'm out of mana. On the screen, his hero valiantly fell before the enemy's crystal, transforming into a lifeless corpse. The gray interface bore witness to the disheartening conclusion of this ranking match. Damn it. Xu Chen, exasperated, removed his headphones and leaned back, grabbing a can of chilled cola from the edge of the desk and downing it in one swift gulp. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, the effervescence exploding in his chest, delivering a fleeting burst of exhilaration. At that moment, a sudden hum resonated. A blue holographic screen materialized before him, akin to something out of science fiction film. The light was soft and not blinding, cascading with torrents of data. Xu Chen's pupils dilated in shock, nearly expelling the cola he had just consumed through his nose. He blinked vigorously and pinched his thigh hard. A sharp pain surged through him. This was no illusion. Immediately, a cold, emotionless electronic voice echoed within the depths of his mind. Ding! Detecting the host's intense desire for knowledge. Binding the learning talent system. Desire for knowledge? Xu Chen stared blankly at the screen, displaying the word failure in bold letters. Wasn't my yearning for victory just a tad more intense? The system, evidently, paid no heed to his lamentations. Binding successful. This system is dedicated to cultivating the host into a great scientist who will lead the advancement of human civilization, significantly enhancing the host's learning aptitude. A semi-transparent interface, infused with a sense of technology, finally crystallized before him. Current talent level: mathematics, level 0, physics, level 0, biochemistry, level 0, informatics, level 0, engineering, level 0, material science, level 0. Gazing at the uniformly aligned zeros, seemingly mocking him, Xu Chen's brows knitted together in involuntary dismay. An inexplicable sense of absurdity washed over him. What does this mean? I, Xu Chen, have undergone 9 years of compulsory education, dedicating over a decade of my life to study since kindergarten. I may not be at the top, but I should at least be a solid mid-tier contender, right? At the pinnacle of my knowledge accumulation, and yet I am reduced to a glorified 0 in your eyes? The insult is profound, though the harm is minimal. As if sensing his inner turmoil, a new note appeared on the system interface. System explanation. This system consists of 10 levels, designed to quantify the host's aptitude in the corresponding fields. Level 0, novice. This level signifies the completion of basic general education in the field, possessing the ability to read standard professional literature and comprehend fundamental concepts. Standard reference. A typical full-time undergraduate graduate. An undergraduate is considered a novice? Xu Chen paused for a moment, then exhaled in relief. So, as a mere high school student, being rated at level 0 doesn't seem entirely unjust. Perhaps I even benefited slightly. However, before he could fully relax, the system delivered a devastating blow. Supplementary explanation. The host's current level 0 rating already includes the initial talent bonus provided by the system. The host's original talent rating prior to binding was unable to evaluate. Xu Chen felt as though he had a lump lodged in his throat, nearly suffering an immediate cardiac arrest. Unable to evaluate. What does that imply? Are you suggesting my talent is so abysmal that it lacks even the qualification for assessment? I can't even reach level 1. So, this level 0 is merely a result of the system's pity, a benevolent act of welfare. The system, undeterred by the host's imminent breakdown, continued its explanation. Xu Chen took a full minute to regain his composure, forcing himself to listen, swiftly grasping the core functionality of the system. In the system's terms, a person's scientific literacy consists of 3 dimensions: talent, skills, and knowledge base. The system provided a brilliant metaphor. Imagine you are en route to an unfamiliar city. Talent is your innate sense of direction and intuition. You need not consult a map. You can instinctively discern the direction of your destination and identify the quickest route. This encompasses mathematical intuition, abstract thinking, and logical reasoning. It determines the speed and depth at which you learn new concepts. Skills, on the other hand, are the techniques you acquire over time. You can ride a bicycle, navigate the subway, hail a taxi, or read a map. This corresponds to your abilities in calculation, symbol manipulation, and proof construction. Knowledge base refers to the information you possess. You are aware of the city's roads, the subway lines, and the locations of bus stops. This embodies all the theorems, formulas, and properties you have learned. All three elements are indispensable. Without knowledge, you wouldn't even know where the roads are. Without skills, knowing the routes would be futile. And without talent, you might endlessly circle in place, failing to find the optimal path, potentially becoming lost among countless forks in the road. This learning talent system does not directly impart knowledge or enhance abilities. It focuses solely on one paramount task, enhancing the host's fundamental talent. As Xu Chen expands his knowledge base through study, hones his skills, or completes tasks assigned by the system, he will accrue experience points and credits. Experience points serve to elevate his talent level, while credits can be exchanged for various cutting-edge products in the system's marketplace. In other words, the system has bestowed upon him a godlike CPU, but the memory and storage still require his own effort to fill. The more he enhances it, the more this CPU will evolve and grow stronger. My goodness! Upon comprehending all of this, Xu Chen's breath quickened, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Ecstasy, an unparalleled euphoria, engulfed him. He had often envied protagonists in novels for their golden fingers that could alter destiny. Little did he expect that such a stroke of luck would unexpectedly descend upon him today, just as he was about to leap from his chair in excitement. The system's notification sounded once more, pulling him back to reality. Newbie task issued. Show your talent. Task requirement. In the first monthly exam following the start of the semester, the host must achieve first place in at least one subject in the class. Task failure penalty. Should it be proven that the host is irredeemable, the system will sever the binding and seek out another fated individual. Xu Chen's smile instantly froze. First place in the class. In the monthly exam, no less. He nearly erupted, exclaiming, "Dude, do you have some misunderstanding about my abilities? I'm just a mid-tier student, and you expect me to rise to first place within a month? That is akin to asking the national football team to win the World Cup in a month. You ought to provide some starter equipment." Just as he was about to unleash a barrage of curses upon the system for its unreasonable demands, the system's notification chimed in perfectly once more. The newbie gift pack has been dispatched along with the task. Congratulations, host. You have obtained State of Absolute Focus, exclusively for newbie protection period. This passage primarily serves to appropriately elevate the protagonist's foundational skills, ensuring that there are no issues of pretentiousness or subsequent declines in rank. Please indulge in its consumption. Note, this state will forcibly activate the host's brain's deep learning mode, simulating an information absorption and comprehension efficiency at level 1 in mathematics. Caution. This mode solely accelerates the intake and internalization of knowledge and cannot substitute for the host's creative thinking and calculations. Xu Chen felt a considerable portion of his frustration dissipate. This is more like it. It finally resembles a semblance of a golden finger. His curiosity piqued. He silently inquired, "System, what does level 1 entail?" The system promptly provided an answer. Level 1, Scholar. This level signifies that the host has preliminarily constructed a comprehensive knowledge system within this domain, possessing the capability to independently engage in cutting-edge research and publish papers in peer-reviewed professional journals. Standard reference, postdoctoral researcher at a world-class university. Xu Chen Yingan Sapi. A tingling sensation coursing through his scalp. Is this level of disparity not a bit excessive? Level 0 is equivalent to an undergraduate graduate, while level 1 leaps directly to a postdoctoral position at a world-class university. What of master's and doctoral degrees? Have you consumed them? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he pressed on. What about the subsequent levels? For instance, what do levels 8 and 9 signify? Einstein? Newton? Insufficient permissions. Please elevate your level for self-exploration. The system, in a cold and bureaucratic tone, ruthlessly stifled his curiosity. All right. Xu Chen shrugged, yet the shock within him lingered. 7 days. Merely 7 days to diligently make up for the vast chasms of knowledge he had previously neglected. If he did not exert himself, once this absolute focus state concluded, he would revert to his former self, potentially losing this opportunity to alter his fate. He would give it his all. Xu Chen gritted his teeth. As long as he didn't die from learning, he would study with relentless fervor. From that day forth, Xu Chen's life was irrevocably transformed. During the first 7 days of utilizing the experience card, his learning efficiency reached an astonishing level. He absorbed a thick high school mathematics textbook in merely half a day. Not through rote memorization, but but by seamlessly understanding each principle from axioms to theorems, from derivation to application, as though this knowledge had always resided within his mind. In 7 days, he not only shattered the entire high school mathematics system, but also had the capacity to blitz through university courses in advanced mathematics, linear algebra, probability theory, and mathematical statistics, and even tackled introductory sections of graduate-level real analysis and functional analysis. This was a sensation he had never experienced before. For the first time, he felt the breathtaking beauty of mathematics. The ability to abstract the most intricate laws of the universe into a few simple, elegant symbols and then deduce them through impeccable logic captivated him deeply. He even began to delve into works on the history of mathematics. Well, he learned that Euler, after losing his sight, had solved the moon's three-body problem that had troubled Newton through mere mental calculations. He felt not the distant admiration from his high school days, but a profound resonance and reverence for the limits of human intellect that transcended time and space. Unbeknownst to him, his mindset, perspective, and even his very demeanor underwent a metamorphosis. The boy who once fretted over video game scores had quietly faded away, replaced by a future academic luminary, occasionally illuminated by the glimmer of profound contemplation in his gaze. Chapter 3. This is not a high school student. This is a monster. Knock, knock. Xu Chen raised his hand and rapped on the door of the second-year teacher's office. Upon receiving a prompt to enter, he pushed the door open. The scene before him caused him to momentarily pause. What is this spectacle? A tribunal? Inside the office, 7 or 8 heads were huddled around Chen Xiaoping's desk. Heads touching, resembling a group of archaeologists marveling at a newly unearthed treasure. That treasure, of course, was his perfect mathematics exam paper. This affine transformation is executed to perfection. It's a truly dimensional reduction blow. Look at this additional question. Using the Cauchy mean value theorem to prove this approach. I never even considered it while preparing my lessons. Old Chen, are you sure this child is truly one of our school students? Not a spy sent from the neighboring province's key institution? As the door creaked open, the fervent discussion within the office abruptly ceased. The air seemed to be vacuumed out in an instant. All gazes swiftly converged on Xu Chen at the door like searchlights. Xu Chen observed the expressions on the teachers' faces: astonishment, curiosity, disbelief, and a hint of embarrassment at being caught off guard. A smile crept on his Xu Chen's face. ISNT this scene rather reversed. Typically, students would chatter in the classroom, but as soon as a teacher entered, they would fall silent, feigning earnestness while staring at their books. Today, however, the roles had seemingly reversed. Ahem! It was Chen Xiaoping, the homeroom teacher, who first regained his composure. His face flushed. He cleared his throat and attempted to project an air of authority, beckoning Xu Chen over. Xu Chen, come here for a moment. While speaking, Xu Chen noticed that Mr. Chen discreetly exchanged glances with the other teachers, the intention clear. Disperse a bit. Don't scare my precious gem, as if he's on trial. The other teachers instantly understood. Forcing smiles that were somewhat unnatural as they hurriedly returned to their respective seats, moving as quickly as startled rabbits. However, Xu Chen keenly observed that while they pretended to grade assignments and organize lesson plans, their ears were all perked up like radar, and their peripheral vision resembled that of a rearview mirror, frequently glancing in his direction. One physics teacher even flipped over a paper, pointing at a circuit diagram on it, mumbling to himself as he scrutinized it for an extended period before awkwardly flipping it back over, his face reddening. Another English teacher was even more theatrical, earnestly marking a blank lesson plan with a red pen, furrowing and relaxing his brow in a performance worthy of an Oscar. Witnessing these typically formidable teachers behaving like a group of overly curious children attempting to conceal their intrigue, Xu Chen felt his initial nervousness dissolve, replaced by an unprecedented sense of novelty and amusement. Xu Chen, come, have a seat. Chen Xiaoping gestured toward a chair beside him, his tone notably gentle, a stark contrast to the authoritative presence he usually commanded at the podium. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to sound nonchalant, yet his voice betrayed a barely perceptible tremor. This time, was the final additional question completed independently by you? Xu Chen nodded, meeting Chen Xiaoping's intense gaze with calm conviction. Yes, Mr. Chen. Observing Mr. Chen's cautious demeanor, a warm wave surged within Xu Chen. At the very least, he had not been met with immediate accusations of cheating. Instead, he chose to engage in a dialogue with an almost egalitarian approach. This trust and respect solidified Xu Chen's resolve to be forthright. Did you reference any materials? Chen Xiaoping continued to probe, his eyes fixed on Xu Chen's expression as if he were a high-precision polygraph, missing no subtle micro-expressions. None. Xu Chen remained composed, his gaze as clear as water, revealing no hint of evasion. The office was enveloped in a profound silence, punctuated only by the low hum of the air conditioning vents. Chen Jiaoping paused momentarily, seemingly arranging his thoughts. He picked up the dog-eared examination paper, pointed at the solution process, and posed the first pivotal question. What led you to the substitution, Yuzinx? Here it came. Xu Chen felt an inkling of realization. The true test was commencing. As the problem stipulated the condition of fxfx, Xu Chen elucidated, his voice soft yet remarkably clear. This periodic condition essentially compresses an infinite domain problem into a finite interval. Addressing it directly over the entire real number line would be exceedingly cumbersome. Hence my immediate reaction was to perform a variable substitution, confining the problem to the most classic interval of 0. He paused before continuing. Within this interval, trigonometric functions serve as the optimal analytical tools. The function sinks exhibits perfect monotonicity and periodicity within this range, allowing the original function's periodicity to transform into boundary conditions for the new variable. This represents a structural dimensional reduction. Structural dimensional reduction, Chen Jiaoping murmured, repeating the phrase, his eyes gleaming with increasing brilliance. The surrounding teachers, eavesdropping intently, felt a stir of excitement within. Such clarity of thought, coupled with rigorous logic, revealed an intimate familiarity with mathematical concepts that could not simply be feigned through rote memorization. This was a manifestation of genuine mathematical thinking, deeply ingrained within. Chen Jiaoping's admiration grew palpable. He sensed the colossal weight that had been suspended over his heart beginning to shift. Pointing to a critical derivation in the solution process, he pressed on, his voice rising with excitement. And here, you've invoked the Cauchy mean value theorem. If I recall correctly, this theorem is covered in university-level mathematical analysis. High school students, let alone apply it, may not have even heard its name. I previewed some university textbooks during my summer break. Xu Chen replied with poise, as if discussing a trivial matter. When I reached this point in the derivation, I realized the necessity of establishing a connection between the original function and another auxiliary function at the derivative level. The Lagrange mean value theorem could only handle a single function, which was insufficient. I immediately thought of its generalized form, the Cauchy mean value theorem. He adjusted his glasses, a confident smile gracing his lips. It seemed like a key tailor-made for this situation, perfectly linking the derivatives and function values of the two functions. I even suspected that the problem's creator was testing this very thought. Excellent. That was beautifully articulated. Chen Jiaoping could no longer contain himself and slapped his thigh. His face flushed with excitement. Just then, the previously silent Director Wang Defa, seated at the head of the table, suddenly spoke up. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Xu Chen, since you enjoy self-study, what books have you been reading lately? His tone was casual, as if merely making conversation. Yet Xu Chen understood that this was a probing question from the ultimate authority. I've recently been studying mathematical analysis and real variable functions, Xu Chen replied candidly, such as the Stone-Weierstrass theorem from mathematical analysis and Lebesgue integration from real variable functions. I find these theories to be abstract, yet their underlying logical structure is remarkably elegant. A collective gasp echoed through the office. While the Cauchy mean value theorem might be within their comprehension, the terms Stone-Weierstrass theorem and Lebesgue integration were akin to extraterrestrial language for most high school teachers. The corners of Director Wang's eyes twitched imperceptibly, but being accustomed to grand occasions, he maintained a warm smile. Oh, how this brings back memories. Director Wang's eyes sparkled as he feigned nostalgia. In my youth, I was particularly fond of delving into these topics. However, when it came to the Stone-Weierstrass theorem, I always felt a connection to Taylor's expansion, yet I could never articulate it clearly, as if there were a thin veil separating my understanding. He deliberately spoke ambiguously, posing a highly perplexing question. A few seasoned teachers exchanged knowing glances, silently chuckling. Old Wang was once again embellishing his own prowess. Back in his university days, he was notorious for being a slow learner, relying solely on sheer effort to gain admission to graduate school. Now, he spoke as if he had been a genius all along. Here it comes, the crafty old fox is setting a trap. Xu Chen immediately grasped the underlying intent. This was the final trial. He smiled and responded to Director Wang's remark. So, Director Wang, you experienced this confusion as well? I was worried I was the only one. However, inwardly, he scoffed. Confusion indeed. The applicability and proof approaches of these two theorems are fundamentally different. Forcing a connection between them is akin to debating whether Guan Yu or Qin Xiong wielded a better sword. Purely amateur. Yet he spoke with utmost humility. When I first encountered these two theorems, I too was utterly perplexed, believing they both approximated functions using polynomials and should be similar. It was only later that I realized Taylor expansion focuses on local behavior around a point, pursuing local optimality like a marksman, whereas the Stone-Weierstrass theorem engages in global approximation over the entire interval, seeking overall optimality akin to carpet bombing. One is precise, the other broad, with entirely distinct methodologies. Well done, Director Wang interjected, a glint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Your comprehension far surpasses mine at your age. He hesitated briefly, his tones softening considerably. Xu Chen, you can understand our sentiments, can't you? Witnessing a student make such significant progress brings us joy, yet it also stirs some concern about your foundational knowledge. If you would be so kind, perhaps you could elucidate this theorem for us? The trap has been laid. Xu Chen was acutely aware. Director Wang's true intention was not merely to hear a lecture, but to have him conduct an impromptu defense in front of all the teachers. If he could articulate it successfully, all doubts would dissipate. Throughout, no one had mentioned the word cheating, preserving both the dignity of the authorities and the respect of the student. How clever, truly clever. Of course, I would be delighted, Xu Chen replied readily. He recognized that concealing his abilities was no longer an option. Today, he must demonstrate his true prowess to thoroughly impress this assembly of educators. He approached the whiteboard in the corner of the office, a space designated for teachers' discussions. Director Wang, Teacher Chen, may I use this whiteboard? Go right ahead. Director Wang gestured expansively. Xu Chen picked up a black whiteboard marker and turned to face the pristine surface. In that instant, his entire demeanor transformed. The previously gentle and reserved aura vanished, replaced by an ineffable confidence and composure, reminiscent of a university professor stepping onto the lectern. In the office, all the teachers instinctively held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on the slender silhouette before them. Chapter 4, Teacher, I am slightly perplexed by this problem. The office was oppressively silent. One could hear a pin drop. Only the squeaking of the whiteboard marker gliding across the smooth surface pierced the stillness, like a faint electric current precisely striking every nerve ending, causing their hairs to quiver involuntarily. Xu Chen turned, his expression intensely focused. He did not immediately speak. Instead, he inscribed a line of breathtakingly elegant mathematical notation on the whiteboard using a graceful yet powerful font, 0st. Let's first examine the essence of the Stone-Weierstrass theorem. Xu Chen's voice shattered the silence, calm and steady. The nature of this line of symbols is, in fact, a description of the capacity for approximation to a limit. He gently tapped the symbols representing any in existence with the tip of his pen. It conveys that for any continuous function defined on a closed interval, no matter how bizarre or rugged its graph may be, oscillating like an electrocardiogram, if you provide me with a margin of error, even one smaller than an atomic nucleus, I can invariably find a polynomial function constructed from powers that will ensure its maximum deviation from the original function is less than the specified error. Historically, there have been numerous methods to prove this conclusion. Xu Chen effortlessly recounted them as though narrating a well-known tale, mentioning Weierstrass's original proof, which employed some intricate convolution ideas. However, later, the Russian mathematician Sergei Bernstein proposed a more constructive approach, famously known as his words fell, a series of even more visually striking formulas appeared on the whiteboard like a spell. 1. This expression appears complex. Xu Chen seemed to sense the atmosphere growing stagnant. He offered a faint smile, attempting to alleviate the invisible pressure. Yet, its underlying logic actually stems from an entirely different realm, probability theory. Everyone, please observe this latter part. He pointed to 1x and said, this is a typical binomial distribution. We can envision it as a game, repeatedly tossing an uneven coin n times, with a probability of heads facing up is p. Thus, the probability of obtaining exactly k heads in all n tosses is given by this expression. The preceding part can be understood as setting an observation point in the interval 0, 1, to measure the height of the original function at these points. Xu Chen's pace of speech was deliberate, ensuring every word was clearly heard. However, the atmosphere in the office gradually became peculiar. Xu Chen thought to himself, why do I feel like they haven't comprehended anything? He observed the expressions of several teachers, resembling students caught off guard when called upon by the teacher, unable to grasp a single word. Some feigned concentration on Xu Chen's gesticulations, while their eyes had already glazed over, their minds blank. Others discreetly shrank back, attempting to hide their anxious faces behind the broad backs of their colleagues. Still others fervently flipped through the papers on their desks, as if on the verge of grading a Nobel Prize. Is this child's mind operating at such a rapid pace? murmured an older mathematics teacher, sounding like a student caught daydreaming in class. I feel like I'm struggling to keep up with him. Shoo, lower your voice. Another teacher quickly elbowed him, anxiously glancing in Xu Chen's direction, whispering, what if he suddenly turns around and asks us if we understand? When I studied this in college, I didn't grasp it as clearly. After years of teaching high school mathematics, I've long since forgotten. Oh no, yes, looking over here. Yet another teacher hastily bowed his head, picking up a pen to feign intense note-taking in his lesson plan, scribbling down symbols he couldn't even comprehend. The situation was most awkward for Principal Wang Defa. His back was entirely pressed against the chair, hands clasped over his abdomen, a quintessential defensive posture. He had intended to challenge Xu Chen to assert his academic authority, but unexpectedly found himself trembling like a student in an examination room. Although he had indeed studied these theories during his graduate years, so many years had passed that they had faded into the recesses of his memory, along with his lost youth. Now, he could only nod repeatedly, occasionally emitting a non-committal using tactical affirmations to mask his strategic confusion. Fearful of being discovered as utterly lost, Xu Chen, however, showed no signs of cessation. His thoughts had entered a state of exhilarating rapidity. Of course, polynomial approximation is merely one method. We can entirely employ trigonometric functions to achieve the same outcome, which is at the heart of Fourier analysis. Any periodic function satisfying the Dirichlet conditions can be expressed as a sum of sine and cosine waves. He spoke with fervor, completely immersed in the realm of mathematics. Upon further contemplation of this theorem, Xu Chen paused, offering a deeper understanding. It can indeed be linked to the concept of space in linear algebra. We can regard all continuous functions defined on the interval a, b as an infinite-dimensional vector space, while all polynomial functions constitute subspace. Therefore, the Stone-Weierstrass theorem essentially states that this polynomial subspace is dense within the space of continuous functions. Understanding it in this light grants the theorem a more profound geometric significance. Xu Chen concluded, it tells us that although polynomial functions may appear simple, they actually form an immensely vast collection capable of filling the entirety of the continuous function space. At this juncture, he abruptly halted, turning around, a hint of well-placed shyness and inquisitiveness gracing his features. Principal Wang, Teacher Chen, esteemed colleagues, Xu Chen said, somewhat bashfully scratching his head, this final part is actually just my personal interpretation, and I'm uncertain if it holds validity. I have yet to encounter such an explanation in any textbook or reference material, so I would like to seek your guidance. A mischievous thought danced in Xu Chen's mind. Come on, generals, let us see how you respond. Boom! This request for guidance was like the final straw, instantly collapsing the teacher's taut nerves. In the office, several teachers exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Some scratched their heads, some rubbed their foreheads, and others fervently sipped goji berry tea, as if struggling to digest Xu Chen's previous remarks, which seemed akin to hieroglyphics. Yes, Principal Wang was the first to regain his composure, nodding repeatedly, a forced smile stretching across his lips, his facial muscles somewhat stiff. Xu Chen's presentation was exceptionally well articulated, and his understanding is profoundly insightful. Particularly, your idea of linking the space of continuous functions with the polynomial subspace is indeed quite enlightening. Such comparative thinking from diverse disciplinary perspectives reflects a high level of academic sophistication. Wang Defa, a seasoned educator, adeptly wielded his rhetorical skills. He knew that making hasty conclusions at this moment, whether affirmative or negative, could expose his own weaknesses. This ambiguous, lofty, and enlightening evaluation not only showcased his broad perspective, but also deftly evaded any judgment on the specific correctness of the theory. At that moment, Wang Defa thought to himself, this kid is too gifted. I initially intended to test him, but instead, I find myself outmatched. And he specifically asks me for guidance. Does he not wish to make things difficult for this old bone of mine? How could I dare to declare right or wrong? What if his line of thought is indeed a novel proposal from a top mathematician? Where would that leave my dignity? Conversely, if it turns out to be incorrect, I wouldn't be able to articulate a valid rationale, which would be even more embarrassing. No, I must first elevate his thinking to a grander level, endlessly laud his approach, and then find an excuse to gracefully exit. The other teachers, too, seemed to awaken from their stupor, chiming in with enthusiasm. Indeed, that was splendid, absolutely riveting. I was utterly captivated. The fog has lifted. Xu Chen smiled slightly, seemingly oblivious to the teacher's embarrassment, and continued to earnestly inquire. This analogy is indeed quite intriguing. Recently, I have encountered concepts of density in functional analysis during some open classes and papers, and I feel they resonate remarkably with the geometric interpretation of this theorem. For instance, the orthogonal basis in Hilbert space. However, I am not particularly familiar with these concepts yet, possessing only a vague understanding that prevents me from interlinking the relationships among them. I shall seek your guidance further. Director Wang's mouth twitched violently, feeling a chill run down his spine. He had intended to use the sophisticated term heuristic to dismiss Xu Chen, but unexpectedly, the boy not only remained but also ascended the intellectual ladder, directly leaping into concepts that even he himself had nearly forgotten. This was nothing short of a mental assassination. Internally, Director Wang thought, is he back for more? This is not a mere inquiry. He is intent on stripping us old fellows bare. Enough, enough. Director Wang abruptly waved his hand, his voice slightly wavering. Xu Chen, your discourse is utterly captivating. I found myself quite entranced, reminiscent of my passionate university days. However, let us conclude our discussion for today. Please, delve into the remaining aspects on your own, shall we? Indeed, indeed. One teacher quickly concurred, fearful that Xu Chen would continue. Your understanding is profoundly deep. We need time to digest it. Absolutely. Another teacher nodded vigorously. Such esoteric mathematical theories must be savored slowly. Return to your studies and share any new discoveries with us later. Upon hearing this, a colleague beside him swiftly elbowed him, silently chastising. Are you mad? Let him return. Cough, cough. Wang Defa cleared his throat, attempting to salvage his dignity. Xu Chen's proficiency is indeed remarkable. We are quite fortunate to have a student of your caliber at our institution. He abruptly stood up from his chair. Oh, I just remembered I have an important meeting to attend. I must take my leave. With that, Director Wang turned on his heel and hastily exited the office, almost as if fleeing. Chapter 5, Beginner's Task Completed. Director Wang departed the office in a hurry, and his hurried silhouette bore the unmistakable mark of someone who had just survived a calamity. The remaining teachers in the office watched as he vanished through the doorway, their faces displaying a subtle array of expressions, a mixture of schadenfreude, self-deprecation, and a hint of awkwardness. They relished the fact that even the astute Director Wang had been outwitted by this young lad. Yet it was awkward, for they too had been lost in a fog throughout the discussion, nodding along pretentiously. The topics Xu Chen had broached, from Weierstrass to Bernstein, and the unfathomable concept of spatial density felt like a return to their graduate days for these teachers, who had long been immersed in high school analytic geometry and function derivatives. Each symbol was familiar, yet the amalgamation had become foreign. They exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to proceed, and the office fell into an eerie silence once more. Ultimately, it was the homeroom teacher, Chen Jiaping, who broke the silence. He gazed deeply at the mathematical symbols still shimmering with intellectual brilliance on the whiteboard, then turned his attention to the composed Xu Chen, who appeared as if he had merely answered a few questions in class. The astonishment and admiration in his eyes could no longer be concealed. He was now 100% certain that Xu Chen had rightfully earned his perfect score on the exam. No, one could even argue that the difficulty of the exam was unworthy of Xu Chen's capabilities. To expect someone who could discuss Hilbert spaces to tackle a high school mathematics paper was akin to asking a Michelin 3-star chef to scramble eggs. It was not that it could not be done, but rather that it was a gross underestimation of talent. As Chen Jiaping's thoughts churned, fully acknowledging Xu Chen's indisputable prowess, a melodious electronic prompt echoed within Xu Chen's mind, audible only to him. Ding! Beginner task. The dawn of brilliance completed. Task requirements. The host must achieve first place in at least one subject during the first monthly exam after the semester begins. Completion evaluation. S. Achieved with overwhelming superiority, successfully establishing an enigmatic genius persona among the faculty. Task rewards. 10 experience points, 1 point, 1 beginner blind box. Current talent level. Mathematics level 0, mathematics experience points, 50100. Xu Chen's gaze flickered imperceptibly as a weight lifted from his heart. It seemed that only after Teacher Chen had fully acknowledged his perfect score would the system deem the task complete. The system's evaluation mechanism was indeed meticulous and intriguing. It required the endorsement of key individuals to validate its judgment. As this thought settled, the system's voice resonated once more. Beginner task completed. Main quest chain officially initiated. Main quest, the gates of the ivory tower. Task description. Conclude the mundane high school life and enter the realm of the world's top universities with outstanding grace. Task hint. the timing of task completion, academic achievements during high school, and the final university ranking will all influence the ultimate task evaluation and rewards. Base experience value of 220 points. Experience points will be scored based on performance, yielding a percentage coefficient that multiplies the base experience value. For example, if performance meets expectations at a coefficient of 100, then the base value of 200 experience points becomes 200 points. If performance is exceptional, the base value of 200 experience points becomes 400 points. Entering a top-tier university? Xu Chen mused, aware that the college entrance examination was still 2 years away. This could serve as a long-term goal for now. His thoughts rapidly oscillated between the system's virtual panel and the real world, but to an observer, he appeared merely to be standing there quietly, awaiting further discourse from the teachers. Cough, cough. Chen Jiaoping finally emerged from his stupor, stepping toward Xu Chen and excitedly patting him on the shoulder with such force that it made Xu Chen wince. Well done, my boy. What hidden depths you possess. Chen Jiaoping's voice brimmed with uncontainable enthusiasm. You have truly had a breakthrough. A celestial awakening, indeed. He had become utterly convinced of Xu Chen's sudden enlightenment following his summer studies. Beyond attributing it to a mere breakthrough, he could not conceive of a more plausible explanation. All right, you may return to class now. Chen Jiaoping endeavored to regain his composure, though the sparkle in his eyes remained unabated. Remember, should you encounter any learning challenges, feel free to approach me anytime, not just regarding studies, but any issue at all. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Xu Chen nodded politely, turning to leave the office that had marked his rise to fame. As he pushed the classroom door open, he garnered hardly any attention. Lowering his head, he silently traversed the aisle, merging back into his seat by the window, like a raindrop returning to the ocean. Hey, Chingu, you're back. His classmate, Wang Fatty, immediately approached him like a pig sensing a cornfield, his round form brimming with insatiable curiosity. What did old Chen want with you? Did you get caught cheating on the monthly exam? I must tell you, next time you should find a reliable source for copying homework. Rather than always targeting the top student, it's far too conspicuous. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for several nearby classmates to overhear. In an instant, a multitude of gleeful gazes converged upon him, akin to the spotlight illuminating a stage. Xu Chen set down his pen and cast a sidelong glance, responding in a tone that stated facts with a hint of detachment. No, I performed exceptionally well, which startled the teachers, and they called me over for confirmation. He spoke the truth. Yet, the truth often proves more incredulous than a lie. TCH, Wang Fatty and the eavesdropping classmates simultaneously emitted a chorus of disdainful hisses. Wang Fatty clapped Xu Chen on the shoulder with an expression that conveyed a brotherly understanding. All right. If you don't wish to elaborate, I shall refrain from questioning further. Did you truly frighten the teachers with your outstanding performance? Why not claim you've solved the Goldbach conjecture and that the Ministry of Education sent a private jet to whisk you away to the Academy of Sciences? Xu Chen shook his head in resignation, choosing not to provide further explanation. He understood that some matters could not be clarified, nor did they require clarification. In their eyes, the entrenched perception of him as the academically weak Xu Chen could not be easily shaken by mere words. Only when the report cards were distributed would they perhaps still remain skeptical. It mattered little, Xu Chen mused, regardless of their belief. He was already a person endowed with a system. At that moment, the bell for class rang. The English teacher, Lu Yin, strode in, clutching her textbook and clicking her heels on the floor. Renowned for her strict teaching style, she adjusted her thin-framed glasses and surveyed the classroom with a hawk-like gaze. Class is in session. Stand up. Good morning, teacher. After the customary exchange, a serene silence enveloped the classroom, and the lesson commenced. For Xu Chen at this juncture, attending high school English classes felt akin to a torment. It was not that he could not comprehend. Rather, the teacher's pace was excruciatingly slow. A simple attributive clause could be dissected and analyzed for 10 minutes. This rote method of instruction was appallingly inefficient for Xu Chen, who possessed a mathematical aptitude and logical reasoning capabilities comparable to those of a computer. No, he could not afford to squander time. Xu Chen resolved to embark on self-study. He contemplated his learning strategy. The essence of language is merely two fundamental elements, vocabulary and grammar. As long as one masters an ample vocabulary and clarifies the combinatorial rules governing it, namely, grammar, any language can be conquered. Simple, blunt, and efficient. Thus, he picked up the high school English compulsory textbook, inhaled deeply, and turned to the first page. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before the eyes of his classmates. Xu Chen's gaze swept rapidly across the pages, scarcely pausing. His fingers maintained a steady rhythm, flipping a page with a rustle approximately every 5 seconds. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound, though not loud, resonated distinctly in the hushed classroom. This scene did not escape Lu Yan's notice from her position at the front. Her brow furrowed, and a complex array of emotions surged within her. During the intermission, she had already heard from other teachers of the peculiar occurrences in the office. Xu Chen had achieved a perfect score in mathematics and had even elucidated university-level mathematical theorems in front of the head of the department. This revelation both astonished and irked her. Astonished that such a hidden talent resided within her class. Irked that Xu Chen's behavior during her lesson was undeniably a profound disrespect. Lu Yan thought to herself, excelling in mathematics is indeed commendable. However, the college entrance examination evaluates the aggregate score, not individual subjects. No matter how proficient you are in mathematics, if your English lags behind, you will still be unable to gain admission to a top university. Young people, achieving a modicum of success often leads to arrogance. As your teacher, it is my duty to remind you of the importance of well-rounded development and to temper your pride and impetuosity. Chapter 6. Solving English with Mathematics. Having resolved to admonish Xu Chen, Lu Yan's voice turned cold and sharp, shattering the classroom's tranquility. Xu Chen, I hear you performed exceptionally well in mathematics. What? Do you think English is insignificant and plan to abandon it? Her words carried an air of condescension and warning. However, to the ears of the classmates, her remarks were interpreted in an entirely different light. The classroom erupted into a suppressed chorus of snickers. The students exchanged glances, their expressions rife with unspoken amusement. Performed well in mathematics? Surely, Lu Yan must be speaking in irony. Ah, the artistry of language. It must be so. Are we not aware of Xu Chen's mathematics score? Just moments ago, he was summoned to the office by old Chen for a lengthy reprimand. How could it possibly be commendable? I see now. Lu Yan's implication is that he fared poorly in mathematics and still dares to neglect my English class. Is he intent on throwing in the towel? Brilliant. Truly masterful. Wang Fatty, reveling in the misfortune, nudged the classmate in front of him and whispered, trembling with laughter. Did you see that? Just now. Xu Chen was boasting to me that his performance frightened the teachers. Huh, let him show off. He must be utterly humiliated now, in the students' self-satisfied imaginings. Lu Yan's admonition was artfully misconstrued into exquisite mockery. Lu Yan, of course, remained oblivious to the theatrical performance unfolding in her students' minds. She gazed at Xu Chen's unperturbed visage, intensifying her ire. Xu Chen, her voice cold as ice. It appears that the knowledge contained within the textbook has become too simplistic for you. Since you have breezed through the material at a pace of 1 page every 10 seconds, I assume you're already well-versed in the content of this lesson. A smirk curled at her lips as she pointed her teaching stick towards an exceedingly complex and lengthy sentence she had meticulously prepared on the blackboard. Now, please translate this sentence into Chinese. A collective gasp echoed through the classroom. Xu Chen lifted his head and directed his gaze towards the blackboard. The controversial finding, which a growing number of scientists argue is more a reflection of historical bias in research funding than of any intrinsic difference between the sexes, suggests that men's brains are, on average, slightly larger than women's. Oh my goodness. Even Xu Chen could not suppress an internal lament upon deciphering the sentence at that moment. This teacher is truly merciless. This sentence is as long as an old woman's foot-binding cloth, both lengthy and convoluted. His heart sank slightly. Just during those brief minutes of flipping through the book, his vocabulary had already surged to an astonishing level. Every word in the sentence on the blackboard, ranging from controversial to intrinsic, was familiar to him. However, he had yet to systematically study grammar. His initial strategy was to memorize all the vocabulary before delving into grammatical structures. This situation was akin to possessing an entire set of premium Lego blocks, each one recognized, yet lacking the blueprint that instructs how to assemble them precisely. At the front of the classroom, Lu Yan wore a slight, victorious smirk. She had even devised her next line. Since you do not comprehend, pay close attention in class. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Xu Chen, despite his lack of grammatical knowledge, possessed an extraordinarily powerful brain, one transformed by his mathematical genius. Under the rapt attention of his classmates, Xu Chen's mind began to operate at a terrifying speed. Stay calm, do not panic. Though I lack an understanding of grammar, the essence of English is also a logical language. Since it is logic, it can be modeled. A wild thought flashed through his mind. Consider each word and phrase as a variable or constant. Regard grammatical rules as operators and functions that connect these variables. Thus, Translating a sentence is akin to solving for an optimal solution that is logically coherent under certain constraints. I shall employ mathematics to unravel this English conundrum. The moment this idea took root, Xu Chen's entire aura shifted. The flicker of panic in his eyes vanished instantaneously, replaced by an extraordinary calmness and focus. In his mind, that lengthy English sentence transformed from mere language into a complex mathematical expression awaiting optimization. Known conditions, all possible meanings of the words and phrases in the sentence. Unknown conditions, the precise grammatical structure of the sentence. Objective, a translation that is logically coherent and adheres to the nuances of Chinese expression. Xu Chen commenced the dissection of that convoluted sentence, breaking it down into its most fundamental logical components. 1. The controversial finding. Core subject, a contentious discovery. This phrase is straightforward. 2. Which a growing number of scientists argue is more a reflection of A than of B. This is a subordinate clause that modifies the preceding finding, which introduces it. With an internal structure of argue is more A than B, suggesting it is a rather than B. A is a reflection of historical bias in research funding, while B is any intrinsic difference between the sexes. Hence, the meaning of this component is an increasing number of scientists believe this discovery more accurately reflects a rather than B. 3. Suggests that core verb indicates, implies. Who is the subject? Looking back, it is the controversial finding. Good. Subject and predicate are connected. 4. Men's brains are, on average, slightly larger than women's. This is the object clause following suggests that detailing the discovery, on average, serves as an interjection. Therefore, the content is, on average, men's brains are slightly larger than women's. In less than 5 seconds, Xu Chen had dismantled this sentence into 4 distinct, logically clear modules. Now it was time to assemble them. This step also tested his grammatical foundation the most rigorously. An ordinary student, even one familiar with all the words, might find themselves bewildered by that lengthy, subordinate clause, unsure of where to insert it in the translation. However, endowed with exceptional mathematical talent and logical prowess, Xu Chen embarked on the most rudimentary yet forceful method, exhaustive combination and logical verification. In his mind, various potential combinations swiftly generated, flashed, tested, and discarded like code. Combination A, employing literal translation. That controversial finding, an increasing number of scientists believe, is more a reflection of historical bias in research funding than of any intrinsic difference between the sexes, indicating that men's brains are, on average, slightly larger than women's. The sentence structure is barely coherent, yet exceedingly awkward, failing to align with Chinese customs. The insertion of lengthy modifiers disrupts the subject-predicate proximity, rendering it laborious to read. Xu Chen mused, this qualifies as a suboptimal solution for now. Combination B, subordinate clause repositioning. An increasing number of scientists assert that a certain discovery more accurately reflects the historical bias in research funding, rather than any intrinsic differences between the sexes. This controversial finding indicates that men's brains are, on average, slightly larger than women's. The lengthy subordinate clause has been transformed into an independent statement. The logic is clear, yet the original text, as a cohesive whole, loses its inherent rigor. As the hierarchical information shifts, this is also unsatisfactory. Combination C, Chinese syntactical reconstruction. What is the core information? It is a discovery that indicates something. What are the modifying details? The discovery is contentious, and scientists hold certain views about it. Following the logic of Chinese composition, background and constraints are typically clarified before presenting the core conclusion. Thus, he attempted to treat the modifiers as adverbial or interjectional. In Xu Chen's mind, the most elegant combinatorial solution emerged as all illogical arrangements were eliminated. The entire thought process transpired in his mind with lightning speed, yet to the outside observer, he merely stood silently, contemplating the blackboard for 3 seconds. This 3-second silence, to Liu Yan, appeared as an embarrassing impasse. To his classmates, it seemed like the agonizing anticipation before an impending failure. What is the matter, Xu? Liu Yan's lips had fully curled into a smirk, her tone dripping with unmasked mockery. Can't translate? Do you need a hint from the teacher? For instance, what type of subordinate clause does this sentence examine? Just as she prepared to relish her victory, Xu Chen finally spoke. His voice was soft, yet remarkably clear and steady, akin to stating an established fact. Teacher, the meaning of this sentence is... He paused, his gaze shifting from the blackboard to Liu Yan, and articulated each word deliberately. There exists a contentious discovery indicating that, on average, men's brains are slightly larger than women's. However, An increasing number of scientists argue that this discovery more accurately reflects the historical bias in research funding rather than any intrinsic physiological differences between the sexes. As the last word fell, the entire classroom descended into an even deeper, deathly silence than before. The students, led by Wang Pengzi, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. They could not comprehend, yet it seemed as if Xu Chen spoke with a remarkable prowess, having somehow crafted an extensive discourse that bore an air of authenticity. Goodness! Did he truly dare to assert such things? He feigned it quite convincingly, but surely he was mistaken. One could only wait for Teacher Liu to unleash her critique. Meanwhile, several top students in the class, including the English class representative Li Jing, were left utterly astonished, their hands instinctively covering their mouths, their eyes brimming with disbelief. She understood. She fully grasped his translation. Not only was it accurate, but it was also extraordinarily brilliant. On the podium, Lu Yan's smirk had entirely frozen. She stared at Xu Chen, her mind blank, her ears ringing. How could this be possible? This translation was nothing short of perfect. No, it even transcended perfection. Rather than adhering rigidly to the grammatical structure of English for a direct translation, he had shattered the original sentence's framework, seamlessly reassembling all the information using the most authentic and fluent Chinese logic. He deftly employed the transitional phrase, however, transforming that lengthy attributive clause into a supplementary independent clause, thus preserving all the original information while fully conforming to the reading habits of Chinese. The entire translation was clear, precise, and elegant, sounding less like an impromptu effort from a high school student and more akin to a polished manuscript painstakingly refined by a professional translator. Lu Yan's cold smirk had completely solidified. She stared at Xu Chen, her mind devoid. How could this be? She had pondered this very sentence for an extended period during her lesson preparation, finally arriving at a translation she deemed satisfactory. Yet Xu Chen, the student who had openly flipped through his book and appeared distracted, had only glanced at it for 3 seconds before producing a version that surpassed her standard answer. How had he accomplished this? Chapter 7. No further progress possible. The classroom was engulfed in a deathly silence. Xu Chen himself felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back. Goodness, that was sheer luck, purely luck. He mentally berated himself. This was entirely a brute force solution derived from mathematical reasoning, akin to an unexpected stroke of genius. If she were to ask about any grammatical details, I would be exposed on the spot, rendering my earlier bravado utterly futile. He understood better than anyone that he had not deciphered the sentence through a solid grounding in grammar, but rather through his extraordinary mathematical and logical prowess. Conducting a brute force computation and logical filtration of all possible combinations to ultimately identify the optimal solution. Though the process was anything but orthodox, the outcome was flawless. He had successfully dazzled everyone. At that moment, Lu Yan found herself engulfed in a profound cognitive dissonance. The stern expression that typically graced her face for the first time showed a mixture of shock, confusion, and deep self-doubt. She gazed at Xu Chen as if he were an enigmatic creature cloaked in the guise of a student. According to her preconceived script, Xu Chen should now be stammering and unable to respond, allowing her to proceed with a disciplinary reprimand, followed by at least 20 minutes spent meticulously dissecting the embedded attributive clauses, appositives, comparative structures, and other knowledge points contained within that complex sentence, all the while re-establishing her image as an authority in the eyes of her students. But now the script had been torn asunder. Her meticulously prepared sword for slaying dragons had been effortlessly parried, and she had even been outmaneuvered by a more exquisite technique. How could she continue her lecture? Should she simply announce the correct answer, proclaiming Xu Chen's translation to be exceptionally good, and then move on to the next question? Wouldn't that render her role as the teacher superfluous? Lu Yan had taught for over a decade, and had never encountered such a perplexing situation in her classroom. Her throat felt dry as she swallowed hard. Ultimately, all her rehearsed remarks condensed into 3 words. Please sit down. Her voice was barely audible, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Xu Chen felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, silently grateful that Teacher Liu had not pursued any grammatical inquiries. Otherwise, his response would have been exposed, and he would surely have been accused of merely guessing correctly. Fortunately, Lu Yan was preoccupied with how to conclude the lesson, completely disinterested in further questioning. She also realized that should she probe further, and Xu Chen managed to provide an answer, she would find herself in an even more precarious position. As Xu Chen sat down, the atmosphere in the classroom erupted. Wang Pengzi and the other underachievers stared in disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as they vigorously rubbed their ears, their faces painted with expressions of sheer astonishment. What? He sat down? Teacher Liu actually allowed him to sit down? What does this signify? Does it mean his translation was correct? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must be hallucinating. If Xu Chen answered that question correctly, I'll eat this English book on the spot. Meanwhile, the exemplary students, including Li Jing, regarded Xu Chen with a look of awe, as if he were a creature from another realm. They understood the difficulty of that question and thus realized just how terrifying Xu Chen's displayed prowess truly was. This was no longer the realm of an academic overachiever. This was the domain of a scholarly deity. The remainder of the class devolved into an educational debacle for Lu Yan. Her speech became halting, her focus wandering, and on several occasions, she nearly misstated key concepts. Her gaze would inadvertently drift to the quiet figure seated at the back of the classroom, as if there sat not a student, but a formidable educational overseer who instilled in her a sense of trepidation. Finally, when the dismissal bell rang, Lu Yan nearly fled the classroom in her haste. In the teacher's office, Lu Yan held a cup of water, her hands still trembling slightly. She gulped down the entire cup in one go, which somewhat steadied her nerves, before rushing to the desk of the head teacher, Chun Jiaping. Teacher Chun, what on earth is going on with that Xu Chen? Chun Jiaping, engrossed in grading assignments, was startled by her sudden appearance and looked up to see Lu Yan's disheveled expression, prompting a laugh. What's the matter, Teacher Lu? Have you also experienced his prowess? Experienced? Lu Yan forced a wry smile. I nearly lost my composure. I posed a challenging, complex sentence to him, and, after only a few seconds of contemplation, he delivered a translation that was even more perfect than the standard answer. Upon hearing this, several other teachers in the office gathered around, their faces etched with disbelief. No way. Xu Chen's English has suddenly improved? I thought he had merely had a breakthrough in mathematics this morning. Could it be a comprehensive awakening? Where did this kid go during the summer? What kind of miraculous elixir did he consume? What about his performance in other subjects? One physics teacher asked, his voice trembling with anticipation. This question plunged the entire office into a profound silence. An utterly absurd yet exhilarating thought took root in everyone's minds. Could he be an all-subject genius? That evening, Xu Chen returned home. As he pushed open the door, a familiar aroma, a blend of culinary delights and a hint of oil, enveloped him, instantly dispelling the tension that had accumulated throughout the day at school. Mom, I'm home. From the kitchen came a sizzling sound, the collision of hot oil and ingredients, followed by his mother's voice, Zhou Hui, calling out, "Is that you, Xiao Chun? Go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready shortly." His father, Su Jiangwo, sat on the sofa, engrossed in the evening news. Hearing the door open, he merely responded with a habitual keeping his gaze fixed on the screen. This is an utterly ordinary working-class family. Their home may be modest in size, and the furniture somewhat aged, yet every corner is meticulously kept, exuding the essence of life and the warmth of home. Soon, a meal of 3 dishes and a soup is served at the table. Sweet and sour pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried spinach, simple home-cooked favorites of Xu Chen. As they dine, Xu Chen casually remarks, "Dad, Mom, I did quite well on the entrance exam this time." At the sound of his words, the atmosphere at the dining table shifts subtly. Zhou Hui's face instantly lights up with a look of pride as she serves Xu Chen more food, gently saying, "You, suddenly so diligent during the summer vacation. How could I not be proud? It's only natural for my son to excel." Despite her words, the cautious glimmer in her eyes reveals her inner desire to avoid placing too much pressure on him. Su Jiangwo, putting down his chopsticks, clears his throat and adopts a typical authoritative demeanor of a Chinese father. Well, progress is good, but one must not become complacent. Stay humble and diligent. Do you understand? There is still much to catch up on. Though he spoke sternly, the slight lift of his lips and the quietly lowered volume of the television betrayed his true feelings at that moment. Xu Chen, observing his parents' attempt to suppress their joy for fear of burdening him, felt a warm surge of affection, both amusing and deeply touching. His parents were truly endearing. He decided to ignite the subdued joy with a fervent spark. Following his father's lead, he deliberately sighed, feigning distress. "Dad, you're right. I must continue to strive. Alas, it seems I can't improve any further." Bang! Su Jiangwo slammed his hand on the table, his eyebrows shooting up. "What do you mean you can't improve? You little rascal, just when there's a glimmer of hope, you start to feel smug, don't you?" Zhou Hui, too, grew anxious, hastily advising, "Xiao Chun, don't listen to your father. I'm already overjoyed with your progress. We don't expect you to leap forward in one bound." As he watched his parents take the bait, a mischievous smile crept across Xu Chen's face, and he languidly tossed out the answer, "Because." He deliberately elongated the pause, under the watchful eyes of his parents, and casually remarked, "I scored full marks." What? Chapter 8, The Novice Blind Box. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The air became thick with tension. In the living room, only the meaningless broadcast of a news anchor echoed, amplified to an almost surreal degree. Su Zianggu, with his bowl suspended in midair, froze. Zhou Hui's smile was halted, as if the scene had been captured in a still frame. 3 seconds passed in silence. Cough, cough, cough. Su Jiangwo, unable to swallow his bite of food, spluttered, his face turning crimson as tears streamed down his cheeks. He disregarded the need to wipe his mouth. His eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at his son. You little rascal, how much did you say? Zhou Hui's chopsticks clattered onto the table with a sharp sound. She fixed her gaze on Xu Chen, her lips trembling. Son, please don't joke like that. My heart isn't strong. To them, hearing their son claim a perfect score was even more absurd than winning 5 million in the lottery. Over the years, they had grown accustomed to the notion that their son was an utterly ordinary child, lacking in talent or aptitude, merely wishing for him to lead a safe life. They never expected him to suddenly achieve such a feat. Xu Chen said no more. He silently retrieved the carefully folded mathematics exam paper from his backpack, revealing the glaring red 150, and gently placed it at the center of the dining table. The emotions that his parents had been suppressing erupted like a dam bursting upon seeing that strikingly vivid number. Su Jiangwo, trembling, cautiously picked up the paper, bringing it close to the light, scrutinizing each number, each symbol, as if he were appraising a rare treasure. Zhou Hui, however, was lost in the calm expression on her son's face. Suddenly, her eyes brimmed with tears. Large droplets cascaded down without warning. She stifled her cries, covering her mouth with her hand as her shoulders shook violently. In those tears, there was shock, unrestrained joy, but more so, the relief of years of pent-up worry finally released. Goodness, she choked out, repeating those words. My son has finally grown up. It's real. It's real. Meanwhile, Su Jiangwo had completed his verification. He slammed his thigh in excitement. This usually taciturn and stern man now radiating the exuberance of a child. He carefully folded the exam paper again, but after a moment's thought, worried about creasing it, he solemnly handed it to his wife, his tone almost reverent. Hui, keep this safe. Find a frame and display this paper. Display it? Zhou Hui paused, then nodded vigorously, wiping her tears with her sleeve as she took the thin paper, feeling as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Yes, frame it. It should hang in Xu Chen's room. Xu Chen thought to himself. Was it really necessary to be this formal? It was merely a small diagnostic test. He believed that such moments would soon become commonplace, and his parents would quickly adapt. Nevertheless, he refrained from interrupting their elation. They needed to do something to feel involved. After securing the exam paper, Su Jiangwo suddenly turned and strode purposefully into the storage room. Moments later, he emerged holding a dust-covered box of liquor. Carefully, he wiped the dust away with his sleeve, revealing a beautifully packaged bottle of Maodai. Xu Chen recognized it as a cherished bottle his father had saved for many years, one he never opened during family gatherings. His father always said it was reserved for a great occasion. Dad, what are you doing? Su Jiangwo remained silent, retrieving 3 small white liquor cups and placing them solemnly on the table. He filled his own cup to the brim, poured a modest amount into Zhou Hui's, and finally, he picked up the 3rd cup, his gaze fixed intently on Xu Chen. After a moment of hesitation, he made a surprising move. He poured a small amount into Xu Chen's cup, just enough to cover the bottom. This gesture carried profound significance. It represented acknowledgement, a recognition from a father to a son, a man to another man. Su Jiangwo lifted his cup, his usually stoic features softened with emotion, his voice hoarse yet resonant. Xu Chen, I admit I was too strict in the past. Today, let's share a drink. He paused, raising his cup towards Xu Chen and Zhou Hui, enunciating with heartfelt clarity. Today is a good day, one worth remembering for a lifetime. The night had deepened considerably. Xu Chen lay on his back in bed, arms behind his head, wide awake. After a busy day, he finally had the time to check what the system's novice blind box contained. System, Xu Chen silently intoned. In an instant, a translucent light screen, visible only to him, unfolded before his eyes like a holographic projection. His gaze was immediately drawn to the icon quietly hovering in the item section. Beginner blind box. The introduction is simple to the point of being perfunctory. Upon opening, there is a 100 probability of obtaining an auxiliary item of level 13. Open. As Xu Chen's intention was just expressed, the ultra-cubic blind box before him was instantly enveloped in a dazzling radiance, and with exaggerated special effects, a system prompt emerged. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 focus capsules. Description. Focus capsules are consumables. Once used, they will last for 1 hour, non-pausable and uninterrupted. The host is advised to choose an appropriate moment for usage. Effect. Upon consumption, the host will enter a state of deep focus for 1 hour. In this state, cognitive efficiency, information processing speed, and logical connection abilities will experience a temporary and substantial enhancement. Special reminder, focus capsules are designed to optimize the thinking process rather than conjure knowledge from thin air. Knowledge points that the host cannot comprehend, or problems that cannot be solved, will remain insurmountable even after consumption. However, for questions that require extensive time for contemplation, calculation, or deduction, this product can reduce the necessary time to 1/3 or 1/50th of the original. Xu Chen meticulously read through the instructions, raising an eyebrow slightly. His fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly on the bedsheet as his mind began to race, assessing the value of the 5 capsules. So this is how it is, he murmured softly. Before coming, he had imagined he would unbox something like an unforgettable memory or a transcendent cognitive ability. It now appeared that this system was far more scientific and considerably stingy than he had anticipated. This thing, in essence, was merely a supercharging catalyst for the brain, was it not? It could not transform ignorance into knowledge. It could only expedite the process of understanding, allowing one to think rapidly instead of slowly. Xu Chen could not help but scoff inwardly. So, it's just a remarkably effective, caffeine-free, non-side effect stimulant targeting the prefrontal cortex? It sounds rather reminiscent of the smart drugs some Wall Street elites indulge in, albeit evidently elevated to countless dimensions. He envisioned the scenarios in which he might utilize it. Homework? A waste. Using one for a few practice problems would be utterly extravagant, akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Monthly tests? Perhaps. But it felt a bit excessive. Given his current knowledge and cognitive abilities, handling school exams was more than sufficient. Taking the capsule would merely extend the time spent daydreaming after finishing the paper from 40 minutes to an hour. Then, the college entrance examination? That could indeed prove useful. Although he likely wouldn't need it for that, given its significant impact on one's life, it was worth consuming a few. After contemplating, Xu Chen could not determine an opportune moment for usage, opting to set them aside for now, treating them as a hidden trump card. He withdrew his consciousness from the system space, returning to the realm of reality. As the excitement of unboxing faded, the fatigue from the day surged back like a tide. Xu Chen soon fell asleep. The following day, just after the morning self-study class, Xu Chen was summoned to the office by his homeroom teacher, Chen Jiaping. Unlike usual, Chen Jiaping did not engage in a heart-to-heart conversation, but instead pulled out a pristine exam paper from a thick stack of teaching materials, placing it gently before Xu Chen. Complete this paper. Give it your all and do it earnestly. His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable seriousness. Xu Chen's gaze fell upon the exam paper, his brow slightly furrowing. There were no choices or fill-in-the-blanks, only 6 complex problem-solving questions. Each problem statement was lengthy and intricate, clearly more challenging than the final question of yesterday's preliminary exam. Xu Chen glanced at the title, Mathematics Competition Real Questions. Xu Chen pondered. Is the teacher attempting to gauge the extent of my capabilities? Chapter 9. The Highway to College. Xu Chen did not inquire further, calmly pulling a chair to sit opposite Chen Jiaping, uncapping his pen and beginning to contemplate. The first question, find all prime numbers p and positive integers n such that np1 divides np, a classic combination of divisibility and indeterminate equations. The conventional approach would involve utilizing congruence properties, testing modulo p or n, or attempting to classify by assuming the parity of p. Yet, both methods felt akin to blind men groping an elephant. They involved substantial computation and were prone to dead ends. Xu Chen's pen hovered over the scratch paper for half a second as his brain began to whirl at high speed. The essence of the problem lay in the mismatched degrees of the quadratic expression on the left and the cubic expression on the right, compounded by the intricate entanglement between n and p. To establish a divisibility relationship, he needed to find a way to reduce the degree and disentangle the variables. Xu Chen mused, should I directly perform polynomial division? That would yield a fraction, which lacks elegance. Then, let me actively construct an intermediate term to forcefully eliminate n. This thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, as his mathematical talent bestowed upon him an extraordinary problem-solving intuition. He began to write. Chen Jiaping held his breath, observing that Xu Chen did not resort to exhaustively testing p-values of 2, 3, and 5 as an ordinary competitor might. Instead, he promptly inscribed a line of equations on the scratch paper that made Chen Jiaping's pupils constrict. N N B and N N B N, with his brow furrowed. Xu Chen questioned the utility of this construction. Xu Chen then proceeded to write down a transformation that could only be described as divine. Witnessing this step, Xu Jiaping's breath momentarily halted. He understood. He comprehended it entirely. Because NP1 divides NP, it evidently also divides N times itself. By subtracting the two equations, the originally complex divisibility relationship instantly collapsed into NP1 This decisive stroke severed the interference of N's higher-order terms, reducing a chaotic cubic equation to a constraint analysis concerning P. A CMA-level problem was astonishingly simplified into pure algebraic discussion by this unbelievable maneuver. Xu Chen's writing speed showed no sign of slowing. If the right side equals 0, then PMP1. Since P is a prime number, GCD, P, P1, 1, hence P must equal 2 and N equals 8. If the right side is not 0, employing the absolute value inequality for expansion. The scratch paper rustled as the other two sets of solutions, 3-1 and 3-4, were precisely extracted. From the moment he began writing until he completed the 3 sets of answers, it took him less than 10 minutes. He did not invoke any obscure number theory theorems. He simply employed one remarkably precise algebraic construction to vanquish this obstacle of national training team difficulty. Xu Jiaping felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Xu Chen's talent surpassed his expectations. The second question, let A, B, C be positive real numbers. Find the minimum value of ABC1, a 1B1C. An inequality problem that appeared harmless yet concealed a treacherous trap. At this moment, Xu Chen thought, oh, this is intriguing. The question setter has dug a massive pit here, specifically designed to ensnare those who rely solely on rote memorization of formulas. The trap lies in the fact that many students will, by assumption, use the arithmetic mean inequality separately. ABC3, ABC, and 1B1C3, ABC. Then multiply the two inequalities to arrive at the original expression being 9. It seems flawless, yet multiplication carries inherent risks. The flaw in this approach lies in its assumption that two inequalities can simultaneously attain equality. While this particular problem allows for such a scenario, this method lacks logical rigor. Xu Chen is not mistaken. Indeed, such reasoning would incur penalties or even a score of 0 in a competitive context. Naturally, Xu Chen holds disdain for such precarious tactics. Equally, he is disinclined to employ the Cauchy-Schwarz inequality, which, akin to using a precise key to unlock a door, is efficient yet lacks the raw power and elegance he seeks. He opts for the most fundamental method that truly reflects the essence of the problem. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. He dives directly into expanding the original expression. The original expression unfolds as follows. 1BACBA1 BCCA CB1. Upon witnessing this step, Xu Jiaping's eyes widened in astonishment. He initially believed this was the most clumsy and rudimentary approach. Yet the ensuing spectacle completely reshaped his perception. He observed Xu Chen gently annotating beneath the parentheses, according to the fundamental inequality x1, x2 when x0. Tus ab ba2, ac2, bc2. Summing these 3 equations leads to the original expression equating to 32229. Equality holds if and only if ABC, yielding a minimum value of 9. This resolution employs no advanced inequalities. It merely combines the complete expansion learned in middle school with the most basic mean inequality from high school, yet showcases a masterful demeanor, transforming complexity into simplicity and penetrating straight to the heart of the matter. If the first problem was an inspired stroke of genius, then this one is an absolute mastery of simplicity. Standing by, Xu Jiaping watched Xu Chen tackle the questions, his heart racing and breath growing rapid. For he understood the origin of this examination better than anyone. This was the actual test paper from last year's National High School Mathematics Competition, CMO, utilized to select members for the national training team. Launching number 3 high school, a mere ordinary institution that barely qualifies as a municipal key school, has historically achieved only modest competition results, with the best being a provincial first prize won by a predecessor 8 years ago, and only provincial second prizes in recent years. Yet now, he was witnessing his student, one who had never undergone any competition training, employing a nearly savage method to brutally and illogically solve this paper. Xu Chen's approach might appear clumsy and lacking elegance to seasoned competitors. However, to the experienced educator Xu Jiaping, This precisely constituted its most formidable aspect. It indicated that Xu Chen's talent had grown powerful enough to disregard so-called techniques and strategies. He was employing the purest mathematical logic and computational prowess to deliver a dimensional assault on the problem. A true genius, Chun Jiaping murmured, his excitement flushing his cheeks. After years of teaching, I have never encountered a student quite like this. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze fixed intensely on Xu Chen. His voice hoarse with enthusiasm. Xu Chen, go participate in the mathematics competition. Teacher, I haven't finished yet. There's no need to continue. Your capabilities are undoubtedly sufficient. Tomorrow is the final day to register for the city mathematics competition. We must seize this opportunity. Xu Chen Faowen, contemplating. The system's main task is to step into the realm of the world's top universities. Participating in competitions would leave insufficient time for reviewing other subjects, potentially leading to a greater loss than gain. He wished to quietly accrue system points, enhancing all subjects. The specialized nature of competitions did not seem to fit within his plans. Wouldn't this take too much time? I'm afraid it might hinder my study of other subjects. Hinder time? Chun Jiaping gasped at his words. He inhaled deeply and, with unprecedented solemnity, articulated each word. Xu Chen, listen carefully. For talent like yours, mathematics competitions are another expressway to university. If you can secure a provincial first prize, you will qualify to apply for Tsinghua University and Peking University's foundational programs. Your Gaokao score can even be lowered by several points. Should you excel further, breaking into the top ranks of the province and being selected for the provincial team, representing our province at the national finals, you could even be directly recommended to Tsinghua or Peking University without taking the Gaokao. Directly recommended to Tsinghua and Peking University. These 6 words reverberated like thunder in Xu Chen's mind. Observing his astonished expression, Chun Jiaping pressed on. With our school's background, aiming for the national training team is too ambitious. My goal is for you to secure a provincial second prize, or even strive for a first. Even so, that would be the most brilliant highlight on your resume. He paused, adopting a serious tone. Of course, there are risks. If you invest a significant amount of time and ultimately fail to achieve the desired ranking, the time wasted will have to be reclaimed by you. This path is a shortcut for geniuses, yet a trap for the ordinary. The office fell into silence once more. Yet Xu Chen's heart raced with unprecedented speed. The optimal posture for completing system tasks will end the mundane high school life. In an instant, clarity washed over him. The Gaokao is a reliable path, but it requires a steady and gradual approach through to the 3rd year. In contrast, competitions are a gamble. Win the bet, and he could secure his ticket to a top university well before his 2nd year, significantly shortening the timeline for his tasks, and the system evaluation would surely be higher. His greatest trump card was the formidable mathematical foundation he had acquired from 7 days of intensive study with a Mathematics Level 1 experience card. Combined with the innate talent of an outstanding university student at Mathematics Level 0, this path seemed tailor-made for him. With this thought, Xu Chen's gaze hardened with unwavering determination. He lifted his head, meeting Chun Jiaping's expectant eyes, and solemnly declared, Teacher, I understand. I am willing to participate, but I would like to discuss this significant matter with my family first. As soon as Xu Chen's words fell, Chun Jiaping excitedly slapped his thigh. Excellent. It is settled then. Chapter 10. I want to give it a try. At 7 p.m., in an old stairwell apartment in Anqing, Xu Chen led teacher Chen to his home. One of the motion sensor lights in the hallway was malfunctioning. After a couple of stomps, it remained dark, forcing them to navigate up to the 3rd floor in shadows. Upon opening the door, a wave of the savory scent of braised pork enveloped them. His mother, Zhou Hui, was untying her apron, and upon spotting the homeroom teacher at the door, her smile abruptly froze. She turned to shout into the living room, Old Sue, stop watching TV. Teacher Chun is here. After calling out, she quickly turned back with a forced smile, her eyes darting towards Xu Chen. Teacher Chun, please come in. Oh dear, you didn't need to bring anything. That's too kind of you. A flicker of instinctive panic crossed her features in the traditional Chinese family school dynamic. An unexpected visit from a homeroom teacher often carries ominous implications. However, seeing Xu Chen's composed demeanor eased her anxiety somewhat. A mother knows her child best. If he had gotten into trouble, he wouldn't be so unfazed. Xu Chen's father, Xu Jiangwo, stood up from the couch, dressed in a faded polo shirt. His slightly portly figure bore the hallmark of a technician from a small factory in Jiangsu in Zhejiang, possessing just enough skill to manage a few machines and workers. He was comfortably off, but not wealthy. Ah, Teacher Chen, you have come. What a rare guest. Xu Jiangwo fidgeted nervously, rubbing his hands together. He quickly bent down to retrieve a sealed pack of Li Kun cigarettes from beneath the coffee table, hesitated for a moment, then stuffed it back, opting instead for a pack of Zhonghua, which he opened and offered one to Chen Laoshi. Here, Teacher Chen, have a smoke. No, thank you, Su Shifu. You are too kind. Chen Jiaping politely declined, waving his hand. Su Jiangwo did not press the matter further. Placing the Zhonghua pack aside and lighting a cigarette from the Li Kun, the group settled into their seats as Zhou Hui brought over a plate of sliced apples. Chen Jiaping did not rush into the main topic. His eyes roamed over the bookshelf in the corner of the living room, where a neat row of professional books, such as mechanical drawing and heat treatment of metal materials, stood. Although the spines were somewhat yellowed, they were well preserved. Is Master Su involved in technical work? Chen Jiaping casually inquired. Oh, what kind of technology? Just a laborer. Su Jiangwo exhaled a smoke ring, chuckling self-deprecatingly. I spend my days at a hardware factory, dealing with lathes enveloped in the smell of machine oil. Master Su is too modest. I see you have quite a collection of professional mechanical books on that shelf. In this day and age, it takes true dedication to delve deeply into technical studies. Chen Jiaping remarked, gesturing toward the bookshelf beside the television cabinet, an attempt to lighten the atmosphere. Those are all old news. Su Jiangwo flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone tinged with a middle-aged man's resignation. These days, everything is CNC. Our generation has suffered due to our lack of formal education. Even if we reach the top, we only become workshop supervisors. That's why I hope Su Chen can study more, sit in an office with air conditioning in the future, unlike me, drenched in sweat in summer and covered in grease in winter. Chen Jiaping felt reassured. Although the parents had modest educational backgrounds, they had undergone formal vocational training, a trait often associated with logical reasoning and a propensity for rational discussion, which would facilitate smoother communication. Since we are on the subject of education, I am here today concerning Su Chen's future. Chen Jiaping smoothly transitioned into the main topic, leaning slightly forward. I have observed that Su Chen possesses a remarkable talent for mathematics. I would like to suggest that he explore a unique pathway by participating in the mathematical Olympiad. Olympiad? Su Jiangwo's fingers paused, momentarily halting the cigarette. His brows furrowed slightly as he turned to look at his wife, Zhou Hui, who was also glancing in his direction. Though they were ordinary workers, they lived in a region that valued education, and thus were not entirely unfamiliar with such matters. Teacher Chen. Su Jiangwo's tone shifted to one of caution. I have heard that the Olympiad is not what it used to be. Apparently, it no longer offers extra points for the college entrance exam, right? Moreover, doesn't this require substantial financial investment in training? Zhou Hui interjected, still holding a fruit knife. Yes. Teacher Chen, I heard from an accountant at the factory that her son participated in some physics competition a few years back, running to Hangzhou every week. Just the travel and accommodation costs amounted to tens of thousands, and in the end, he gained nothing, even regressing in the college entrance exam. Our family is part of the working class. Is this risk not a bit too great? Their concerns were not unfounded. In China, the 5 major academic competitions represent a brutally competitive pyramid scheme. Each year, millions of students participate in preliminary rounds. Yet only a handful from each province manage to qualify for the provincial teams. Ultimately, only 260 students nationwide earn spots in a national training team with guaranteed admission. Since the Ministry of Education abolished the high school entrance exam bonus for provincial competition first prizes in 2014 and introduced the Strong Foundation program to replace autonomous enrollment in 2020, the margin for error in this competitive path has become exceedingly slim. For ordinary families, without exceptional talent as a foundation, this becomes a gamble with negative expected value. Chen Jiaping listened quietly, refraining from rebuttal, instead offering a gentle smile. Your concerns are entirely valid. If Su Chen were an average student, I would never advise him to pursue this path. However, Su Chen's situation is exceptional. He retrieved a perfect score exam paper from his bag and pushed it across the coffee table. This paper consists of high-difficulty competition questions. Su Chen, without any training, not only answered them all correctly, but did so with methods more ingenious than the standard solutions. Frankly, this goes beyond ordinary intelligence. It is a gift from heaven. Huh? Su Jiangwo was taken aback, examining the paper for a long moment. Teacher, you're not just trying to make us happy, are you? This boy, while not dull, has always been average in class. Recently, he has appeared more disciplined. But how did he suddenly transform into a genius? He then glanced at Su's mother, jesting. Both of us are not particularly good at math. Could it be that 2 negatives make a positive? Su's mother lightly smacked Su Jiangwo's thigh in playful reproach, her gaze fixed intently on the exam paper. Xu Chen continued. As for the second concern you mentioned, money. The provincial competition is about to commence, and it is too late to enroll in external courses now. Moreover, given Xu Chen's current level, self-study is entirely sufficient. The school has already committed to covering the registration and material fees. We do not require unnecessary training that wastes money. All he needs is a little time to give it a try. Upon hearing that there would be no financial burden and no need for prolonged absences from school, Su Jiangwo felt a significant weight lift from his chest. He instinctively looked at his wife, who was also looking at him. Their eyes met in the air, and though they exchanged no words, years of tacit understanding allowed them to grasp each other's thoughts instantly. Since there was no cost and minimal risk, why not let the child try? He glanced at the expectant face of Teacher Chun, then at his son, who had been quietly eating an orange. Xiao Chun. Su Jiangwo called softly, "Don't just focus on eating. This is your matter. What do you think? If this competition goes awry, it could hinder your college entrance exam preparations. Our family does not have the luxury to be reckless." Su Chun split the peeled orange in half, offering one portion to his mother before wiping his hands with a tissue. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke calmly. "I also believe I have the ability and would like to give it a try." The living room fell silent for a few seconds, with only the ticking of the wall clock filling the space. Su Jiangwo looked at his son, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity, yet also a flicker of pride. Without grandiose declarations or impulsive enthusiasm, the child seemed to have a clear understanding of himself. Su Jiangwo forcefully extinguished the cigarette but in the ashtray and stood up. "All right." He paused, extending his rough hand to pat Xu Chen's shoulder with conviction. "Son, since you've made up your mind, your mother and I will support you. Regardless of what happens with the college entrance exam, as long as it's the right path, go ahead and pursue it. Even if it doesn't work out, our family will sacrifice everything to ensure you go hungry." Chapter 11. A novice in competition. The following day marked the final deadline for registration in the provincial mathematics competition. Early in the morning, Chen Jiaping was already seated at his computer, wearing reading glasses and meticulously entering Xu Chen's name and student information into the official registration system's webpage. As he trembled while clicking the confirmation button, he exhaled a long breath, collapsing back in his chair, his back already drenched in sweat. Made it. Finally made it. The exhilaration he felt rivaled that of securing a train ticket home during the spring festival rush. Having completed the registration, Chen Jiaping immediately called the director of education, Wang Defa, to report that Xu Chen had successfully enrolled. On the other end of the line, Wang Defa expressed his delight. "Great. That's wonderful. All right, old Chen." At 3 this afternoon, in the small meeting room on the 3rd floor of the administrative building, gather a few of the competition team students. I'll hold a pre-competition motivational meeting at 3 in the afternoon in the administrative building of Anqing No. 3 Middle School. The small meeting room featured a wall adorned with a dusty glass display case. Inside, a few scattered medals and a handful of yellowed certificates lay on display, representing all of Anqing No. 3 Middle School's glory in the realm of mathematics competitions. In the most central and conspicuous position, there stood a solitary trophy, a testament to the first prize of the 14th Provincial High School Mathematics Competition. 8 years had elapsed since that brilliant senior graduated, and since then, this cabinet had not seen the addition of another provincial first prize. What remained were but a few provincial second and third prizes, pitiably upholding the last vestiges of this ordinary high school's reputation in the realm of competitions. Lin Xiaoyao was the first to arrive, a sophomore. She was the sole female member of the team, participating in the competition for the first time this year. With her hair tied back in a ponytail, she quietly entered the empty conference room, chose a seat by the window, and took out her error notebook, beginning to circle and annotate with pens of various colors. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Hao and Li Fan walked in, one after the other. Zhang Hao had secured a provincial second prize the previous year. Logically, as a senior, he should not be devoting time to competitions. Yet the policies of Jiangnan province were quite explicit. Only those who attained a provincial first prize would receive additional points in the college entrance examination. Thus, he grit his teeth and signed up. For him, it was the last opportunity. Li Fan, a top student from class 2-1, had prepared for this competition for a full 6 months. He was acknowledged as the strongest in the current team and was regarded as the de facto captain by his peers. In truth, with his academic prowess, he could have attended the prestigious first high school in the city, but due to his parents' job relocation, he was reluctantly transferred to the nearest Anqing No. 3 high school. Here, he felt a profound sense of isolation, akin to a crane among chickens, while also bearing the pride of proving that he could triumph even at No. 3 high school. Li Fan furrowed his brow as he walked, engaging in hushed conversation with Zhang Hao, his tone laced with concern. "How go, have you heard? Teacher Chun has suddenly added a newcomer to our team." "A newcomer? Isn't that a good thing? Our school has managed to gather 4 participants. That is quite lively." Zhang Hao replied with a calm demeanor, smiling. "Lively, indeed, but the timing is all wrong," Li Fan sighed, placing his backpack on the table. "I heard he is from class 2-3, named Xu Chen. He aced the initial assessment at the start of the term and was treated like a treasure by Teacher Chen. A perfect score? That is certainly impressive. I recall the last problem on that paper was quite challenging." Zhang Hao expressed a hint of surprise in his voice. "Indeed, he is quite capable, and I do not deny his solid foundation." Li Fan shook his head, his expression serious. "But how go? You know that school exams and mathematical competitions exist in entirely different dimensions. We have sacrificed countless classes, attended numerous tutoring sessions in the provincial capital, and tackled countless problems. The techniques of number theory and combinatorics cannot be grasped without at least 6 months of dedicated effort." Li Fan was not envious. He merely articulated a harsh reality. He had forsaken basketball club activities and all leisure time for this competition. He understood well the arduous path of competition. With only 3 days remaining until the provincial contest, Teacher Chun's decision to include a newcomer felt like a death sentence. For someone entirely unacquainted with competitions, staring blankly at problems for 3 hours in an exam can utterly shatter one's confidence, Li Fan lamented. Moreover, he lowered his voice, "Our school is already a weak team. If we add another 0 or low score, we might just be ridiculed by those from the neighboring first high school as mere participants." Zhang Hao patted Li Fan on the shoulder, offering consolation. "That is true, but since Teacher Chun has arranged this, there must be a reason. Let us support him as much as we can." Just then, the door to the conference room swung open, and Teacher Chun Jiaping entered, accompanied by a slender boy, none other than Xu Chen. Xu appeared calm, clad in a faded school uniform and sporting black-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholarly air devoid of any genius-like aura, resembling an amiable neighbor boy. Xu Chen scanned the conference room and, noticing the other 3 were observing him, nodded politely and smiled in greeting. Watching Xu Chen's composed demeanor, Li Fan felt an additional layer of resignation. This fellow, he seems utterly oblivious to the depths of competition, smiling as if it were all trivial. Next, the dean of students, Wang Defa, sauntered in, cradling his signature thermos brimming with red dates. Clearing his throat, he commenced his customary motivational speech. He first encouraged Zhang Hao, the seasoned veteran, praising him as the backbone of the team. Then he motivated the 2 newcomers, especially placing high hopes on Li Fan, wishing for him to strive for provincial second or even first prize. Finally, his gaze landed on Xu Chen. In that instant, Wang Defa's eyelids flickered almost imperceptibly. "That young man nearly caught me off guard with his discussion of that theorem in the office last time. Fortunately, I cleverly sidestepped his inquiry, suggesting we delve into the matter later. No, I must take the initiative and silence him." With that thought, Wang Defa donned a warm smile and addressed Xu Chen. "Xu Chen, I understand you possess profound insights into mathematics. We warmly welcome you to exchange your thoughts with the teachers after the competition. However, with only 3 days remaining until the provincial contest, it is imperative to concentrate solely on preparation. Do you understand?" His words were meticulously crafted, affirming Xu Chen while deftly extinguishing any inclination he might have had to pose questions. Wang Defa ehadit inyardli, unscrewing the lid of his thermos and savoring a sip of goji berry water, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Once the motivational meeting concluded, Wang Defa handed the floor to Chen Jiaping, who, as the competition coach, appeared markedly more serious. He retrieved a thick stack of materials, more akin to a brick, from a bag and placed it before Xu Chen. Thud! The stack landed on the table with a muffled thump, causing the surface to vibrate slightly. "Xu Chen, this is a compilation of internal materials and past exam papers procured through a friend at First High School. Time is short, and the task is daunting. Over the next 3 days, you should attempt to review these problems and familiarize yourself with the competition's essence." In truth, Chen Jiaping felt uncertain himself. He knew that 3 days was hardly sufficient to complete the materials. Yet, even reviewing a single problem could enhance their chances in the exam. Our school's resources for competitions are limited, and the assistance teachers can provide is scant. This material represents your best opportunity. The exam is on Sunday. Make the most of it. Xu Chen gazed at the formidable stack of papers, calmly inquiring, "Teacher, don't they have to do this too?" Chen Jiaping sighed. "They received theirs long ago and are nearly finished." Seated nearby, Li Fan could not help but shake his head at this scene. It was indeed a reckless approach. Anyone with a modicum of understanding about competitions would recognize the value and difficulty of this material. Even Li Fan, with a solid foundation, had spent 3 entire months, frequently burning the midnight oil until midnight just to barely grasp the content. Now, with only 3 days until the exam, for Teacher Chun to expect a newcomer to tackle this was akin to asking a toddler who had just learned to walk to compete in the 100-meter hurdles while carrying a mountain on their back. This was not only impossible, but could also potentially extinguish a promising talent's interest in mathematics due to overwhelming frustration. He glanced at Xu Chen, initially expecting to see a look of trepidation or despair on his face. After all, that would be the reaction of a normal person. However, to Li Fan's astonishment, Xu Chen displayed no trace of embarrassment whatsoever. Rather, Xu Chen extended his hand, gently tapping on the stack of bricks before him, then raised his head to face teacher Chen Jiaping, offering a serene smile. 3 days, and I shall finish these. For the first time, a genuine sense of challenge ignited within Xu Chen. Perhaps it is not impossible. Li Fan perceptively caught sight of Xu Chen's smile. Is he smiling? Li Fan was momentarily taken aback. Was this individual blissfully ignorant or simply paralyzed by fear? As a prospective team leader, Li Fan felt compelled to caution this audacious newcomer. Clearing his throat, Li Fan feigned a cough and lowered his voice to Xu Chen. Hi, Xu Chen. These materials are quite challenging. 3 days will hardly suffice. I suggest you focus solely on the first volume, fundamental techniques, and secure the easier questions first. The rest may only serve to muddle your thoughts. Although his tone was somewhat brusque, this was indeed the most pragmatic and candid advice Li Fan could offer. Xu Chen turned to regard this teammate, who, despite his stern demeanor, harbored no malice in his gaze, and paused for a moment. Thank you for the reminder. Xu Chen nodded, yet his hands did not cease their exploration of the entire table of contents. However, I still wish to give it a try. Li Fan rolled his eyes, choosing not to press further, and redirected his focus to his own work. Well, let him learn through experience. When he faces the examination, he will come to understand what despair truly means, as long as he does not hinder our progress. Chapter 12. Competition Materials. Teacher Chen Jiaping was evidently unaware of the subtle interactions among the students. He cleared his throat and began to analyze each student's weaknesses, providing targeted guidance. When his gaze landed on Li Fan, his tone grew particularly solemn. Li Fan, your foundation is solid, yet your problem-solving approach tends to lean towards the conventional, lacking flexibility. Especially when dealing with non-homogeneous inequalities. Remember, if you encounter a non-homogeneous expression, your first instinct must be to construct a homogeneous form. This technique can help you bypass a multitude of tedious formulas and adjustments, serving as a time-saving weapon. Afterward, he scanned the room, locking eyes with Lin Xiaoya and Zhang Hao, emphasizing his words. You too must remember, techniques like constructing homogeneous forms, which can significantly compress problem-solving time, should be employed without hesitation. In competitions, every second is invaluable. If you encounter a perplexing problem, decisively skip it and secure all the points you can. Lin Xiaoya, Zhang Hao, and even Li Fan, who had just been addressed, all nodded in unison. For them, these techniques were as familiar as a soldier's sword, wielded without a second thought. Homogeneous construction? Xu Chen raised an eyebrow at this unfamiliar term. His prior self-study had primarily focused on the foundational theories of university mathematics, and he had scarcely delved into the competition-specific techniques born from the demands of examination. It sounds remarkably sophisticated. Observing the tacit understanding among his 3 teammates, he realized this must surely be jargon or fundamental operations within the realm of competitive mathematics. Asking when one does not understand is not shameful. After all, my current persona is that of a talented outsider. Inquiring about basic concepts aligns with that identity. Moreover, if it is indeed important, mastering it would be beneficial. Thus, amid the harmonious educational atmosphere, a voice, calm to the point of being jarring, arose. Teacher. Xu Chen raised his hand, his posture composed, as if he were merely inquiring about a commonplace knowledge point in class. May I ask, what does the homogeneous construction you just mentioned mean? In an instant, the air in the conference room seemed to be sucked away, plunging into an oppressive silence. Teacher Chen Jiaping was momentarily dumbfounded, nearly dropping the chalk from his grasp. Lin Xiaoya gaped in disbelief at Xu Chen, as if he were an extraterrestrial being. Zhang Hao awkwardly scratched his head, unsure where to direct his gaze. But the most pronounced reaction came from Li Fan. He initially froze, then exhaled heavily, resting his forehead in his hand, a look of resignation on his face. In the competitive sphere, an invisible hierarchy of disdain exists. Competitors trained by the system often harbor complex feelings towards newcomers who have come late to the game. This sentiment is not born of malice, but rather stems from a profound respect for the rules of the game. Conventional mathematics pursues the why, emphasizing logical deduction and construction. Competitive mathematics seeks the what, focusing on extracting the most cunning key from the toolbox within an exceedingly brief time frame. To Li Fan, Xu Chen resembled a robust individual devoid of technique, an unrefined brute in a realm demanding precision, destined to be cannon fodder. Heavens! He does not even know what homogeneous construction is? This is akin to questioning a referee about traveling rules in a basketball match. Absurd. What could be worse? Is he not merely setting himself up for failure? Well, he's still my teammate. If he enters the examination with such ignorance, it will reflect poorly on us at Onching number 3 high school. Since we're in the same trench, I might as well lend a hand. Just as teacher Chun Jiaoping prepared to awkwardly explain, Li Fan interjected. Hey, Xu Chen, if the degrees on both sides of the inequality differ, how do you compare them? You must first make them uniform. For instance, replace the constant one with ABC, or divide the quadratic term on the left by a quadratic expression. If you do not grasp this, you will be ruthlessly punished in the examination. Having said this, Li Fan pulled out a slim booklet from his pile of materials and tossed it to Xu Chen. This is the Handbook of Common Competition Techniques, page 15. Study it yourself. Quickly catch up, or you will find yourself unable to comprehend the problems. Although Li Fan's tone bore an edge of impatience, the content was undeniably substantive. Oh, I see. Thank you. Xu Chen accepted the booklet, undeterred by Li Fan's demeanor. He sensed that despite the harshness of his words, there was a kindness beneath. Xu Chen opened the booklet and located page 15. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No more than 10 seconds passed before he closed the booklet. Is this all there is to it? A sense of absurdity washed over Xu Chen. From the perspective of higher algebra, the so-called homogeneous construction was merely a minor application of projective geometric concepts within elementary algebra. By introducing a new variable or utilizing known conditions, non-homogeneous polynomials could be transformed into homogeneous ones, thereby leveraging the properties of homogeneous functions, such as Euler's theorem, to simplify problems. Essentially, it involves introducing a constraint like ABC1 or directly employing the homogeneous form of a variable to eliminate the constant term, thus forcibly converting a non-homogeneous inequality into a homogeneous one. This way, one can subsequently apply more universal tools like the mean, Cauchy, and power inequalities to deliver a dimensional strike. The thought process is clever, yet it remains within the realm of technique rather than an extension of principle. Is this truly worthy of being called a profound technique? It is merely a conventional algebraic transformation. He had initially imagined it to be a groundbreaking theory, only to discover that the underlying principle was simply a rebranding of algebraic knowledge he had already mastered. He understood all too well that such knowledge would yield scant experiential value from systematic training. These methodologies are crafted for the mere purpose of examination, rather than for the exploration of fundamental truths. It is only through the profound excavation of universally significant axioms and theorems that the system generously rewards one with experience points or credits. However, since these little tricks may facilitate my early admission into university and aid in completing the primary tasks more effectively, it is likely that the rewards from the system will be substantial. Very well, I shall reluctantly learn a few. Upon noticing that Xu Chen seemed to comprehend, Chun Jiaoping refrained from further elaboration, inhaled deeply, and proclaimed, "From this moment until the conclusion of the provincial competition on Sunday, the 4 of you are excused from all classes and may dedicate the entire day to self-study in this conference room. I will come by at any time. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me." With that, he exited the conference room, leaving the 4 young scholars to prepare. For a time, the room was filled solely with the rustling of pages. Although Li Fan had provided Xu Chen with the materials, he could not resist casting furtive glances at him. This exemplified a typical elite mentality. When an individual invests considerable time and effort into a particular field, establishing a comprehensive cognitive framework, they instinctively reject those who endeavor to challenge this framework through shortcuts or unconventional means. In his view, Xu Chen, as a novice with no prior experience, should have treasured the technique's manual, eagerly digesting every word as if it were a precious gem. Yet, reality dealt him a resounding slap. He observed that Xu Chen did not delve into the manual as he had anticipated. Instead, he returned it to its original place and resumed his study of the thick stack of lecture notes. Is he not going to read it? Li Fan furrowed his brow. He has only glanced at it for a few seconds? Even if he is a genius, one cannot master the core techniques of inequalities with just a fleeting look. Could it be that he did not understand and thus gave up? Li Fan sighed internally, further solidifying his belief that Xu Chen was merely a filler. Meanwhile, Xu Chen completely disregarded the scrutinizing gazes around him. He picked up the hefty stack of lecture notes, fanning them out across the table like a deck of cards. Algebra, geometry, number theory, and combinatorics, 4 major modules with dozens of topics, were clearly laid out before him. 3 days to complete all of this, and I must thoroughly comprehend it. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Xu Chen's eyes. This is intriguing. He extended his hand and extracted the thickest volume, titled Combinatorial Mathematics. Let us begin by tackling the hardest challenges. The ensuing 3 days proved to be both tense and fulfilling for all members of the competition group. In the conference room, Li Fan, Zhang Hao, and the others were deeply engrossed in calculations, occasionally furrowing their brows over a difficult problem, and at times, experiencing moments of epiphany over a clever solution. Yet, amidst this tranquility, the sound of pages turning emanated from Xu Chen's corner, uninterrupted. Li Fan could no longer contain himself. He looked up, frowning in Xu Chen's direction. There he saw Xu Chen reclining in a chair, his left hand pressing down on the lecture notes while his right hand appeared to be gesturing as if calculating something, before flipping to the next page shortly thereafter. Li Fan felt a surge of irritation. Was he turning the pages so rapidly? Was he wasting time? Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, for he had already offered his counsel. The path chosen was his own, and once in the examination hall, lamentations would serve no purpose. On the 3rd day, the sound of turning pages persisted. The stack of lecture notes, as formidable as a city wall, was visibly diminished as Xu Chen systematically moved them from the right to the left. Over a third of the materials had been diligently consumed. While studying the resource, Xu Chen realized that although the notes contained a vast array of content, many problem types and knowledge points exhibited a high degree of repetition, merely presented in different forms and guises. After swiftly mastering several core techniques regarding inequalities and functions, he resolved to cease wasting time and instead focus on precisely identifying and addressing any gaps in his understanding. He stood up and approached Lin Xiaoya, who appeared the most approachable, and politely inquired, "Hello, Xiaoya. May I ask, in which volume can I find the content on Pell's equation and the Euclidean algorithm? I have searched for quite a while, but could not locate it." Lin Xiaoya, deeply engrossed in grappling with a complex geometric problem, looked up in confusion. Pell's equation. Pell's equation is a highly significant type of quadratic Diophant equation, expressed as x dy1. Its resolution involves the theory of continued fractions, an intricate yet fascinating domain within number theory. In high school competitions, this represents an absolute final exam level question, typically only delved into by those preparing for the national competition. Though the 3 of them had studied it, their understanding was limited to solving the most classic problem types. Even minor modifications to the problems left them utterly stumped, and they could not claim to have mastered the material. Lin Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Hao, nearby, also heard and paused, his pen hovering. Meanwhile, Li Fan jolted upright, his eyes wide with astonishment. How could this newcomer, who just 2 days prior had been oblivious to even the basic constructions, have ventured so far? Finally regaining her composure, Lin Xiaoya pondered for a moment before replying. It should be in the final volume of the number theory special topics. It is an elective topic. Quite difficult. I suggest you solidify your foundational knowledge first. Thank you, classmate. Xu Chen understood that her advice was well-intentioned and did not refute it. He merely expressed his gratitude repeatedly, then precisely extracted the requested volume from the towering pile, confirming its location at the end, and added, "You have a remarkable memory." Returning to his seat, Xu Chen completely disregarded the complex gazes surrounding him and began studying the content of the number theory special topics. This section was indeed quite challenging, and the speed of his page-turning noticeably slowed. Xu Chen occasionally furrowed his brow, rapidly jotting down calculations on a scratch paper. An hour passed, then another. Nearly half the day elapsed before he truly grasped the material. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the short-term, high-intensity learning task. You have gained a comprehensive understanding of the techniques and methods of competitive mathematics over the past 3 days. Reward, 5 experience points. Current mathematics experience, 55/100. Not bad. Given that such techniques are solely devised for examination purposes, the experience rewards are inherently modest. Thus, receiving 5 points is indeed an unexpected boon. Having reviewed the material over these 3 days, while many techniques are intricate, the core concepts remain consistent. The provincial competition should be a secure endeavor. Nevertheless, I must maintain composure. He reminded himself, until the results are revealed, I shall not boast. I must not set myself up for failure. If any unforeseen issues arise during the exam, what will become of my reputation as a prodigy? On the afternoon of the third day, the final day before the provincial competition, Director Wang Defa summoned the 5 students together, briefly outlining the assembly time, location, and precautions for the next day, before waving his hand dismissively. All right, do not feel pressured. Refrain from cramming tonight. Go home early and rest well to replenish your energy. Tomorrow is the moment to witness the fruits of your labor. With that, he dismissed them to return home, awaiting the examination the following day. Li Fan packed his backpack and approached Xu Chen, hesitating momentarily before stopping in his tracks. Hi, Xu Chen. Xu Chen looked up. When you get to the exam hall tomorrow, do not be nervous. Although Li Fan's tone remained somewhat brusque, his gaze was earnest. Even if you cannot solve the problems, do not leave any blank answers. Write down the formulas and transcribe the conditions from the questions. Sometimes, you can still earn partial credit for the steps. This is also a technique. Xu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. The aspiring captain, though somewhat haughty, is undeniably a person of considerable responsibility. Very well, I understand. Thank you. Li Fan refrained from saying anything further and departed with his backpack. As he observed Li Fan's retreating figure, Xu Chen silently contemplated. It's likely that in such an examination, there is nothing I 1T comprehend. Chapter 13, The Underdogs and the Wolf Pack. On a Sunday morning, as dawn broke, a somewhat antiquated minibus glided smoothly along the highway leading to the provincial capital, Linan. Within the vehicle, 4 students from Anqingno. 3 high schools competition team, accompanied by their mentor, Chun Jiaping, comprised the entirety of this team. The atmosphere was subtly charged. As the seed player of the team, Li Fan should have been seizing the fleeting moments to rest or review his notes. Yet, his thoughts meandered elsewhere. Clutching a printed mock exam, he engaged in hushed discussions with Zhang Hao and Lin Xiaoya, while his gaze occasionally flitted toward a figure nestled in the back corner of the bus. I believe the problem of combinatorial counting can be best approached using the principle of inclusion-exclusion, Li Fan asserted, forcibly redirecting his thoughts to the problem at hand. Though the calculations may be somewhat extensive, the risk of error is minimized. What do you think, Hao Ge? Zhang Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating. The principle of inclusion-exclusion is indeed a safe choice, but it involves numerous steps. Given the time constraints of the competition, a single miscalculation could spell disaster. I prefer to construct a model using generating functions, directly seeking the coefficients of the corresponding terms. It demands a high level of abstract thinking, but once the model is correctly established, it becomes a decisive advantage. Generating functions? Lin Xiaoya's face betrayed a hint of confusion. That seems quite challenging. I always feel somewhat unpracticed with it. Amidst this fervent discussion, Xu Chen sat quietly by the window in the last row of the bus. Observing the rapidly receding scenery outside, he chose not to participate in the conversation, not out of disinterest, but rather because it seemed unnecessary. Using the principle of inclusion-exclusion for combinatorial counting is akin to a laborer's shovel. Employing generating functions resembles an engineer's calculator. However, the essence of this problem is a classic permutation group coloring issue. In his mind, a more elegant and fundamental mathematical tool quietly emerged. By applying Burnside's lemma, the solution could be derived in mere 3 lines. While they debate whether to dig with a shovel or calculate with a calculator, I can simply operate an excavator. This cognitive disparity rendered him largely indifferent to their discussions. He had no desire to showcase his knowledge at this juncture, with the examination imminent. Disrupting his teammates' concentration would be counterproductive. Yet, his silence was interpreted differently by Li Fan. Indeed, he appears lost in thought. Li Fan Siga. He probably can't even comprehend what we're discussing. It's understandable. He has only been exposed to this for 3 days, and managing to read the questions is already commendable. Despite these thoughts, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. As the quasi-captain of this expedition, he genuinely wished to lead the team to commendable results. Even if Xu Chen were to achieve a provincial 3rd place, it would signify a breakthrough for their school. However, his current demeanor was quite disconcerting. At 8:30 a.m., the minibus gradually rolled into the gates of Linan No. 1 High School, the designated venue for this year's Jiangnan Provincial Mathematics Competition. As the doors swung open, an atmosphere charged with tension and professionalism enveloped them. The expansive campus square-brimmed with competing teams from across the province. A sea of dark-clad students, numbering in the hundreds, filled the area. Among them, the most striking were the teams from prestigious institutions. Students from Hangzhou No. 1 High School donned matching red tracksuits emblazoned with their formidable school emblem, forming a tight-knit circle, exuding an air of confidence and camaraderie. Meanwhile, the students from the esteemed Zhenhai High School were clad in blue uniforms, their expressions stern and their gazes sharp. Most were familiar with one another, either as long-standing rivals on the competition circuit or classmates from the same elite tutoring program. In stark contrast, the four-member team from Anqing No. 3 High School, garbed in a mishmash of casual attire, resembled a few sheep inadvertently wandering into a den of wolves, appearing woefully out of place. At that moment, a clear voice, tinged with a deliberate familiarity, resonated. Li Fan, what a coincidence! From within the ranks of Linen No. 1 High School, a tall male student sporting half-rimmed glasses approached, a hefty tome titled Number Theory in hand, his finger marking a page as though he had just been pondering a problem. Zhao Hui? Li Fan's expression momentarily stiffened before he replaced it with a somewhat constrained smile. You just arrived too. Zhao Rui, the star contender from Hangzhou No. 1 High School, was also a classmate of Li Fan's from the provincial capital's esteemed Olympiad tutoring program. In this fiercely competitive realm, Zhao Rui epitomized a certain archetype. He consistently excelled academically, often ranking among the top 3 in the tutoring program. But this excellence was underpinned by a near-obsessive arrogance and a remarkably sensitive pride. He reveled in the admiration of others and was accustomed to adopting a condescending tone when evaluating those deemed less capable than himself. Do you think you can secure a provincial first place this time? Zhao Rui's gaze barely lingered on Li Fan, swiftly scanning the team from Anqing No. 3 High School with a scrutinizing glance. Li Fan's cheeks flushed slightly, yet he mustered his pride, responding with measured dignity, having prepared for nearly a year. I believe aiming for a provincial first place should be within reach. Oh, such confidence! Zhao Rui's eyebrows arched, a smirk creeping onto his lips. If I recall correctly, your best performance in the mock exams was only 15th, right? What? Did you receive some sage guidance upon returning home that propelled you forward? This remark struck Li Fan like a sugar-coated needle, seemingly humorous, yet precisely piercing his most sensitive nerve. The phrase sage guidance dripped with sarcasm in Zhao Rui's mouth, mocking the notion that a standard high school like Anqing No. 3 could possibly have access to distinguished mentors. Li Fan's smile faltered, his fists tightening slightly. Zhao Rui appeared unfazed by his discomfort, casually glancing past him to Zhang Hao, Lin Xiaoya, and the figure of Xu Chen, who stood at ease, hands in pockets, gazing leisurely at the scenery. Noticing Xu Chen's empty hands, devoid of even a pencil case, Zhao Rui's disdain intensified. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke with a barely perceptible chill in his tone. So, you're here to compete as well? It seems you're quite confident, arriving without any review materials? Li Fan's heart sank, and he quickly interjected, he's part of our team. We VE prepared thoroughly. We're confident enough to take the exam without materials. Is there a problem? Zhao Rui did not seem incited by Li Fan's retort. Instead, a mocking smile emerged on his face, as if he had anticipated this reaction. He turned back to Li Fan, adopting a somewhat sarcastic tone. Li Fan, no offense, but although we're not from the same school, we VE shared classrooms in the tutoring program. How can you call yourself a captain when you bring someone completely unprepared to such an event? If he falters during the exam, it could disrupt the entire atmosphere. He paused momentarily before continuing. In competitions of this caliber, the most troublesome are those who fidget, sigh, or even give up in the exam room. I'm not targeting anyone specifically. I'm simply considering the collective exam environment. His words, draped in the guise of noble consideration, were, in truth, laced with calculated malice. He not only belittled Xu Chen, but also took the opportunity to accuse Li Fan of irresponsibility, characterizing the team from Anqing No. 3 Middle School as unprofessional and a hindrance. Li Fan's face instantly flushed crimson, a mix of shame and indignation washing over him. He recognized the validity of Zhao Rui's words. Indeed, such disturbances were a source of anxiety in the competition arena. Yet, he understood that Zhao Rui's intentions were not to uphold the decorum of the examination, but rather to seize the moment to belittle them, showcasing his superiority as an elite from a prestigious school. After delivering his remarks, Zhao Rui feigned regret and sighed. Well, I understand the difficulties of your ordinary school. It's not easy to gather a quota. I wish you good luck. The way he uttered good luck, coupled with his patronizing demeanor, was more offensive than outright insults. Xu Chen had been listening quietly, and at this moment, he finally turned his head, casting a faint glance at Zhao Rui. He could see through the psychology of such individuals. Beneath their extreme arrogance often lay profound anxiety. They perpetually needed to validate their superiority over others, even through disreputable means. Xu Chen had no intention of engaging in a dispute with someone like him. That would be beneath his dignity. However, Li Fan could no longer contain himself. He looked at Zhao Rui's condescending expression and then at the seemingly devalued Xu Chen behind him, a surge of righteous anger coursing through him. He stepped forward, fists clenched, ready to confront. Zhao Rui, don't go too far. At that moment, a hand gently pressed down on his shoulder. Li Fan, Xu Chen's voice was calm and gentle. We're about to enter the examination hall. There's no need to waste energy on someone like him. It's not worth it. Although Li Fan had just spoken out for his own pride, he had also defended Xu Chen. Xu Chen's gesture now provided Li Fan with a graceful exit. Li Fan paused, turning back to look at Xu Chen. Xu Chen's expression was serene, even carrying a hint of a barely perceptible smile. As if Zhao Rui's words had not reached him at all. He shot a defiant glare at Zhao Rui's retreating figure, a final act of stubbornness. Turning back to Xu Chen, he felt a mix of helplessness and an urgency akin to frustration at Xu Chen's calm demeanor. Xu Chen, how can you be so composed? Li Fan lowered his voice, his tone slightly rushed. You saw it too. Those guys all think they're superior. I might have made some bold statements, but if they come crashing down, it won't just be your face at stake. It will be the reputation of our entire Anqing number 3. He pointed to Xu Chen's empty hands, gritting his teeth. How can you not even bring the exam book? Even pretending would have sufficed. Do you realize how important this competition is for me? For our school? I had hoped to demonstrate that, even at number 3, I could prove myself not inferior to number 1. But now he paused, his tone growing heavy. We must not tarnish the name of Anqing number 3. Even if you can't solve the problems, at least write down the answers and formulas. We cannot become the laughingstock in their eyes. Xu Chen regarded the figure before him. Someone clearly distressed, yet still striving to uphold the collective honor. Tough on the outside, but with a kind heart. He understood that Li Fan's anxiety was not directed at him, but stemmed from his dissatisfaction with their situation and the value he placed on the school's reputation. A sincere smile began to form at the corners of Xu Chen's lips. He reached out, gently patting Li Fan's somewhat stiff arm. Rest assured. Xu Chen's voice was soft, yet imbued with an inexplicable sense of reassurance. I won't let you down. Li Fan was taken aback. All right, fine, he mumbled. Just make sure you know what you're doing. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and turned to head towards the examination room. Meanwhile, Xu Chen remained in place. Watching Zhao Rui's receding figure, a subtle glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. To elevate oneself through so-called professionalism while undermining others to alleviate anxiety. Quite intriguing. He withdrew his gaze and quickened his pace to rejoin the group. Let them witness what true strength entails. Chapter 14. The last row of seats. As the examination approached, the candidates were ushered into the examination hall, a massive amphitheater capable of accommodating 500 individuals. The classroom was arranged in a fan shape, with seats positioned at a steep incline from front to back. A large black glass board dominated the front wall. On either side of the podium stood a pair of stern invigilators. A middle-aged teacher, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of elegance, stood at the center of the podium, holding a seating chart. He was the academic director of the city's number 1 middle school, responsible for organizing the examination. Silence, please, he announced. I will now declare the seating arrangements for each school. Teachers, please guide your students to their seats in an orderly fashion. Adjusting his glasses, he surveyed the sea of dark-clad students before him, his voice steady and powerful. Zone A, rows 1 to 5, Linen number 1 middle school. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of students clad in red uniforms from Linen number 1, led by their teacher, strode confidently to the front of the classroom. Their footsteps synchronized, radiating an undeniable self-assurance. Zone B, rows 6 to 10, Zhenhai Middle School. The group in blue, resembling a pack of silent wolves, quietly occupied the second territory. Zone C, Linen number 2 Middle School. Zone D, Wensher Middle School. Each name, resonating like thunder, represented the pinnacle of educational resources in Jiangnan province. The candidates from these prestigious schools were prioritized in seating arrangements. As the list continued, the chief examiner's pace quickened, grouping together a few schools with slightly lesser standings. Zone E, rows 18 to 22, Lin number 14 Middle School, Jiashir High School, Husher number 3 Middle School. Students from these schools, please find your own seats. Finally, after the basic arrangements for all schools had been made, the chief examiner's gaze fell upon the last page of the list, where only a few solitary names remained. Lastly, for the other schools not yet called, please proceed to Zone G, the last few rows. Feel free to sit wherever. Zone G, located in the most remote corner of the classroom, featured some seats that were not even proper desks and chairs, but rather rows of hastily assembled benches with foldable writing boards. The 4 students from Anqing No. 3 began to walk toward their designated corner. As Li Fan passed Zone A, a mocking voice drifted from nearby. Li Fan, dear best, we're expecting you to take the provincial exam. Li Fan's face instantaneously turned the color of liver, and although he wanted to retort, all words were lodged in his throat, leaving him speechless. He could only awkwardly smile and retreat hastily. Once all candidates were seated, the chief examiner ascended the podium. Attention, everyone, the examination is about to commence. Two invigilators flanked the podium. One raised a sealed brown envelope toward all candidates, slowly turning it to display, and announced loudly, "The examination papers are sealed. Now, I shall open them in public." The other teacher began to explain the examination rules. The exam duration is 100 minutes. From this moment until the conclusion, restroom breaks are not permitted. For any questions, please raise your hand. If anyone wishes to submit their papers early, you may do so at any time. The examination papers began to cascade down from the front to the back like snowflakes. This elucidates the rationale behind prioritizing students from several prestigious high schools to occupy the front rows. The advantage of being seated in the forefront is that one can discern the examination questions earlier than others, thus affording a greater span of contemplation time. As the examination papers reached Zone G, only a scant few remained. Xu Chen accepted the paper. It was merely an A4 sheet, printed on both sides. There were no ostentatious layouts or multiple-choice questions. On the front, there lay 15 fill-in-the-blank questions, while the back featured 5 substantial problems. Xu Chen grasped his pen and, with deliberate strokes, inscribed his name clearly and emphatically in the designated area. Then, his gaze fell upon the first question. The battle had commenced. With the ringing of the examination bell, hundreds of prodigies from across the province simultaneously transformed into the most composed of warriors, poised to inscribe their fates upon that battlefield of intellect. Li Fan inhaled deeply, his eyes sharp as an eagle, swiftly scanning the first question. Question 1. In acute triangle ABC, point P lies within such that PAB, PBC, PCA. Prove, cota A, cot B, cot C. It was the Brocard point. Instantly, he felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. This was a rather classic geometric model, one that had been meticulously covered in the Golden Key tutoring sessions, where the instructor had elaborated on 2 distinct methods of resolution. One involved a triangular substitution, employing the sine theorem, a cumbersome and lengthy process fraught with potential pitfalls that could easily ensnare one in the quagmire of trigonometric functions. The other, however, was a construction method that adeptly utilized rotational similarity transformations, deftly consolidating the 3 disparate conditions into a single triangle for a decisive strike. I guess right. Indeed, they're testing these classic models. A subtle smile crept onto Li Fan's lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he opted for the more sophisticated construction method. He swiftly sketched auxiliary lines on his draft paper, rotating PB around point A, then PBC around point B, his thoughts clear and steps well-defined. Yet, as he engaged in the substitution of angles, he inevitably stumbled momentarily, pondering a particular relationship of angles post-rotation for a good 10 seconds before suddenly recalling a crucial lemma. Exhaling, 3 minutes later, as he penned down Q, beads of perspiration had already formed on his forehead. Although the process had experienced a few hiccups, he had ultimately triumphed. He cast a glance at those around him still engrossed in their thoughts, a sense of superiority swelling within him. The ensuing hour unfolded as a delightful breeze in his favor. Combinatorial counting, limits of sequences, solid geometry. Though intricately designed, none transcended the conventional competitive scope. For a seasoned contender like Li Fan, it was merely a matter of sifting through his mental repository of problems, matching them to the optimal solutions, and executing them methodically, until he reached the final substantial question. Problem: in a simple graph with n nodes, where each node has a degree of at most d. Every node is to be randomly colored, with colors chosen uniformly from 1 to k. Prove that if e d1, where e is the base of the natural logarithm, there must exist a coloring scheme such that no 2 endpoints of any edge share the same color. Li Fan's gaze skimmed over the question, his eyebrows arching slightly. Oh, an existence proof from combinatorial mathematics. This seemed familiar. His thoughts immediately drifted back to a lesson from 3 months prior at the Golden Key tutoring class, where the instructor had discussed something known as the Lovász local lemma. Li Fan recalled that the teacher had mentioned the proof of this lemma was quite complex and not essential to master. But its conclusion was imperative to remember. Upon encountering similar problems, one could simply apply it as a powerful tool. Now, such a problem lay before him. Even the final question was on point. I should be secure in my position for the provincial exam. Li Fan inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement, and began to organize his thoughts in preparation to answer. Although he knew he needed to apply the lemma, the specific calculations and derivations remained intricate. He spent considerable time meticulously detailing the process step by step. As he reached the concluding stages of his summary, a sense of complete assurance enveloped him. At that moment, Xu Chen, seated at the adjacent desk, raised his hand. "Teacher, could I have a few more sheets of draft paper?" This utterance resonated unusually in the quiet rear of the examination hall. Li Fan instinctively glanced over. There, on the corner of Xu Chen's desk, lay a small stack of fully inscribed draft sheets, densely populated with a myriad of formulas and derivations, appearing quite impressive. Li Fan paused for a moment. Still calculating? And using so much draft paper? According to the norm, a novice faced with such a challenging final question would likely have long surrendered or succumbed to a stupor. The fact that he had written so extensively indicated that he had been persistently pondering and experimenting. Li Fan felt a stir within him, followed by a sigh. Having used so much draft paper, it is certain that he has gone astray, wandering in a dead end. For such problems, if the method is flawed, one could toil until dusk with no resolution. Yet he did not find it laughable. On the contrary, witnessing Xu Chen's focused demeanor and the ceaseless motion of his pen, the discontent that had initially arisen from Xu Chen's unpreparedness began to dissipate significantly. Though he is likely floundering or employing the most rudimentary methods, his tenacity is commendable. He recalled his admonition to Xu Chen outside the examination hall, never to submit a blank paper. It appeared that the young man had truly taken it to heart. Li Fan nuda inwarli. As long as he does not give up, that is commendable. Even if he ultimately scores 0, as long as the paper is filled, it will not be a disgrace to our school. Chapter 15. The first round of the provincial competition. At this moment, Xu Chen was indeed encountering difficulties. This problem is rather vexing. He mentally reviewed the competition materials provided by Teacher Chen, certain that no solving techniques for such problems have been covered. The materials from Teacher Chen were also procured through connections from other schools, comprising standard competition knowledge points. For the majority of students at Anqing No. 3 High School, this was more than sufficient. Delving deeper would yield little comprehension. Thus, Xu Chen was left with a general direction, yet lacked the requisite mathematical tools at hand. He paused his pen and began to contemplate. To prove the existence of a good coloring scheme, one could alternatively demonstrate that the probability of all schemes being suboptimal is less than 1. A suboptimal scheme is defined as one where at least one edge has its endpoints colored the same. He recalled the most fundamental tool in probability theory, the union bound. Let AI be the event where the ith edge has the same color. Then P AI 1K. If there are m edges in a graph, the cumulative probability of all bad events is mk. He scribbled a few lines on the draft paper, but soon halted. This won't suffice. The maximum value of m can reach n d2, and thus the resulting probability is likely to exceed 1. The union-bound method is too crude. It won't work. He lightly crossed out the lines he had just written. Xu Chen closed his eyes, shutting out the surrounding noise, leaving only the abstract image of a graph formed by points and lines in his mind. These bad events AI are not completely independent. If one edge encounters an issue, it will affect other edges sharing a vertex with it. However, this influence is localized. Localized, that word was like a key, unlocking a door in his mind. Xu Chen abruptly opened his eyes, an intense focus radiating from them. Indeed, an event AI is only related to a select few neighboring events. An edge can share vertices with at most 2D1 other edges, indicating that its sphere of influence is inherently limited. If a method could be devised to accurately delineate this finite impact, could it not potentially reduce the probability exceeding 1? He had not been schooled in the intricacies of the Lova's local lemma. In his world, no ready-made formulas were at his disposal. What lay before him was the task of constructing a bridge to the solution, starting from the most fundamental axioms of probability. He resumed his writing, this time not with tentative strokes, but with a clear and determined direction. He began to endeavor in the construction of a more refined probabilistic inequality. Let us suppose that each undesirable event AI is assigned a weight 11, residing within the interval 0, 1. If he could establish that the probability of each event AI occurring is less than a value determined by itself and the weights of all its neighbors. This notion was indeed audacious, and the derivation process was exceedingly intricate. Pi 11j is correlated with I, 1 xj. As he inscribed this inequality on the draft paper, he felt he had grasped the crux of the problem. What followed was a deluge of calculations and adjustments. Pages of draft paper rapidly filled with symbols and logical arrows densely packed together. The sheer volume of calculations was overwhelming. His mind struggled to keep pace. Xu Chen glanced at the clock. Only 30 minutes remained, and time was indeed tight. The focus capsules. He recalled the 5 focus capsules awarded for completing the novice tasks. After a swift cost-benefit analysis, he realized that if he became mired here, the prospect of securing a first-tier solution would be jeopardized. Should he lose this stepping stone, his eligibility for the CMO would be irrevocably lost. And the plan to gain early admission to a prestigious university based on competition results would inevitably be postponed by an entire year. A year's delay represented a colossal waste of time. Resolving this in his mind, Xu Chen hesitated not for a moment. System, activate the focus capsules. In an instant, Xu Chen felt an extraordinary clarity and calmness envelop his mind. All external distractions vanished, and his entire focus converged upon the problem at hand. His computational speed and cognitive efficiency surged dramatically. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Sweat beaded on his forehead and trickled down his cheek, yet he remained oblivious. At last, upon completing the 5th sheet of draft paper, he had distilled that intricate set of inequalities into a concise and lucid form. If there exists 11 in 0, 1, such that for all I, the condition pi 11g1xj holds, then PAIC is greater than 0. Utilizing the conditions provided by the problem ed1k, he deftly constructed a unified weight x1d1 and ultimately established the validity of this inequality. He had done it, unaware of the name of this lemma. He had started from the most basic principles of probability, astutely identifying the core of local dependence. And with his formidable mathematical intuition and construction abilities, he had manually derived the Lovász local lemma on the spot. He abruptly lifted his gaze to the clock on the wall. Only 10 minutes remained, and he had only just completed the proof, with yet to transcribe it onto the answer sheet. Xu Chen immediately began to copy his work. Because he had derived it from fundamental principles, his proof was lengthy, nearly filling the entire answer area. The handwriting, slightly hasty due to his rapid writing, was nonetheless logically coherent and irrefutable. Finally, with 3 minutes to spare before the end of the examination, he set down his pen and exhaled deeply. I should have answered correctly. Yet he pondered, I wonder if this last problem's complex process will cost me points for lacking steps. However, even if points are deducted, securing a first-tier solution should suffice. The first examination concluded. The interval before the second examination was a mere 20 minutes. Outside the examination hall, in the corridor, the 4 students from Anqing Sanzhong regrouped. Oh, that last question was too difficult. I had absolutely no idea how to approach it. Lin Xiaoya was the first to speak, her expression one of utter despair. The conditions of that problem were far too abstract. I didn't know where to begin. Me too, Zhang Hao sighed, shaking his head. I tried a proof by contradiction, but it only became more chaotic. It seems this problem was designed specifically to widen the scoring gap. Having voiced their frustrations, both turned their gazes towards Li Fan. As the de facto team leader, he often managed to instill confidence in such moments. Leaning against the wall, twirling a pen in his hand, Li Fan's expression, though weary, concealed a glimmer of pride in his eyes. That's the Lovász local lemma, he stated, uttering an exceptionally technical term that instantly commanded attention. This question is essentially a classic model. As long as one knows this lemma, it's a straightforward problem. Though the calculations do tend to be somewhat tedious, I filled nearly 2 pages. His words not only elucidated the difficulty of the problem, but also subtly showcased his own prowess. Lin Xiaoya and Zhang Hao immediately regarded him with admiration. Li Fan, you're incredible. You managed to solve that. It seems we have a chance at a first-tier solution now. Our school is counting on you. Hearing his teammates' praises brought a sense of joy to Li Fan. The pressure he had felt outside the examination hall, under Zhao Rui's scrutiny, dissipated somewhat. At that moment, however, Zhang Hao turned to Xu Chen, who had been quietly standing by, and inquired with concern, Xu Chen, how did you fare? I noticed you were deeply engrossed in calculations. I thought you might be stuck. Are you all right? Xu Chen was mentally replaying the derivation process he had just completed, and upon hearing Zhang Hao's inquiry, he replied candidly. The last problem was indeed a bit challenging. I hadn't learned that lemma, so I worked it out from scratch. It took me nearly 40 minutes to finish. Worked it out from scratch. Zhang Hao and Lin Xiaoya were taken aback. Li Fan was also momentarily stunned, his brow furrowing slightly, his eyes filled with confusion and skepticism. For someone trained systematically, such a possibility seemed nearly inconceivable. In the realm of competitive mathematics, this problem resembled a meticulously designed combination lock, without the lemma as a key. Attempting to force it open would require not only brute strength, but also an extraordinary amount of computational effort and logical construction ability. Xu Chen, That seems rather unrealistic. Li Fan's tone was almost declarative, as the structure of the probabilistic inequalities involved was exceedingly complex. Without the lemma as support, merely constructing that probability model would necessitate an immense amount of classification and scaling discussions. You claim you derived and computed on-site? That workload is hardly something a few sheets of draft paper could resolve. To him, it was akin to someone asserting they had assembled a Lego model consisting of thousands of pieces within an hour, relying solely on intuition without any blueprints. Xu Chen observed Li Fan's earnest demeanor, recognizing that he was merely viewing the problem through the lens of conventional reasoning. But can I truly be deemed a normal person? Xu Chen chuka inwali. He had no intention of engaging in a futile debate. At this stage, he felt no need to validate himself through such a verbal contest. In a few months, he would stand at a higher vantage point, and by then, all doubts would transform into admiration. Moreover, even if he were to win the argument, the system would not grant him a single experience point. With a faint smile, Xu Chen casually remarked, perhaps, it might just be that luck was on my side, and I happened to test the right direction, thus arriving at the result. Li Fan, pondering thoughtfully, nodded in agreement, conjecturing based on his own logic. A newcomer, perhaps indeed favored by fortune, could have stumbled upon a few correct steps, creating an illusion of accomplishment. As the time for the second examination approached, he refrained from dampening Xu Chen's enthusiasm at that moment, understanding that a positive mindset was crucial for the impending test. Well, regardless, it is certainly better to have something written down than to leave it blank. Li Fan proactively shifted the topic, clapping his hands to prompt a brief respite, urging a sip of water. The second round would be a true challenge, a melange of number theory and algebra, undoubtedly more demanding than the first. Xu Chen chose not to elaborate further, settling into a corner to close his eyes and calm his mind, patiently awaiting the commencement of the next battle. Chapter 16. The second round of the provincial competition. The second examination commenced. The moment Li Fan laid eyes on the test paper, he sensed an undeniable increase in difficulty. The questions were no longer the conventional ones with immediately recognizable focal points. Instead, they twisted and turned, requiring deeper contemplation to peel away the layers and reveal the core. He worked at a slower pace than in the morning, exercising greater caution. As time ticked away, having conquered all preceding questions, he arrived at the final climactic problem, with the clock on the wall already indicating the latter half of the examination. Problem: let P be a prime number, and f, x, n, x, and a1, x, a0 be a polynomial with integer coefficients. Prove that if f, x, 0, mod p, has k distinct solutions modulo p, then the degree n of the polynomial f, x, must be greater than or equal to k, or that all coefficients ai of f, x, are multiples of p. Li Fan's pupils slightly constricted, an abstract algebra problem intertwined with number theory. This was the weakest link in his knowledge framework. He fixated on the question, every fold of his brain racing to retrieve information. He had a vague recollection of this conclusion, having seen it in the corner of a handout from the Golden Key tutoring class. It felt like a theorem, one he had overlooked, an inconspicuous theorem. What is it? Exactly? He attempted to construct a proof by contradiction, starting from basic definitions, quickly filling the draft paper with various symbols and deductions, utilizing the properties of the finite field ZP. At some point, his thought process seemed to click. Right? In the finite field ZP, if an n-degree polynomial f, x, has k roots, and nk, then what? What follows? Li Fan's pen hovered in midair, his mind blank. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, sliding down his temples, creating an irritating itch that distracted him. The more anxious he became, the murkier the veil of his thoughts became. Ding! The bell signaling the end of the examination rang, akin to a judgment's toll, mercilessly declaring the conclusion of a struggle. Ultimately, he could not recall the crucial step. F, x, must be a multiple of gx, and under the premise of nk. This could only mean one possibility. F, x, is the zero polynomial modulo p, implying that all coefficients are multiples of p. A mere step away, yet it felt like an insurmountable distance. He set down his pen, his expression neutral, but inside, he felt a chilling emptiness. Meanwhile, at the other end of the examination hall, Xu Chen also paused upon encountering this problem. He too was unaware of this theorem. The materials from Teacher Chen still did not cover this segment. Thus, he did not delve into his memory for existing theorems like Li Fan did. His thought process began from a more fundamental route. If one does not understand the theory, return to definitions. What does having k solutions imply? It implies that one can form k equations. A bold idea flashed in his mind. Why should I approach this as a number theory problem? Isn't this essentially a linear algebra problem? Suddenly, everything became clear to him. His pen raced across the draft paper. Netliaranding de equations. If x1 an x1 ne a 00 mod b if x2 an x2 a 00 mod b if xk an xk a 00 mod b. This is a homogeneous linear system concerning the coefficients a 0, a 1, and if nk, then the number of unknowns, n1, could potentially be less than the number of equations k. He forcefully transformed this problem into a linear algebra issue. By constructing a coefficient matrix of size k by n1 and utilizing the properties of the van der Maan determinant, he performed extensive and intricate operations involving determinants and computations modulo p on his draft paper. As his mental capacity approached its limits once more, he did not hesitate. System. One more focus capsule, please. In the last 10 minutes before the examination concluded, he completed all his deductions. Both climactic problems should have been successfully tackled. This time, securing a top provincial rank seems highly probable. As the examinations came to a close, the bell rang, and everyone appeared as though they had just emerged from a fierce battle. Exhaustion etched upon their faces. In the corridor, the throngs of students flowed together. The four from Anshin number 3 high school reconvened near the vending machine at the stairwell, the atmosphere decidedly more somber than at noon. It's over, it's over. This afternoon's test was a complete disaster. Lin Xiaoya was the first to speak, her expression one of desolation. Her previously neat ponytail now appeared somewhat disheveled. I didn't even fully comprehend the last major question. The earlier geometry problems were equally perplexing. I couldn't figure out where to draw the auxiliary lines. Same here. Zhang Hao shook his head, letting out a heavy sigh as he removed his glasses to rub his nose, feeling that this time he would only manage a provincial third rank. The questions were too tricky, completely out of the ordinary. Li Fan leaned against the wall, holding an unopened bottle of mineral water, his expression far from pleasant. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse, for the climactic question this afternoon. I had a semblance of a thought process, and the general direction was correct. However, he paused, evident frustration lacing his tone. But I couldn't recall the conversion for the final step of that congruent system, leaving a significant gap. Securing a top provincial rank seems uncertain now. It could either be a front row provincial second rank or barely making it into the provincial first rank, entirely dependent on whether the graders award method points. Come on, Fanga, that is a bit too humble, Lin Xiaoya rolled her eyes. Just managing to reach the last step is impressive enough, okay? We couldn't even comprehend the questions. Zhang Hao chuckled and patted Li Fan on the back. Exactly. A top provincial second rank is definitely in the bag. And if luck is on your side, you might even secure a provincial first rank. Our school's reputation rests on your shoulders. Li Fan managed a weak smile, choosing not to respond further. He understood his teammates were trying to comfort him, but for someone with high aspirations like him, falling just short felt like a chasm of difference. If he couldn't achieve a provincial first rank, not only would all his prior efforts be in vain, but his desire to elevate the school's standing would also be dashed. This was a goal he had set for himself as the aspiring team captain. The thought of Zhao Rui's smug expression, as if to say, I knew you would fail, only added to his distress. Is it truly impossible for Arnaud 3 high school to produce a provincial first rank? Amidst a light-hearted exchange of playful banter, the atmosphere gradually grew more relaxed. At that moment, Zhang Hao turned to Xu Chen, who had been quietly standing at the side, and casually inquired, Xu Chen, how are you holding up? You've been silent all afternoon. Is the difficulty of the questions overwhelming you? Xu Chen, who had been mentally reviewing an alternative solution to a problem, snapped back to attention upon hearing his name. I'm doing all right, he replied honestly. It's just a tad more challenging than this morning. Lin Xiaoya's lips twitched slightly. Come on, how can you call that a tad? I feel like the difficulty has leaped across an entire species. Li Fan also glanced over, his tone tinged with the wisdom of experience. Don't be disheartened. It's common for first-timers to feel this way. As long as you didn't leave it blank. That's what matters. By the way, I noticed you were writing continuously at the back. Did you manage to complete the last question? Xu Chen nodded. Yes, I finished it. I believe I solved everything. He paused and added, though the process was a bit lengthy, I used several sheets of draft paper. I wonder if the grader will find my handwriting too chaotic. A sudden silence enveloped the air for 3 seconds. Following that, the 3 exchanged glances, all wearing expressions that conveyed an understanding of the unspoken joke. Lin Xiaoya couldn't contain her laughter. Well done, Xu Chen. You maintain a good attitude. To still deliver a deadpan joke after the exam, it seems you haven't been too shaken. In their eyes, Xu Chen's claim of having completed the problems likely meant he merely transcribed the question conditions and jotted down a few seemingly relevant, yet ultimately futile formulas. Li Fan shook his head in exasperation, but unlike before, he felt a sense of amusement regarding Xu Chen's demeanor. Perhaps it was the relief of finally finishing the exam that eased his previously taut nerves, rendering Xu Chen more likable. Although Xu Chen might lack substantial ability, his blind confidence infused a touch of levity into the otherwise somber post-examination atmosphere. He approached Xu Chen, placing a friendly arm around his shoulder, exuding a brotherly camaraderie. "Look at you taking advice. I told you yesterday to fill out the paper even if you couldn't solve it, and you actually did? That's the spirit. That's what we call the right attitude in an exam. Regardless of correctness, you must maintain your momentum. Who knows? The grader might overlook a mistake and grant you some leniency points." Xu Chen gazed at Li Fan's encouraging expression and opened his mouth, only to swallow the explanation he had nearly uttered. "Forget it. If I told them I used linear algebra to solve a number theory problem, they'd probably think I'm insane." "Yes, you're right." Xu Chen nodded in agreement, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Momentum is indeed crucial. Chapter 17. The storm in the grading room a week later at the Provincial Mathematics Society office. This space had been temporarily transformed into the grading center for the mathematics competition. A dozen mathematics teachers, drawn from various high schools across the province, were diligently immersed in a mountain of examination papers. This year's questions were generally well calibrated in terms of difficulty. A senior teacher, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, lifted a teacup and took a leisurely sip before speaking. He was Zhou Yi, the head of the grading team. Indeed, especially those two final questions, they exhibit significant differentiation. A younger teacher concurred. The first round's Levaz partial lemma and the second round's finite field polynomial theorem are both tough nuts to crack. Those who can solve them are typically the top students from key schools that regularly participate in training. "I just finished grading a paper from Linen No. 1 High School. The one from Zhao, another teacher remarked, holding up an answer sheet with a hint of admiration. "The solution is exceedingly standard. It's evident that he is trained by their exceptional coach, Zhang Jingguo. The steps for the first round's final question could almost serve as a model answer. Unfortunately, there's a slight flaw in the last step, so I deducted 2 points, but it still holds the highest score I've seen so far." Linen No. 1 is impressive. That's no surprise, a nearby teacher chuckled, his tone reflecting a sense of inevitability. As the strongest mathematics competition base in the province, they usually claim at least a quarter of the provincial team slots each year. Zhenhai Middle School is also strong this year, another teacher interjected. "The paper I have here, although the final question wasn't fully solved, the preceding problems were nearly flawless, showcasing solid fundamentals. Their coach, who has recently retired from the national team, employs a unique training method that emphasizes calculation precision. And then there's Linen No. 2. While their overall strength doesn't compare to No. 1, they often produce 1 or 2 exceptionally talented students who take unconventional approaches and occasionally deliver surprises." The office buzzed with lighthearted discussions. For these professors, who had long been involved in grading, the annual competition script seldom varied. Linen No. 1 consistently outshining, followed closely by Zhenhai and No. 2, collectively snatching most of the provincial first prizes. This phenomenon had long been etched into the fabric of the mathematics competition circle in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. Thus, the competition ultimately belonged to the creme de la creme. Talent, resources, and training are indispensable for students from ordinary high schools. Achieving full marks on foundational and intermediate questions is already a remarkable feat. Expecting them to tackle questions of this caliber is overly demanding. His words were not dismissive, merely an objective observation born from years of experience, and many nodded in agreement. At that moment, in a corner of the grading room, a teacher named Lu, responsible for marking the final challenging question, emitted a soft gasp. Before him lay a paper, the handwriting not particularly neat and at times appearing hastily scrawled due to the rapid pace of writing. However, what astonished him was the densely packed, almost entirely filled out solution process in the answer section. "Xiao Lu, what's the matter? Have you discovered an interesting solution?" a nearby teacher casually inquired. Lu did not respond immediately. Adjusting his glasses, he meticulously re-examined the answer sheet from beginning to end. His expression shifted from initial confusion to solemnity, culminating in a flicker of incredulous shock. "Zhou Laosher, you need to come take a look at this paper," he called, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. The chatter in the office ceased, and all eyes turned toward him. "Zhou," he set down his teacup and walked over. "What is going on?" "This paper has successfully tackled both final questions from the 2 rounds of exams. Lu pointed to the answer sheet. Oh, both have been solved? That's impressive. Let me guess, it's from Linen number 1 or Zhenhai. Zhou initially paid little mind, assuming it was just another top student from a prestigious school. That is not the key point. Lu took a deep breath, striving to steady his tone. The critical aspect is his method of solving. It's quite unique. Unique? Yes. It's very unique. In the first round, he didn't utilize the Levaz partial lemma. Instead, he began from the most fundamental probability joint bounds and ingeniously constructed a weighted inequality, effectively proving the lemma on the spot. What? The moment those words were uttered, the office erupted in commotion. Several teachers immediately gathered around, leaning in to scrutinize the answer sheet. How is this possible? Good heavens! The complexity of this derivation is simply astounding. Look at his scaling technique here. It's absolutely brilliant. Without a profound mathematical foundation and exceptional intuition, one would never conceive this. This doesn't resemble a student-s solution. It's akin to a miniature thesis in its deductive process. Zhou's expression changed as he took the paper, his gaze intense as he reviewed it line by line. The more he examined, the more his hands trembled uncontrollably. As the second round commenced, Associate Professor Lu turned to another answer sheet. For the question regarding finite field polynomials, he did not employ the standard theorem. Rather, he transformed the problem into the realm of linear algebra, ingeniously solving it using the Vandermonde determinant in the context of modulo p. Such an audacious approach. It was entirely uncharacteristic of a student who had undergone systematic training for competitions. In the office, the only sound was the collective intake of breath. Silence enveloped the room as everyone recognized the formidable talent represented by these two solutions. This transcended the realm of mere capability. It was a manifestation of raw power, the ability to create tools independently, without reliance on the methodologies established by predecessors. What's the name of this student? Which school does he attend? Professor Zhou's voice emerged, somewhat hoarse. Associate Professor Lu flipped the paper to the top and observed the candidate information section. Student name, Xu Chen. Affiliated school, Anqing number 3 High School. Anqing número 3. One professor furrowed his brow, admitting he had never heard of it. Was an ordinary high school in some city? I'll look it up. Li Zhe, the associate professor, immediately began searching on his phone. Moments later. He raised his head, an expression of incredulity crossing his face as he spoke. I found it. An ordinary high school in Anqing City, which has only won a provincial first prize once, and that was 8 years ago. This revelation shocked the professors even more than the two astonishing solutions. A student from an under-resourced, ordinary high school, previously unknown, had flawlessly solved 2 problems that even the top contenders from Linen know. One high school and Zhenhai High School found challenging. It seemed quite reasonable. If he were a student from a prestigious institution, he would have likely been tutored in the relevant problem-solving techniques, thus sparing him the arduous task of deriving solutions from scratch. Professor Zhou, how should we grade these 2 questions? Associate Professor Lu posed the pivotal question. His methodology diverged entirely from the standard answer. Although his results were correct and his logic impeccable, the discrepancy remained. All eyes turned to Zhou. After a prolonged silence, he gently placed the answer sheet on the table. Speaking slowly, with an unprecedented gravity and excitement in his voice, he declared, "Full marks. It must be full marks. This is no mere problem-solving exercise. It showcases the purest allure of mathematics. It relies not on pre-existing tools, but solely on logic and deduction. This is true mathematical genius." He lifted his gaze, surveying his colleagues in the office. Let us meticulously review this paper from beginning to end. If there are no issues with the earlier questions, then this year's provincial competition will herald an unprecedented full-score laureate. At that moment, the name Xu Chen, along with his 2 wildly profound solutions, was indelibly etched in the minds of every evaluator present. Chapter 18. Who is the star player? The results of the provincial competition came in faster than anyone had anticipated. During the final self-study session on Friday afternoon, the competition study room was enveloped in quietude. Suddenly, Teacher Chen Jiaoping's phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen, and a ripple of emotion washed over his previously placid face. The results are out. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly invigorating the entire study room. Xu Chen set down his pen and raised his head. It's happening. It's happening. The exhilarating moment of revelation. The 4 competitors instinctively gathered around, although Xu Chen did not jostle for a position at the front. He merely wished to partake in the excitement of the reveal. He stood at the periphery, unable to see the screen, yet the atmosphere was palpable. As Teacher Chen Jiaoping clicked on the results link on his laptop, Li Fan felt his heart lurch violently, followed by an uncontrollable rapid beating. He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions within, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. However, his hands, clenched tightly and slick with perspiration, betrayed the anxiety within. The webpage transitioned, and a PDF document titled Award List Announcement completed its download. Teacher Chun Jiaping maneuvered the mouse and opened the file. His gaze instinctively skimmed past the provincial first prize list at the top, scrolling down to the provincial second prize section. This was not a lack of faith in his student, but rather a near-instinctual habit grounded in reality. The capabilities of Anqing No. 3 High School were evident, and Li Fan was his most promising student, with the goal of aiming for a provincial second prize. As for Xu Chen, teacher Chun Jiaping thought, while the boy undoubtedly possessed talent, he had only prepared for 3 days. Entering Xu Chen into the competition was merely to provide him with experience and prepare for next year. If he could secure a provincial third prize this time, it would be commendable. The PDF list scrolled slowly. Soon, a familiar name appeared among the top 10 of the provincial second prizes. Li Fan, Anqing No. 3 High School. Who? Upon seeing this name, Li Fan's taut shoulders instantly slumped, releasing a long breath of relief. Provincial second prize. Still within the top 10 of the provincial second prize. This achievement would undoubtedly be a significant milestone in the history of Anqing No. 3 High School. Wow, Li Fan, you're incredible. Top 10 in the provincial second prize. Lin Xiaoya exclaimed with admiration. Amazing, Brother Fan. Your photo will definitely grace our school's honor roll now. Zhang Hao added, genuinely giving a thumbs up. Hearing his teammates' praises, Li Fan managed a strained smile. Yet deep within, a flicker of disappointment clouded his eyes. Is it still just the provincial second prize? He had believed that, through his efforts, he could transcend the limitations of the environment at No. 3 and touch the threshold of a provincial first prize. Yet reality loomed like an invisible wall. Despite his utmost effort, he had only managed to ascend to the waist of that wall. The aspiration to prove himself as worthy as those from No. 1 High School now felt like a sharp thorn embedded in his heart, causing a dull ache. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions. Well, it's all right. I suppose it's a standard performance. Li Fan feigned nonchalance, shrugging it off. It's a pity I didn't complete the last step of that number theory question in the second round. Otherwise, I might have had a shot at the provincial first prize. Teacher Chun Jiaping also wore a reassuring smile, patting Li Fan on the shoulder. Well done. This achievement has already made history for our school. Take time to reflect. This is your first competition. Next year, strive for a provincial first prize. Li Fan Nudda. Although he hadn't achieved a provincial first prize, he felt valued by his teacher and was confident in striving for success next year. Teacher Chun continued to scroll through the list. Unfortunately, the provincial second prize list concluded, and no further student from Anqing No. 3 High School appeared. Zhang Hao's expression dimmed slightly. Competing for the second year, he had hoped to improve from last year's provincial third prize to a provincial second prize. It seemed he had fallen short. Continuing to examine the provincial third prize list, it did not take long before Zhang Hao's name emerged. Zhang Hao has secured a provincial third prize, considered a standard performance. Teacher Chun Jiaping remarked. 1 provincial second prize, 1 provincial third prize. A mere word apart, yet worlds apart in significance. The provincial third prize was essentially an award of consolation, while the provincial second prize conferred eligibility for reduced admission thresholds at certain universities. The list continued downward, and upon reaching the end, no further names from Anqing No. 3 High School appeared. Lin Xiaoya and Xu Chen remained unrecognized. As expected, we are the denominator, Lin Xiaoya sighed, a hint of dejection in her voice. Teacher Chun Jiaping gazed at the empty bottom of the list, feeling a tumult of emotions. He had anticipated Lin Xiaoya's absence from the awards. The girl was earnest, but lacked the nimbleness of competitive thinking and struggled with time management. Yet, Xu Chen did not receive an award, which struck him like a thunderbolt. Chun Jiaping had personally witnessed Xu Chen's mathematical prowess, given his capabilities. It should have been a mere formality to secure an award, even without extensive training. After all, he had assured the head of the department that he could successfully integrate Xu Chen into the program at the last minute. If he failed to even secure a consolation prize, it would be a tremendous embarrassment for him. Suppressing his tumultuous emotions, he turned to Xu Chen. Speaking in a tone meant to comfort the boy who had remained distant. Xu Chen, do not be too disheartened. A single setback is inconsequential. Competitions like this are rife with unpredictability. Your preparation time was limited, so it is entirely understandable that you did not achieve the desired results. Dedicate yourself to diligent study over the next year, and given your innate talent, I am confident that you will attain a commendable rank next year." Upon hearing this, Xu Chen's face registered unmistakable astonishment. Did I really not win an award? That can't be right. Surely, my solution was correct. I must have at least garnered some points. Observing Xu Chen's stubbornness, Chen Jiaping sighed inwardly. The boy undoubtedly possessed great talent, yet his disposition was somewhat obstinate. The results had been released, the facts were laid bare. Yet he remained unwilling to acknowledge his shortcomings, persistently attributing blame to the evaluators. If this mindset were not corrected, it could squander his potential. Therefore, Chen's tone took on a hint of reproach, mingled with a deeper concern. "Xu Chen, the absence of a ranking indicates that there must have been flaws in your problem-solving process. After examinations, it is crucial to reflect and identify mistakes for future improvement. In academia, one must embody humility and refrain from always believing oneself to be in the right." Meanwhile, Li Fan, who had been listening, felt a pang of sympathy for Xu Chen, but also recognized the inevitability of the situation. As expected, miracles are not easily come by. Competitions are unforgiving. Mere talent is insufficient. He intended to offer some words of encouragement, perhaps suggesting a return to foundational studies. However, at that moment, a shrill scream erupted from the vicinity of the computer. It was Lin Xiaoya. In the interval of Chen Jiaping and Xu Chen's conversation, she had been unwilling to accept the outcome, repeatedly scrutinizing the list on the screen. "What's going on? Why the commotion?" Chen Jiaping asked, frowning. Lin Xiaoya's voice trembled as she pointed emphatically at the top of the screen. "Teacher Chen, you all need to come see this." Chen Jiaping and Li Fan exchanged puzzled glances before approaching the computer. Their eyes followed Lin Xiaoya's finger to the very top of the PDF document, where a line they had subconsciously overlooked. The provincial first prize list was boldly displayed. The name at the very top, in the first position, was emblazoned in dark letters, sending shivers through their souls. Provincial first prize. Xu Chen, Anqing number 3 High School. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The name of Anqing No. 3 High School stood out starkly among the likes of Lin number 1 High School, Zhenhai High School, and the Provincial Experimental School. So incongruous, so jarring, and so striking. Provincial first. Truly, it was provincial first. Moreover, it was not merely at the tail end. It was in the first position. Xu Chen glanced at the screen, and the weight that had hung over his heart finally lifted. "Oh, it turns out it was at the top," he said, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed the petrified expressions of those around him. "Why did you all skip looking at the first prize and move straight to the second? I genuinely thought there was a glitch in the system." As he beheld the name at the top, Xu Chen's earlier doubts dissipated like morning mist. "I told you, the system produces only excellence. How could I possibly not win an award?" A slight smile graced his lips, exuding an air of composure as if everything was well within his grasp. "Since everyone is so astonished, I might as well drop the pretense and reveal the truth." An oppressive silence followed. This must be a case of shared name. Lin Xiaoya stammered, breaking the stillness. "Is there another Anqing number 3 High School in our city?" Zhang Hao swallowed hard, his voice dry. Chen Jiaping abruptly removed his glasses, rubbed his eyes, then put them back on, leaning closer to the screen to scrutinize it thrice. Then, with a sudden clap of his thigh, he let out an earth-shattering roar. "It's him. It's our Xu Chen. Full marks. First in the province." With Chen Jiaping's exclamation, the expression on Li Fan's face froze. "Provincial first? First place? Full marks?" He gazed at Xu Chen, disbelief etched across his features. "After all this time, were my words about not submitting blank papers and scraping for points merely a joke in your ears?" Xu Chen paused, observing Li Fan's incredulous yet comical expression, and shook his head earnestly. "No, I know you meant well." Li Fan cleared his throat twice to ease the awkwardness. "You little rascal." He inhaled deeply, but found himself devoid of the energy to scold. All his pent-up words culminated in a single exclamation. "You really kept it well hidden, given your strength. Did you enjoy watching me prattle on like a fool, teaching you how to do things?" "Not all." Xu Chen chuckled, rubbing his shoulders. "I told you I'd solved it. It was you who didn't believe me." "Who on earth could believe that?" Li Fan retorted with a laugh. Xu Chen observed the scene with quiet amusement. For Chen Jiaping, this revelation was overwhelmingly shocking, so much so that he hesitated to report it to the head of the department immediately. It felt too much like a falsehood. Should it turn out to be a mix-up, he would have nowhere to hide his old face. After confirming the results several times before the screen, he trembled as he retrieved his phone from his pocket, locating the number for the Provincial Competition Committee's office and dialed. Once connected, he activated the speakerphone, and the study room fell silent, filled only with his slightly altered voice due to excitement. "Hello, this is Chen Jiaping, the team teacher from Anqing number 3 High School. I would like to confirm the results for our student Xu Chen. A definitive voice responded from the other end. Yes, Teacher Chen, congratulations. Your student Xu Chen is the only one to achieve full marks in this competition, securing the first prize in the province. The call ended. We won. Xu Chen is incredible. A long-suppressed cheer erupted like a volcanic explosion within the small study room. Zhang Hao and Lin Xiaya high-fived in celebration. Wally Fan was so exhilarated that his cheeks flushed, vigorously pumping his fists in the air. Although they had only spent a mere week or two together with Xu Chen, during which misunderstandings and barriers had arisen, in that moment, none of that mattered. Xu Chen's name now bore the proud insignia of Anqing No. 3 High School. That was enough. This was not merely Xu Chen's victory. It was a collective glory of their hastily assembled team in this often overlooked ordinary high school. They wielded this heavy provincial first prize as a powerful rebuttal to all doubt and derision, proving that even in the most barren of soils, the brightest flowers could bloom. Not only was it first place, but it was also the sole entry to achieve full marks. All eyes turned eagerly, with admiration, toward the serene youth who had remained composed throughout. The provincial champion. Chapter 19. The experience of social death. If the astonishment within the competition study room at Anqing No. 3 High School was merely a localized tremor as the list of awardees circulated through emails, WeChat groups, and forums across the province's prestigious high schools. A genuine tsunami of excitement began to swell. In the office of a competition teacher at Lin No. 1 High School, the atmosphere was as tense as if it might precipitate a deluge. On the computer screen before him lay the award list. Anqing No. 3 High School, Xu Chen, full marks. He rubbed his eyes, convinced he had not misread. Old Wang, from which remote corner did this Anqing No. 3 High School emerge? A nearby young coach could not help but inquire. I've taught competitions for a decade and have never heard of this school producing a provincial champion, let alone a top scorer. Has anyone here heard of Xu Chen? He asked in a low voice. The coaches in the office exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. No impression. No record of this individual in our database. He is a complete stranger, as if he had materialized out of thin air. Simultaneously, within the internal groups of nearly every traditional powerhouse in competitions across the province, the name sparked a frenzy. Holy cow! Who will investigate the origins of this Xu Chen? Full marks. Given the difficulty of this year's final questions, only a prodigy could achieve that. Anqing No. 3 High School? I looked it up. It's just an ordinary high school that doesn't even qualify as a municipal key school. Is this reasonable? A wild talent, untrained, has utterly outperformed those of us who have been in rigorous training for years. This is the stuff of novels. I've heard reports from the grading team that Xu Chen's solutions were extraordinarily unconventional. He tackled both final questions with raw ingenuity, entirely eschewing standard techniques. Is that true? That is not merely a genius. That is a phenomenon. In an instant, the unfamiliar name of Xu Chen detonated like a bomb in the competitive academic circles throughout the province. The leading teachers from various prestigious institutions simultaneously reached for their phones, leveraging their networks to frantically investigate the background of this wild talent. The eye of the storm swiftly shifted from students and coaches to the offices of the principals at these esteemed schools. In the office of the principal at the Provincial Experimental High School, Director Liu of the admissions office bowed his head, enduring the principal's wrath. Xu Chen, a prodigy like this, is languishing at Anqing No. 3 High School. What is your admissions office doing? The principal thundered. Every year, we allocate substantial funding for you to scout talent across the province. And this is the result you bring back? Director Liu, drenched in sweat, pleaded, Principal, this is unjust. We truly had no prior knowledge of this individual. Our network spans every prominent junior high in the province, and we have records of all rising stars. Xu Chen's entrance exam results were unremarkable, and he remained inconspicuous throughout his freshman year at Anqing No. 3. How could we possibly have noticed him? So what accounts for his sudden explosion of talent? I just had someone inquire. Director Liu quickly reported. It seems he only made his remarkable debut during the first monthly exam of the new semester, scoring first in the entire school. From his emergence to this provincial competition, it's been barely half a month. There was simply no time for us to react. The principal, upon hearing this, slammed the desk, speechless with fury. Half a month. A prodigy who had been dormant for over a year transformed into the provincial champion in just half a month. And now, is it too late to scout him? The principal, still seething, turned to Director Liu, who grimaced and shook his head. Principal, it may not be wise to approach him now. He has already claimed the top spot in the provincial competition and will undoubtedly participate in the CMO. If we attempt to recruit him now, even if we succeed, other key schools will accuse us of merely reaping the fruits of another's labor, unable to cultivate our own champions. If our rivals use this against us, our reputation. The principal fell silent, recognizing the truth in Director Liu's words. Enhancing a situation is far less valuable than providing timely assistance. Having missed the optimal opportunity for recruitment, any further action could lead to ridicule. Incompetence. A bunch of incompetence. The principal ultimately directed his ire at the admissions office for their inefficiency. Your information gathering capabilities are woefully inadequate. In the future, broaden your network. Do not allow such oversights to occur again. A similar scene unfolded simultaneously at Linen No. 1 High School, Zhenhai Middle School, and virtually all top-tier high schools. With principals roaring, admissions directors defending themselves, and a collective sigh of helplessness echoing throughout. In stark contrast to the storm brewing outside, Anqing No. 3 High School was engulfed in euphoria. When teacher Chen Jiaping reported the news to the director of education, the latter fell into a half-minute silence. Then, with a tone laced with disbelief, repeatedly confirmed the details before daring to accept the truth. Once confirmed, the jubilance erupted like a tidal wave. The following morning, Xu Chen, with his backpack slung over his shoulders, walked toward school as usual. However, upon rounding the corner and catching sight of the school gate, his steps abruptly halted, his entire being frozen in place. When the world is happening here, he thought. The electronic screen, which usually displayed a message welcoming esteemed guests, had been turned off, replaced by a massive, glaringly red banner, somewhat gaudy in its design, cascading from the second floor down to the roof of the guard's office. Warm congratulations to our sophomore class 3 student Xu Chen for achieving the only full marks in the province, securing first place in the National High School Mathematics Competition, Provincial Division. The phrase "the only full marks in the province," designed by some genius administrator, was not only bolded and outlined in gold, but also featured a font size larger than the surrounding text, radiating an unmistakable sense of arrogance and an overwhelming desire to proclaim their glory to the world. This is an unabashed public spectacle. Xu Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. This aesthetic is simply appalling. It looks exactly like the banners hung outside the newly opened Wang Wang supermarket next door. However, this was merely the beginning. As he steeled himself to step onto campus, a cheerful and familiar melody reverberated through the loudspeakers, resonating in every corner of the school. Today is a good day. All your wishes will come true. This song, typically reserved for grand openings or village celebrations, was now playing at maximum volume within the solemn school environment. Yet this was just the start. Banners identical to the one at the gate adorned every possible hanging location. The teaching building, the experimental building, the entrance to the cafeteria, and even the bulletin board by the playground. Some students even discovered that an A4-size congratulatory notice had been affixed to the inside of the restroom door. The students erupted in astonishment. Holy cow, is this our school's banner? I can't be seeing things. When did I get into a key high school? Xu Chen. Isn't he the one who topped the last monthly exam? I thought he was just a big deal in our school. But he went to the provincial competition and became the champion, and the only one to achieve full marks. My goodness, what kind of deity is this? Is our school's environment so fertile that it can produce such a level of academic genius? Oh no, if my mom sees this banner, she'll definitely say, "Look at other people's children." The most absurd was the notice in the restroom. Even while attending to Nature's call, one must gaze up at the brilliance of the academic genius, an unbearable pressure. Xu Chen listened to the whispers surrounding him, wishing he could find a crevice in the earth to hide himself. This was nothing short of a public execution. He hurried towards the teaching building, with students along the way recognizing him, casting either adoring, curious, or astonished glances, the murmurs incessant. "Look, it's him, Xu Chen, alive. Xu God, good morning." Even a passing physics teacher, whom he did not know, enthusiastically approached, patting his shoulder heartily and saying, "Good lad, you brought glory to us science students." Xu Chen could only respond with a stiff nod, feeling as though his face was incapable of expressing any emotion. After enduring the journey, he finally reached the door of his classroom, only to find a last straw, an A4 paper-printed congratulatory notice affixed to the door of Class 3, Year 2, alongside a photo of himself. Xu Chen thought to himself, "Fine, you can write my name, but could you at least use a better-looking photo? This one is simply atrocious." He helplessly rubbed his forehead, feeling as if his intelligence was being challenged like never before. Forget it, let it be over quickly. For the first time, Xu Chen truly experienced what it meant to undergo social death. Chapter 20, Celebration Ceremony. In the afternoon, at the principal's office, This had always been the most solemn and dignified place in the school, adorned with calligraphy works like stillness, contemplation, and distance. The mahogany desk gleamed from polishing, and the air was perpetually imbued with a tranquil aroma of premium tea leaves and ink. However, today all of this was overturned. A nostalgic and celebratory ringtone of "Good Day" resonated for the 7th time in the office. Principal Wang, without even glancing at the incoming call, hung up immediately, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, his face glowing with excitement. A blend of euphoria from winning the lottery and pride in his foolish son being accepted into Tsinghua University. The corners of his mouth had been permanently uplifted. Xu Chen, along with the other 3 members of the competition team, and teacher Chun Jiaping, sat upright on the sofa, resembling a group of hostages awaiting their fate. On the coffee table before them lay the principal's rarely displayed top-grade Dahongpo tea and a large plate of glistening grapes. Did you all see it? The banner outside. Principal Wang suddenly halted, clapping his hands, excitedly inquiring like a child eager to showcase a new toy. Teacher Chun Jiaping quickly nodded. Yes, Principal Wang. It's particularly festive. Indeed. Principal Wang proudly puffed out his chest, turning his gaze to the Director of Education. Wang Defa, old Wang, what do you think? I designed it myself. Director Wang Defa, seated in a corner, immediately put down his pen upon being addressed, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Principal, you are brilliant. It's a stroke of genius. Director Wang slapped his thigh with such force that it was louder than the principal, particularly emphasizing the 6 words, the only full score in the province, which glittered with grandeur, exuding dominance. I stressed 3 times with the advertising company that it must be in the largest font, outlined in gold. That's the kind of grandeur we need. It's imperative that even old Lee from the first high school next door can see our notice from 2 miles away. Xu Chen thought, goodness. It turns out the principal and Director Wang share the same aesthetic sense. Moreover, Director Wang's skill in flattery is simply masterful, managing to extol the principal's tacky design. Watching Director Wang's expression as if he understood the principal better than the principal himself, Xu Chen couldn't help but scoff internally. Principal Wang, elated by Director Wang's flattery, nodded repeatedly yes. Old Wang, your insight is unparalleled. Great minds think alike. The principal, brimming with excitement, approached the group, cleared his throat, and delivered an impassioned speech. The core message being, our Anqing No. 3 high school has made great strides. He first grasped teacher Chun Jiaping's hand tightly, shaking it vigorously. Old Chun, you've accomplished something monumental this time. You've discovered a gem for our school. Then he turned to Lin Xiaoya, offering consolation. Lin Xiaoya, don't be disheartened. One competition doesn't define everything. We shall regroup and fight again next year. After this, the school will surely increase resources for competitions, and our conditions will improve. Next, he addressed Li Fan and Zhang Hao, his face radiating approval. Li Fan's 2nd place in the province and Zhang Hao's 3rd place are both remarkable achievements. In previous years, Li Fan would have been our school's hero. You all have done splendidly. Finally, his gaze focused on Xu Chen, his eyes ablaze as if gazing upon a gleaming nugget of pure gold. Xu Chen, Principal Wang exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his voice rising several octaves. You have brought immense, historic, groundbreaking honor to our school. This is the best achievement our Anqing No. 3 high school has attained in academic competitions in decades, bar none, he decisively declared. For the upcoming CMO winter camp and any future competitions, the school will cover all expenses, travel, accommodation, and meals. You need not worry about a single cent. The school will also award you a special scholarship of 20,000 yuan. Focus solely on your preparations. The school is your most steadfast support. Upon hearing the figure of 20,000 yuan, Xu Chen's eyes lit up, although not a substantial amount, as his parents had received calls from several schools attempting to recruit him, offering scholarships typically above 50,000 yuan. The principal added apologetically, Xu Chen, please don't think it's too little. This is already the maximum amount the school can apply for. Unfortunately, we are financially constrained. He shifted his tone to one of earnestness. However, material rewards are fleeting, while honor endures. Because of you, our school will undoubtedly become better. In the future, there will be a Xu Chen class. Your deeds will be inscribed in the school's history, serving as an inspiration for generations of students to come. In terms of honor, the school will never shortchange you. This speech painted a grand picture, yet it was delivered with sincerity. The principal was well aware that with Xu Chen's recent achievement, the admissions offices of prestigious schools would soon be reaching out to his family. Anqing No. Three High School could not offer the exorbitant recruitment bonuses of those elite schools, so they aimed to secure Xu Chen's loyalty through spiritual means, binding him to the school with honor and a sense of belonging. Xu Chen listened, fully cognizant of their strategy. This was an appeal to emotions and honor, using future accolades and a sense of belonging to offset the current inadequacy of material rewards. This principle was indeed astute. However, he bore no resentment towards it. He had never contemplated transferring schools. The principal's demeanor also signified the school's commitment. "Come, Xiao Wang, let us take a photo with our great benefactors." The principal called to the publicity teacher. "Principal, you stand in the center, and Xu Chen, stand beside yes, yes. Place your hand on Xu Chen's shoulder to appear more amiable." The flashbulbs illuminated, capturing this historic moment. Xu Chen Muset. So this is what it feels like to be a mascot. All right, everyone, thank you for your hard work. You may disperse. With a grand wave of his hand, the principal dissipated the tense, official atmosphere in the office. Teacher Chen Jiaoping was still animatedly discussing the details of the bonus distribution with the director, while Xu Chen and the other three students exhaled in relief, each seeking a place to gather their belongings. Li Fan sees an opportunity to call out to Xu Chen. "Hey, Xu Chen, wait a moment." Xu Chen paused. "What is up?" Li Fan unzipped his backpack and rummaged through a chaotic pile of test papers, eventually retrieving a slightly crumpled softcover notebook, which he then handed over. "Here, this is for you." "What is it?" "It's my notes from the intensive training sessions with the gold medal competition coach back in the provincial capital." Li Fan scratched his head, casting a somewhat bashful glance to the side. "It contains a plethora of unconventional strategies and problem-solving techniques that the teachers taught us. I noticed that during this provincial competition, although scoring full marks is impressive, you mentioned that many problems were solved through sheer calculation. Your logic and computation skills are indeed extraordinary, and I must concede that. However, the CMO is on a different level altogether. The time constraints and workload are daunting. Some problems may indeed require more than just brute force calculation. And while these techniques may not embody traditional mathematics, they can be quite effective for time management during exams." At this point, his voice lowered slightly, tinged with awkwardness. "Moreover, I had some misconceptions about you earlier, and may have come off a bit harsh. Please don't take it to heart. After all, it's not something a typical person could fathom, that you are such an anomaly." Xu Chen chuckled, casually flipping through the notebook, which was densely filled with notes in a medley of red, blue, and black ink, interspersed with various hand-drawn diagrams. Though chaotic, it indeed appeared quite substantial. "All right, I won't be polite then." Xu Chen stuffed the notebook into his backpack, acknowledging its utility and saving him considerable time flipping through books. Seeing Xu Chen accept it so readily, Li Fan visibly exhaled, a relieved smile spreading across his face. At that moment, Lin Xiaoya had already slung her backpack over her shoulder and approached Xu Chen with a beaming smile. "Xu Chen, so from now on, you'll be the one competing at the national level. Can I reserve an autograph in advance? Just in case you become a great mathematician. I can boast about having been teammates with the world champion." "Exactly," Zhang Hao chimed in, draping an arm around Xu Chen's shoulder with pride. "In the future, I can tell the juniors that when Xu Chen faced difficulties in problem solving, it was I who handed him the scrap paper." The group erupted into laughter, basking in a warm atmosphere. Chapter 21. The Relics of a Scholar. After receiving a motivational speech and a rather rustic accolade in the principal's office, Xu Chen's life did not immediately transition into a full-time preparation mode for competitions. According to regulations, provincial first-round participants would not gather in the provincial capital for a month-long CMO pre-training until mid-October, followed by the finals in November. He still had at least 2 weeks of freedom, even though teacher Chen Jiaoping had granted him special permission to study at home without attending school. Xu Chen opted to return to the classroom of Class 2-3. On one hand, he genuinely relished the unique ambience of the classroom, infused with chalk dust, the scent of printed books, and the exuberance of adolescent hormones. On the other hand, some of his competition materials were still stored in his desk. However, as he entered the classroom amidst the ringing of the morning bell, he was greeted by an unprecedented scene. The once boisterous classroom fell eerily silent the moment he pushed open the door. Dozens of eyes abruptly focused on him, not with the gaze of an ordinary classmate, but with a mixture of curiosity, reverence, admiration, and a hint of the awe reserved for rare and endangered species. The air remained still for 2 seconds. Then, someone initiated a round of applause, which quickly erupted into a thunderous ovation and whistling. "Wow, the top student has returned. Tian Yi, alive. Let me bask in your aura. Chingge, glance my way. Bless me to pass math this time." Xu Chen's desk mate, Wang Fatty, exaggeratedly rushed over, hugging Xu Chen's leg. Tian Yi, my dear brother, please, let me touch your head for good luck in physics. Xu Chen thought to himself, what the heck? This is absurd. He extended a finger and precisely tapped Wang Fatty on the pressure point. Wang Fatty yelped and released his grip. Xu Chen navigated through the throngs of ecstatic classmates and returned to his seat, only to be struck dumb. His desk was utterly bare. Not only were his competition materials missing, but even his math, physics, and chemistry textbook from the previous semester, along with several unused scrap papers, had vanished without a trace. The entire surface was so pristine it appeared as though it had been licked clean, even glistening faintly, as if someone had been polishing it daily. Stolen? Flashed through Xu Chen's mind, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Who would steal such things? Therefore, the most plausible explanation is. He turned to his desk mate, Wang Fatty, who had just gotten up, a sycophantic grin plastered on his face as he rubbed his arms. Wang Fatty, feeling uneasy under Xu Chen's gaze, chuckled nervously and confessed, Chingu, your books and notebooks were taken by everyone. Taken? Yes. Wang Fatty whispered conspiratorially. You wouldn't believe it. In the 2 days you were gone, your seat practically became a tourist attraction. During breaks, a crowd gathered to admire it, claiming they wanted to soak up the aura of the scholar. Then someone led the charge, saying your textbooks were the secrets of the top student. Blessed by some higher power, and since he wouldn't be returning to school, these items became relics of a scholar. As he spoke, he carefully produced a math textbook from his desk drawer, revealing Xu Chen's name emblazoned on the cover. I managed to snag one of your math books, Wang Fatty exclaimed, beaming as if he had just won the lottery, intending to take it home and enshrine it, offering daily prayers. Since Xu Chen was the best in mathematics, his math book was deemed the most potent relic, and Wang Fatty, as Xu Chen's deskmate, naturally reaped the benefits of proximity. A subtle twitch crossed Xu Chen's lips. He took the math book from Wang Fatty and opened it. The pages were pristine and white, devoid of any markings save for the printed text, nothing else. But there's nothing written in it, Xu Chen stated, noting the obvious. I know, Wang Fatty replied with unwavering confidence. That is precisely what makes it incredible. Chingu, you don't even need to take notes in class. You remember everything with your mind. What does that signify? It means this book has been spiritually blessed by you. It doesn't just contain knowledge. It embodies the brilliance of wisdom. Xu Chen took a deep breath, feeling his intellect being mildly challenged. At that moment, a girl from the front row leaned in, clutching a wrinkled scrap of paper as though it were a winning lottery ticket. Chingu, this is the only scrap of paper I found on your desk. Though it only has a single auxiliary line drawn on it, I feel it contains the essence of mathematical truth. Can I get it laminated? Xu Chen glanced at the paper. That was just something I doodled out of boredom last time. He sighed, rubbing his forehead. You can take it. But there's truly nothing on it. We understand. The entire class chimed in unison, each wearing an expression that conveyed a shared understanding of maintaining humility. Xu Chen resigned himself to silence. He quietly sat down, deciding to ignore the commotion. However, he soon realized this was merely the beginning. In the subsequent classes, Xu Chen fully experienced the sensation of being a mascot. During a math lesson, teacher Chen Xiaoping posed a challenging problem. As the problem was written on the blackboard, the classroom fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the sound of students gasping. Any ideas? Teacher Chen adjusted his glasses and surveyed the class. The response was a synchronized movement of 45 heads bowing down. Students either pretended to write furiously or shielded their faces with their books, perfectly embodying the essence of collective evasion. Chen Xiaoping's gaze instinctively drifted towards the corner of the classroom. There sat Xu Chen, calmly engrossed in a volume titled Research Topics in Combinatorial Mathematics, completely oblivious to the lesson. A sense of yearning stirred within Chen Xiaoping. He truly wished to call Xu Chen to the front to demonstrate to the students what a genuine dimensional reduction assault looked like. However, reason restrained him. The objective of this class was to enlighten the remaining students. Xu Chen had already surpassed the need for such instruction, and summoning him would contribute little to the educational goal. After an awkward silence lasting a full minute, every pair of eyes in the room, as if orchestrated, turned towards Xu Chen. Their gazes were laden with anticipation, dependence, and a plea for rescue. Observing this scenario, Chen Xiaoping resignedly stepped in to ease the tension, clearing his throat and addressing the class. Ahem, this problem is far too simple for Xu Chen. We shan't waste his time. Allow me to explain it to you. As his words fell, a collective sigh of relief washed over the class, as if they had been granted clemency. By the afternoon's English class, the atmosphere remained equally peculiar. The notoriously strict English teacher, Ms. Liu, ascended the podium clutching a stack of dictation papers, her piercing gaze sweeping across the classroom. The text assigned for recitation in the previous lesson was now to be assessed. One by one, students were called upon to recite, until it was Xu Chen's turn. She glanced at him, offered a slight nod, and then promptly skipped over him. The entire class understood the unspoken message contained in that glance. You are destined for national competitions, traversing a path far grander than our meager college entrance exam bridge. We shall not squander your precious time. Meanwhile, Xu Chen remained steadfastly engaged with his book, relentlessly pursuing his studies. The teachers, recognizing his exceptional status, merely exchanged knowing nods, refraining from interference. This extraordinary treatment persisted for a full 3 days. Xu Chen's desk transformed into a wishing well for the class. With students daily reaching out to touch its corners, his freshly written scratch paper would swiftly vanish, even during his afternoon nap. One ambitious peer attempted to snip a lock of his hair as a talisman for academic prowess. Ultimately, after discovering yet another meticulously packaged bag of walnuts accompanied by a note requesting Xu Chen to bless them for intellectual enhancement, he resolved that it was time to depart. This environment, rife with irrational adulation, had begun to severely hinder his academic efficiency. He sought out Chun Jiaping's office to formally request an extended leave. Very well. Chun Jiaping replied with a smile as he signed the leave note, his eyes reflecting a sense of pride. Indeed, this small pawn of the school may struggle to contain you now. Return home and prepare diligently. The CMO is the true battleground, filled with the nation's finest mathematical prodigies. He paused, his tone imbued with a hint of nostalgia. During this time, I urge you to seek out some CMO courses online. Frankly speaking, our school lacks experience in mentoring CMO candidates. Much will depend on your own initiative. In October, the province will organize a training camp where esteemed teachers from prestigious institutions will guide you. The training will be highly professional, and I am confident will be beneficial. He gazed at the youth before him, a lengthy sigh escaping his lips as his expression turned complex and sincere. Xu Chen, to speak candidly, I have taught for nearly 30 years, and to encounter a student of your caliber before retirement truly feels rewarding. He shook his head, correcting himself. No, it's not about teaching, it's about encountering. I understand that in mathematics, my ability to assist you is dwindling. It won't be long before you leave me far behind. However, he looked earnestly at Xu Chen. In the future, should you encounter any directional dilemmas or navigate the complexities of human relationships, as long as you still regard me as your teacher, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. I will do all I can to support you in that regard. This heartfelt discourse transcended the ordinary teacher-student relationship. Xu Chen listen quietly, sensing the genuine affection and expectations woven into the words of this middle-aged educator. He refrained from uttering excessive pleasantries, simply standing upright and offering a slight bow to Chun Jiaping. Thank you, Teacher Chen. I will remember your words. Simple, yet profoundly weighty. Chapter 22, Embarking on University Course Studies. With over a month remaining until the CMO training, this period of complete freedom felt even more exhilarating to Xu Chen than summer vacation. There were no morning readings, no evening study sessions, and even summer assignments were absent. Time was entirely his to command. Yet, leisure was not on his agenda. To him, unraveling a complex mathematical problem, with its logical deductions culminating in moments of clarity, induced a dopamine rush far exceeding that of any video game triumph. Chun Jiaping and the school had truly invested considerable effort, utilizing every available connection to procure a wealth of top-tier competition materials for him. Among these were even a few unpublished internal handouts used by the national training team, their covers unadorned, lacking even an ISBN number. Li Fan also contributed significantly. Following the previous celebratory gathering where he gifted a precious notebook, this time, he presented Xu Chen with an entire box brimming with untouched past exam papers, simulation tests, and internal handouts, all amassed from the prestigious Key to Success tutoring program in the provincial capital. This towering stack of materials, from the classic Olympiad mathematics tutorial to nearly a decade's worth of CMO and IMO past papers, and those deeply insightful specialized lectures, resembled a small mountain on Xu Chen's desk. However, the speed at which he leveled this mountain of knowledge was astonishing, due to some overlap with previously acquired knowledge. Xu Chen selectively skimmed through only the unfamiliar content, completing the entire set in just 2 days. As he closed the last set of notes, he exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair, feeling physically drained yet remarkably invigorated. He couldn't help but reminisce about the provincial competition's examination hall. In the final 2 questions of the second exam, he had solely relied on the extraordinary enhancement from the focus capsule, successfully deriving established theorems on the spot. Without that advantage, he surely would have run out of time. Had he failed to solve those two questions, not even a second-place finish would have been guaranteed, let alone a first. To gain admission into a top university through mathematics competitions would necessitate another year of waiting. But that would mean waiting until senior year to accomplish the primary task, and the system's evaluation would undoubtedly be subpar. Reflecting on this, now sent a shiver down his spine. Knowledge, indeed, is the most reliable weapon. While advantages are enticing, one cannot always rely on them for salvation. Consistent accumulation is essential. Xu Chen massaged his temples, pulling his thoughts back into focus. After 2 days of relentless study, he tested himself with past CMO and IMO papers. The results were unequivocal. He completed them all within 40 minutes, with the slowest attempt not exceeding an hour. At this moment, Xu Chen had no blind spots in the realm of high school mathematics competitions. The knowledge systems of algebra, geometry, number theory, and combinatorics had coalesced into a clear and robust palace within his mind. This sensation was akin to playing an RPG game, having cleared all tasks in the novice village, maxed out all skill points, and explored every corner of the map. Yet, accompanying this achievement was a sense of boredom, or perhaps a unique emptiness reserved for the adept. Xu Chen pondered. Having completed the novice village, it was time to venture into broader horizons. A naturally occurring thought arose in his mind, to systematically study university-level mathematics. Although he had previously skimmed through some material, it resembled a blind man attempting to discern an elephant, lacking coherence. Now, with the foundation of high school mathematics firmly established, it was time to erect a more magnificent edifice upon it. However, the conventional learning path was evidently ill-suited to him. Following the university textbooks chapter by chapter would be inefficient. What he required was a targeted learning approach when encountering concepts he did not understand. He needed to be able to instantly search the internet for the most precise explanations and related knowledge frameworks. Thus, he decided to purchase a mobile phone. Other high school students use phones out of fear of impacting their grades. I use a phone to enhance my academic performance. Moreover, with the upcoming CMO training camp, I would be away from home for a month and indeed require a means of communication to stay in contact with my family. The 20,000 yuan prize money awarded by the principal finally found its purpose. The following day, he ventured into a street lined with mobile phone retailers in the city. Before the dazzling array of phone displays, he approached a counter of a certain domestic brand without hesitation, pointing to a mid-range model priced at 299 yuan, and said, "Hello, I would like this one." The saleswoman enthusiastically remarked, "You have a keen eye, handsome. However, we also have new flagship models that are exceptional for photography." "No, just this one," Xu Chen interrupted her. After all, his purpose for buying a phone was merely for convenience in communication, and he did not require excessive performance. His needs were quite simple: internet access, phone calls, and smooth operation. As for the exorbitantly priced imaging systems, they were entirely superfluous to him. After all, he had no intention of becoming an internet celebrity. The camera's sole purpose would likely be for scanning codes and perhaps taking a couple of pictures of blackboard notes. Ultimately, Xu Chen paid over 3,000 yuan for the phone. At the moment the payment was successfully processed, he felt a twinge of regret. Although he was no longer short on funds, this was his first significant expenditure using his own earnings. With the phone in hand and a SIM card activated, Xu Chen promptly dialed teacher Chen Xiaoping's number. "Hello, Teacher Chen, it's me, Xu Chen." "Ah, Xu Chen, what is the matter? Have you encountered a difficult problem?" The warmth in Chen Xiaoping's voice remained unchanged. "Not exactly a problem," Xu Chen replied in a calm tone, stating facts. "I have essentially finished reviewing the high school competition materials you provided me." He deliberately chose the words essentially and finished rather than completed and mastered, to avoid overly alarming the teacher's sensitive nerves. However, he had underestimated the impact of his words. There was a 3-second silence on the other end of the line. All of it." Chen Xiaoping's voice escalated in pitch, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Have you also reviewed the internal training materials I recently sent you?" "Yes, I have reviewed them." Xu Chen reflected for a moment and added, "The various proof methods for several theorems within were quite intriguing." Xu Chen distinctly heard a sharp intake of breath on the other end of the phone. He even suspected that Teacher Chen might have inhaled the phone itself. "It seems that my learning pace has indeed surpassed the comprehension of the average human." "So, the reason you called," Chen Xiaoping's voice now sounded somewhat weakened, as if he had just sprinted 1,000 meters, "is that I would like to ask you to recommend a few classic university mathematics textbooks, as well as some books that broaden perspectives, so I can prepare in advance." "All right," he steadied himself, his tone brimming with uncontainable excitement and admiration. "Please hold on. I will compile a reading list for you. You can start with these introductory texts." A few minutes later, Xu Chen received a lengthy text message on his phone. Xu Chen, university mathematics and high school mathematics are two distinct worlds with a vast system. I will first recommend a few foundational texts. These are the most commonly used textbooks in domestic university mathematics departments and are essential. You must thoroughly grasp them. Mathematical Analysis, East China, Normal University Edition. Advanced Algebra, Peking University Edition. Spatial Analytic Geometry, Qiu Weisheng Edition. These three, colloquially known as the three essentials, serve as foundational entry points to university mathematics. Their content is robust, and the system is complete, sufficient to tackle the vast majority of problems. In particular, East China Normal University's mathematical analysis is logically rigorous, with high-quality exercises, making it exceptionally suitable for self-study. If you find yourself with extra capacity and wish to solidify your foundation further and explore more deeply, I strongly recommend you consider the following advanced texts. Calculus by Fichtenholz, 3 volumes and 8 books. Introduction to Algebra by Kostalayan. Real Analysis by Terence Tao. The first two are pinnacle works from the golden age of Soviet mathematics, revered by our generation of mathematics students as sacred texts, especially that set of Calculus. We refer to it as Fichtenholz or the Brick Book. It covers a vast array of topics in meticulous detail, and understanding it will give you a significant advantage in analytical foundations over your peers. The latter text, Real Analysis by Terence Tao, authored by the contemporary mathematical genius Tao, offers a fresh perspective that will aid you in comprehending the essence of mathematical analysis. These books are challenging, but the insights gained from them will be immeasurable. Finally, let me recommend a few extracurricular readings to expand your thinking. While you're not required to understand them completely, they primarily serve to immerse you in the allure of modern mathematics. What is mathematics? By R. Courant and H. Robbins. Mathematics, its content, methods, and meaning, edited by the Mathematical Institute of the Soviet Academy of Sciences. A Mathematician's Apology by G. H. Hardy. These texts are not traditional textbooks. Rather, they resemble discussions on mathematical thought. What is mathematics? Will help you establish a macro understanding of the entire discipline. The Soviet collection provides a broad perspective on how various branches of mathematics interrelate, and Hardy's booklet is a heartfelt confession from a pure mathematician regarding the beauty of mathematics. Peruse them whenever you have the opportunity. It will greatly aid in your understanding of why one should study mathematics. Xu Chen gazed at the information-packed text message, feeling that Teacher Chen had indeed put great thought into compiling this reading list. Subsequently, Xu Chen opened the recently downloaded Taobao app on his phone, entered the titles into the search bar one by one, and added them to his shopping cart. Then his impulsive fingers tapped on the recommended items. Complex Analysis? Sounds more advanced than Real Analysis. By Ordinary Differential Equations? The name itself exudes prestige. By Lectures on Point Set Topology? Topology. Sounds impressive. Buy. Like a child in a candy store, he filled his shopping cart to the brim. When he clicked to check out and saw the total amount flashing on the screen, 278, 650 yuan, he felt that familiar, agonizing sensation of his heart bleeding. My wallet is crying out in despair. However, investing in the mind is the highest return on investment in the world. It's a worthy expenditure. Chapter 23. The Bounty of the Mathematics Community. After completing his online book purchases, Xu Chen had to wait 1 to 2 days for delivery. During this time, he did not remain idle. Having acquired his phone, he was eager to explore the digital realm. However, while his peers were engrossed in short videos, gaming, and browsing forums, Xu Chen's exploration took a rather unconventional path. He entered keywords such as mathematics, frontiers, and conjectures into his browser. Soon, he stumbled upon a revelation that profoundly altered his perception. The realm of pure mathematics was far from the desolate formulas and isolated ivory towers he had envisioned. Instead, it unveiled a vibrant world brimming with intrigue, rewards, and honor akin to a martial arts arena. His attention was first drawn to the illustrious names associated with the Millennium Prize problems, which the Clay Mathematics Institute had deemed worthy of a $1 million reward. The Riemann hypothesis, the Poincaré conjecture, the P versus NP problem. Each title loomed like legendary martial arts techniques, perched atop the pinnacle of the mathematical domain. They represented the ultimate challenges to human intellect, the unfinished dome of the grand edifice of mathematics. Solving any one of these would etch a mathematician's name alongside the likes of Euler and Gauss in the annals of history. In addition to these millennium problems, he encountered numerous other prestigious bounties, such as the 25,000 reward for the Bill conjecture, the 1 million prize for gold box conjecture, and various mathematical breakthrough awards established by affluent individuals or foundations. These still belong to the realm of elite mathematicians. Enough of this. He decisively closed the webpage. I can't even comprehend the questions, let alone solve them. What is meant to be will be. What is not meant to be should not be forced. Onward to the next. He continued his exploration, and soon a more accessible world beckoned to him. In a post on an academic forum, he encountered the name of Professor Sun Jiwei from Jinling University. Following the link, he arrived at a remarkably humble personal blog. Xu Chen discovered that Professor Sun possessed extraordinary expertise in number theory and combinatorial mathematics, and harbored a remarkable passion for proposing conjectures. He had even published a book titled New Conjectures in Number Theory and Combinatorics, which compiled a staggering 820 challenging conjectures of his own invention. Intrigued, Xu Chen clicked on the introductions of several conjectures. Conjecture 1. Every integer n greater than 1 can be expressed in the form in a, b, 3, c, 5d, where a, b, c, and d are non-negative integers. Reward, 3, 500. Conjecture 2. Every non-negative integer n can be expressed in the form nx, y, 3, y, 12, z, 5, z, 12, where x, y, and z are non-negative integers. Reward, 135. Conjecture 3. There exists a series relation k0 to 1 tk2, 15301. Reward, 300. These conjectures varied in complexity. Some appeared deceptively simple, understandable even to high school students, while others entailed intricate number-theoretic functions and series, exuding a professional elegance. What astonished Xu Chen even further was that Professor Sun had personally funded the rewards for most of these conjectures, with amounts ranging from a little over $100 to several thousand. How fascinating. Xu Chen's fingers glided across the screen. He realized that these conjectures resembled a meticulously designed progression of challenges. Those offering rewards of several $100s were within his grasp, and he could vaguely formulate some indistinct ideas, sensing that after completing basic university mathematics courses, he might be able to tackle them. Conversely, those with rewards in the thousands clearly necessitated deeper expertise and research experience. There is even a conjecture for which Professor Sun noted. This conjecture might exceed current human solving capabilities. Xu Chen merely needed to ascend through the tiers of rewards, alleviating the burden of identifying suitable challenges. This is akin to a comprehensive guide for leveling up from novice to master in mathematics. This discovery made Xu Chen realize, for the first time, that pure intellectual endeavors could directly translate into tangible rewards. It was a novel and intriguing experience for him. However, he did not immediately dive in. Most of these conjectures require mathematical tools from university or even higher levels. My current knowledge base is insufficient. Forcing myself to solve them would yield minimal results. He continued to meander through the online world, and soon, a more fitting arena for his present stage emerged. Through a competition group chat, he followed a public account named Su Kanghua Competition Excellence. The operator, Teacher Su Kanghua, was a senior high school teacher and a well-known expert in mathematics competition problem formulation. Behind this public account lay a highly active community of high school mathematics competition enthusiasts. Upon perusing the historical articles of the account, Xu Chen discovered a frequently recurring section titled Bounty for Solutions. Reward, 50 yuan for a more optimal proof of an inequality problem. Reward, 100 yuan for a purely geometric solution to a geometry problem. Reward, 300 yuan for a challenge involving an IMO-level combinatorial problem. Here, the rewards were modest, typically ranging from 50 to 500 yuan. Xu Chen learned that teacher Su published these bounties both to gather clever solutions to various competition problems, enriching his teaching and problem formulation resources, and to maintain community engagement, providing a platform for mathematics enthusiasts to interact and hone their skills. Isn't this just the daily tasks and bounty board of a novice village? A subtle smile crept across Xu Chen's lips. Though the rewards are modest, they are plentiful. Perfectly suited for someone like me, just out of the novice village and yet to don a full set of blue gear. This was tailor-made for Xu Chen at this stage. Despite his remarkable talent, he had only recently begun engaging with competitions, and his practice volume and problem-solving experience were relatively lacking. The bounties here precisely compensated for that. First, the problems were of competition level, perfectly aligned with the knowledge he had already mastered. Secondly, they sought more innovative solutions. This demanded a deep understanding of the concepts and creative thinking, compelling him to approach the same problem from multiple angles, thereby enriching his comprehension of the essence of mathematics. A subtle smile graced Xu Chen's lips. He did not rush to seek out the latest bounties to test his skills. Instead, he took a keen interest in perusing the expired bounty posts, especially the comment section below. Upon doing so, he felt as if he had struck gold. He discovered that the comment section was far more captivating than any competition supplementary material he had previously perused. Those supplementary resources often provided only one or two optimal, carefully selected standard answers for efficiency. They revealed the quickest route to the summit, yet failed to illuminate the scenic vistas along the way, nor the paths and cliffs encountered. In contrast, the comment section served as a complete navigational map. For the same problem, various solutions emerged. Some employed coordinate systems and analytical geometry for a dimensional reduction approach, a process as laborious as an ox pulling a cart, yet clear in its reasoning. Methodically transforming a geometric problem into algebraic computations. Others utilized vectors and trigonometric functions, deftly maneuvering through a sea of symbols, showcasing remarkable computational skills. And yet others presented imaginative auxiliary line constructions, their ideas dazzling, though they stumbled at a crucial step, leaving behind a note that subsequent thoughts were pending, sparking a cascade of discussions and supplementary contributions. Some solutions, due to excessive computational demands or limitations in knowledge, were merely preliminary frameworks, unable to progress further. So that is how it is. Xu Chen read with rapt attention. For him, solving these problems had ceased to pose any significant challenge. However, the myriad, and one might even say erroneous or inefficient methods, opened a veritable portal to a whole new realm. They illuminated the various manifestations of a mathematical problem across different knowledge systems, allowing him to grasp why certain approaches led to dead ends, while others, albeit clumsy, proved remarkably reliable. This represented an understanding at the anatomical level of problem solving. My innate talent enables me to swiftly identify optimal solutions, yet my lack of experience leaves me woefully ignorant of those non-optimal pathways. Herein lies the perfect remedy for my greatest shortcoming. He promptly bookmarked several particularly insightful discussions, preparing to meticulously explore each method at his leisure. This promised far greater rewards than merely tackling 100 new problems in quick succession. After nearly an hour of perusing historical records, Xu Chen returned contentedly to the public account as homepage and opened the latest reward for solution. On the screen, a geometrical problem lay quietly, with a bounty of 200 yuan. The accompanying diagram was succinct, the conditions clear, presenting a planar geometry problem concerning a cyclic quadrilateral and angle bisectors. Below it, only a smattering of comments were found, most merely hinting at vague ideas. Given that these problems required a certain level of university mathematics knowledge to apply innovative methodologies, Xu Chen noted down several relatively new questions to ponder in due course. Chapter 24, Self-Studying University Mathematics, Mathematics LV1. 2 days later, a massive cardboard box was laboriously brought upstairs by a puffing delivery worker. "Little brother, did you order dumbbells? They're incredibly heavy." Xu Chen expressed his gratitude, closed the door, and sliced open the tape with a box cutter. He carefully extracted the books, arranging them neatly on his desk, reminiscent of a general inspecting his troops. Let us commence with the 3 core subjects. Calculus and advanced algebra shall serve as the 2 main threads, progressing in tandem, while analytical geometry will act as a supplement. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew the first volume of Mathematical Analysis from East China Normal University and the first volume of Advanced Algebra for Peking University. He vaguely recalled encountering some university students' lamentations about these 2 subjects while browsing online. Once, there was a tree called Advanced Mathematics, from which many hung. Linear algebra, from inception to abandonment, required merely to turn to the first page. Only after studying real variable functions did one realize the gentleness of mathematical analysis. These self-deprecating remarks echoed the sheer terror these courses represented for the average student. Xu Chen opened mathematical analysis to the first chapter on real number sets and functions. It commenced with the renowned completeness axiom, along with related concepts such as Dedekind cuts, the nested interval theorem, and Cauchy convergence criteria, cornerstones in constructing the edifice of analysis, and the first formidable hurdle for countless first-year students. For the average student, this initial concept was enough to leave them dizzy. Yet for Xu Chen, the beauty of logic, building the entire mathematical edifice step by step from foundational axioms, enveloped him in an unprecedented intoxication. Rather than memorizing conclusions, he delved straight into the proofs. Each step, every utilization of symbols, appeared remarkably lucid to him. Time slipped by unnoticed. The daylight outside shifted from bright to dark, then back to light. Xu Chen was wholly immersed in this pure world of symbols and logic. When hunger struck, he nibbled on some bread. When thirst arose, he sipped cool water. His mind operated at an unprecedented velocity, greedily absorbing this fresh knowledge. When he finally lifted his gaze from the book, rubbing his slightly sore eyes, he found a morning light streaming through the window. In just a single night, he had thoroughly mastered the first 4 chapters of mathematical analysis: real number theory, limit theory, differentiation of single variable functions, and integration of single variable functions. Similarly, he had completely grasped the first 3 chapters of advanced algebra: polynomials, determinants, and systems of linear equations. Such a learning pace, if known to any professor in a university mathematics department, would surely elicit a profound existential crisis. At that moment, Xu Chen heard a long-forgotten, cold mechanical notification sound in his mind. Detected enhancement in host's mathematical knowledge, earning 15 experience points in the mathematics discipline. Mathematics level has increased. Current mathematics discipline level, LV1, 0500. Xu Chen paused momentarily, then summoned his attribute panel. He observed that his mathematics level had ascended from LV0 to LV1. Meanwhile, other subjects such as physics, chemistry, and informatics remained stagnant at LV0, with only single-digit experience points, as was anticipated. Mathematics forms the foundation of all natural sciences, the language that describes the universe. Elevating my mathematics level now will undoubtedly yield exponential benefits in future studies of other disciplines. Xu Chen closed his eyes, carefully attuning himself to the changes brought about by this level increase. This was not merely an enhancement of memory or computational speed, but a profound transformation at the level of innate talent. If the level 0 version of himself viewed mathematical problems as navigating a 2-dimensional map, capable of finding paths, but limited in perspective, then the level 1 version seemed to have an instantaneous elevation of viewpoint into a 3-dimensional space. He could clearly discern how limit theory in mathematical analysis interlinked with linear spaces in advanced algebra, how coordinate transformations in analytical geometry fundamentally related to matrix operations in linear algebra, and how the roots of polynomials might find more elegant interpretations within the framework of complex analysis. The various branches of mathematics no longer appeared as isolated islands in his mind, but rather interconnected continents linked by countless invisible bridges. He acquired a mathematical intuition far stronger than before, a terrifying ability to swiftly grasp the essence of problems, anticipate solution pathways, and even engage in cross-disciplinary associations among different branches of mathematics. What a marvelous sensation. Subsequently, the system prompted again, "Ding, congratulations, host, on leveling up and receiving an upgrade treasure chest X1. Treasure chest draw probabilities, 50 for memorabilia, 45 for level 13 items, 4 for level 35 items, 1 for level 6 items. The previous novice treasure chest guaranteed an item. This time, the upgrade treasure chest carries a 50 chance of yielding nothing." Xu Chen mused, "Next, I shall see whether I am favored by fortune or cursed by misfortune." He took a deep breath, silently intoning, "Open." The unassuming treasure chest in the system's inventory radiated a gentle glow. As the light faded, the system's notification sound echoed. "Congratulations, host, on acquiring memorabilia, an unremarkable water pen." The corner of Xu Chen's mouth twitched. "I'm at a loss to draw such a low probability treasure chest for the first time and end up with this. A 50 chance, and yet a total bust." With a thought, he retrieved this spoils from the system space. In the next moment, a sleek, entirely black water pen appeared in his hand, its design minimalist and devoid of any logos. Upon removing the cap, one notices that the craftsmanship of the pen's nib is indeed exquisite. When disassembling the barrel, the internal components, the ink cartridge, the spring, and the overall structure are nearly indistinguishable from those of an ordinary ballpoint pen. It truly seems to be a mere souvenir. He chuckled wryly, casually taking a piece of hotel stationery, and, with this new pen, inscribing a line of the Euler's identity, EI10. The writing flowed smoothly, with ink dispensing effortlessly. Well, although it is just a keepsake, the tactile experience is quite pleasant. He replaced the cap and slipped the pen into his backpack. In mid-October, the day of the CMO provincial training camp commenced. Xu Chen, carrying a simple backpack, arrived in the provincial capital, Linnan. The so-called training camp resembled a vast study hall, where 25 of the province's most gifted mathematicians were gathered for a 20-day intensive learning experience, adhering to a unified schedule. Occasionally, teachers would come to elucidate some challenging problems, but for the most part, self-discipline was paramount. During the initial meeting of the training squad, the team leader, Mr. Zhang Jingguo, an unyielding middle-aged man with spectacles, briefly introduced the distinctions between the CMO and the provincial competition. First and foremost, it is essential for everyone to grasp that the CMO, or the National High School Mathematics Olympiad, commonly referred to as the winter camp, is a completely different concept from the provincial competition you previously participated in, Mr. Zhang's voice resonated throughout the quiet classroom. He surveyed the room filled with youthful prodigies, a faint smile gracing his lips before he continued, before discussing the differences. Allow me to congratulate you all. To be seated here is, in itself, a significant achievement. Although our Jiangnan province has abolished the direct bonus point policy for academic competitions in college entrance examinations, what you have acquired is far more precious than mere points. All universities ranked above 985, particularly the prestigious Tsinghua and Peking universities, have specific leniency policies for students excelling in individual subjects. As long as you have qualified for the winter camp, it is akin to possessing a voucher for admission to esteemed institutions. Some schools are willing to lower admission scores by 20 points, and some may even grant admission at the first-tier line. It can be said that from a moment you secured first place in the province, your safety net of universities has already expanded to include options among the 985 institutions. His words elicited a wave of suppressed excitement throughout the classroom. For these diligent scholars who had toiled for years, this was undoubtedly the most exhilarating morale booster. Mr. Zhang raised his hand to signal for silence, his smile fading into a serious demeanor. However, I hope your aspirations extend beyond this. The provincial competition assesses your proficiency, while the CMO evaluates the depth of your thinking and creativity. The number of problems is fewer, yet each question may represent a fortress requiring an hour or two of your time to conquer. He paused before continuing. The competition schedule is also more grueling. 2 days, with one event each day, each lasting 4.5 hours, during which you must solve only 3 problems. This means you will need to tackle a question that far surpasses the difficulty of the final problem in the provincial competition within an average of 1.5 hours. This poses a tremendous challenge to your knowledge base, problem-solving techniques, as well as your stamina and psychological resilience. Your aim should be the gold medal, the silver medal, or even entry into the national training team to vie for guaranteed admission. After Mr. Zhang meticulously outlined the scope of the examination, important considerations, and other details, the session transitioned into a round of self-introductions among the team members. As the provincial team members briefly acquainted themselves, a wave of surprise washed over them upon recognizing Xu Chen. It turned out he was the Xu Chen who had achieved a perfect score. Zhao Rui's gaze was particularly complex. He regarded Xu Chen with a mixture of scrutiny, resentment, and an unmistakable hint of jealousy. Losing to an unknown contender in the provincial competition weighed heavily on him. Xu Chen, of course, noticed the intricate emotions swirling in Zhao Rui's eyes. He recalled the seemingly concerned, yet subtly mocking words Zhao Rui had shared with Li Fan before the provincial competition. And observing Zhao Rui's current expression, caught between the desire to provoke and his own reluctance, evoked a quiet amusement within him. Intelligence and emotional intelligence are indeed 2 distinct talents. This Zhao fellow evidently had yet to grasp the nuances of emotional management. Chapter 25, CMO Provincial Training Camp. Subsequently, Mr. Zhang distributed a thick stack of brand new study materials to each student and announced, from now on, you will engage in self-study in the classroom. This set of materials has been specifically compiled for this training camp, encompassing all the core topics and classic problem types relevant to the CMO. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach the podium for one-on-one discussions with me. The classroom was instantly filled with the sound of pages turning. Xu Chen also picked up the materials, skimming through them. The first section focused on number theory, covering topics from congruence theory to quadratic residues and Gaussian integers. The second section delved into combinatorics, addressing everything from the pigeonhole principle to the principle of inclusion-exclusion, and culminating in generating functions and combinatorial identities. For the other team members, these problems represented materials that required repeated practice or identification of gaps in knowledge. However, for Xu Chen, they were rather mundane. While he had indeed lacked these techniques prior to the provincial competition, he had since reviewed the relevant competition knowledge, thoroughly covering all necessary points. Furthermore, his mathematical aptitude had now reached LV1, marking a significant qualitative leap in his understanding of mathematics. Thus, engaging with these materials now felt like a waste of time. He pulled back his thoughts, producing his phone and opening the familiar public account, Su Kanghua Competition Excellence. Compared to tackling these problems he had already mastered, he found it far more intriguing to explore the reward tasks better suited to his abilities. He opened a previously bookmarked problem, which was designated as having IMO-level difficulty in combinatorial geometry, with a reward of 300 yuan. It had been posted for nearly a week, and although there were dozens of discussions in the comments, no one had yet provided a satisfactory complete solution for the poster. Problem: in a plane, given n 3 points, no 3 of which are collinear, prove that there exists a triangle formed by 3 of these points, such that the interior of its circumcircle does not contain any of the other given points. This is a classic problem concerning the existence of a triangle with an empty circumcircle. In the comments, someone had already presented a conventional solution approach. Consider the line segments formed by all point pairs and select the shortest one, labeling it AB. Then, among the remaining n 2 points, find point C that maximizes the area of triangle ACB. Thus, ABC is the desired triangle. This reasoning is correct and aligns with the standard answer found in competition preparation books. However, the reward stipulation requires alternative solution methods. Xu Chen's gaze lingered on the screen for a moment as he began to contemplate. The conventional solution leverages the principles of minimum and maximum extrema. So, could one approach the problem from another perspective? For instance, the convex hull. Consider the convex hull of these endpoints. If one can demonstrate that a particular edge of the convex hull, together with another point, forms a triangle satisfying the condition, or perhaps proof by contradiction, assuming that all triangles' circumcircles contain other points, could one derive a contradiction? One idea after another flashed through his mind, only to be systematically dismissed. He understood, well, that tackling this problem from alternative perspectives fundamentally tested one's profound insight into the intrinsic connections between various branches of mathematics. On the surface, this problem appears to be a geometric one, but at its core, it is a combinatorial problem concerning existence. The conventional solution originates from a geometric standpoint, employing extrema to resolve it. Could we perhaps reverse our perspective and examine it through the lens of pure combinatorics, algebra, or even topology? This precisely encapsulates the challenge inherent in such inquiries. For the vast majority, their knowledge systems are modular. Geometry is distinct from algebra, which is separate from combinatorics. They excel at employing their adept skills to resolve problems within their respective domains. However, when tasked with interdisciplinary thinking, such as applying number theory to solve a geometric problem or utilizing topological concepts to construct a combinatorial proof, they find themselves grappling beyond their capabilities. This necessitates a macro understanding of the overarching structure of mathematics that transcends modular knowledge, enabling one to discern the underlying commonalities among various branches and to build bridges of communication between them. This, indeed, is the most invaluable ability Xu Chen acquired upon elevating his mathematical prowess to LV1. For instance, consider the convex hull of these endpoints. If one could demonstrate that a certain edge of the convex hull, in conjunction with another point, forms a triangle that satisfies specific conditions, this line of reasoning appears promising. It still seems tethered to the concept of extrema. Or perhaps, what about the method of contradiction? If we assume that the circumcircle of all triangles encompasses other points, can we leverage this hypothesis to construct an infinitely descending sequence of points or some geometrical structure that leads to a contradiction? This bears resemblance to Fermat's infinite descent method, a notion rooted in number theory. Ideas flickered through his mind, each scrutinized and deduced meticulously. The combinatorial geometry problem for which a reward was offered proved to be more formidable than Xu Chen had anticipated. He explored various approaches, but found that attempting to circumvent the classical principle of extrema in pursuit of an equally elegant and concise proof invariably led him into the quagmire of more complex case distinctions or necessitated the introduction of more advanced tools. Xu Chen soon recognized the crux of the issue. It appeared that his existing knowledge framework still harbored certain blind spots. Although he had mastered the entirety of high school competition content, confronting challenges of this caliber, especially those demanding innovative solutions, left him somewhat ill-equipped relying solely on his current toolbox. Consequently, during the ensuing 20-plus days of intensive training, Xu Chen devoted himself primarily to the study of university-level mathematics. Aiming to expand his mathematical arsenal, he arrived punctually at the classroom each day but scarcely glanced at the provided training materials. Instead, his desk was perpetually adorned with the unadorned covers of university textbooks, mathematical analysis, advanced algebra, and lectures on point-set topology. This incongruous state of affairs naturally attracted the attention of the team leader, Mr. Zhang. As the head of the provincial team, Mr. Zhang harbored high hopes for Xu Chen, the provincial competition champion, and thus kept a particularly watchful eye on him. On the third day of the training camp, during a break, Mr. Zhang summoned Xu Chen into the corridor. "Xu Chen," he said, adjusting his glasses and adopting a gentle tone. I've noticed that you haven't engaged much with the training materials these past few days. Is it that you find the problems too simplistic? Or are you encountering some difficulties? Neither, Xu Chen replied candidly. I have already mastered the concepts within the materials. I am currently previewing some subsequent knowledge at my own pace. Mr. Zhang paused, momentarily taken aback. You've already mastered them? He echoed, somewhat incredulous. The training materials have been meticulously crafted by him and several university professors, designed to challenge participants far beyond the provincial competition level, in order to prepare them for the rigors of the CMO. Indeed, Xu Chen affirmed with a nod. Mr. Zhang regarded Xu Chen's calm, unwavering eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. He felt the urge to question, but hesitated, as Xu Chen was the sole recipient of a perfect score at the provincial competition. He wished to caution him, yet the confidence exuded by Xu Chen seemed genuine, not a facade. Ultimately, he could only sigh and pat Xu Chen on the shoulder. Very well, I trust you have your own study plan. However, I must emphasize that the CMO is of great significance. One must not become complacent. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, Xu Chen replied. After posing several questions, to which he responded effortlessly, Mr. Zhang naturally relaxed his focus on Xu Chen. After all, geniuses are exceptional. One cannot manage them with conventional methods, as each possesses their own unique approach. In this uninterrupted period, Xu Chen reveled in the exhilarating influx of knowledge flooding his mind. He discovered that studying university mathematics afforded him unexpectedly profound advantages in tackling those competition challenges. For instance, upon learning the concept of compactness in topology, he returned to the proof concerning the circumcircle of triangles and suddenly found himself endowed with an entirely fresh perspective. It turns out that the steps involving the selection of the shortest segment and the largest angle in the conventional solution essentially exploit the compactness of bounded closed sets in the plane to guarantee the existence of extrema. Approaching it from this angle indeed presents a commendable line of reasoning. The acquisition of new knowledge and the intensity of thought steadily contributed to the growth of his experience level. After more than 20 days, as the training camp neared its conclusion, his mathematical experience points escalated from the initial 0,500 LV1 to 20,500, although the path to another upgrade still lay far ahead. The sensation of continuous progress filled him with immense satisfaction. The 20-day training camp was swiftly drawing to a close, and on the penultimate day, Mr. Zhang announced that a complete simulation of the CMO process would take place. The CMO competition spans 2 days, with exams held daily from 8 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., comprising 3 problems per session, totaling 6 significant questions over 2 days. Each question is worth 21 points, culminating in a total score of 126 points. This forthcoming test would not factor into any final results. Its purpose was simply to allow participants to experience the atmosphere and pressure of the CMO in advance. When the final test scores were projected onto the screen by Mr. Zhang, the classroom descended into an eerie silence. First place, Xu Chen. First session, 63 points, full score. Second session, 63 points, full score. Total score, 126 points, full score. In stark contrast, the second place contestant, Zhao Rui, amassed a total of 120 points. A chasm, a gulf, an insurmountable divide. Everyone stared in stunned disbelief at the glaring perfect score, their perceptions utterly overturned. Mr. Zhang's hand trembled slightly as he held the score sheet. He exchanged glances with several other teachers involved in the grading process, and in their eyes, they saw uncontainable joy and exhilaration. They had initially believed that Xu Chen's perfect score in the provincial competition was a stroke of luck. They had thought his apparent disregard for the training materials during the camp was a manifestation of a genius's capriciousness. Only at this moment did they truly comprehend. It was neither luck nor whimsy. It was a dimensionality reduction stemming from absolute prowess. We're secure now. A junior teacher leaned in close to Mr. Zhang, whispering in a dazed tone. It feels like we're solid for the top 3 in this year as CMO. As for securing first place, that is not out of the realm of possibility. Chapter 26, The Expedition to CMO. The day of departure has arrived. On the morning of November 12th, in the departure hall of Linnan International Airport, the 25 members of the Zhejiang Province CMO delegation gathered. This marked Xu Chen's inaugural flight. The team leader, Zhang Jingguo, displayed evident experience, orchestrating the entire boarding process with meticulous precision. Seated by the window, Xu Chen felt the powerful thrust against his back as the plane accelerated down the runway, and he experienced a slight sensation of weightlessness as it finally broke free from the Earth's grasp and soared into the clouds. This novel experience captivated his attention for approximately 10 minutes. However, as the airplane ascended into the stratosphere, the view outside transformed into an unchanging expanse of azure sky and wispy clouds, causing the initial thrill to swiftly dissipate. A sense of ennui began to quietly take root. Xu Chen's thoughts naturally drifted back to the mathematical problem he had been contemplating for some time, a combinatorial geometry question with a reward of 300 yuan. Prove. There exists a triangle formed by 3 of the given points such that the interior of its circumcircle does not contain any other specified points. The conventional solution relies on the principle of extrema, fundamentally rooted in compactness. Thus, is it possible to circumvent this analytical approach and employ a more pure combinatorial or geometric method for proof? His mind began to engage in abstract speculation without the aid of draft paper. Imagine subjecting these endpoints to a growth process. Envision each point as a circle center, initially with a radius of 0, and then all circles expanding their radii synchronously at the same rate. This process resembles casting n pebbles simultaneously onto a tranquil pond, creating n ever-expanding concentric ripples. When the ripples of any 2 circles first touch, connecting their centers yields a line segment. The perpendicular bisector of this segment serves as the boundary of influence between these 2 points. When the ripples of any 3 circles first converge at a single point, connecting their centers forms a triangle, with this point being the circumcenter of that triangle. A novel conceptual framework based on Voronoi diagrams and Delaunay triangulations slowly took shape in his mind. The triangle formed by the first intersection of these 3 points cannot contain any other points within its circumcircle. If it did, the circle corresponding to the enclosed point would necessarily intersect one of the 3 circles earlier, creating a contradiction. This line of reasoning appears viable, but necessitates rigorous mathematical language for validation. The 2-hour journey passed in the blink of an eye. Upon disembarking at Wuhan Tianhe Airport, a wave of air, distinctly damp and cool compared to linen, greeted them. The organizing committee from Wugong 3 Middle School had dispatched a bus for their transport. The team leader guided the members to their assigned accommodations with ease. The following day marked the commencement of the event. In the grand auditorium of Wugong 3 Middle School, which could seat 1,000. 510 of the nation's brightest young mathematicians gathered from 31 provinces, cities, and autonomous regions. Lengthy yet necessary speeches from the officials provided Xu Chen with a clearer understanding of the CMO. A leader from the organizing committee stood on the stage, his voice resonant and grave. Students, first and foremost, welcome to the heroic city of Wuhan for this year's China Mathematical Olympiad, known as CMO. Each of you represents the pinnacle of mathematical prowess among millions of high school students across the nation. Here, I shall elucidate the competition format and its significance. The CMO is not merely an examination. It is a selection process. Its full name is the National Middle School Mathematics Winter Camp. The term winter camp encapsulates its essence of intensive training and selection. This winter camp spans 5 days, with the core being the 2 examinations in the following days. Each exam lasts 4.5 hours, from 8 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., during which you are required to tackle 3 substantial problems. These 6 problems will comprehensively assess your depth of knowledge and innovative capabilities across the 4 major domains of algebra, geometry, number theory, and combinatorics. Based on your overall performance, we will award gold, silver, and bronze medals. The award ratio hovers around 70, meaning the majority of you present will return home with medals. However, the quality of the medal will determine your future trajectory. A bronze medal affirms your entry into the national finals. A silver medal opens the doors to autonomous admissions at top universities, while a gold medal signifies that you have reached the apex of achievement. The number of gold medals awarded each year is not fixed, typically around 100, fluctuating slightly. This implies that in order to secure a gold medal, you must rank within the top 20 among these 510 elite competitors. The competition will be exceedingly fierce. Moreover, a gold medal is not the end. The leader's tone intensified. Among all gold medalists, the top 60 in total score will be directly selected for the national training team. This, indeed, is the true purpose of the CMO. By entering the national training team, you will receive guidance from the nation's foremost coaching staff and undergo 2 more rigorous selection exams, ultimately determining 6 outstanding candidates to form the Chinese national team. Representing our country at next year's International Mathematical Olympiad, IMO. From provincial competitions to the national CMO and then to the international IMO. This is the complete Grand Slam path pursued by every mathematics competitor. Your battlefield extends beyond this test paper. Your ambitions reach for the stars and the sea. striving for national honor. This proclamation ignited a fervor among the youth in attendance. The climax of the opening ceremony featured a speech by a venerable, silver-haired academician from the mathematics community. As this esteemed figure ascended the stage, Xu Chen distinctly sensed that the accompanying teachers, as well as the event staff, instinctively straightened their posture, their eyes filled with reverence. It was Xu Chen's first encounter with an academician, and the aura of scholarly authority and the ability to elucidate profound mathematical concepts with a few succinct phrases left him deeply impressed by the weight of the term master. The entire process was solemn and imbued with a sense of ritual. The speaking and commemorative photographs consumed an entire morning. The afternoon was allocated for familiarizing oneself with the examination environment and for free interaction on campus. That evening, Teacher Zhang convened all team members once more in the conference room for a final pre-battle mobilization. Tomorrow morning, we rise promptly at 7. Breakfast at the first canteen at 7:30. No tardiness allowed. At 7:30, we depart from the dormitory and walk to the examination venue. ID cards and examination permits must be placed in your stationery bags tonight. After the exam, do not linger. Return directly to the hotel lobby to meet up, as I will be waiting here. No discussion of the problems. Teacher Zhang meticulously emphasized every detail, alleviating some of the tension among the team members. After the meeting concluded, Xu Chen returned to his dormitory. As the Zhejiang team consisted of 25 members with one individual assigned a single room, Xu Chen volunteered for solo accommodation. Naturally, Teacher Zhang granted the request without hesitation for this perfect scoring prodigy. After finishing his ablutions, Xu Chen lay on his bed, yet found no solace in slumber. His thoughts wandered back to that combinatorial geometry problem and the circular growth model he had conceptualized on the airplane. That intuitive, physically illustrative idea continued to swirl in his mind, leaving him restless with anticipation. He rose from his bed, retrieved some draft paper, and began to translate that model into rigorous mathematical language. Let the point set be P. For any point x in the plane and any point P in P, define a distance function d, x, p. Now, consider a time variable t0. For each point P, we can define a closed disk B, P, T, centered at P with radius T. My approach is to identify the first time point T, such that three disks B, P, T, B, P, T, and B, P, T intersect at precisely one point. This intersection point will be the circumcenter of triangle PPP. The pen glided swiftly across the paper, inscribing a series of symbols and lines of deduction, transforming the once nebulous thought into a progressively clearer vision. The crux of the matter lies in how to rigorously establish that the moment of their first intersection, denoted as T, must indeed exist and is unique. This pertains to the issue of continuity. One could construct a function, gt, defined as min ij, k, rp, where r represents the circumradius of the 3 points. As t increases this function, his train of thought encountered an impasse. He felt as though he had grasped the essence of the problem, akin to a mountaineer who has caught sight of the flag atop the summit, even feeling the mountain breeze upon his face. Yet beneath him lay an invisible chasm, unfathomably deep. He required a bridge, a pivotal lemma, or a clever transformation to traverse this abyss. He attempted the method of contradiction, assuming that at time t, the circumcircle contained another point P within. This would imply xp, where x denotes the circumcenter. This seemed to lead to a contradiction, yet the derivation was exceedingly cumbersome, involving complex geometric inequalities. No, there must be a more succinct approach. He gazed at the tangled symbols on his draft paper, sensing that he had strayed from the correct path. A glance at his phone revealed that it was nearly 11 o'clock. Never mind, I have an exam tomorrow. He inhaled deeply, forcibly halting his deductions, and carefully tucked the paper brimming with symbols into his book. Clearing his mind, he turned off the light and succumbed to slumber. Chapter 27. Epiphany in the Examination Hall. The following morning, Xu Chen awoke, his mind devoid of the usual post-sleep haze. The unfinished proof from the previous night echoed in the depths of his consciousness, like a melody on a continuous loop, resonating throughout the night. He sensed that he was but a step away from the ultimate answer. It was an exceedingly delicate, ineffable state, as if a crucial logical component lay just before him, shrouded in an impenetrable fog. He could perceive its existence, sketching its rough outline, yet he remained unable to discern its true form. The circular growth model he had constructed last night felt intuitively perfect. It transformed a static existence problem into a dynamic, visual process. This kind of thinking is not uncommon in mathematics. akin to converting combinatorial problems into random walks on graphs or employing potential energy functions from physics to address geometric inequalities. Yet, intuition ultimately requires rigorous proof to be crowned. What was it? What was the pivotal connection that could transform the entire circular growth model from an intuitive, physically tinted imagination into an irrefutable, rock-solid mathematical logic? Throughout the annals of mathematical history, countless great minds have grappled with similar dilemmas. Andrew Wiles, in his quest to prove Fermat's last theorem, secluded himself in an attic for 7 years, with his eventual breakthrough stemming from the moment he connected the Taniyama-Shimura conjecture with elliptic curves. This extreme focus on a problem is both a torment and a unique happiness exclusive to the thinker. Knock, knock, knock. The dormitory door was rapped upon, and a teammate's voice called out, "Xu Chen, it's 7 o'clock, time to get up." His thoughts were interrupted. Xu Chen glanced at the time and reluctantly set aside the conundrum in his mind. He swiftly washed up, donned his team uniform, and carefully folded the draft paper filled with deductions, placing it in his pocket. In the cafeteria, the aroma of breakfast failed to fully capture his attention. He mechanically stuffed buns into his mouth while his mind continued to engage in a silent tempest. The conversations of his teammates, filled with either tension or excitement, seemed to him as if filtered through frosted glass, blurred and insubstantial. On the way to the examination hall, Zhang Jingguo deliberately slowed his pace to walk alongside him. "Xu Chen, you seem preoccupied," he remarked, concern evident in his gaze. "Are you feeling a bit nervous? I noticed you hardly touched your breakfast." Xu Chen shook his head. "That's good." Zhang Jingguo assumed he was merely putting on a brave face and softened his tone, patting Xu Chen's shoulder like an older brother. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. In the CMO arena, anything can happen. Maintaining a good mindset is paramount. Just perform at your usual level. Your capabilities are well acknowledged by all your teachers. It would be a pity if nerves hindered your performance." "Yes, thank you, Teacher Zhang. I understand." Xu Chen nodded in appreciation. He recognized Zhang's good intentions, yet the concern weighing on him had nothing to do with nerves. It was a pure, unique state of a problem solver on the brink of conquering a formidable challenge. As for the CMO, to him, it was merely a set of ordinary problems that had long lost their challenge. At precisely 8 o'clock in the morning, the bell signaling the start of the exam resonated within the solemn examination hall. The papers were distributed, carrying the fragrant scent of ink. Xu Chen took a glance at the paper. The first question pertained to number theory, specifically a variant of Pell's equation. The second question involved combinatorics, dealing with graph coloring. The third question was centered around algebraic inequalities. All conventional patterns. Instantly, he discerned the essence of these 3 problems. For him, resolving them would require less than an hour of mechanical computation. It was akin to a fully leveled character returning to the novice village, observing once troublesome little monsters now with a sense of boredom. His gaze remained somewhat vacant, as if penetrating the paper before him, gazing into an invisible void constructed purely of logic. What is that pivotal connection? The properties of Delaunay triangulation? No, that essay result, not the proof process. The duality of Voronoi diagrams? It seems somewhat related, yet still insufficiently direct. His brain functioned like a supercomputer at full capacity, frantically searching, correlating, and deducing. Suddenly, akin to the moment described by the French mathematician Poincaré in his autobiography, as he stepped onto the carriage's footboard, the inspiration regarding the Fox function materialized in his mind without warning, fully formed. At this moment, as the last vestiges of pressure from the start bell pushed his focus to its zenith, a flash of insight cleaved through all the fog. It's the empty circle property. I have been attempting to prove a property that already exists and has been perfectly established. I fell into a cognitive trap. My circular growth model, in essence, is dynamically constructing a Delaunay triangulation. And the definition of Delaunay triangulation is that the circumcircle of any triangle within its triangulation does not contain any other points from the set. This is not a result I need to prove. It's an axiom I can utilize. I've been trying to create a car from scratch, forgetting that I merely needed to find the already existing key and start it. He had finally grasped it. The barrier that had plagued him all night was now utterly transparent at this moment. The sensation was akin to a martial arts master, having pondered over an unparalleled sword technique, unable to comprehend it until witnessing the trajectory of a falling leaf, leading to an instant epiphany of the technique's essence. An indescribable sense of relief surged from his tailbone, shooting straight to the crown of his head. I must write this down immediately. Xu Chen was acutely aware that such inspiration was akin to summer lightning, fleeting and ephemeral. If this moment is not seized, and one chooses to ponder it only after the examinations, it is likely that such an enlightening sensation may never be recovered. As for the CMO exam, I still have an hour. That's ample time. Let me first tackle this more exhilarating challenge. This pursuit transcends the mere 300 yuan reward. It is a pure manifestation of a problem solver's yearning for truth, an instinctive response to an intellectual challenge. Unable to contain his eagerness any longer, he swiftly pushed aside the CMO exam paper and began fervently scribbling on a sheet of draft paper. Meanwhile, Professor Li Jinhua, a seasoned academic from the mathematics department of Huazhong University of Science and Technology and the future head coach of the IMO training team, was relishing the unique joys of proctoring this examination. He could have easily delegated this responsibility, yet he willingly volunteered for such national mathematics competitions. For him, this was not merely a job, it was a distinctive pleasure. He cherished the opportunity to closely observe these young minds in the examination hall, witnessing how they grappled with formidable problems and the moments of inspiration that illuminated their faces. Throughout his decades-long career as an invigilator, he had witnessed countless confrontations between geniuses and challenging questions. At this moment, he strolled through the examination room, where the only sound was the quiet rhythm of breathing. In his eyes, this examination was less a mere assessment and more a brutal intellectual contest. The 3 questions printed on the paper resembled intricately designed mazes. Composed of the purest logic and the most cunning traps, the entrances were clearly visible, yet the insides were fraught with numerous branching paths, the vast majority leading to dead ends. The more than 500 young prodigies from across the nation were the boldest explorers within this labyrinth. He observed that most candidates, after a brief contemplation of the questions, fell into prolonged thought. Their brows furrowed, and their gazes became vacant, evidently constructing a mental map of problem-solving pathways, striving to uncover the singular light that led to the finish line amidst countless possibilities. A select few top-tier candidates had already begun to write. Chapter 28. What is he doing? Professor Li Jinhua's gaze fell upon a boy in the front row from Beijing No. 4 High School. He noted that the boy was engaged with the first question, a number theory problem involving a variant of the Pell equation. The Pell equation, in the realm of elementary number theory, is akin to a smooth ice wall, where conventional congruences and divisibility theories find it challenging to establish a foothold. The boy evidently possessed profound knowledge in this area. Without hesitation, he deployed the classic weapon of continued fractions to tackle such problems. His pen danced swiftly on the draft paper, producing intricate expansions of continued fractions akin to precise chains of logic, beginning to unravel the equation's underlying structure. The hidden trap of the equation's infinite solutions soon became evident, attempting to ensnare the boy's deductions in an endless cycle. Yet, he seemed to have anticipated this, calmly introducing the concept of periodicity. According to Lagrange's theorem, the continued fraction expansion of irrational numbers is infinite and non-repeating, while that of quadratic irrationals is infinite and periodic. He skillfully utilized the periodic nature of D's continued fraction expansion, successfully confining the infinite solutions within a finite structure, ultimately identifying the smallest positive integer solution, the fundamental solution. Eventually, he articulated the general solution of the equation through this fundamental solution, displaying rigorous logic and clarity in his steps. Impressive. Professor Li Jinhua Silan Li Praisa. This child's foundation in number theory has reached the level of a top university student. He then shifted his gaze to another side, where a girl from Shanghai was grappling with the second question, a combinatorial counting problem disguised as a graph theory question. This maze was even more cunning. Its entrance was marked by graph coloring, but its core led into the realm of generating functions. Initially, the girl seemed perplexed, attempting to forcefully breach the wall with the heavy hammer of the inclusion-exclusion principle, only to discover that the structure of the wall was exceedingly complex. Each strike resulted in a cascade of intricate combinatorial numbers, complicating the problem further. She quickly recognized her misstep, decisively abandoned that path, and began constructing a recursive relationship. The direction is correct, but the challenge has just begun. Professor Li Jinhua shook his head. The key to this maze lay in unraveling the intricately structured recurrence relation. Indeed, after deriving the recurrence relation, the girl found herself ensnared in difficulty. At that moment, she took a deep breath, determination flickering in her eyes. She ingeniously encoded the entire discrete recurrence relation into a power series. A bold approach. Professor Li Jinhua disowned her intention. She aimed to employ the generating function, which Laplace referred to as the analytical soul of probability theory, to transform the discrete sequence problem into a continuous function problem for resolution. This was an exceedingly clever transformation. akin to translating between different mathematical languages. However, this translation demanded a high level of proficiency in algebraic manipulation and calculus. Any misstep could lead to total failure. Across the examination hall, the prodigies were employing their knowledge of calculus, matrices, and Galois theory, tools painstakingly honed through rigorous study, to engage in a life-and-death struggle with these three mazes. Some successfully discovered a branch of the maze, earning partial credit. Others became lost in a trap, leaving a chaotic trail of calculations on their draft papers. Many more found themselves unable to take even the first step in the face of the maze's complex structure. Professor Li Jinhua reflected deeply as he observed the scene. This was the CMO, where the gap between genius and genius remained as vast as a chasm. Just then, he approached Xu Chen, a refined young man absorbed in fervent writing on his draft paper. Is this the perfect score from the Jiangnan team? Xu Chen? Professor Li Jinhua had a vivid impression of him. The discussion among the grading panel regarding this wild genius was fervent. A flicker of anticipation arose within him as he wondered how this legendary prodigy would employ his astonishing insights to unravel these three mazes. He quietly moved beside Xu Chen, his gaze falling upon the exam paper. To his astonishment, it was blank. The name and candidate number were neatly inscribed. Yet the answer spaces for the three questions remained untouched. What is going on? Has he given up? Or has the difficulty of the questions overwhelmed him? A twinge of disappointment surged within Professor Li Jinhua. He then shifted his attention to Xu Chen's draft paper, eager to discern where he had become stuck. The draft paper was filled with a dense array of symbols and figures. But wait, what is this? Professor Li Jinhua's pupils dilated in shock. He realized that what Xu Chen was developing on the draft paper bore no relation whatsoever to the three questions on the exam. It depicted complex point sets, intersecting circles, in terms such as Voronoi diagrams and Delaunay triangulations. What is he doing? Professor Li Jinhua was utterly bewildered. The three questions on the CMO paper, a number theory question, a combinatorial question, and an algebraic inequality, had no connection to computational geometry whatsoever. What on earth was he calculating? Was he employing a perspective so utterly incomprehensible to me, a cross-dimensional approach, to resolve one of these three questions? For instance, could one, akin to growth in Deke, employ an extraordinarily abstract perspective from algebraic geometry to unify seemingly unrelated domains? The moment this thought emerged, it was promptly dismissed by the very thinker himself. Impossible. Such a level of abstract reasoning is rare. Not only high school students, but even the most eminent mathematicians are few and far between in this regard. Moreover, the deductions scribbled on that draft paper were exceedingly concrete, addressing a specific geometric quandary. The sole explanation for this is that this candidate, amidst the fierce contest of the CMO, vying for the nation's highest honors while all geniuses were engaged in a relentless battle, was engrossed in his own mathematical inquiry. This conclusion struck Professor Li Jinhua with an unprecedented upheaval of his worldview. He recalled the legends surrounding the mathematician Erdos, the legendary figure who spent his life pondering mathematical problems, whether at a friend's wedding or during moments of waiting to board a flight. Yet that was in the realm of life. To divert one's attention to other mathematical problems in the CMO, a top-tier arena where every second counts and determines one's academic future, such a distraction transcends arrogance. It borders on madness. Chapter 29, he finally set pen to paper. Time. In Professor Li Jinhua's astonishment, passed another half hour. Within the examination hall, the first round had begun to reveal its outcomes. Several top contenders had successfully conquered the first problem and commenced their assault on the second fortress. With 4.5 hours allotted for the exam, each problem afforded an ample hour and a half. Yet over an hour had elapsed, and the majority of candidates remained ensnared in the quagmire of the first question. At this moment, Xu Chen finally paused his writing. He exhaled deeply, his face radiating a sense of pure relief and satisfaction. He meticulously reviewed the page filled with cryptic symbols, committing it to memory, for per regulations, the draft paper could not be taken from the examination room. He could only memorize it and await the conclusion of the exam to recreate it. At last, I have unraveled it. Xu Chen felt a clarity wash over him. Although this 300 yuan is modest, the joy of overcoming a challenging problem is priceless. Moreover, the system panel indicated an increase of 5 points in mathematical experience. It appears that employing innovative methods to solve mathematical problems is indeed an effective means of accruing experience. It sharpens one's thinking, generates income, and garners experience, proving far more efficient than merely repetitively solving problems. In any case, the CMO competition holds no pressure for me. acquiring some system experience is the most tangible reward. He organized his thoughts, and for the first time, his gaze formally settled upon the CMO paper before him. It was then that he noticed, unbeknownst to him until now, an invigilator had appeared beside him, regarding him with an expression akin to that of an extraterrestrial, utterly bewildered. Xu Chen glanced at the clock on the wall. 9:03. Has over an hour already passed? He offered a slightly embarrassed smile to Professor Li Jinhua, akin to a student caught daydreaming in class. Professor Li Jinhua had not moved away. Instead, he became increasingly intrigued. He wished to witness how this audacious individual, who had squandered more than an hour of precious time, would tackle the three mazes that even the top geniuses found daunting. What followed would be a scene that would profoundly challenge his understanding throughout his teaching career. Xu Chen turned his attention to the first problem. Problem 1. Determine all pairs of positive integers a and b such that both of 3 and ba3 are perfect squares. Professor Li Jinhua observed Xu Chen fixate on the problem for approximately 15 seconds before he began to write. He eschewed any complex scaling, instead directly introducing variable substitutions, letting up 3m and ba 3n. Subsequently, by subtracting the two equations, he derived mn of 1. A very conventional opening. Professor Li Jinhua Musha. But it is in the next steps that the true trap of this problem lies. The trap of this equation lies in its tendency to lure the solver into an exceedingly convoluted classification discussion. One must consider cases where 8b, 8b, and the relationship between a and b, as well as the parity of m and n, each branch potentially giving rise to new offshoots. It resembles a vast labyrinth. A misstep could lead one to exhaust oneself in endless algebraic transformations, ultimately losing one's way. However, Xu Chen did not enter this labyrinth at all. With a swift flourish, he drew inspiration from Vieta's insights. This is a technique revered in number theory competitions, often likened to a nuclear weapon, specifically designed to tackle certain Diophantine equations, having gained fame for its brilliance in solving the sixth problem of the 1988 IMO, which is regarded as one of the most challenging problems in IMO history. The core idea is to view one solution of the equation as a root of a quadratic equation, then utilize the relationship between roots and coefficients, Vieta's theorem, to construct a smaller solution, ultimately deriving contradictions or uncovering the structure of all solutions through infinite descent. Xu Chen adeptly treated variable b as a constant, transforming one of the original equations into a quadratic equation in terms of a, then using the quadratic formula and divisibility to establish a remarkably profound intrinsic relationship between a and b. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous steps. He resembled a player with a divine perspective, having directly glimpsed the endpoint of the labyrinth, then sketching a straight path that effortlessly circumvented all detours and traps. In less than 15 minutes, he pinned down all solutions, 1, 1, and all pairs of the form k3, k, where k is a positive integer greater than or equal to 2. Professor Li Jinhua's breath caught slightly. He has skillfully navigated all the traps. With a higher dimensional perspective, he has directly grasped the essence of the problem. If the previously mentioned genius from Beijing No. 4 High School had meticulously dismantled the behemoth's defenses with intricate swordplay, then Xu Chen was akin to a deity who merely cast a casual glance at the giant, and the beast willingly presented its vital weakness. This young man's foundation in number theory is unfathomable. Professor Li Jinhua reflecta. Xu Chen did not pause. His gaze shifted to the second problem. Problem 2. On a 10 by 10 chessboard, several L-shaped triominoes, which can be rotated, are placed, each covering exactly 3 squares and not overlapping. The question is, what is the maximum number of squares that can remain empty on the chessboard? Professor Li Jinhua's expression also became focused. This was a classic amalgamation of combinatorial geometry and coloring problems, seemingly simple, yet it exemplified the profound concept of invariance. The essence of such problems lies not in attempting countless specific arrangements, but in identifying a property that remains invariant under the coverage of the triominoes, thereby deriving an upper limit on quantity. The key lies in coloring. Various conventional coloring schemes flashed through Professor Li Jinhua's mind. What about the simplest black and white bicolor? No, that one T suffice. He immediately dismissed it. An L-shaped triamino either covers 2 black squares and 1 white square, or 1 black and 2 white squares. This fails to provide a constant constraint, with too many variables to ascertain a definitive upper limit. What about a 4-coloring scheme? Coloring the board into 4 colors based on the parity of coordinates? He continued to ponder. This is a more robust tool, and has proven remarkably effective in addressing domino problems. However, when it comes to the L-shaped domino, its irregular form complicates matters. Even after rotation, the color combinations it occupies will change, making it exceedingly difficult to identify as simple invariant. He understood that one of the standard methods to tackle this problem involves a more intricate row or column coloring, combined with some clever algebraic reasoning. A process that is not intuitive and demands a high level of cognitive flexibility from the students. He observed several competitors in the examination hall attempting to apply various colors to their scratch paper, yet most found themselves mired in difficulties. Yet, after a brief period of contemplation, Xu Chen began to write. Unlike others who attempted to color the entire 10 by 10 chessboard, he first sketched a 3 by 3 grid on his scratch paper. Then, employing 3 colors, he executed a peculiar spiral coloring that commenced from the center and spiraled outward. Spiral coloring? Professor Li Jinhua raised an eyebrow slightly. He had indeed encountered this method of coloring before. It serves as a non-mainstream, yet effective tool for addressing grid problems in certain algorithms of computer graphics or specialized combinatorial design theories. However, applying it in the CMO arena to resolve the L-shaped domino issue, such an approach was audacious. Immediately following this, Xu Chen extended the 3 by 3 coloring template to the entire 10 by 10 chessboard. Then Professor Li Jinhua witnessed a scene that left him utterly astounded. Based on this unique coloring scheme, Xu Chen succinctly concluded, using just a few lines of reasoning, that under this spiral coloring, the counts of the 3 colors among the 100 squares were 34, 33, and 33, respectively. Regardless of how any L-shaped domino was rotated or positioned, it would invariably occupy 3 adjacent squares on the spiral path, or maintain a specific positional relationship. According to the cyclical rules of the 3 coloring, these 3 squares must necessarily comprise 1 red, 1 yellow, and 1 blue. My heavens! Professor Li Jinhua felt a dryness in his throat. He instantly grasped the terrifying brilliance of this solution. He has uncovered the intrinsic state of this problem. Conventional coloring methods are akin to using a universal wrench to tighten an oddly shaped screw. There will always be some mismatch. In contrast, Xu Chen's spiral coloring method was like a perfectly crafted, unique key designed specifically for the L-shaped domino. It harmoniously unified the geometric characteristics of the L-shaped domino with the algebraic structure of the coloring scheme. Thus, within the area covered by the dominoes, the quantities of the 3 colors must inevitably be equal. Consequently, the color present in the least quantity on the chessboard, 33 squares, became the limiting factor, determining that a maximum of only 33 dominoes could be placed. Therefore, a maximum of 33 dominoes could cover 99 squares, leaving 1 square empty on the board. The entire proof process was concise, elegant, and imbued with a sense of mathematical power. It entirely circumvented the monumental workload of trying specific placement scenarios, striking directly from the most abstract structure, delivering a fatal blow. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Professor Li Jinhua marvelat internali. This ability to identify the core structure of a problem and construct tools for it is the hallmark of a promising mathematician. Finally, they arrived at the third question. Chapter 30, 45 minutes sufficed. The third question presented an exceedingly complex algebraic inequality, featuring 3 variables and 6 square roots. This question was widely recognized as the meat grinder of the examination. Professor Li Jinhua predicted that no more than 5 individuals in the entire examination hall will be able to solve it completely. Xu Chen gazed at the problem, and for the first time, his brow furrowed slightly. This is a bit troublesome. Then, he inscribed a line on his scratch paper. Construct vectors in the 3-dimensional Euclidean space R. Upon reading this line, Professor Li Jinhua felt his heart skip a beat. Is he going to use spatial vector methods to transform an algebraic inequality problem into a geometric one for resolution? This was an exceptionally sophisticated notion, with a legendary precedent in the history of mathematical competitions. It was said that a genius competitor from Romania had once employed this dimensional elevation approach to solve a problem so challenging that even its creator found it perplexing. However, this method carries significant risks. It demands that the problem solver possess extraordinary spatial imagination, capable of accurately translating a plethora of unsightly algebraic expressions into vector coordinates and magnitudes. Should any construction error occur, the entire solution process would collapse instantaneously. Xu Chen's pen flew across the paper, rapidly executing calculations. He defined the 3 square roots on the left side of the inequality as the magnitudes of 3 spatial vectors A, B, and C emanating from the origin. Furthermore, He cleverly linked the terms on the right side of the inequality to the dot product of the vectors through astute transformations. The entire problem was forcefully extracted from a chaotic algebraic quagmire and elevated into a refreshing, intuitive three-dimensional space. The conditions for the inequality to hold were transmuted into a clear geometric problem. The sum of the magnitudes of the three vectors in relation to the angles formed between them. Finally, he utilized the vector form of the Cauchy-Schwarz inequality, completing the proof in a single step. The third question consumed 15 minutes. As Xu Chen set down his pen and began to review his examination paper, the clock on the wall indicated 9:45. From a moment he began working on the problems until he completed them all, it had taken him less than 45 minutes. Meanwhile, the majority of his peers were still struggling with some step of the first question. Professor Li Jinhua remained motionless, transfixed. He observed the composed youth, gazing at his answer sheet, which appeared as pristine as if nothing had transpired, and a singular thought resonated in his mind: a prodigy. This is no longer mere genius. This is an unequivocal phenomenon. As Xu Chen meticulously finished the third question and thoroughly checked it for any errors, he glanced at the clock on the wall. 9:50. With approximately 2.5 hours remaining until the examination concluded, Xu Chen chose not to submit his paper early. Submitting early would inevitably lead to meeting up with teammates in the rest area, where he would be bombarded with questions and discussions about the problems, too cumbersome. More importantly, he had just stumbled upon a novel approach to that combinatorial geometry problem, and his inspiration was at its most vibrant and explosive. He needed to immediately conduct a more rigorous and succinct derivation based on the Delaunay triangulation approach. The same result could sometimes entail convoluted reasoning, where certain steps could be bypassed or executed in a more elegant manner. Xu Chen was evidently in pursuit of a more refined mathematics. Thus, he spread out a fresh sheet of scratch paper and began his additional work. This scene was once again captured by Professor Li Jinhua from a distance. He is truly engaged in his own research. Professor Li Jinhua felt as though his heart was gripped by an invisible hand. The sensation of shock was no longer sufficient to describe his current emotions. It was a complex amalgamation of absurdity, reverence, and a hint of euphoric exhilaration as a senior scholar. He had witnessed countless geniuses striving for scores and rankings. Yet he had never encountered one who could maintain such a pure passion for mathematics and an insatiable curiosity for exploration at the pinnacle of fame and fortune. He recalled those legendary figures in the annals of mathematical history. At the tender age of 20, Évariste Galois resolved a special case of Fermat's last theorem, a conundrum that had perplexed the mathematical community for over 3 centuries. On the eve of a duel, he hastily inscribed his thoughts on group theory. And then there was the tragically short-lived Indian prodigy, Srimivasa Ramanujan. Each of them embodied a transcendent obsession with mathematics, a pure dedication that eclipsed mundane pursuits. This young man is destined for greatness. A thought arose with remarkable clarity in his mind. He felt an impulsive desire to seek out this youth named Xu Chen immediately after the examination to engage in a meaningful acquaintance. At noon, the bell signaling the end of the exam rang. Xu Chen emerged from his deep contemplation, calmly joining the throng as they exited the examination hall. The members of the Zhejiang team gathered outside the classroom, their faces etched with the fatigue of survival. My goodness, were those questions even meant for humans? I spent nearly 3 hours on the first problem, and I'm still not sure if I got it right. The second problem with the coloring scheme was so insidious, I couldn't fathom it no matter how hard I tried. One could not contain their curiosity and asked, Xu Chen, how did you fare? Instantly, all eyes turned to Xu Chen. It was manageable, he replied succinctly. What do you mean by manageable? Another team member pressed on. Did you solve the Pell equation in the first problem? I considered several scenarios and felt certain I must have overlooked something. Xu Chen contemplated for a moment and responded. There's no need for case analysis. By employing Vietta's jumping technique, one can construct the solution structure directly. Vietta's jumping? Here? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Vietta's jumping is an exquisite technique in number theory, typically reserved for solving specific Diophant equations. To apply it to today's problem seemed utterly unfathomable. Despite their incredulity, the onlookers dared not question Xu Chen, especially given his reputation as a perfect scorer in the provincial mock examinations. Consequently, no one had the courage to probe further into his solution process, for they were acutely aware that any continued inquiry would only shatter their already battered confidence into a myriad of pieces. Little did they know, Xu Chen considered this merely a minor accomplishment of the day. After lunch, upon returning to his dormitory, Xu Chen opted against taking a nap. Instead, he meticulously reorganized the insights and deductions he had formulated during the exam, striving for perfection in every step. He then retrieved his phone, captured a clear photograph of this almost artistic proof, and uploaded it to the comment section of a challenging problem on the Xu Chen Competition Excellence WeChat account. Typing latex formulas on a phone is too cumbersome. I must acquire a laptop soon, he mused. After posting, Xu Chen did not linger on the outcome. To him, it felt like an inconsequential task, a post-solution amuse-bouche. His focus needed to shift towards the next worthy target. He reopened the WeChat account's list of reward problems. The small bounties ranging from 100 to 300 yuan barely caught his interest. While some of these problems possess clever elements, their limited difficulty no longer offers any substantial enhancement to my academic experience. His attention was drawn to two recently posted rewards, significantly higher in value. Reward of 500 yuan. Solve a combinatorial extremum problem involving Ramsey numbers. Reward of 600 yuan. Prove an algebraic property of polynomial roots of unity. Ramsey theory and polynomials of roots of unity belong to realms of competitive mathematics that are both profoundly challenging and intricate, brushing against the boundaries of undergraduate mathematics. Xu Chen noted these two problems down before setting his phone aside, ready to take a well-deserved rest. Although he was quite familiar with CMO, the day's exam had involved deducing reward problems alongside tackling 3 difficult papers, which had drained a considerable amount of his energy. This time, he refrained from using focus capsules, relying solely on his natural faculties, and was acutely aware of his mental fatigue. To avoid faltering in the forthcoming examination, Xu Chen resolved to retire early and replenish his vigor. Chapter 31. The Reward Prize. The following day marked the second and final session of the CMO examination. The atmosphere within the examination hall was even more tense than on the first day. After enduring the brutal trials of yesterday, all candidates were acutely aware of the competition's formidable difficulty. Today represented their last opportunity to recover lost points or solidify their advantages. Professor Li Jinhua lingered near Xu Chen's seat, eager to observe how he would perform today. As the bell rang and the papers were distributed, Xu Chen remained focused. He calmly scanned the 3 problems before lifting his pen. At that moment, most examinees were still furrowing their brows, dissecting the questions in an attempt to construct preliminary frameworks for their solutions. Meanwhile, Xu Chen's pen glided across the paper, his writing flowing with effortless grace. There was no pause, no hesitation. His problem-solving process resembled not so much a contemplation as a recreation. As though these problems were not new to him, but rather familiar acquaintances he had already computed countless times in a higher-dimensional cognitive space. This was the result of Xu Chen's level 1 mathematical talent, granting him an almost instinctive mathematical intuition. It was akin to an innate, perfect spatial awareness. While ordinary individuals sifted through maps in search of a route, he needed merely a glance at the destination's coordinates for optimal paths to materialize clearly and precisely in his mind, unequivocally. In a mere 50 minutes, Xu Chen completed all the problems. Professor Li Jinhua could not help but marvel. This transcended mere computational prowess. It was a near terrifying insight into mathematical principles. He could assert with certainty that Xu Chen was the most gifted high school student he had ever encountered, without exception. Xu Chen, however, chose not to submit his paper early. Instead, he continued to contemplate the 2 problems he had seen the previous night. At 12:30, the bell signaling the end of the examination rang. Outside the classroom, teams from various provinces huddled in small groups, the air heavy with lamentation, discussion, sigh, and expressions of frustration filled the atmosphere. Team leader Zhang of the Jiangnan squad navigated through the crowd, a mixture of tension and hope written on his face as he approached the composed Xu Chen. Lowering his voice, he inquired, "Xu Chen, how do you feel? Can you estimate your score?" Xu Chen replied nonchalantly, "I solved all 3 problems. If there are no penalties for process points, I should achieve a perfect score." The surrounding group fell silent in an instant. Team leader Zhang thought to himself, "We're in the clear. Jiangnan is likely to secure first place in the CMO." Although Xu Chen was not from Linen No. 1 High School, where Zhang was affiliated, any victory for the province naturally reflected well on the leader. Zhang's admiration for this genius, who had emerged from an ordinary high school, only grew. After the clamor subsided, everything returned to tranquility. The main competition of the CMO had concluded. The following day would mark the final day before the closing ceremony, primarily reserved for academic reports and informal exchanges. Essentially a full day allocated for the professors of the grading committee to undertake their rigorous evaluation work. For the candidates, the most arduous moments have passed. What remains is merely the anticipation of their ultimate fate. Upon returning to his dormitory, Xu Chen indulged in a warm shower. washing away the fatigue accumulated from 2 days of relentless struggle. He reclined on his bed and unlocked his phone, navigating to the familiar public account. He located the reward post where he had left a comment 2 days prior. The comment section had been inundated with dozens of new replies, and the photograph of his handwritten proof had been pinned at the top by the poster, Teacher Xu Chen. Teacher Su's response was succinct and impactful. Thanks to this friend. The solution is a stroke of genius, simply perfect. The reward will be delivered shortly. Below, a flurry of awestruck comments and expressions of reverence ensued. Wow, Delaunay triangulation? Are you sure this is a high school geometry problem? I feel like my mind has been struck down a dimension. I was still laboriously applying the extreme value principle, while this genius directly employed the axioms of computational geometry to annihilate it. Learn something new today. This circular growth model is so vivid, truly a work of art. How did I not think of this? Please share your ID. I want to cling to your brilliance. In the future, whenever you solve a problem, I will be the first to like it. Xu Chen calmly perused these comments, his heart unmoved. Just then, a red dot appeared in the new friend section of WeChat. Upon inspection, he discovered a friend request from a user named Xu Chen with a verification message reading, "Reward for solution." Xu Chen accepted the request. Almost instantaneously, the other party sent a 300 yuan transfer red envelope, accompanied by a note. "I am Xu Chen. Thank you for your brilliant solution. Please accept your reward." Xu Chen clicked to accept the payment and replied, "Thank you, teacher." The other party responded with a smiley face. "No need to be modest. Your solution is truly remarkable, particularly the introduction of Delaunay triangulation. It is indeed a stroke of genius. May I ask which university you teach at, or if you are a doctoral student?" The choice of words was exceedingly polite, even addressing him as you, clearly regarding him as a senior or peer in the academic realm. Xu Chen pondered for a moment and replied honestly, "Hello, teacher, my name is Xu Chen, and I'm still a student." In his somewhat naive understanding, he believed that those who had not taken the college entrance examination were merely students. Only those in university could be called university students. He felt this clarification would suffice for the other party to grasp his identity. On the other end, sitting at a desk, Xu Chen smiled knowingly upon reading the reply and typed rapidly. "As I suspected, you are an undergraduate in mathematics. The youth of today is truly formidable. Which university do you attend? Perhaps we are acquainted with your advisor." Xu Chen, taken aback by the misunderstanding, felt compelled to clarify. "Teacher, that's not correct. I am a high school student currently in my second year." After sending this message, silence ensued on the other end. A full minute passed before Xu Chen sent a new message, his astonishment palpable. "Second year? Are you joking?" "No," Xu Chen replied succinctly. "Su Ganhua Gapet," feeling as though his worldview had been upended. A second-year student could devise such an ingenious approach to solve a combinatorial geometry problem that even he found challenging. He immediately considered another possibility, his fingers flying over the screen. "With such a remarkable talent, you must be participating in math competitions, right? Did you attend the CMO?" "CMO. Just finished." Upon reading this reply, Xu Chenhua's mind exploded, as if a bolt of lightning had struck, connecting all the dots. His fingers trembled slightly with excitement. "Wait, didn't the CMO just take place yesterday and today? Are you telling me you solved my reward problem during a break in the CMO?" He dared not contemplate further. The possibility seemed too absurd, bordering on the fantastical. However, Xu Chen's next message shattered his comprehension entirely. Actually, to be precise, it wasn't during a break in the CMO. Xu Chenhua's heart raced. "I came up with the solution during the first exam. I worked it out on the scratch paper while taking the test." On the other end, Xu Chenhua froze upon reading this message. He leaned back in his chair, his mind blank, and a buzzing sound filled his ears, as though struck by an invisible thunderclap. It was not solved during a break. It was solved during the exam itself. The difference in wording was monumental. Xu Chenhua had initially assumed Xu Chen had solved his reward problem while participating in the CMO. Now he realized just how profoundly mistaken he had been. The truth was that Xu Chen had tackled the reward problem while simultaneously competing in the CMO. Is this even human? After a prolonged silence, Xu Chenhua finally regained his composure from the overwhelming shock. "Xu Chen, your talent astounds me. I wonder if you would be interested in the other high-reward problems on the public account?" "Xu Chen Ziplit, I am currently studying the problem regarding Ramsey numbers and polynomial interpolation." "Very well, I shall await your good news." Chapter 32. The call from Qingbei the day following the conclusion of the CMO finals is traditionally reserved for academic exchanges. In the morning, the organizers invited several mathematics professors from Huazhong University of Science and Technology and Wuhan University to present a series of academic reports on topics such as the applications of number theory, in modern cryptography, and an introduction to topology, aimed at broadening the horizons of these future mathematical elites and familiarizing them with cutting-edge applications in mathematics to foster more capable mathematical talents. Xu Chen sat in the audience, captivated by the presentations. He realized that although he had yet to systematically learn many of the concepts discussed by the professors, his level 1 mathematical talent allowed him to swiftly grasp the core ideas of the reports and even vaguely anticipate the future directions of certain theories. He glanced at his teammates, most of whom appeared bewildered, their brows furrowed, clearly struggling to keep pace with the professors. It seems my level 1 talent is indeed no trifling matter. Meanwhile, in a large conference room within the administrative building of Wugong No. 3 Middle School, a crucial grading session was underway, determining the fates of the 510 candidates. This was the CMO Grading Center. A dozen mathematics professors drawn from the nation's top universities were deeply engrossed in a mountain of examination papers. The atmosphere was solemn and oppressive, punctuated only by the rustling of paper and the occasional hushed discussions. This year's final question was a bit beyond the syllabus. I've graded 30 papers, and only one managed to earn partial credit. The third question was similarly tricky. The construction of that inequality was so ingenious that most students fell into the trap. Sigh. I fear that only those who correctly solved more than 3 problems will qualify for a gold medal. Professor Li Jinhua was among them, tasked with grading the fourth question, a complex combinatorial problem. As he reviewed a particularly neat and well-presented paper, he paused. The logic was flawless, the steps concise, and the conclusions impeccable. He instinctively glanced at the name section of the paper, Xu Chen. A smile crept across his face as he unhesitatingly awarded a perfect score of 21 points. As the final examination papers were meticulously graded and the scores entered into the system for the ultimate compilation of rankings, the young teaching assistant responsible for the statistics fixated on the computer screen and suddenly let out an uncontrollable gasp. Come quickly and see. The head of the grading team, an esteemed old professor from Wuhan University, approached, intrigued by the commotion. What is it? Here. Their SA perfect score. The assistant's voice trembled with excitement. What? The grading room erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. Professors flocked to the massive projection screen, incredulously gazing at the shining data at the pinnacle of the ranking list. First place, Xu Chen Jiangnan team. First round, 63 points, full score. Second round, 63 points, full score. Total score, 126 points, full score. CMO, a perfect score. The significance of this achievement far surpassed that of a provincial competition. Professor Li Jinhua gazed at the name, wearing a knowing smile. Following a brief moment of astonishment, the other professors erupted into enthusiastic discussions. Xu Chen, it's him again. The Jiangnan team has struck gold this year. I've heard he comes from an unconventional background, yet possesses an extraordinary mathematical talent. I recall him. I graded his fourth question, and the solution was nothing short of artistry. I also graded his sixth question, which was likewise a perfect score. His thought process is so uniquely innovative, entirely beyond that of a typical high school student. Undoubtedly, the gold medalist of this year. The news spread like an explosive shockwave, emanating from the grading room and rapidly expanding outward. That afternoon, in the mathematics department office of Anqing No. 3 High School, teacher Chen Jiaoping leisurely sipped from his thermos, which he humorously claimed contained over 20 goji berries, an emblem of middle-aged men's last stubbornness. He was engrossed in a copy of middle school mathematics teaching reference, humming the tune of I am still the same boy I once was, unchanged in any way. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar landline number with the area code 010. From the capital? Have even the telemarketers become this aggressive? He muttered, swiping to answer. Hello. Is this teacher Chen Jiaoping from the mathematics competition team at Anqing No. 3 High School? A warm, magnetic voice in standard Mandarin resonated from the other end, sounding as pleasant as a news anchor's. Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he straightened his posture. Yes, that's me. Who is this? Oh, hello, Teacher Chen. This is Wang Bo from the admissions office of Tsinghua University. I apologize for the intrusion. We would like to inquire about your student Xu Chen from Class 3 of the second year. Tsinghua University admissions office. Chun sprang from his chair. The sudden movement so vigorous it seemed as if his seat had been equipped with springs. His thermos clattered to the ground, spilling goji berries and hot water everywhere. But he remained oblivious. He felt as though an invisible hand had clutched his heart, which then revved up like an electric motor, racing with excitement. Wang, hello. Yes, I am Chen Jiaoping. Anqing No. 3 High School is indeed my institution. His voice trembled with exhilaration, his face flushed with joy, eager to reveal his identity. What about Xu Chen? Has the CMO result come out? Did he perform well? He carefully chose his words, fearful that his enthusiasm might frighten away the benefactor on the other end of the line. Wang Bo, evidently seasoned in such scenarios, chuckled lightly. Teacher Chen. The official results have yet to be released, but through some internal channels, we have learned that Xu Chen's performance is not just satisfactory, but exceptionally outstanding. You truly have an eye for talent in nurturing such an extraordinary student. The artful manner in which the admissions office spoke was evident. They could not disclose specific scores. Yet the phrase exceptionally outstanding, coupled with the prestigious Tsinghua University admissions office, spoke volumes. Chen felt a buzzing in his mind, as if he had been struck by an overwhelming wave of joy. Having devoted over 20 years to mathematics education and guided countless students, few had ever gained admission to a top-tier university. Yet now, Tsinghua's admissions office was actively reaching out to recruit his student. He recalled the decision to include Xu Chen in the school team at the last minute, remembered the calm and confident look in Xu Chen's eyes before the provincial competition, and thought of the countless days and nights he had spent gathering resources for him. All his efforts crystallized into an unparalleled sweetness at that moment. Teacher Chen, are you still there? Is the signal poor? Yes. Yes. Wang, please continue. Listening. Chen Jiaping's voice quivered with excitement. We at Tsinghua University wish to invite Xu Chen to join our Department of Mathematical Sciences, and we are prepared to offer him a full scholarship along with the opportunity to interview for the prestigious Yao class or Ji class. Yao class, Ji class. Chen felt as if he might faint from sheer happiness. These were the legendary classes of prodigies. Just then, his phone beeped twice, indicating call waiting. He glanced at the caller ID. It was another 010 number. Wang, could you hold on for a moment? Another call is coming in. It might be a telemarketer. I will hang up immediately. He switched calls, his tone turning impatient. Hello? Who is this? Busu. There was a brief pause before a similarly cultured voice responded. Hello. May I speak with teacher Chen Jiaping? This is Zhao Feng from the admissions office of Peking University. Peking University? Chen felt his other heart also rev up like a motor. He fumbled with his phone, attempting to initiate a three-way call, nearly hanging up in his excitement. Zhao, hello. Please hold on. Just a moment. After a flurry of frantic attempts, he successfully merged the two esteemed admissions officers into one call. Hello. Wang, are you still there? I am, came Wang Bo's cautious voice from Tsinghua. Zhao, are you there? Yes, I'm here, replied Zhao Feng from Peking University, with a hint of scrutiny in his tone. Chen Jiaping felt like a winner in life, holding two top-tier offers in his hands. He cleared his throat, brimming with excitement, and said, Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize, but are both of you here for Xu Chen? Yes, absolutely, came the harmonious reply from both. Chen felt as if his life had reached its zenith in that moment. Chapter 33, Bargaining at the Market. Meanwhile, Xu Chen's mother was in her office, sipping floral tea while handling tedious reports. Her phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number from the capital. Hello, may I speak with Mrs. Wang, the mother of Xu Chen? This is Zhao Feng from Peking University admissions office. Click. Sue's mother expressionlessly hung up the phone, promptly blocking the number while muttering, Scam calls are becoming increasingly ridiculous. Peking University admissions office? Why not claim to be the Secretary General of the United Nations? My son just told me the results would be out tomorrow. And here they're trying to scam me for money. Their business acumen is abysmal. They haven't even updated their script. Less than 5 minutes later, her phone rang again with a different number. Hello, Mrs. Wang. I am Wang Bo from Tsinghua University admissions office. Are they coming in groups now? Sue's mother, exasperated yet amused, switched to speakerphone and addressed her colleagues in the office. Everyone come listen. Just look at how dedicated today's scammers are. Both Tsinghua and Peking University have joined forces. Should we expect Harvard and Oxford next? On the other end, Wang Bo could evidently hear her, his voice growing increasingly urgent. Ms. Wang, I assure you, I'm not a scammer. We genuinely wish to invite Xu Chen. Enough. Sue's mother interrupted impatiently. Just tell me how much you're asking. If it's over 100, I concede defeat. I should inform you that I've already reported this to the police. Your actions have severely disrupted our family's normal life. With that, she abruptly hung up, eliciting a chorus of laughter from her colleagues. Meanwhile, Sue's father, who was busy supervising work in the workshop, received a second call from Wang Bo of Tsinghua's admissions office. Hello, who is this? Sue's father's voice was gruff. Hello, are you Xu Chen's father? This is Tsinghua University. You again. Sue's father's temper flared instantly. My wife has already informed me. You scammers just won't quit, will you? I assure you, my son excels academically, but we are not wealthy. Don't expect to swindle a single penny from us. If you keep harassing us, I will file a complaint with the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. He too hung up decisively. After some reflection, Su's mother felt uneasy and decided to send her son a WeChat message. Son, we've received calls from two groups claiming to be from Peking University and Tsinghua University, saying they want to recruit you. I suspect it's a scam, and I've already given them a piece of my mind. Be cautious and don't fall for their tricks. Xu Chen, bemused by his mother's message, contemplated for a moment before replying, Mom, I don't think it's a scam. Although my grades haven't been officially released, they likely have insider knowledge. Please give them my phone number. I'll handle it. Before long, Xu Chen's phone transformed into the most coveted hotline within China's elite university admissions realm. As calls came in, both Wang Bo from Tsinghua and Zhao Feng from Peking University rang simultaneously. Xu Chen, seeing the two incoming calls, decided to initiate a group WeChat voice chat. Hello, is this Xu Chen? This is Wang Bo from Tsinghua. Viting, Xu Chen. I'm Zhao Feng from Peking University. You finally answered. The two voices chimed almost in unison, momentarily stunned by the other's presence. An awkward yet charged atmosphere enveloped the conversation. Clearing his throat, Zhao Feng broke the silence. His tone tinged with the pride of his prestigious institution. Xu Chen, congratulations on your outstanding results. Our School of Mathematical Sciences at Peking University is nationally recognized as the best, steeped in rich history and a lineage of luminaries. We sincerely invite you to join us and have prepared a scholarship of 200,000 yuan for you. Wang Bo from Tsinghua quickly interjected with a hint of playful sarcasm. Zhao, you still prefer to woo with money. How cliché. Xu Chen, the monetary aspect is secondary. What truly matters is selecting the right platform and future direction. Our Yao class and Ji class represent the forefront of computer science and artificial intelligence, marrying mathematics with cutting-edge technology. Of course, we won TB outdone in scholarships. We will match your offer of 200,000. Don't try to bamboozle him with your engineering spiel. Zhao Feng retorted without hesitation. The sanctum of mathematics lies in pure numbers and fundamental sciences. Don't lead a mathematical genius astray into becoming a mere coder. We will raise our scholarship to 250,000 and guarantee him a spot in the academic discussion group with the academicians. What is an academic discussion group worth? Wang Bo countered. Growing agitated, we could have the esteemed Qiu Chengdong himself write him a recommendation letter to facilitate his future studies abroad. Our scholarship remains at 250,000, plus we will assist with his residency in Yanjing. Residency is trivial. We offer a comprehensive education pathway from kindergarten to primary and secondary school at Peking University. Furthermore, we pledge, should he qualify for the IMO national team, we will increase the scholarship by 10,000. If he secures a gold medal at the IMO, we will add an additional 50,000 in reward, thus achieving a total of 300,000 in scholarships. As the conversation threatened to spiral from academic accolades into discussions of residency and future generations' education, Xu Chen felt compelled to interject. If this continued, it would devolve into a market-like bargaining session. He seized the opportunity to conclude the negotiations with a tone filled with gratitude. Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhao, I am immensely thankful for your generous offers and recognition. Each condition you proposed resonates deeply with me. To be honest, my thoughts are somewhat jumbled right now. Could you grant me a moment to discuss this with my family? Wang Bo and Zhao Feng reiterated their conditions, making their final appeals before hanging up. Soon after, calls from Jiangnan University and Fudan University followed, each presenting increasingly generous offers. Naturally, for a student of Xu Chen's caliber, they were merely grasping at straws in hopes of a chance. Xu Chen graciously entertained each call, but in his heart, he had already begun to weigh his options. The conditions from Tsinghua and Peking University lay before him like the opposing ends of a balance scale. Tsinghua's strengths rested in future applications. A recommendation from Qiu Chengdong served as a ticket to the pinnacle of global academia, while the Yao class and Ji class offered a fast track to the cutting edges of artificial intelligence and computer science. Conversely, Peking University's strengths lay in the present and the purity of knowledge, immediate access to premier resources in pure mathematics, enriched by a profound legacy in number theory, algebra, and geometry, akin to fertile soil nurturing the seeds of foundational disciplines. Thus, he arrived at his decision. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed back Zhao Feng from Peking University. The call was answered almost instantly, indicating that the other party had been anxiously awaiting his response. Hello, Xu Chen. What have you decided? Zhao Feng's voice betrayed a hint of barely contained excitement. Xu Chen did not respond directly. Instead, he adopted a relaxed tone, laced with a tinge of playful sarcasm, and slowly asked, Mr. Zhao, My mind was a bit muddled earlier, so I didn't quite catch it. Could you remind me how much the total bonus would be if I were fortunate enough to secure the gold medal at the IMO? Zhao Feng was momentarily taken aback. Then elation surged within him. He recognized that probing for details indicated a genuine interest. This was a significant opportunity. Containing his excitement, he replied as steadily as possible, Xu Chen. Listen closely. Should you choose Peking University, we promise a foundational scholarship of 200,000 disbursed in one lump sum. An additional 2,000 yuan monthly living stipend until your undergraduate graduation. If you qualify for the IMO national team, we will add a bonus of 50,000. Should you bring glory to the nation by winning the gold medal at the IMO, we will further reward you with an additional 50,000. This means you could potentially receive a total of 300,000 in scholarships, plus a continuous living stipend for 4 years. He emphasized the phrase 300,000 with particular clarity. Xu Chen mentally calculated this figure. It was enough to purchase a top-tier computer and secure financial independence in the early years of university. Although the primary reason for his choice of Peking University was not monetary, there was no harm in securing tangible benefits in the final moments of decision-making. He smiled and, speaking directly into the phone, succinctly declared 2 words, deal. Good, good, good. From the other end of the line, the voice of teacher Zhao Feng resonated with palpable relief, repeating the word thrice in an excited tone. Although he had nearly exhausted all his recruitment privileges for this promise and might even need to report to the college leadership to seek approval, causing a slight pang in his heart, the thought of personally admitting a rare prodigy, a full-score genius, who could potentially illuminate the global mathematical community into Peking University swiftly drowned that discomfort in overwhelming joy and a sense of accomplishment. This transaction was undoubtedly worthwhile, beyond measure. Chapter 34. The suspense of the award ceremony on the final day of the CMO. During the closing ceremony, the Grand Hall of Wugong Free Middle School was filled to capacity. Over 500 mathematical prodigies from across the nation, along with their supervising teachers, sat upright in anticipation. The air was thick with a complex blend of expectation, tension, apprehension, and fatigue. Here, the culmination of their efforts over the past year, or even several years, was about to be revealed. On the podium, the leaders took turns delivering speeches. The content was largely uniform, comprising congratulations on the successful hosting of the competition, gratitude towards the organizers, and heartfelt hopes for the young talents seated below. Dear students, regardless of your achievements today, remember that the CMO is but a small step on the long journey of your life. A single success or failure does not define your future. The vast ocean of mathematics awaits your exploration, and I hope you maintain this fervor as you contribute to the foundational scientific endeavors of our nation. The lengthy speeches acted as a sedative, somewhat calming the previously restless hearts in the audience. Subsequently, the host took the stage, his voice resonating clearly, each word striking a chord within the hearts of the listeners. Now, I shall announce the award winners of this year's National High School Mathematics Olympiad. Instantly, silence enveloped the room, with even the sound of breathing becoming distinctly audible. This year's CMO saw the participation of 510 contestants from 31 provinces, cities, and autonomous regions across the nation. Following the meticulous and impartial assessment by the judging committee, the results were finalized. The host deliberately paused, building suspense. Gold medals, 103. Silver medals, 180. Bronze medals, 150. Upon the revelation of these figures, a wave of suppressed gasps and murmurs surged through the audience. Such a high award ratio? Nearly 450 recipients, implying that the majority would receive accolades. Fantastic. I feel certain I could at least secure bronze. The members of the Zhejiang team exhaled in relief, as team leader Zhang Jingguo relaxed his clenched fist slightly. This award ratio signified that his team members would not return empty-handed. Next, we shall announce the winners of the bronze medals, beginning with their names. Those whose names are called, please come up to receive your awards. The host's voice echoed through the hall via the microphone, reaching every corner. The big screen began to display names and schools in succession. Bronze medalists: Lisa Yuan from Beijing, Renmin University Affiliated High School; Chen Bin from Shanghai, Shanghai High School. With each name announced, there followed a wave of restrained applause and cheers from the audience. Those called upon beamed with relieved smiles, while their teachers nodded in approval. Zhang Jiangwo's gaze remained fixed on the scrolling screen, his heart racing like a rabbit within his chest. If a few less capable members of the team could secure bronze, that would suffice as a mission accomplished. The list continued to scroll by. Wu Yu from Jiangnan Province, Wenshe High School; Lu Feng from Jiangnan Province, Zhenhai High School; The bronze medal tally reached a total of 150. The hall was a mix of joy and sorrow. Students receiving medals celebrated with high fives amongst their peers, while those who had not heard their names bowed their heads in silence, their eyes glistening. They understood that their CMO journey had likely come to an early end. Amidst the resounding applause, the 150 bronze medalists ascended the stage in groups to receive their certificates and medals, posing for photographs to commemorate their accomplishment. Next came the silver medalists. The atmosphere instantly intensified. If bronze was merely a participation award, silver represented true prowess, a significant stepping stone toward admission to prestigious universities. Sun Yu from Beijing, Tsinghua University Affiliated High School. Zhou Kai from Jiangsu Province, Nanjing Normal University Affiliated High School. Names of renowned competitive schools began to emerge with increasing frequency. The Jiangnan team also performed admirably, with 7 of its 25 members appearing on the silver medal list, eliciting cheers from the team. The silver medalists' names were finally announced, followed by the award presentation and photo session. Team leader teacher Zhang mentally calculated. Thus far, the Zhejiang team, comprising 25 members, had secured 8 bronzes and 7 silvers, totaling 15 awardees, with 10 names yet to be called. He estimated that 5 of them had performed poorly and would likely miss out on medals. Thus, the remaining 5 were most likely gold medalists. This outcome would be considered standard for Jiangnan province. 5 gold medals seemed secure, but how many would rank within the top 60? Only those in the top 60 qualified for the national training squad. That was the pinnacle of true glory. Moreover, another ultimate question nagged at him. He instinctively glanced at the calm youth beside him. Can Xu Chen secure first place? After the silver medal awards, an eerie calm enveloped the hall, akin to the silence before a storm. All eyes fixated on the podium. Next would be the crowning moment of this grand event, the announcement of the gold medalists. This was not merely a medal. It signified the highest honor in the realm of mathematics for high school students, a ticket into Tsinghua, Peking University, and even the national training team. I will now announce the list of gold medalists for this year's CMO. The hostess' voice took on a solemn tone. The big screen dimmed, then illuminated once more. This time, instead of scrolling, individual names emerged accompanied by stirring music, one after another. Gold medalist. 103rd place, Wang Zhe from Hunan Province, Changjun High School. 102nd place, Li Jing from Hubei Province, Huazhong University of Science and Technology Affiliated High School. Each name was met with thunderous applause from the audience. Teacher Zhang's heart raced to his throat, his eyes glued to the screen, forgetting to breathe. The list climbed steadily upwards. 90th place, 80th place, 70th place. When it reached the 61st position, the breaths of all supervising teachers quickened, for they knew that from 60th place onward lay the members of the national training squad. That was the gold among golds, the true champions. 61st place, Zhang Wei from Sichuan Province, Chengdu No. 7 High School. Zhang Wei's expression was somewhat dejected, so close yet so far. Teacher Zhang's emotions surged with excitement. With the announcement of the 61st place, 4 of Jiangnan's 5 remaining unannounced participants surely had made it into the top 60. As we proceed, only one lingering question remains. Just what position does Xu Chen rank? The list continues. 50 names, 30 names, 10 names. When the second name is announced, Lin Yifei from Shanghai High School in the Magic City, Xu Chen's name still does not appear. At this moment, Teacher Zhang's anticipation reaches its zenith, yet a profound, almost paralyzing void follows. Is the first place truly the first? What if at ISNT? Could there have been an error in the scoring system? Or perhaps something unforeseen occurred with Xu Chen's paper, rendering him without a score? This absurd thought flickered through his mind, leaving his palms icy. He dared not dwell on it further, fixating his gaze on the screen. At this juncture, the entire auditorium fell into a hushed silence. The elite competitors from traditional powerhouses like the Magic City team, the Beijing team, and the Hubei team had already appeared on the list. All other provincial team members and teachers whispered among themselves, fervently speculating. Which province claims the first place? It seemed that the Beijing and Magic City teams had already been called out. Could it be a hidden ace from one of the traditional powerhouses? Or perhaps an underdog rising to the occasion? Just then, the host, with a voice imbued with unprecedented fervor that trembled with excitement, proclaimed this year's National High School Mathematics Olympiad. He elongated his words, heightening the suspense. First place. On the big screen, all names vanished, leaving only a golden expanse. Under the collective breath-holding gaze of the audience, 2 equally radiant golden characters slowly emerged. Xu Chen, Jiangnan Province, Anqing No. 3 Middle School. Total score, 126 points, full score. Chapter 35. the expectations of predecessors. As Xu Chen's name appeared in bold, golden letters at the pinnacle of the screen, the crowd succumbed to a 3-second spell of absolute silence. Immediately following, like a volcanic eruption, thunderous applause and cheers resonated throughout the auditorium. Incredible. First place. It's truly him. A full-score genius. Unbelievable. Amidst the roar of applause, Xu Chen rose calmly. His teammates, whether gold medalist Zhao Rui or those who earned silver and bronze, gazed at him with a complex mix of awe, envy, and a hint of reverence. Team leader Zhang Jingguo was flushed with excitement, vigorously patting his shoulder, repeatedly exclaiming, "Well done, well done." Yet, Xu Chen, at the eye of this storm, remained composed. In response to the host's passionate invitation, amidst the gazes of over 500 gifted youths filled with envy, jealousy, and respect, he stood, adjusted the collar of his team uniform, and strode steadily toward the podium, which symbolized the highest honor. The spotlight followed his figure, illuminating each step with clarity. The path was brief, yet for him, it felt akin to traversing an entire season, from a modest competition study room at Anqing No. 3 Middle School, to the provincial competition venue, and finally to this pinnacle of the National High School Mathematics Olympiad. He ascended the stage, standing alongside the second and third place winners. They were the top 3 of this year's CMO. The esteemed leader of the Mathematics Society, with silver hair yet a vigorous spirit, personally presented their awards. He first draped gold medals around the necks of the third and second place winners, warmly shaking their hands. When it came to Xu Chen, a broader and more appreciative smile graced his face. He took the gold medal, symbolizing the highest honor, which seemed even heftier than the others, and personally hung it around Xu Chen's neck. The medal felt weighty, with a slight chill to the touch, engraved with the CMO emblem and the words first place. Congratulations. Xu Chen, the leader's voice was warm yet powerful as he firmly grasped Xu Chen's hand. I reviewed your paper. It is outstanding, virtually perfect. You not only possess a solid foundation, but also exhibit mathematical thought and vision that surpass your peers. I hope you remain humble and diligent, continuing to bring glory to your country in the upcoming national training team and on even grander stages. Thank you, teacher. I will strive to do my best. Xu Chen replied calmly, his gaze clear and steady. Next came the group photo opportunity. The flashes of cameras lit up like stars, immortalizing this moment of glory as eternal. The closing ceremony concluded with an enthusiastic atmosphere. Candidates began to exit in succession, and the auditorium returned to its previous clamor. The members of the Zhejiang team gathered around Xu Chen and Zhao Rui, excitedly discussing their forthcoming plans. Just then, a composed figure approached them. It was none other than Professor Li Jinhua, one of the national team coaches. He did not directly address Xu Chen, but first turned to team leader Zhang Jingguo, speaking in a tone imbued with the gravitas of seniority. Teacher Zhang, congratulations to your Zhejiang team for achieving such remarkable results. Professor Li, you flatter us. It's all thanks to the hard work of the kids. Zhang Jingguo, upon encountering this towering figure in the realm of mathematics competitions, immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Professor Li Jinhua nodded slightly, then shifted his gaze to Xu Chen, yet his words remained directed at Zhang Jingguo. This must be Xu Chen, a young man of great potential. His tone resembled that of one evaluating a commendable piece of work, blending appreciation with the necessary distance of a senior and coach. Yes. Xu Chen, quickly, this is Professor Li Jinhua from the national team. Zhang Jingguo hastily introduced. Ayu, Professor Li, Xu Chen grata puliteli. Professor Li Jinhua's gaze lingered on Xu Chen for a few seconds, his eyes glimmering with curiosity and intrigue. After a moment of contemplation, he seemingly casually inquired, Xu Chen, I'm quite curious. On the first day of the exam, after you completed the questions ahead of time, you were scribbling on your scratch paper, seemingly pondering some intriguing problem. Care to share? Upon this question, the surrounding noise seemed to diminish significantly. The members of the Zhejiang team perked up, keenly attentive to Xu Chen. Xu Chen, taken aback for a moment, then displayed a hint of bashfulness. He had not anticipated that his minor distraction during the exam would be so keenly observed by the national team as head coach. It felt akin to being caught daydreaming by the homeroom teacher. He scratched his head, somewhat shyly responding, Oh, it was nothing much. I was just looking at a problem posed by teacher Su Kanghua. I happened to have a bit of inspiration, so I jotted down some thoughts. Su Kanghua. Hearing this name, Professor Li Jinhua raised his eyebrows slightly. As a central figure in the domestic mathematics competition sphere, he was well aware of this noteworthy public account and recognized Su Kanghua as a highly capable math competition coach. Oh, What problem was so captivating that it distracted you during the CMO exam? Professor Lee inquired, his tone laced with interest. Xu Chen pondered for a moment before saying, it was a problem related to combinatorial geometry, utilizing some properties of Delaunay triangulation. Delaunay triangulation? This time, not only Professor Li Jinhua, but also Zhao Rui and several other team members could not suppress their low exclamations of astonishment. They were well aware of what this term signified, concepts from computational geometry that were decidedly advanced for high school students. What rendered them utterly astounded was the nonchalant tone with which Xu Chen spoke. In the CMO examination hall, he effortlessly resolved another difficult problem using geometric tools from his university days. This conjured a terrifying thought in the minds of all the team members. He not only achieved a perfect score, but did so with apparent ease. For him, it seemed that his primary focus was merely on his research, treating the CMO as a casual endeavor. In an instant, the way the team members gazed at Xu Chen shifted dramatically. If their previous feelings were characterized by awe and admiration, they now perceived him not as a peer, but as a being from a higher dimension. Professor Li Jinhua's eyes also flickered with a hint of undisguised astonishment. However, being a seasoned individual who had weathered many storms, he quickly regained his composure. He scrutinized Xu Chen intently, as if trying to penetrate the depths of the young man's essence. After a long pause, he concealed his thoughts and revealed a genuine smile of appreciation. He patted Xu Chen on the shoulder, his tone becoming markedly more affable. Well done, my boy. Quite remarkable. It appears I have underestimated you. He paused, adopting a tone filled with the hopes of a mentor for his protege. Next, it's the national training team. We shall meet again soon. I may be decades your senior, but should you encounter any mathematical challenges in the future, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. This statement transcended mere pleasantries between a coach and a student. It resembled an invitation between equals, an acknowledgement of the highest order. Chapter 36, The School's Celebration. When Xu Chen's name became synonymous with the term perfect score gold medal in the CMO, it triggered not merely a tremor within the competition circles, but a tsunami of public opinion that swept through his hometown of Anqing. Xun Xiaoping was the first to receive the news. Immediately following the award ceremony, Xu Chen sent him a WeChat message. After all, without Teacher Chen's exceptional support and encouragement along the way, Xu Chen's journey to the CMO would not have been possible. This gratitude remained etched in his heart. Initially, it was merely the mathematics teachers in the office who let out a few restrained cheers. Subsequently, Chun Xiaoping burst into the principal's office, exuberantly reporting this tremendous news in a flurry of words. Upon seeing the photo on the phone, the elderly principal, who had always been a steady educator, was so moved that he snatched the phone and stared at Xu Chen's picture for a full 3 minutes. He even retrieved his reading glasses, wiping them repeatedly, terrified of misjudging any pixel. Once he confirmed its accuracy, he slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming like a bell, startling the pen holder to jump. Public Relations Department. Immediately, change the headline on the school's official website. Use the largest font to warmly congratulate our student Xu Chen for winning the National Mathematics Olympiad gold medal with a perfect score, creating history. He paused, seemingly unsatisfied, and added his signature rustic flair and banners. Hang them from school gates all the way to the teaching buildings. The longest and most vibrant ones, with gold trim. We want even satellites to see the triumphant news from Anqing No. 3 High School. Soon after, this news spread like a nuclear bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, its shockwaves engulfing every grade, every class, every corner. Xu Chen from Class 3 of Grade 11 had won first place in the National Middle School Mathematics Olympiad. A perfect score. What? First in the nation? Is that for real? I thought it was just the provincial level. It's true. Gold medal, first place. Perfect score. The photos have come back. Wow, our school is on the rise. Who would dare call us an ordinary high school now? Anqing No. 3 High School is phenomenal. Meanwhile, those who had previously taken away Xu Chen's textbooks and scratch paper were now overwhelmed with excitement. Xu Chen's desk mate, Wang Fatty, posted a picture in their group chat of Xu Chen's mathematics book encased in an exquisite glass dome, flanked by 2 bananas and a bottle of Wangzai milk. Brothers, I declare that from today onward, this is the treasure of our dormitory. Before the final exams, everyone may come to pay their respects once. Sincerity will grant you blessings. Responses flooded in. Kaiga, please bless it. I'm willing to trade a week's worth of living expenses for a chance to touch the genius's manual. In a heartbeat, the hallways, classrooms, and playgrounds of the teaching building were filled with jubilant students. They spread the news, their faces beaming with pride and excitement. As if the name standing at the pinnacle of the nation was not Xu Chen, but themselves. Launching number 3 high school, which had long struggled to maintain its status as a provincial key school and had never ranked among the top 3 in the city, now found its name inexorably linked to the forefront of the nation, an unprecedented association thanks to Xu Chen. Li Fan, absorbing the various news about Xu Chen, felt a whirlwind of emotions. He was genuinely happy for Xu Chen, experiencing the thrill of witnessing history and sharing in the pride of being a teammate. Yet simultaneously, he felt an immense pressure and a touch of absurd frustration. This guy's simply a monster. Li Fan Silan Li Lamanta. He directly achieved a perfect score and first in the nation, shattering the ceiling. How am I supposed to compete next year? He had initially hoped to strive for provincial first place next year to bring glory to the school and boast a little. But now, all the glory of Anqing number 3 high school has been claimed by Xu Chen alone. Even if I achieve provincial first next year, it will pale in comparison to his perfect score and national first place. He could even envision the future scene. Wow, Senior Li Fan is so impressive. He won the CMO gold medal. Yes, but he is still a bit behind Senior Xu Chen, who achieved a perfect score in the CMO. At the thought of this, Li Fan felt a twinge of toothache. However, this minor annoyance was soon eclipsed by a more intense emotion. Never mind, there is no point in comparing with such a prodigy. He is no longer an ordinary person, but a being that even top-tier schools like the Provincial Experimental School and Renmin University affiliated high school do not regard with high esteem. And I, Li Fan, have fought alongside this prodigy as a teammate. In the future, when bragging to others, I can say, back in the day, I was a teammate of Xu Chen, the CMO perfect score champion, and we took the exam in the same hall. I even discussed problems with him. With this thought, Li Fan's spirits soared. When viewed this way, it seems rather exhilarating. In the principal's office of Anqing number 3 high school, the phone had been ringing for almost an hour without pause. The principal felt as though he were receiving a royal decree rather than phone calls, with each one brimming with joy and praise. Hello, Director Li, good day. Yes, it's our School S student. Yes, his name is Xu Chen. It's all thanks to your excellent leadership, and the City S education is doing great. Our school has benefited from your brilliance. On the other end, the voice of the City S Education Bureau director resonated with joy, nearly bursting through the receiver. Principal Wang, congratulations. Your school has brought great honor to the entire Anqing education system. I just reported this to the mayor, and he personally commended your school. Once upon a time, Anqing number 3 high school would sit in the corner during city meetings, much like an unappreciated daughter-in-law. Now, they have become the pride of the entire Anqing educational community, a model institution that even the mayor must publicly commend. The former principal hung up the director's call, and the next call came in immediately. His face beamed with joy, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out as if he had regained 10 years of youth. For the first time in several decades since its establishment, Anqing No. 3 high school has produced a student who has been directly admitted to a prestigious university. Moreover, this student is bound for Tsinghua or Peking University. He knew that his political career was secure. Perhaps he could even ride this wave of success to ascend further, while he busily responded to congratulations from all corners. In the mathematics department's office, teacher Chen Xiaoping was also savoring the pinnacle of his life. Surrounded by colleagues, he was inundated with praise. Teacher Chen, your insight is extraordinary. You are truly the golden eye of the mathematics world. With just a glance, you excavated such a rare gem from our pile of stones. Old Chen, you truly have students blossoming everywhere now. The nation's top student, enough for you to boast about for a lifetime. When it comes time to evaluate for the title of special grade teacher, just place Xu Chen's gold medal on the table, and who would dare to object? Teacher Chen, cradling his beloved thermos, wore a modest yet unmistakably proud smile. He understood that his high-ranking title was assured. The future special grade teacher evaluation also held promise. Just then, the principal's internal phone rang. Old Chen, come to my office at once. City leaders are visiting our school to personally commend Xu Chen. The municipal bureau has also granted a reward of 30,000 yuan. Hurry over, we need to discuss the details of the reception. This news once again sent the mathematics department into a frenzy. The city leaders personally coming to the school for a commendation ceremony. What honor! On the day the news broke, the students of Anqing number 3 high school were busy as bees, ensuring that every corner of the campus was spotless, even uprooting the weeds in the flower beds. What excited the citizens even more was the transformation at the entrance of Municipal Education Bureau. The usually solemn and austere building had, for the first time, unfurled a massive and eye-catching red banner, its golden letters gleaming in the sunlight. Warm congratulations to our own Xu Chen from Anqing No. 3 High School for winning the National Mathematics Olympiad and bringing glory to our city. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, pulling out their phones to take pictures and engage in lively discussions. Wow, a banner at the Education Bureau? That's a first. The sun must have risen in the west. In the past, they always had the schools display banners. When have they ever been so ostentatious at their own doorstep? It seems a remarkable talent has truly emerged this time. Launching number 3 High School is bound to rise to prominence. Inside the teaching building, the younger students were also excitedly discussing the legendary academic prodigy. So cool. From now on, my idol will be senior Xu Chen. Is our school going to become a super high school? Will we also be able to get into Tsinghua or Peking University? They remained unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. From the moment Xu Chen claimed victory, the Xu Chen model at launching number 3 High School was set into motion. The school leadership convened an urgent meeting, deciding to comprehensively promote Xu Chen's successful experience. Although they were unclear about the specifics of that experience, it did not hinder them from imposing stricter requirements, assigning more homework, and conducting additional examinations. Thus, the next day, a school-wide mobilization meeting titled Learning from Senior Xu Chen was held. The educational director delivered an impassioned speech on stage. Students, Xu Chen's success tells us that nothing is impossible. If he can do it, so can you. Starting today, our school's morning study time will be advanced by half an hour. Evening study time will be extended by 1 hour. Weekend remedial classes will include 2 additional mathematics reinforcement sessions. The students below were left speechless. In the ensuing years, the students of Anqing No. 3 High School would endure a grueling high school life under the mantra of learning from senior Xu Chen. Many years later, when they had matured, they would simultaneously express gratitude for the improvements Xu Chen had brought to their alma mater while lamenting why he had pushed them so hard back then. Chapter 37. The Public Opinion Frenzy. If the tremors felt by Anqing number 3 High School and the educational system were merely the overture to this storm, then it was when the media, with a sense of smell sharper than that of a police dog, took the stage that a true wave of public opinion erupted across the internet. Xu Chen's story was a perfect material tailor-made for a viral article. Coming from an ordinary high school, an underdog in provincial competitions, achieving a perfect score in the CMO, tackling extracurricular problems in the exam room. Each label alone could sustain a viral article with over 100,000 views. When all these elements coalesced into one individual, the resulting chemical reaction was exponential. Initially, the news circulated only within a small circle of education and competition enthusiasts. However, mainstream media outlets such as the Jiangnan Youth Daily and Jiangnan Education Online soon began to follow up with reports. The headlines were relatively restrained, a pride from a humble background. How an ordinary high school student overcame challenges to achieve a perfect score in a national mathematics competition. The articles primarily focused on factual accounts, emphasizing Xu Chen's ordinary background and the difficulty of his achievements. Although the reporters themselves were unsure where exactly the challenges lay for Xu Chen, this did not prevent them from skillfully employing euphemistic language to craft him into a diligent and hardworking archetype that fit mainstream narrative demands. However, mathematics competitions felt too distant from the lives of ordinary people. These lukewarm reports were like pebbles tossed into the ocean, failing to create significant ripples. The real turning point came from Jihu. As more details were leaked by CMO staff and participants, there began to be heightened interest. A question arose on Jihu. How do you evaluate Xu Chen, the perfect scorer of the 2023 CMO? The highly upvoted answer from an anonymous user claiming to be a participant on site. Read, thank for the invite, but I'll remain anonymous to avoid being crushed by the greats. Relevant experience. I was a candidate at this year's CMO, barely snagging a silver medal, and was present at the scene. Let me get straight to the point. This is not a human. It's a monstrous anomaly. What you see is just the perfect score. What we witnessed was the process. On the first day of the exam, while we were still scratching our heads over the first question, the Great One had already completed all the problems and was working on extracurricular ones. You heard that right, solving other problems during the CMO exam. Another version we heard was that he finished the extracurricular problems before starting on the CMO questions. It felt like he was just casually taking the CMO exam. At that time, Professor Lee from a national team was pacing beside him, and we all thought he might be caught cheating. Yet, after observing for a while, Professor Lee's expression transformed from serious to shocked to awestruck. I will never forget that sight. As for the solutions, don't ask. It's like reading ancient texts. Let me put it this way. We were solving problems, while he was instructing the problems on how they should be solved. Lastly, regarding the competition for talent between Tsinghua and Peking University, I can only say that what you see online may still be a conservative estimate. Enough of this. I need to get back to studying problems. I feel that if I don't work hard, I want to even be able to catch a glimpse of the Great One's silhouette. This vividly impactful answer was like the first deep water bomb dropped into the lake of public opinion, instantly igniting Jihu. Wow, this answer sent chills down my spine. The phrase instructing the problems on how they should be solved is so impressive. I've learned something. Don't go, answer. Tell us more about the competition for talent between Tsinghua and Peking University. I'll subscribe to your premium membership. The number of likes surged into the tens of thousands within just a few hours, and the comment section was completely overtaken. Subsequently, the self-media discovered a tremendous influx of traffic, leading to a plethora of self-media accounts that flocked in like sharks sensing blood. Official reports emphasize precision. However, they do not share that necessity. What they seek is a more impactful, more dramatic truth. Thus, various embellished, detail-laden articles of in-depth interpretation began to spread virally. You thought he was taking an exam. In fact, he was doing extracurricular problems, unveiling the truth behind the CMO's top scorer's casual demeanor in the examination room. This article vividly depicted the inner monologue of Professor Li Jianhua, the invigilator, transitioning from shock to numbness and eventually to existential doubt, capturing his psychological state with greater clarity than the professor himself. Shocking. The admissions offices of Tsinghua and Peking University engaged in a market-style bidding war over a high school student during a phone call. This article transformed a three-way conversation between Xu Chen and two admissions officers into a delightful comedic exchange, embellishing details such as the abundance of female students at Peking University and the quality of Tsinghua's cafeteria, rendering them so vivid that it felt as though the author was present, serving tea. Furthermore, a metaphysical post unexpectedly propelled a small public account to 1 million views. Metaphysical revelation. The dragon vein of Anqing No. 3 High School has emerged, and the star of literature has descended. Is it coincidence or destiny? The author, claiming to be a registered layperson from Longhu Mountain, began with a satellite map of Anqing No. 3 High School, marked with red lines. The article analyzed that Anqing No. 3 High School, backed by Xiangshan and facing the Anjiang River, possesses an exceptional feng shui configuration of yin and yang. However, the crucial point lay in the fact that for decades, an old, narrow stone bridge directly opposite the school gate had choked the dragon energy of the river, preventing the school from flourishing academically and yielding no top talents for years. Yet, here comes the crux. Last year, municipal planning led to the demolition of the old bridge, replaced by a brand new three-arch stone bridge named Wenchang Bridge. The completion of this bridge seemingly unlocked the shackles of the dragon vein, with its three arches resembling a grand gateway, allowing the dragon energy of the Anjiang River to surge directly into the school, creating an auspicious sign of a carp leaping over the dragon gate and the promise of success. This bridge officially opened to traffic in the spring of this year, invigorating the land, and the dragon vein has now been established. This article significantly elevated Anqing No. 3 High School status in the eyes of the locals, prompting speculation whether the post was merely an attempt by the blogger to ride the wave of popularity or a cleverly disguised advertisement bought by the principal. The article concluded that thus, Xu Chen's achievements were not coincidental, but rather a manifestation of the favorable feng shui of Anqing No. 3 High School, the inevitable result of timing, geographical advantage, and human harmony. These articles, though increasingly absurd in content, adeptly captured the whims of netizens, swiftly dominating trending lists across major platforms. At least 4 of the top 10 trending topics on Weibo were related to Xu Chen. CMO top score Xu Chen, trending. What is it like to do extracurricular problems during an exam, trending. How fiercely do Tsinghua and Peking University compete for students, trending. What kind of extraordinary school is Anqing No. 3 High School? When the fervor surrounding an event reaches its zenith, it inevitably evolves into a collective revelry of memes. Xu Chen, in a manner he never anticipated, became a cultural symbol, celebrated across the internet. The first casualties of this phenomenon were various memes. A candid shot of the shocked invigilator's profile was paired with a classic line. I have never seen someone so audacious. Below was a calm profile picture of Xu Chen, captioned, well, now you have. Another image captured the astonished side profile of invigilator Li Jianhua, transformed into a meme akin to an elderly person on the subway, engrossed in their phone, captioned, this problem can be solved this way? A photo of Xu Chen calmly accepting an award was matched with the classic line, I haven't even exerted myself, and you're already down. Another image of Xu Chen receiving an award was humorously edited with the face of the villain from the movie Kung Fu. Captioned, I just wanted to defeat the two of you or be defeated by you. Here, The two were playfully mocked by netizens as the CMO and the extra questions. Xu Chen transcended being merely an academic prodigy. He became a symbol, embodying the essence of overwhelming superiority, unspoken arrogance, and the quotidian life of a scholarly deity. His narrative was deconstructed, reassembled, and disseminated in an entertaining manner, ultimately evolving into an unparalleled online jubilation of this era. Chapter 38. After the Clamor. In the first half of the month following Xu Chen's return to Anqing, he was inundated with various honors and monetary rewards. He seemed to have transformed into a golden emblem, a living postcard of the city. First, there was an internal commendation ceremony at the school, where the esteemed principal personally awarded him a special scholarship of 30,000 yuan and announced the establishment of the Xu Chen Scholarship to encourage future generations of students. Following, that was a citywide recognition. Leaders from the Municipal Education Bureau held an audience with him, presenting him with a bonus of 100,000 yuan, and he was interviewed by the local television station. Even certain local entrepreneurs reached out through the school to offer him special scholarships, many of whom were motivated purely by a desire to reward talented youth in their hometown, which deeply moved Xu Chen. Despite the series of promotional events, Xu Chen exhibited no signs of impatience. He cooperated calmly, wearing a suitable smile as he expressed gratitude to the school and his hometown with customary platitudes. He was acutely aware that Anqing No. 3 High School, and indeed the entirety of Anqing, desperately needed such a genius to invigorate spirits and serve as a calling card to secure more educational resources from higher authorities. Since he could contribute to his alma mater and hometown, he felt it was of little consequence. Over the course of this month-long tour of awards, Xu Chen calculated that he had accumulated a staggering 350,000 yuan. The scholarship from Peking University would only be available upon enrollment, but it was a certainty. Thus, he had already amassed nearly 500,000 yuan in assets. Xu Chen could not help but exclaim, "There's indeed a treasure trove within the pages of books." Once the clamor finally subsided and life returned to tranquility, Xu Chen immediately reverted to his most familiar and comfortable state. The official International Mathematical Olympiad, IMO, was scheduled for the distant month of July, while the national training camp would convene in the capital only in March of the following year, coinciding with the arrival of spring. This meant that from now until the training began, Xu Chen had over 3 months of entirely free time to himself. He once again turned his attention to the 2 high-reward problems posted on Yu Kanghua's competition-oriented WeChat account. Reward of 500 yuan. Solve a combinatorial extremum problem involving the lower bound estimate of Ramsey number R55. Reward of 600 yuan. Prove an irreducibility problem concerning polynomial circles over finite fields. This time, he did not experience the previous moment of inspiration. These 2 problems loomed before him like formidable peaks, their difficulty lying not in the intricacy of calculations, but rather in the dependency on established thought patterns. The estimation of Ramsey numbers is a classic problem in combinatorial mathematics, with conventional probabilistic methods being the standard answers found in nearly all textbooks. To circumvent this and provide a novel, constructive proof would be as challenging as carving a new path along a sheer cliff. The properties of polynomials over finite fields delve into the very core of abstract algebra, requiring extensive preliminary knowledge about field extensions and Galois groups, with a lengthy logical chain intricately interlinked. Attempting to prove it through more elementary means was nearly impossible. This was precisely the essence of their challenge. The challenge lies not only in problem-solving abilities, but also in confronting the entrenched cognitive frameworks of the entire mathematical system. When faced with the first daunting peak, Xu Chen did not rush into an assault. Instead, he devoted a full 3 days to immersing himself in the vast ocean of Ramsey theory. He systematically absorbed related knowledge, progressing from the most fundamental pigeonhole principle to the van der Waerden theorem, and then delving into various intricate graph coloring problems. He did not merely learn the conclusions. He meticulously scrutinized the details of each classical proof, endeavoring to grasp the mathematical ideas underpinning them. On the afternoon of the 4th day, he spread out sheets of draft paper. Rather than opting for conventional probabilistic methods, he ventured into uncharted territory, attempting a constructive approach rooted in finite geometry. This notion was remarkably audacious, necessitating the mapping of discrete points and edges onto a geometric structure. Throughout the afternoon, his pen scarcely paused. Draft paper after draft paper was consumed, while discarded ideas formed small mountains around him. Ultimately, as the sun dipped below the horizon, he successfully constructed a particular graph, and, utilizing its properties, provided a robust proof of a lower bound for R55. although the solution was more complex than the probabilistic method. The originality of its thought and the intricacy of its construction would undoubtedly astonish any expert in the field of combinatorial mathematics. Immediately following was an algebraic conundrum concerning the polynomial of circular division. He then plunged into the depths of abstract algebra for another week. From the foundational concepts of groups, rings, and fields to the essence of Galois theory, he absorbed the building blocks that support the edifice of modern mathematics like a parched sponge. This time, he did not seek shortcuts. He recognized that in such a rigorously structured and logically intense domain, any attempt at cleverness would be futile. The only recourse was to confront the challenges head-on. He meticulously reorganized and reconstructed all pertinent theorems, lemmas, and corollaries in his mind, weaving a clear network of knowledge. With an unstoppable momentum, he deconstructed the problem step by step, grounding each phase in the most solid theoretical underpinnings, ultimately delivering a logically flawless and irrefutable proof. When he photographed this proof, an artifact of artistry in its own right, and uploaded it to Xu Chen, he heard the system's melodious notification chime in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! For solving a challenging mathematical problem using an innovative method. Mathematics experience points. 3. Ding! Congratulations, host, for solving a challenging mathematical problem using an innovative method. Mathematics experience points. 2. Current discipline level. Mathematics LV1 28500. Indeed, innovative solutions yield greater experience points, Xu Chen realized. At that moment, he could distinctly sense that his mastery over the entire high school mathematics competition knowledge framework had ascended to an unparalleled level. He could instinctively analyze the core focal point of a problem, discern the abilities it sought to evaluate in students, and understand how each condition functioned like precisely placed barriers, guiding the problem-solving approach toward the directions predetermined by the question setter. This transformation from problem solver to questioner and ultimately to question setter represents a qualitative leap. Armed with the extraordinary talents granted by the system and the knowledge framework he had painstakingly constructed, surpassing that of his peers, Xu Chen understood that in the realm of high school mathematics competitions, he now possessed a perspective and capability on par with those who crafted the examination rules. He could not only provide answers, but also offer multiple divergent pathways and vistas to those answers. Chapter 39, The Outlier in the Training Team. March, Beijing. Xu Chen bid farewell to the tranquility of Anqing and stepped into the gates of the national training team. Here, 60 of the nation's most brilliant mathematical minds converged. Each individual among them had emerged victorious from the brutal competition of the CMO, representing the future hope of China's mathematical community. The structure of the training team resembled that of the provincial teams, yet the intensity and depth were incomparable. Each day was filled with extensive self-study, mock examinations, and specialized lectures. Occasionally, members of the national coaching team, such as Professor Li Jianhua, would hold lectures elucidating profound theories or intricate problem-solving techniques. Everyone here operated like a tightly wound spring, working fervently. They were acutely aware that these 60 individuals were merely the beginning. According to tradition, the training team would undergo 2 rounds of grueling selection examinations. The first round would narrow the field from 60 to 15, advancing to the second stage of training. The second round would then select the top 6 from these 15 to form a national team representing China at the international competition in July. Each examination was a matter of elimination from the bottom. The competitive pressure here far exceeded that of the CMO. Selecting just 6 individuals from among the nation's high school students was indeed a rare feat, a selection akin to 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in 100,000. However, merely a week into the training, Xu Chen began to feel a sense of confusion. He discovered that, whether in the emphatic highlights of the coach's lectures or the standard answers lauded in the distributed problem sets, there was a strong inclination toward universal methods. These methods often revolved around the most core and widely applicable theorems or models within certain branches of mathematics. For instance, in tackling inequalities, there was a repeated emphasis on the application and transformation of various means, Cauchy-Schwarz inequalities, and sorting. In resolving combinatorial issues, there was a penchant for establishing recursive relationships and employing generating functions as a catch-all approach. This sensation was akin to equipping each soldier with an indomitable sledgehammer. Regardless of whether the adversary was a wooden door, a stone wall, or armored foes, the strategy remained singular: lift the hammer and strike. This approach, while remarkably robust and possessing a high lower bound, ensured that with sufficient mastery, one could identify a breakthrough for most difficult problems. Yet Xu Chen felt an instinctive aversion. He perceived that this sledgehammer strategy often entailed a considerable computational burden and tedious derivation processes. It forsook the insight into the problem's unique structure and abandoned the pursuit of that singular key capable of delivering a decisive blow, opting instead for the most cumbersome method to confront challenges head-on. In his view, it lacked the simplicity and elegance that mathematics ought to embody. More importantly, this formulaic approach to problem-solving offered him no sense of challenge. After his previous experience of resolving challenging problems with unconventional methods, he had savored the joy of stepping outside the norm, forging new paths, and ultimately arriving at solutions in astonishingly clever ways. That experience represented an intellectual pinnacle, far removed from the monotony of rote application of formulas. During a break in one of the lectures, Xu Chen approached Professor Li Jinhua and candidly expressed his confusion. Upon hearing him out, Professor Li did not appear surprised. He simply gazed at him calmly and asked, "Xu Chen, do you know what our national team's objective is? Winning the gold medal?" "Not entirely." Professor Li shook his head, stating that the goal was to achieve the highest total score as a team. He paused before explaining. This meant that we needed the cumulative score of the 6 members to be as high as possible. We seek not for any individual to showcase astounding talent on a single problem, but rather for all 6 members to consistently secure the scores they are meant to achieve. Professor Li acknowledged that Xu Chen's sentiments were valid. The high-intensity training and the repetitive emphasis on these universal methods aimed precisely to cultivate muscle memory among the team members. In the examination hall, upon encountering the questions, one can immediately align them with the most reliable solution templates, thereby minimizing errors and ensuring a baseline performance. He sighed and continued, "Such intensive training, in a certain sense, does diminish the contestants' creativity. For when an individual has encountered a sufficient variety of question types and mastered their corresponding standard solutions, the first instinct in the high-pressure environment of an exam is inevitably to apply the most familiar and dependable template, rather than risking a significant waste of time in search of a novel solution that may or may not exist." At this juncture, Li Jinhua's expression grew markedly solemn. This year, the circumstances were particularly unique. His fingers lightly tapped on the table as he reflected. Our Chinese team has narrowly missed securing the top aggregate score at the IMO for 3 consecutive years. Thus, the core strategy for this year's training is to prioritize stability above all else. We aspire for each team member to become a reliable scoring asset. His gaze fixed intently upon Xu Chen. "Xu Chen, your talent is evident to me. I appreciate your innovative approaches. However, within the training squad, I hope you will also focus on refining these generalized methods. Pursuing innovation for its own sake can be a perilous gamble at the IMO." This statement served both as an explanation and a gentle admonition. Xu Chen fell silent. He grasped the coaching team's intentions and recognized the strategy of the group. Yet, within the depths of his heart, an unusual fire ignited. Stability was not inherently flawed. However, stability should not equate to relinquishing the pursuit of excellence. Upon returning to his dormitory, Xu Chen sank into contemplation. He recalled the myriad challenging problems he had tackled. Each solution exemplified the principle that what is difficult for the uninitiated may be trivial for the adept. Once the key insight was grasped, the entire problem-solving process became remarkably straightforward, with minimal computation required. Their limitation lay in their narrow applicability, designed specifically for certain problem structures. But what if these insights could be systematically interconnected? A bold thought began to take shape in his mind. Perhaps I can introduce something different to this team. In the ensuing days, Xu Chen embarked on an ambitious project. He conducted a thorough reverse engineering of all the classic difficult problems he had encountered. He reclassified these problems based on their intrinsic mathematical structures rather than superficial categories such as algebra, geometry, number theory, or combinatorics. For instance, under the theme of symmetry, he grouped all inequalities and systems of equations exhibiting properties of rotational or central symmetry, and he devised a set of techniques utilizing symmetric polynomials, permutations, and other tools for dimensional reduction and simplification. Under the theme of extreme principles, he summarized systematic methods for accurately identifying and utilizing extreme cases, such as minimal elements, farthest point pairs, and longest paths, as breakthrough points in solving combinatorial problems pertaining to existence and optimization. For the structural mapping theme, he ingeniously linked seemingly unrelated problems across different mathematical disciplines by constructing coordinate systems, employing complex numbers, and mapping them to graph theory models, thus establishing intrinsic connections and compiling numerous commonly used cross-disciplinary mapping models. His aim was not to overturn the established, robust system of the training squad, but to equip his teammates with an arsenal of sharp, lightweight, and lethal special tactics, akin to a set of deadly daggers rather than heavy weaponry. These daggers represented the exquisite special solutions, which, while undeniably limited in scope, resembled uniquely shaped keys, each capable of unlocking only a specific lock. This was precisely why traditional training methods did not favor such an approach, as memorizing a vast array of disparate special techniques not only imposed a heavy burden, but also risked confusion during exams, potentially leading to a decline in performance. Yet, Xu Chen, with his extraordinary insight, established a clear indexing system amidst this chaotic sea of keys. He categorized an extensive collection of specific keys that encompassed nearly all competition problem types, summarizing clear usage instructions and identification manuals. It was as if he not only provided the keys, but also furnished a detailed lock identification and key matching guide. This fundamentally altered the rules of the game. It transformed what was once reliant upon inspiration and talent into a systematic methodology that could be mastered through training. He categorized these numerous specific keys within the four major modules of algebra: geometry, number theory, and combinatorics, implementing a primary classification. Under each module, he further subdivided them based on the core structures or distinctive features of the problems. For instance, within the inequalities section, he delineated several subcategories, such as rotationally symmetric types, homogeneous types, and those involving radicals. Crucially, beneath each subcategory, rather than merely presenting solutions, he articulated a clear process for recognition and application. Recognition. He described the essential characteristics of these problems in the most concise language, akin to affixing prominent labels to each lock. Matching. He identified the optimal key, special solution, uniquely corresponding to that characteristic, elucidating the underlying mathematical concepts in a few sentences to facilitate understanding rather than rote memorization. Application. He provided 2 to 3 original or adapted examples that maximize the advantages of the technique, accompanied by detailed, foolproof steps for solving. This compilation fundamentally transformed the learning logic of special solutions. It no longer required students to memorize 1,000 scattered keys. Instead, it taught them how to recognize 1,000 different locks, providing each with a singular, most perfect key. The difficulty of memorization was minimized, while the efficiency of application was maximized. This truly rendered the systematic training of innovative solutions feasible, even efficient. A month later, when Xu Chen presented a meticulously organized, 100-page document titled Concepts and Classifications of Common Special Solutions for the IMO to Professor Li Jinhua's desk, the seasoned coach, accustomed to brilliance, was utterly astonished. As he leafed through the pages, his initial curiosity transformed into surprise, ultimately culminating in an indescribable excitement and euphoria. What he beheld was not merely a compilation of problem-solving techniques. It was a young man with his transcendent mathematical vision, opening a new door for the entire national team's training system. Chapter 40, The Unspoken Experiment. The atmosphere in Professor Li Jinhua's office descended into a profound silence. He closed the document titled Concepts and Classifications of Common Special Solutions for the IMO, gently tracing its cover with his fingertips, his eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions. Shock, admiration, and ecstasy swirled within him, ultimately coalescing into a heavy sense of responsibility befitting a head coach. Xu Chen, he began slowly, his voice hoarse and grave. This work is invaluable. It is no exaggeration to say that it could alter our training model for the coming years. He paused, then abruptly shifted his tone, infused with an undeniable resolve. However, this year is not the time. Xu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Li Jinhua looked at him, his gaze earnest and serious. There are less than 2 months remaining until the official IMO competition. The strategy devised by our entire coaching team is primarily focused on stability. This approach has been implemented for several months, allowing the players to adapt both technically and psychologically to this rhythm. Now, altering our tactics at this juncture poses a significant risk. He rose from his seat, pacing back and forth in the office, his tone revealing a blend of helplessness and caution that accompanies his elevated position. Your method, he remarked, is a double-edged sword. It demands the user possess exceptional insight and judgment. When wielded effectively, it becomes a formidable weapon. However, should one misjudge in the heat of competition, employing the wrong key and squandering precious time, the consequences could be dire. I cannot stake the performance of the entire team on this uncertainty. Thus he paused, fixing his gaze on Xu Chen, and delivered his final verdict. I shall keep this material safe, and may even consider it a core reference for next year's training camp. However, this year, I will not endorse it in any official capacity. The air in the office seemed to thicken. Xu Chen understood Professor Li's concerns. Seeking stability is the primary duty of the head coach. Yet, he had more faith in his own judgment. Just as he prepared to voice his dissent, Li Jinhua appeared to read his thoughts, gesturing to him to hold his tongue, his demeanor softening slightly. However, he resumed his seat, casting a penetrating glance at Xu Chen, an imperceptible glimmer of appreciation and indulgence in his eyes. While I cannot officially endorse this, I can provide you with a leeway. The corners of Li Jinhua's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. My stance is one of neither advocacy nor opposition, nor interference, he elucidated. After all, this training squad of 60 will ultimately undergo 2 rounds of rigorous selection, leaving only 6. If your method proves as effective as you claim, the individuals who master this dagger tactic are likely to emerge victorious. Conversely, should this approach prove to be mere ostentation, those who employ it will naturally be eliminated during the selection process. The final outcome will speak for itself. Therefore, he concluded, you may engage in private, small-scale discussions and studies, but do not disrupt the other students who adhere to conventional methods. Let the market decide. Xu Chen instantly grasped Professor Li's intentions. This was an exceedingly astute stratagem. Professor Li had deftly sidestepped the substantial risks associated with official endorsement while granting Xu Chen's new method a chance for a limited trial. He had entrusted the power of choice to the team members themselves and to the impending selection examination. This not only demonstrated responsibility towards the team, but also reflected care and trust in the genius that is Xu Chen. I understand. Thank you, Professor Li. Xu Chen picked up the printed document and bowed solemnly to Professor Li. Stepping out of the office, Xu Chen inhaled deeply. He knew that an unofficial, grassroots tactical innovation was about to be initiated by his own hands. Rather than making a grand proclamation, he sought out a few of the most trustworthy teammates he had observed during this period. Among them was the gold medalist Luo Yaolong, hailing from the Jiangnan team. His foundation was solid, yet his thought process occasionally became rigid, making him in need of such a clever method to enlighten him. Another was Fang Bo from the Shangjing team, a prodigy in computation. He excelled at employing the most rudimentary methods to solve complex problems, and Xu Chen's approach would liberate his computational prowess significantly. Lastly, there was Meng Lingyao from the Modu team, a girl endowed with remarkable mathematical talent and intuition. Xu Chen's systematic summary would be akin to a timely assistance for her. One evening, Xu Chen gathered them in a secluded corner of the study room. He spoke little, placing several freshly photocopied documents titled Concepts and Classifications of Common IMO Models and Special Solutions, imbued with the scent of ink before them. You've often asked me how to achieve full marks on the CMO, what the secrets are, Haven TU. The materials I have compiled may prove beneficial for our upcoming examination. If you're interested, we can explore them together. The 3 of them picked up the documents, puzzled. Wow. Xu Chen, have you just written down the martial arts manual? As they delved deeper into the intricate classifications, progressively challenging example problems, and incisive analyses of various solving methodologies, the dormitory was filled with gasps of astonishment. They seemed to witness a door to a new world slowly creaking open. Thus, beneath the dominant strategy of the national training team, a subtle undercurrent initiated by Xu Chen, blending the dagger and scalpel, began to quietly surge within a small circle. No one knew where this current would ultimately lead the team. The moment of reckoning for this exercise's results was swiftly approaching. 2 weeks later, the first round of selection examination for the national training team was set to commence. This examination would directly eliminate 45 individuals from the 60 participants. Chapter 41. Results of the first experiment. The first round of selection for the national training team officially commenced. This examination would sift through 60 gold medalists to select the top 15 who would advance to the next phase of intensive training. The atmosphere in the examination hall was as tense as the calm before a storm. Even these battle-hardened prodigies could not maintain absolute composure in the face of what could only be described as a divine clash during this internal elimination contest. Each face bore the marks of seriousness and concentration. They understood that every individual present possessed skills on par with, if not exceeding, their own. Any minor misstep could sever their chances of securing one of the final 6 spots entirely. 3/4 of these 60 top talents would fade into obscurity after tomorrow. It was a figure that no one could face calmly. The bell signaling the start of the examination rang out. At the moment the test paper landed in his hands, a barely perceptible smile tugged at Xu Chen's lips. The 3 questions on the paper were of exceedingly high difficulty, each akin to a climactic problem from the IMO finals. Yet, 2 of them bore an almost perfect alignment with a specific topic from his handout. He could distinctly sense the malice lurking behind the question's convoluted background and conditions. cleverly obscuring its core mathematical structure, enticing candidates to embark on a path of arduous calculations. However, for Xu Chen, who had mastered the key, all of this was rendered moot. He picked up his pen and wrote fluidly. While others were still racking their brains over a branch of the first question, he had already dispatched the second combinatorial conundrum with a brilliant symmetry construction. As the examination concluded, the atmosphere in the training team was thick with anticipation on the day the results were announced. Professor Li Jinhua personally brought the score sheets into the study room. He offered no superfluous words, directly affixing the printed rankings to the notice board. With a rustle, everyone surged forward. At the very top of the rankings, one name unmistakably claimed the first position with a pronounced advantage. First place, Xu Chen. No one was surprised by this outcome. It had long been accepted that Xu Chen's prowess had transcended their competitive realm. What truly piqued people's interest was the allocation of the 15-member list and the performance of the members in Xu Chen's study group. Eyes continued to scan downwards. 5th place, Feng Bo. 7th place, Luo Yaolong. 12th place, Meng Lingyao. Remarkably, apart from Xu Chen, 3 out of the 4 other members of the clandestine study group have also secured positions within the top 15. This outcome, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sent ripples through the remaining 15 team members. In the previous assembly of 60, information had circulated in a relatively insular manner. Many were blissfully unaware that beyond the official methodologies, a secretive study group existed. Yet now, only 15 remained, a select circle of elites. Any slight shift in the air would swiftly resonate with all. That afternoon, before Xu Chen could utter a word, the remaining 11 selected contestants, almost in unison, approached him. Xu Chen, could you possibly share your lecture notes with us? We assure you, it's merely for the sake of learning. I truly wish to enhance my understanding. He emphasized the initiative he was taking, fearful that Xu Chen might conceal his insights out of concern for being discovered by their coach. Some eliminated participants also approached Xu Chen for guidance on techniques. Despite having already earned their CMO gold medals and secured admissions to prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beida, thereby rendering them ineligible for future math competitions, a few still expressed a desire to bring back knowledge to aid their peers at their alma mater. Xu Chen was more than willing to oblige. After all, he had heard from Professor Li Jinhua that the Chinese team had not clinched first place for 3 consecutive years. Thus, if this method proved effective, enhancing the overall mathematical prowess of China would indeed be a commendable endeavor. Perhaps his modest contribution could genuinely play a part in altering the situation. Without the slightest hesitation, he opened his laptop and dragged the PDF titled Concepts and Classifications of Special Solutions for Common Models in IMO into the shared drive of the training team. Feel free to download, engage in discussions, and offer suggestions for improvement. That night, the study room of the training team was ablaze with light. All members, akin to Columbus discovering a new world, eagerly delved into the lecture notes, occasionally exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, I had no idea this problem could be solved using generating functions. The computational load has diminished by more than tenfold. This inversion theorem is remarkable. It's the universal key to combinatorial counting problems. My goodness, why hadn't I considered viewing this plane geometry problem through the lens of projective geometry?" Professor Li Jinhua stood at the door of the study room, hands clasped behind his back, gazing through the glass pane at the fervid scene within. A complex smile of satisfaction and intrigue graced his face. He had initially believed he would need to exert considerable effort to foster a conducive learning atmosphere, only to find that Xu Chen had ignited it effortlessly in a manner he had never envisioned. Yet amidst this gratification, a profound anxiety, one that only he, as the head coach, could comprehend, began to swell within him. A young coach beside him, observing the scene, could not suppress his concern and whispered, "Professor Li, is this truly a blessing or a curse? The enthusiasm of the team has surged, but I can't shake the feeling of unease. What if they become so engrossed in these clever techniques that they neglect the foundational skills and universal methods we emphasize? Should they encounter a problem devoid of shortcuts during the competition, it could spell disaster." The young coach's words trailed off, yet their implications were unmistakable. Li Jinhua did not respond immediately, his gaze still fixed on the study room. He observed Xu Chen, encircled by a group, not merely lecturing but facilitating a discussion. When a question was posed, Xu Chen refrained from providing a direct answer. Instead, he introduced another perspective, encouraging collective contemplation. Soon, Feng Bo and Lin Fei, approaching the problem from different angles, proposed 2 distinct solution pathways, inciting a renewed round of debate and refinement. This transcended mere learning. It became a form of research, an authentic collision and elevation of thoughts among the brightest minds. Li Jinhua's heart was in turmoil. As the head coach of the national team, his foremost duty was to lead the squad to secure the highest overall score at the IMO. This objective loomed over him like a heavy mountain. In pursuit of this goal, he had long concluded that a conservative approach was the most dependable strategy. By ensuring solid training, he aimed to guarantee a scoring baseline for each member, thereby enhancing the team's overall score. However, as a seasoned mathematics educator, he harbored another relentless passion deep within. He yearned for more than just medals. He aspired to cultivate a handful of future mathematicians capable of advancing the frontiers of mathematics from among these young minds. Yet, great mathematicians cannot be forged merely through conventional methods. What they require is precisely that boundless imagination, that unorthodox creativity, that audacity to challenge authority and carve their own paths. Ironically, the conservative strategy he had championed was, in a sense, stifling these invaluable traits. He felt like a contradictory gardener, desiring vibrant blossoms while simultaneously pruning the most unique branches out of fear of storms. Perhaps I have indeed been overly cautious in the past, Li Jinhua mused, releasing a soft sigh within. He recognized that Xu Chen's emergence was akin to a catfish, stirring the entire ecosystem of the training team. This grassroots transformation was fraught with uncertainty. Whether it would lead the team to unprecedented glory or culminate in failure on the final stage remained unpredictable. And he, as the head coach, must silently bear the weight of it all. Just days prior, a leader from the Mathematics Association had called to inquire about the training team's progress, reiterating the rigid expectations for gold. Though the tone on the line was gentle, the palpable pressure resonated clearly through the receiver. Li Jinhua neither reported nor dared to disclose this tactical revolution occurring within the team. He chose to shoulder all the pressure alone. He still refrained from publicly endorsing Xu Chen's approach. Each day, at the regular meetings, he continued to emphasize the significance of foundational training, cautioning team members against aiming too high too soon. Yet privately, he acquiesced to the developments. He even discreetly instructed the logistics team to supply additional whiteboards and markers for the study room to facilitate their discussions. He felt like a tightrope walker, meticulously striving to maintain a balance between tradition and innovation. Observing the radiant eyes of the children ignited by the clash of ideas in the study room, he resolved to allow them a bit more time to grow untamed. Let them flourish for a while longer, he whispered to the young coach beside him, his tone laced with an almost imperceptible fatigue and a deep-seated, all-or-nothing hope. While gold medals are undoubtedly significant, if this risk could preserve a few genuinely creative sparks for the future of Chinese mathematics, then even if I, this old man, take the blame in the end, it will be worth it. Chapter 42. The Birth of the National Team. Time soared past amidst the relentless discussions and simulated training sessions. The national training team approached the final judgment day, the ultimate selection of 6 from 15. This examination would determine the 6 individuals who would ultimately represent the 5-star flag on the international IMO stage. The examination venue was set in the largest lecture hall of the training team. 15 desks, distanced widely apart, were sparsely arranged in the expansive classroom, resembling 15 solitary islands. The atmosphere was thick with a palpable tension, almost as if it were solidified. Those who occupied this space were none other than the creme de la creme of intellects. Each individual had undergone rigorous trials, from provincial competitions to national contests, in the first round of selection for the training team. Their prowess was already finely balanced. The outcome often hinged upon a mere fleeting thought. Xu Chen sat by the window, his demeanor serene. After more than a month of collaborative study, he could distinctly sense the remarkable evolution in the abilities of his teammates. They were no longer mere problem-solving automatons, but had begun to cultivate their unique styles and arsenals. This filled him with anticipation for the impending contest. At 8 in the morning, the examination commenced. As the papers were distributed, the familiar structure emerged. 3 problems to tackle within 4.5 hours. Xu Chen's gaze swiftly traversed the questions. The first problem pertained to number theory, an intricate issue concerning the existence of integer solutions to a Diophantine equation, laden with numerous square and cross terms. The conventional approach would involve modular arithmetic and infinite descent to uncover contradictions. Instantly, a standard method unfolded in Xu Chen's mind, though it entailed immense calculations and extensive case discussions. His eyes lingered on a particular coefficient of the equation. It was the structure of the Legendre symbol. A smile graced his lips. This problem was a classic variant from his lecture notes on quadratic residues. The examiner had cleverly concealed the essence of the core quadratic reciprocity law through algebraic transformations. Yet, for Xu Chen, who had long since grasped its fundamental nature, this guise was as delicate as gossamer. He picked up his pen, eschewing lengthy calculations, and directly introduced the Legendre symbol, transforming a complex integer solution problem into one regarding the determination of square residues. The entire proof spanned no more than 10 lines. The second problem involved combinatorial geometry, proving the inevitable existence of a specific configuration of convex polygons within a finite set of points. An application of Ramsey theory. Xu Chen immediately discerned the crux of the question. This problem tested not merely combinatorial skills, but also the ability to abstract and model the issue at hand. He refrained from hastily putting pen to paper and instead closed his eyes. In his mind's eye, a complete graph composed of red and blue lines materialized. He abstracted the points in the problem as vertices of the graph and the geometric relationships between them as edge colors. The entire dilemma instantly transformed from a tangible geometric figure into a pure Ramsey number estimation issue concerning monochromatic subgraphs. When he reopened his eyes, all logical chains were crystal clear. The third problem, a functional equation, stood as the ultimate challenge of this examination. An abstract equation nested with multiple layers of variables, devoid of any conditions regarding continuity or monotonicity, rendered it seemingly insurmountable. Even Xu Chen felt a hint of challenge upon encountering this question. He did not immediately resort to substituting special values. Instead, he began analyzing the equation's symmetry and periodicity. This structure appeared resolvable through some generalized form of the Cauchy functional equation. He seized his pen and commenced a vigorous logical tempest on the draft paper. 4.5 hours slipped by an instant, as the bell signaling the end of the examination rang. The majority of students in the classroom bore expressions of exhaustion. Even among this elite group of prodigies, the weight of the 3 formidable challenges had induced considerable pressure. The results were scheduled to be announced that very evening. The 15 team members, along with Professor Li Jinhua and several coaches, gathered in a small conference room. Silence enveloped the air, rendering it eerily still. Professor Li held the thin yet weighty score sheet, his gaze slowly surveying each of the young scholars present. His eyes reflected a blend of satisfaction, reluctance, and an unmistakable hint of pride. Before announcing the results, he spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. I wish to share a few words with all of you. You 15 are the most exceptional group of students I have ever encountered. Regardless of today's outcome, you are already among the finest mathematical minds in China, the future hope of this nation. Each of you has earned resounding applause for making it this far. To the 9 who will be departing, do not be disheartened. Your talents have been validated. Tsinghua and Peking University have opened their doors to you. The academic journey ahead is still long. For those who remain, his voice suddenly grew passionate and powerful. You will bear a heavy responsibility upon your shoulders. Your names will be preceded by China. I hope you will remember the glory of today, and even more so, this weighty responsibility. With that, he took a deep breath and opened the list in his hand. Now, I announce the final 6-member roster for the 2023 Chinese national team for the IMO. He began to read the names from the 6th position, one by one. 6th, Meng Lingyao. 5th, Fang Bo. 4th, Luo Yaolong. 3rd, Zhou Qing. 2nd, Sun Rue. With each name called, the respective student would rise, bow deeply to the audience, while the others offered their most sincere applause. Upon announcing the 2nd place, all eyes instinctively turned to the boy who had remained composed throughout. Professor Li looked at Xu Chen, a satisfied smile gracing his face. 1st place, he proclaimed in an unequivocal tone, imbued with profound pride. Xu Chen. The applause erupted like thunder. This time, it was not merely a congratulation, but a heartfelt expression of respect for absolute prowess. Once the list was complete, the dust settled. Professor Li surveyed the 6 youthful, yet resolute faces before him, and continued, as a head coach, I wish I could take all 15 of you to the IMO stage. Each of you has exerted efforts beyond ordinary imagination, and each of you deserves to stand on that highest platform. Yet, the rules are ruthlessly stringent. A hint of deep fatigue and resignation punctuated his voice. So, you 6 sitting here must remember, the honor you are about to wear is not solely your own. Behind you stand the 9 comrades who have just departed, the 60 gold medalists from the initial training, and countless children across the nation who strive for excellence in mathematics competitions. You are the embodiment of their dreams. His words ignited a warmth within the hearts of all present, their eyes glistening with moisture. They instantaneously comprehended the weight of the responsibility resting upon their shoulders. Professor Li paused, gathering his emotions, his tone regaining its solemnity and strength. Now, from this moment on, you six are one cohesive unit. Your identity is singular, and that is the Chinese team. Following this, we will engage in a month-long final sprint of training. Then, we shall travel to Chiba, Japan, to partake in the 54th International Mathematical Olympiad. He glanced at the calendar on the wall, outlining their subsequent schedule. The IMO will span 9 days, arriving on July 8th, with the opening ceremony on the 9th. Most importantly, on the 10th and 11th of July, the moment will arrive when you truly step onto the battlefield. Each day's examination will span 4.5 hours, comprising 3 questions. Over the course of 2 days, there will be a total of 6 questions, each worth 7 points, culminating in a perfect score of 42. He approached Xu Chen, gazing at this youth who had bestowed upon him countless surprises while simultaneously burdening him with immense pressure, his expression becoming remarkably intricate. I am aware that, over the past few months, some of you, particularly Xu Chen, have introduced refreshing elements into our training system. I have witnessed your fervor and creativity, as well as your unyielding spirit of exploration that refuses to settle for mere standard answers. I confess, I experienced moments of hesitation and even fear. I feared that your innovations might undermine our foundation of stability. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yet now, as I behold the 6 of you standing here, I find solace. You have demonstrated through your prowess that you not only wield the sharpest daggers, but also don the most formidable armor. You are, without question, the strongest cohort I have ever had the privilege to guide. This declaration caused every team member's heart to leap, igniting an overwhelming sense of pride and purpose within them. Therefore, I entrust all my faith to you. Professor Lee's gaze turned resolute, akin to that of a general poised for battle. We have but one goal. He paused, his eyes flashing as they swept across each team member's face, his voice deliberate and resounding like iron. We shall reclaim the highest honor, which has eluded us for the past 3 years, the honor that rightfully belongs to us. Bring it all back. Chapter 43, Arrival in Japan. July in Japan. When the Chinese delegation arrived at the designated hotel near the Makahari Mess in Chiba City, the lobby was already teeming with a multitude of young faces, diverse in color and sharp in gaze. An invisible tension, characteristic of the imminent clash of premier intellects, permeated the air. This is the arena of the IMO, where the finest mathematical minds from over 100 countries and regions converge. After checking in, the team members took a moment to recuperate in the hotel's common area. This space also became a front line for the various national teams to subtly gauge one another and engage in clandestine rivalry. Not far away, a group of boys clad in attire emblazoned with the stars and stripes were gathered around a Chinese youth who stood tall and handsome, his dark eyes radiating a boldness and confidence that starkly contrasted with the reserved demeanor often associated with the East. He was none other than the American team's ace, Ethan Lin. Last year, as a freshman, he claimed the IMO gold medal and was heralded by American media as the next Terrence Tao, a legendary figure. This name has become synonymous with terror in the international high school mathematics competition arena over the last 2 years. He achieved the gold medal as a freshman, securing an astonishing 3rd place individually. More daunting still, he is not a specialist. His dominance spans algebra, geometry, number theory, and combinatorics, showcasing an overwhelming prowess in each. The authoritative journals of American mathematics have likened him to a youth possessing the algebraic intuition of Euler and the insights of Gauss, with calls for him to be the next Terrence Tao ringing loudly. Ethan, look, it's the Chinese team, said David, a white youth from the American team, gesturing towards Xu Chen and his companions. David was also a gold medalist from the previous year, formidable in his own right, yet still regarded as one of the many orbiting around Lin. Upon hearing this, Ethan lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at the Chinese team members, a smirk of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh, another 6 fresh faces. His voice was low, yet clear enough for those nearby to hear. It seems they still haven't learned how to keep their strongest contenders in the fray. This remark was laden with provocation and was one of the key reasons the American team had managed to overshadow the Chinese team in total scores for 3 consecutive years. Their roster often included 2 to 3 seasoned veterans, serving as stabilizing anchors. It is well known that for the Chinese team, selection for the national squad is closely tied to academic advancement. Once a member is chosen, they are typically secured by prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua or Peking University, thereby precluding their participation in subsequent competitions. Conversely, the American team allows prodigies like Ethan to compete in multiple IMO events, accumulating experience and striving for higher individual rankings. I heard they have a perfect score this year, Ethan remarked nonchalantly. Just a perfect score at the CMO. I reviewed last year CMO paper. If the conditions of that combinatorial problem were changed from a convex n-gon to an arbitrary set of endpoints, the difficulty would increase by at least 3 levels. Unfortunately, their problem setters seemed to lack the audacity. He did not directly belittle the competitors, but instead cast aspersions on the caliber of the opposing country's problem-setting abilities, expressing his disdain in a more sophisticated and insidious manner, as it directly attacked the integrity of an entire nation's mathematical competition framework. The teammates surrounding him chuckled in agreement. The Chinese team members, overhearing this, exhibited visible irritation, with Luo Yaolong clenching his fists, eager to confront them. However, Xu Chen gently restrained him, shaking his head to signal patience. In the face of such lowly banter, retaliating with words was utterly futile. At that moment, a group of Korean team members clad in Taekwondo uniforms approached. The leader, Park Jun-hee, was the top scorer from the domestic selection. He appeared courteous, yet his competitive spirit burned like a raging flame. The Korean team is renowned for its exceptional computational abilities and fervent dedication to combinatorial geometry. Their training regimen, often dubbed a purgatory of sorts, marked by its intensity. Park Jun-hee emerged as the strongest contender from his crucible. Almost simultaneously, several members of the host Japanese team, adorned in uniforms emblazoned with cherry blossoms, approached with a degree of formality. The leader, Watanabe Yuichi, first bowed deeply to the assembly, adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor. The Japanese team is celebrated for its deep-rooted traditions in number theory and algebraic geometry, their problem-solving style often characterized by creativity and ingenious constructions, albeit with somewhat less stability. Lin Kun, I have heard much about you. Park Jun initiated, his focus unwaveringly directed at Ethan Lin. Last year, I finished just 1 point behind you. I hope this year I can have the opportunity to compete with you fairly. At any time, Ethan Lin shrugged, a playful smile gracing his lips. However, you must first ensure that you can keep up with my pace. Meanwhile, Watanabe Yuichi, upon encountering Ethan Lin, displayed a flicker of palpable trepidation in his eyes. He bowed once more and, in somewhat stilted English, stated, Lin-san, you are our role model. Please guide us. This Eastern form of humility sharply contrasted with the overt assertiveness of the Korean team and the American team's brashness. The atmosphere became palpably tense, as the top talents from China, America, Korea, and Japan subtly formed a precarious standoff. Yet, just as this charged atmosphere was on the verge of igniting, a vibrant voice, rich with a Korean-fused accent, broke through like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake. Oh, my friends! The crowd turned to see a group of Indian team members, clad in bright yellow uniforms, approaching with beaming smiles. A rich and peculiar body odor, mingling the scents of curry and sweat, arrived at the battlefield before its bearers. Leading the charge was a youth with dark skin, crowned with a head of overly gelled curls, his eyes shimmering with a perplexing, enigmatic confidence. He strode into the midst of the gathering, as if it were his own domain, and eagerly extended his hand, unceremoniously grasping the nearest Xu Chen's hand, shaking it vigorously up and down. Hello, my name is Rajesh. I hail from the great nation that birthed Ramanujan. He puffed out his chest with pride. Our Indian team has one goal this year, the gold medal. All the gold medals. Xu Chen winced from the grip, maintaining a polite smile. Yet his mind echoed a singular thought. I must wash my hands 5 times with hand sanitizer upon returning. Rajesh released Xu Chen and turned to Lin Yixuan and Park Jun-hee, speaking with a tone of a seasoned veteran. You all are strong, I know, but your mathematics lacks soul. Our Indian mathematics is intertwined with the very breath of the universe. This time, we will surely claim first place in the team competition. At this proclamation, a hush fell over the crowd. It is worth noting that the Indian team has historically hovered in the periphery of the IMO rankings, seldom breaking into the top 10 and occasionally producing a silver medalist, which was already considered exceptional. Now, they audaciously declared their intention to sweep the golds and seize the team championship. Lin Yixuan's previously defiant expression froze on his face, while the fierce determination in Park Jun-hee's gaze solidified in an instant. Yuichi Watanabe was left so astonished that his glasses nearly slipped from his nose. Observing this Indian youth, brimming with a confidence bordering on delusion, alongside his teammates who shared equally self-satisfied expressions, Lin Yixuan and Park Jun-hee exchanged glances of mutual incredulity. Their eyes communicated a complex amalgamation of emotions, disbelief, absurdity, and shared disdain for the reason they were in the company of such a person. The scorn on Lin Yixuan's face faded, replaced by an expression of bemused resignation. The fire in Park Jun-hee's eyes extinguished, leaving behind a profound bewilderment. Even the typically reticent Yuichi Watanabe could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wang Hao could barely contain himself and let out a chuckle. The previously palpable tension dissipated with the arrival of this Indian lad. As if a silent consensus had been reached, the baffling confidence of the Indians was a universal language among mathematicians in competition. Rajesh continued to expound on his supposed secrets to winning gold. Suddenly, Lin Yixuan's eyes lit up, as if recalling something of great importance. He abruptly clapped a hand on Park Junhee's shoulder, using an overly familiar tone. "Hey Junhee, didn't you say you wanted to discuss last year's problem on function iteration fixed points? I happen to have some time now." Park Junhee was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Lin Yixuan's intention, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. He readily responded, Yes, Ethan, I almost forgot. That problem has troubled me for quite some time. Let us find a quiet place to discuss it." The two seamlessly played off one another like a well-rehearsed duo. Xu Chen thought to himself that if one must fabricate an excuse, at least choose a more substantial one. We're at the IMO finals, and yet they're discussing such trivial matters. Surely, anyone who has made it this far wouldn't be stumped by a function iteration fixed point. Standing quietly to the side, striving to diminish his presence, Japanese team Captain Yuichi Watanabe suddenly mustered the courage to speak. Lin Yixuan and Park Junhee turned simultaneously, anticipating what he might say, signaling him not to disrupt their plan. Watanabe adjusted his glasses, gazing at them with admiration, and spoke in heavily polite English. "Lin-kun, Park-kun, I too am very interested in that fixed point problem. May I sit in on your discussion?" This left Lin Yixuan and Park Junhee momentarily speechless. This Japanese fellow, living quite comfortably, certainly knows how to feign ignorance. But before they could react, Xu Chen chimed in, addressing Wang Hao and Sun Rue beside him. He said in a voice neither too loud nor too soft, "Hey, didn't you two want to see where the official souvenir shop set up by the organizers is? I think I spotted a sign for it just now. Let's go check it out." Wang Hao and Sun Rue, quick-witted, immediately understood. "Oh, right, Captain. I would have totally forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Let us hurry, we don't want to miss out." I'll go too. In an instant, the 6 members of the Chinese team found the perfect excuse to withdraw. Observing the sudden camaraderie among the teams from China, the US, Korea, and Japan, which had transformed into a collective seeking academic discussion and shopping, Rajesh and his Indian teammates were utterly bewildered. Weren't they just on the brink of confrontation? How did peace break out so suddenly? In the resting area, only the Indian team remained, gazing at the empty surroundings. Rajesh scratched his shining head in confusion. You see, they were just overly excited earlier. They must have been too nervous. Unlike us, who are full of confidence about the gold medals. He confidently summarized to his teammates. Upon returning to his room, Xu Chen rushed to the bathroom at the earliest opportunity, meticulously scrubbing his hands with soap 5 times. Chapter 44. The Legendary Problem 6. The 2 days of adjustment and acclimatization flew by in an instant. The formal examination of the IMO commenced. The exam spanned 2 days, with each session running from 8:30 in the morning until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, lasting 4.5 hours, during which 3 problems were to be solved. 6 problems over 2 days, totaling 9 hours. On the first day, the atmosphere in the examination hall was as solemn as an ancient ritual. When the papers were distributed, Xu Chen took a deep breath and swiftly entered the zone. The first 3 problems exhibited a clear gradient of difficulty. The first was geometric, the second algebraic, and the third involved number theory. Although each problem was fraught with intricate traps, for a competitor of Xu Chen's caliber, they lay well within his reach. He wrote with remarkable speed, deftly employing various theorems and lemmas, his problem-solving process both succinct and elegant. In less than 3 hours of the 4.5-hour exam, he had completed all the answers and checked them twice. As he set down his pen, he surveyed the examination hall. Not far away, Lin Yixuan from the American team wore a similarly composed expression, evidently having finished as well. On the other side, Park Junhee from the Korean team frowned, seemingly caught on some detail, yet the clear logical chain on his draft paper indicated that overcoming it was merely a matter of time. The first day of the exam unfolded without incident. The top competitors from various nations advanced almost in unison, their scores tightly contested. This resembled more of a qualification round, filtering out those of lesser abilities, paving the way for the ultimate showdown on the second day. The second day arrived, the day of decisive battle. At 8:30 in the morning, as the candidates re-entered the examination hall, the palpable tension in the air was tenfold greater than the previous day. The fourth problem involved combinatorics, while the fifth revolved around functional equations. The difficulty had escalated sharply compared to the first day. Xu Chen could distinctly sense his problem-solving speed waning. These two problems are no longer mere exercises in technique. They demand a profound level of constructive thinking. He dedicated a full 3 hours to thoroughly conquer these two challenges. Upon completing the fifth problem, he glanced up at the clock on the wall, 10:30. There remained an hour and a half until the examination concluded. He rubbed his slightly sore wrists and let his gaze drift across the examination hall. Not far away, in the direction of the American team, the Chinese prodigy Lin Yixuan, often hailed as the next Terence Tao, almost simultaneously set down his pen, his face adorned with his characteristic arrogance and confidence. He even cast a provocative glance towards Xu Chen, as if to say, "You're not so impressive." Xu Chen felt not a ripple of emotion, even stifling a chuckle. This guy certainly possesses a strong desire to win. He mentally scoffed, retracting his gaze. The first 5 problems, though progressively challenging and laden with clever traps, remained well within the arsenal of known strategies for competitors of his and Lin Yixuan's caliber. It was merely a matter of who could think faster and calculate more accurately. In terms of time, the two were nearly neck and neck, indistinguishable in their progress. The true showdown lay in the final problem. Xu Chen's eyes fell upon it, and then his pupils constricted slightly. Problem 6. Let a and b be positive integers such that ab1 prove that the value of ab1 is a perfect square. The prompt was strikingly terse. Xu Chen's pupils narrowed once more. This problem was not among the innovative solutions he had in his repertoire. His initial reaction, shared by all the top contenders present, was to immediately attempt to breach the fortress of this problem with the most conventional tools at their disposal. Let ab1 k. Attempt to analyze the properties of k. Start with divisibility relations. ab1 you should I say ing b mul a being. No, the denominator contains b, making it impossible to eliminate. Try scaling. Let's assume ab a. Then k ob2 ab. This bound is too loose. It yields no useful information. Proof by contradiction. Assume k is not a perfect square. Then what? How can we derive a contradiction from this assumption? The range of k is too broad to conduct an effective classification discussion. In an instant, various conventional number-theoretic weapons paraded through his mind, only to be effortlessly dismantled by the seemingly simple prompt. Xu Chen felt as if his thoughts had collided with an invisible yet impenetrable wall. This problem resembled a flawlessly smooth sphere, devoid of any accessible seams. It rejected all conventional analytical tools, as if mocking all challengers attempting to conquer it with mere techniques. Interesting. These old men on the problem committee have something up their sleeves. A memory of Professor Li Jianhua's grave speech during the last mobilization meeting with the training squad flashed through Xu Chen's mind. Children, remember that on the IMO stage. There exists a type of problem whose purpose is not to be solved, but to distinguish between geniuses and prodigies. Such situations had occurred before. Once in history, at the 1988 IMO in Romania, where only 11 individuals achieved full marks on the 6th problem. Among them was a future fields medalist, Wu Baozhu. Those who faltered at that problem shone brightly too. Even the universally acknowledged once-in-a-generation genius Terence Tao scored a meager 1 point on that legendary 6th problem, despite achieving full marks on the other 5. Even the IMO topic committee and 4 leading number theory experts had failed to completely solve that problem within the 6-hour time limit. Xu Chen couldn't help but muse. So, are these old men this year planning to replicate a legend and forge another myth? The deadlock was not as alone. In the front row, James Lin had long lost the composure of the previous day. He anxiously tugged at his hair, his draft paper piled thick with chaotic symbols and strike-throughs. For the first time, a sense of helplessness, a distinctly human frustration, appeared on his face. Park Jun-hee from the Korean team wore an expression of iron resolve. He pressed his lips tightly together, his pen hovering over the paper for an extended period, unable to descend. Even the other members of the Chinese team, reputed for their prowess in combinatorial problems, were at a loss, either deep in thought or staring blankly at the ceiling, futilely searching for that elusive spark of inspiration. The entire examination hall felt like a colossal, silent meat grinder. Stay calm, stay calm. Xu Chen closed his eyes, forcing himself into a state of deep contemplation. The conventional methods are unfeasible, indicating that the essence of this problem must be hidden beneath a profoundly unconventional mathematical structure. It is time to employ the focus capsules. Xu Chen silently reminded himself. Of the 5 capsules awarded previously, only 2 remained. Each had proven remarkably effective when utilized at critical moments. A refreshing sensation surged into his brain. The cacophony of the external world faded away, and his thoughts became unprecedentedly clear and sharp. At that moment, Xu Chen entered a state of concentrated thought. The conventional methods are unfeasible, indicating that the essence of this problem must be hidden beneath a profoundly unconventional mathematical structure. ABAB1K, where k is a positive integer. Kakbabe Kanula. This is a quadratic equation in terms of a. If a and b constitute a solution, then according to Vieta's theorem, there must exist another solution, a kba. This approach captures the core of Vieta's jump. But the question remains, how to prove that k must be a perfect square? In that moment, his brain operated at an extraordinary speed, transcending limits. Countless mathematical theorems, axioms, and properties sparkled in his mind like stars, colliding and reconfiguring. Suddenly, a particularly obscure theorem, occupying only a trivial corner of his vast knowledge base, streaked through the fog like a meteor. Fermat's infinite descent method. No, wait, it's an application of its variant within the structure of Diophantine equation solutions. A bold, nearly reckless thought arose within him. If I can prove that for any non-square k, the solution set of this equation can be constructed into an infinitely descending sequence of positive integers through Vieta's jump, and a sequence of positive integers cannot infinitely descend. This leads to a contradiction. He found it, the singular light guiding him toward the finish line. Xu Chen abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. He seized his pen, foregoing any tentative calculations. His pen danced across the answer sheet, inscribing a line of text as succinct and poetic as a verse. Solution: let ABAB1K. Assume for the sake of argument that k is not a perfect square. Among all positive integer solutions, a and b satisfying this equation, let us take the pair that minimizes UB and UB. Consider the quadratic equation in X, xkbxb k0. It is evident that a is a positive integer root of the equation. Let the other root be a. According to Vieta's theorem, aakb, aabk, it can be easily proven that a is an integer and ab could be. If a 0, then a and b form another set of positive integer solutions for the equation, and abub, which contradicts the minimality of UB. If a 0, then bk and k is not a perfect square, leading to a contradiction. If a 0, step by step, the logical chain is interlinked impeccable. He employed no intricate calculations, merely utilizing the fundamental mathematical tools of proof by contradiction, the principle of minimality and Vieta's theorem, thereby introducing the entire problem into an inevitable logical closed loop that would yield a contradiction. Ultimately, he pinned down the conclusion. In summary, the assumption is untenable. Thus, k must be a perfect square. Proof complete. As the final period fell, there remained 10 minutes until the examination concluded. He set down his pen, exhaling deeply, leaning back against the chair. Inner monologue, done, finished. Chapter 45, A New Quest. As the last symbol of the final problem was inscribed, the bell signaling the end of the examination rang, akin to the final whistle of a match, proclaiming the conclusion of this 9-hour intellectual marathon. The entire examination hall instantaneously transitioned from profound silence to a cacophony of relief. Members of the Chinese team congregated in the hotel lounge, each face etched with fatigue. Yet their eyes sparkled with a glimmer of uncertainty. The sixth problem was utterly insurmountable. Luo Yaolong was the first to speak, his voice tinged with exhaustion. I spent the last hour without grasping a coherent thought. Me too, Fong Bo replied with a wry smile, shaking his head, feeling as though he had collided with a wall, utterly at a loss for where to begin. Professor Li Jinhua approached, his expression calm. Yet his eyes betrayed a subtle tension. He did not inquire about the results initially, but offered the team members water instead. You have all worked hard, he said in a solemn tone. Now, estimate your scores mentally. No need for precision. Just provide me with a rough range. The team members began to converse quietly, cross-referencing their answers. Soon, a preliminary estimation emerged. Aside from Xu Chen, the other 5 team members had scored exceedingly well on the first 5 questions, typically between 30 and 35 points. However, on the hellish 6th question, everyone had faltered, with estimated scores generally falling between 0 and 2 points. Ultimately, all eyes converged upon Xu Chen. I should have full marks. Xu Chen's response was as calm as ever, as if merely stating an inconsequential fact. This assertion evoked no ripples among his teammates. They had long since grown numb. Professor Li nodded. This outcome was within his expectations. He turned to leave for a moment, evidently to leverage his connections, inquiring about the status of other strong teams. Several minutes later, he returned, his expression graver than before. The situation is not optimistic. He addressed the 6 team members, articulating each word with care. I just spoke with the coach of the American team. Their estimated scores are very close to ours. Lin Yixuan also claims to have solved the 6th problem. The circumstances for the other teams are similar to ours. He paused to add, in other words, this year's team total score for first place is a toss-up. The final result may hinge solely on the grading committee's leniency regarding the highly open-ended solution to the 6th problem. This news caused the hearts of all team members to tighten once more. What about the other teams? Fang Bo could not restrain his curiosity. A peculiar expression flitted across Professor Li's face, a blend of amusement and embarrassment. Our main competitors are still the American team. However, I also inquired about the other teams. The Korean and Japanese teams are estimated to be 3 to 5 points lower on average than us. He cleared his throat. I also encountered the team leader of the Indian team and casually asked about their estimated scores. What did they say? The group inquired with curiosity. They claimed, Professor Li's lips quirked slightly, that all 6 of their team members estimated full marks. The Chinese team members were momentarily stunned before erupting into laughter. The previously tense atmosphere evaporated in an instant, swept away by this wave of mysterious confidence from across the Ganges. The official results and final rankings of the IMO would not be disclosed until the closing ceremony the following day. This intervening day was allocated for the participants from various countries to engage in leisurely activities. The organizers arranged tours to several renowned attractions in Chiba City. But for this group of youths who had just endured extreme mental exertion, ancient temples and tranquil gardens held little allure. Ultimately, everyone returned to the hotel early to rest. In the stillness of the night, Xu Chen lay on the soft hotel bed, yet sleep eluded him. He opened the system panel. Today's 6th problem had indeed contained some substance. Upon completing the solution, the system rewarded him with 5 points of mathematical experience. Current math level, LV 140500. For Xu Chen, at this juncture, the opportunities to increase his mathematical experience points were dwindling. He had also discerned certain patterns for entirely new knowledge. The system would grant a substantial amount of experience, yet repeating subjects yielded no additional benefits. However, if he wished to delve deeper into learning, an inadequate level made it laborious, and experience accumulation remained sluggish. Thus, the true path to gaining experience seemed to rely on completing tasks. The 2 reward problems posed by teacher Su Kanghua after the CMO could still yield 5 experience points, but now completing similar level tasks yielded no more than 1 point. It appears that I've exhausted the novice tasks from teacher Su Kanghua's domain. He mused internally. It is time for me to challenge higher level quests. His gaze shifted to the unassuming personal blog of Professor Sun Jiwei from Jinling University, which he had long cherished. Professor Sun Jiwei had created a simple categorization. First category, special representations of integers and combinatorial number theory. Quest description, investigate whether integers can be represented by special forms such as squares, powers, and combinatorial numbers. Typical tasks, the cubic and quintic conjecture, whether any positive integer, n, can be expressed in the form ABC. The 135 conjecture, whether every positive integer can be expressed as the sum of 3 odd squares. Difficulty rating, 2 stars. Proportion, approximately 10. The conjectures in the first category are largely related to classical pile number theory, such as Lagrange's foursquare theorem, the Hualin problem, etc. Many problems can be tackled using existing mature theoretical frameworks, and often require little computation for verification. For Xu Chen, this resembled more of a warm-up zone. Second category, representations of unit fractions and divisibility conjectures. Quest description primarily investigates whether positive rational numbers can be expressed as sums of unit fractions of different prime numbers, such as frac, or frac, or explores the integrality and divisibility of expressions like frac. Typical tasks, can any positive rational number, R, be expressed as a sum of different primes, frac? Difficulty rating, 3 stars. Proportion of problem count, approximately 60. The conjectures in the second category center around the promotion and deepening of Egyptian fraction theory, closely intertwined with series theory and analytic number theory. While the majority of conjectures have been validated on computers across ranges extending into billions and even trillions, a unifying theory remains elusive. Nonetheless, the vast experimental data provides researchers with a definitive direction. Type 3 area, the sum and difference representations of adjacent or interleaved primes. Description, exploring whether the additive and subtractive combinations of adjacent or interleaved primes can yield any integer. Typical task, within a segment of consecutive primes, P1, P2, dots Pn of length not exceeding n can interleave summation result in any positive integer m. Difficulty rating 4 stars. Proportion of problems approximately 30. The third type of conjecture delves into the local properties of prime distribution, necessitating advanced combinatorial or probabilistic number theory methods. Although vast intervals can be tested on computers, the inherent patterns are as elusive as butterflies in chaos, demanding an entirely new theoretical framework. Type 4 area. The numerical and combinatorial properties of the n, th prime, p, n. Description. Focusing on the numerical characteristics of the n, th prime itself, and the algebraic or divisibility relationships among them. Typical task. For each positive integer, n, does there exist a positive integer, k, such that p, npk? Difficulty rating 5 stars. Proportion of problems approximately 30. The conjectures of the fourth type directly address the core and most enigmatic principles of prime numbers. Each conjecture may be intricately connected to monumental problems such as the Riemann hypothesis and Goldbach's conjecture. To date, only a handful of exceptional cases have been proven, leaving the overall challenge as a frontier yet to be conquered by human mathematical intellect. He did not ambitiously leap toward the 5-star difficulty conjectures. He understood that one must eat a meal bite by bite and traverse a journey step by step. Instead, he focused his attention on the least difficult Type 1 problems. From this category, he selected a problem marked with a 300 reward by Professor Sun as his inaugural step into this new realm. Conjecture 138. For any integer n1, the equation for n1 xyz must possess positive integer solutions x, y, z. This conjecture, long circulating within the realm of number theory, appears deceptively simple, yet is remarkably resilient. It falls within the category of Egyptian fractions, requiring the decomposition of a straightforward rational number into the sum of 3 unit fractions. Countless mathematicians have endeavored to resolve it, yet a comprehensive and universal proof has yet to emerge. Interestingly, a Diophantine equation so elegantly formulated can remain an unresolved conjecture. A spark of challenge ignited in Xu Chen's eyes. He unfurled a sheet of manuscript paper, embarking upon the ascent of this unknown pinnacle. First step, attempting small data and special cases. For n2, 4, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Solution exists. For n3, 4, 3, 1, 11, 16, 16. Solution exists. For n4, 4, 4, 1, 1, 12, 13. Solution exists. For n5, 4, 5, 1, 12, 14, 120. Solution exists. It appears that solutions are consistently attainable. Thus, the crux of the proof lies in construction. He refrained from hastily concluding and instead began contemplating the core of the problem. The equation for n1xyz possesses excessive degrees of freedom with 3 unknowns. We must devise a method to reduce the variables or discover constraints among them. The essence of the thought process should involve constructing corresponding x, y, z based on the properties of n. Suddenly, an epiphany struck. It is the congruence properties of n, particularly the residues modulo 4. A powerful weapon, repeatedly effective in solving Diophantine equations, materialized in his mind. Any integer n, based on its residue modulo 4, can be categorized into 4 types: 4k, 4k1, 4k2, 4k3. If I can devise a universal construction formula for each category of n, won't the problem be resolved? Xu Chen's spirit surged, banishing all fatigue. He felt akin to an engineer, no longer blindly searching for a specific component, but rather beginning to design a mold capable of producing all components. First case, n4k. Cztyři n cztyři cztyřika jedna jednaka. Jednaka dvanáctka třináctka šestnáctka. Das x2k y3 šestka. Problem solved. This category is the simplest. Second case, n4k2. Cztyři n cztyři cztyřika dva jedna 22k povní. I 22k 12k 12k. One more is needed. 12k 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 12k. Das 4 in 12k 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 12k. Let x 2k1 y 2k2 z 2k 12k. Problem solved. The logical chain began to construct itself, link by link. The first 2 cases were effortlessly resolved in less than half an hour. However, when he began addressing the third case, a bottleneck emerged. Third case, n4k3. He experimented with various identities, attempting to construct a universal solution, but each time, the denominator inevitably featured k. undermining the solution's universality. This path is unfeasible. In other words, simple identities fail here. He felt a wave of frustration, akin to a climber who has ascended halfway, only to confront a smooth cliff devoid of any footholds. He set down his pen and paced back and forth in the room, compelling himself to break free from previous thought patterns. What if we approached it from a different perspective? This identity is the key to solving the problem, proposed by Mordell in 1969. A name that shines brightly in the annals of number theory flickered through his mind. I have been striving to reinvent the wheel. In fact, predecessors have already paved the way. The thought process suddenly became remarkably clear. He returned to his desk, his eyes radiating an unprecedented brilliance. No longer fixated on his constructions, he stood instead upon the shoulders of giants. For the case of N4K3, utilizing the identity for N1, N14, and 14. Since N4K3, thus N1 N1 is an integer. Therefore, 1 N14 is a unit fraction. Let xn jedna. Now, we simply need to decompose 1 N14 into the sum of two unit fractions. This is a classic decomposition. Thus, xn1, enn, znn, ini. Problem solved. The third case is resolved. Only the final and most challenging case remains, N4K1. He employed the same method to transform the problem, yet found himself inevitably confronted with increasingly intricate fractional forms. What have I overlooked? Gazing out at the twinkling lights of the city, his mind drifted into a void. Suddenly, he recalled his initial verification, N545, 1214, 120. What connection exists among X, Y, and Z? If I could discover a system of linear congruences concerning N, whose solutions would precisely yield X, Y, and Z, the Chinese remainder theorem, an ancient and formidable wisdom from the East, akin to the morning star, illuminating the final vestiges of darkness. He dashed back to his desk, heart racing. He ceased his attempts to formulate a universal equation and instead sought to prove the existence of a solution. For the case of N4K1, we can identify an integer t such that tn1 is a multiple of 4 or even some other number. No, let's adopt a more straightforward approach. We can find two integers a and b such that in 1, 4b. According to Bezout's identity, provided GCD and for GCD for K1, 4, 1, such integers a and b must exist. By utilizing the extended Euclidean algorithm, we can ascertain such a pair a and b. However, the path of 4 n 4 on 4a, 4b1 appears more convoluted. He fell into contemplation once more, yet this time, he felt he was but a step away from the truth. Returning to the equation itself, for xyz in xy, y is ex. What if I could find a particular x that simplifies this equation? Let xkn substituting does not yield results. Let x not 4. A bold conjecture emerged in his mind. After an exceedingly intricate series of algebraic manipulations, employing modular arithmetic and the properties of quadratic residues, he ultimately confined the problem to a specific congruential equation. Ultimately, it can be proven that for all prime numbers n1, mod 4, a satisfying solution can invariably be found. For composite numbers, solutions can be constructed through their prime factorization. As the final period fell, he exhaled a long sigh. An indescribable sensation of exhilaration surged from the depths of his being, coursing through every limb. The joy of conquering an unknown conjecture was far purer and more intense than achieving a perfect score in an examination. He rubbed his somewhat weary eyes and instinctively glanced outside. The sky, once shrouded in darkness, had transformed into a pale dawn. The rising sun casting its first golden rays upon this foreign city. Daylight had arrived. Chapter 46, the closing ceremony of the IMO. His mind still lingered in the afterglow of solving the conjecture, yet fatigue washed over him like a tide. Xu Chen practically collapsed onto the pillow and fell into a deep slumber. It was uncertain how much time had passed when he was roused by a series of urgent knocks and the booming voice of Luo Yaolong. Su Sheng, wake up quickly. The closing ceremony is about to begin. Xu Chen opened his eyes to find the sunlight outside glaringly bright. He glanced at his phone. It was 9:30 in the morning. He had barely slept for 3 hours. After hastily freshening up and donning the uniform red team attire, Xu Chen and his teammates followed Professor Li Jinhua back into the main venue of the Muzhong International Exhibition Center, which had witnessed their 9-hour battle. Inside, the venue had been transformed anew. The once spacious examination hall was now adorned for a solemn award ceremony. Rows of seats were meticulously arranged, each section graced with flags from various countries and regions. The seating for the Chinese team was positioned at the center of the front row. As Xu Chen and his teammates settled in, representatives from other countries gradually entered the hall. A cacophony of languages intertwined within the venue. English, French, Russian, and Spanish coalesced into a tremendous wave of sound, echoing beneath the grand dome. The American team maintained their typical air of superiority, with Lin Yixuan at the forefront, exuding an arrogant demeanor as if the championship were already secured. The Korean team appeared somewhat anxious, their members frequently whispering to one another, their eyes betraying their trepidation regarding the outcome. Meanwhile, the Indian team exuded unshakable confidence, as if they had already claimed victory, enthusiastically greeting neighboring teams and sharing their assured triumph. Suddenly, a hum resonated through the air. The main lights above the dome gradually dimmed. The entire venue quickly descended into silence. In the darkness, the senses heightened, and Xu Chen could distinctly hear the rhythmic pounding of his heart echoing within his chest. He even perceived Fong Bo's heavy breathing beside him, tinged with anxiety. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. This brief darkness felt interminable, each second stretching out like a century. In that profound silence, a brilliant spotlight illuminated the center of the podium. All gazes were irresistibly drawn to this radiant beam. The host ascended the stage, fluently announcing in English the commencement of the closing ceremony. Following a series of lengthy yet essential speeches of gratitude and acknowledgement, the moment of utmost excitement arrived. Next, I will announce the overall rankings for the team scores of the International Mathematical Olympiad, IMO. The host's voice resonated through the sound system, clear in every corner of the hall. A golden countdown flickered on the massive LED screen at the back of the venue. Everyone held their breath. 10th place, the German team. 9th place, the Romanian team. The names of countries were announced one by one. With each announcement, applause and cheers erupted from the corresponding team sections. 4th place, the Korean team. When this name was called, a complex wave of joy mixed with a hint of regret surged from the Korean contingent. Their star player, Park Joon-hee, had secured an impressive score of 38 points. Yet the scores of the other team members varied. 3rd place, the Russian team. The Russian team members emitted a feral roar, known for their formidable prowess. This result was well within their expectations. The screen displayed the individual scores of each member from the top 3 teams. Everyone understood that to stand upon this podium, an average score exceeding 31 points, which meant answering at least 4 questions correctly, was required. Now, only the final suspense remained. The champion would be determined between the Chinese and American teams. The atmosphere in the hall reached an apex of tension. Every journalist aimed their cameras at the sections occupied by the representatives of China and the United States. The sound of shutters clicking filled the air, and flashes illuminated the scene. The American team members instinctively stood, their faces etched with pride and determination. Lin Yixuan crossed his arms, a victorious smile already curving at the corners of his lips. Conversely, the Chinese team members clenched their fists in nervous anticipation, palms slick with sweat. Luo Yaolong, overwhelmed by anxiety, began to unconsciously shake his leg. The host gazed at the card in his hand, deliberately elongating his voice. The second place in this year's IMO team total score is... He paused for dramatic effect, as if to stretch the suspense to its utmost. The United States team. Oh no, damn it. The face of Lin Yixuan, hailed as the next Terrence Tao, was frozen in disbelief, his signature smirk replaced by shock. He fixated intently on the total score displayed on the big screen. USA total score, 210 points. And then, his personal score, Lin Yixuan, 41 points. Just a single point shy of the perfect score. Yet among his teammates, one had suffered a significant blunder on the 5th problem, earning only 34 points. This outcome struck like a bolt from the blue, shattering their dreams of a 4th consecutive championship. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Chinese team, an initial silence akin to death enveloped the atmosphere. This was soon followed by an eruption akin to a volcano, a thunderous roar of jubilation. We won. We are the champions. Luo Yaolong was the first to leap from his seat, enveloping Fong Bo in a tight embrace, overwhelmed with tears of joy and laughter. The other teammates joined in, reveling in their unrestrained ecstasy. The host's passionate voice resounded once more. Let us offer the warmest applause to congratulate the team that has secured the first place in this year's IMO total score, the Chinese delegation. The individual scores of the 6 members of the Chinese team sparkled before everyone's eyes. Fong Bo, 37 points. Luo Yaolong, 36 points. Meng Lingyao, 38 points. Zhou Qing, 35 points. Sun Rue, 37 points. And at the pinnacle, a name that pierced the eyes of all opponents with its brilliance. Xu Chen, 42 points. Perfect score. A perfect score indeed. 6 gold medals, and the team secured first place. Meng Lingyao could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her cheeks. Luo Yaolong wrapped his arms around Xu Chen's neck, lifting him off the ground, and with a voice choked with emotion, he shouted to everyone, "It's Xu Chen. It's Xu Chen's notes. Without his notes, I could never have saved so much time on the 4th problem. I wouldn't have had a chance to tackle the 5th problem." "Me too," Fong Bo chimed in excitedly. "That combinatorial geometry problem, the moment I saw it, I recalled the structural mapping topic from Sue's notes. Otherwise, I would have surely fallen into the trap of conventional methods. Our victory relies entirely on Xu. Xu Chen is amazing." In the next moment, all the teammates gathered around. They hoisted the still dazed Xu Chen high into the air, tossing him up with all their might. Once, twice, thrice. Under the gaze of thousands, amidst a flurry of flashing lights, Xu Chen's body soared and dipped in the air. "Hey, don't these guys realize how terrifying this is?" His field of vision was filled with the flushed faces of his teammates, their cheeks glistening with tears of joy. Journalists captured this electrifying moment of youthful glory. Chapter 47. Ascending the stage to receive the award. Not far away, in the coaches section, Professor Li Jinhua watched the scene unfold before him. This man, who had toiled in the realm of mathematics for a lifetime and was known for his serious demeanor, could no longer contain his emotions. He did not cheer like the youngsters, nor did he wave his arms in excitement. He simply slowly removed the pair of reading glasses that had accompanied him for decades. Behind the lenses, those eyes that had witnessed countless prodigies and endured immense pressure were now blurred by a warm, moist veil. The world before him became hazy and indistinct. The faces of the young, twisted with joy, the dazzling flashes of light, the thunderous applause and cheers, all transformed into a vibrant backdrop. His thoughts seemed to transcend the clamor of the moment, drifting back to countless sleepless nights in the past. He recalled 3 years ago, after a disappointing defeat in St. Petersburg, how he had aged overnight on the flight back. He remembered 2 years ago, when they narrowly lost in Oslo, and his team wept in despair at the airport. He thought of last year, when once again they fell short of the championship, amid a storm of public scrutiny and harsh criticism back home. Words like caution, conservatism, and stifling genius pricked his heart like invisible needles. He also remembered a few months ago, in the training camp office, when a calm young man placed a document on his desk that could overturn all his coaching philosophies. At that moment, he chose to believe in Xu Chen, wagering his lifetime reputation and the fate of the entire team on a power he had never witnessed before, known as genius. Now he had won that bet. He slowly donned his glasses, and his vision cleared once more. He looked at the young man, hoisted high by his teammates, observing the serene expression on his face, as if everything were meant to be. The corners of Li Jinhua's mouth gradually curved into an arc. It was a smile of relief, satisfaction, and boundless pride. Furthermore, Xu Chen's training system, which emphasized creative thinking, would not merely yield this championship, but also chart the course for Chinese mathematics competitions in the decade to come. He seemed to envision that in the upcoming years, perhaps even decades, those emerging from China's training team would no longer be just problem solvers, but a continuous stream of true mathematics enthusiasts, bursting with creativity and potential to challenge the field's mettle. Cultivating talent for the nation. These 4 words encapsulated the ultimate belief he had pursued throughout his life. Professor Li Jinhua swiftly composed himself. When he rose again, his face had regained its usual calmness and authority, though his slightly reddened eyes betrayed the emotional tumult within. Children, quickly, prepare to go on stage." Professor Li's voice roused the team members, who were still lost in euphoria. He retrieved a large, pristine 5-star red flag from his bag, already prepared. "Come, gather around." He unfurled the flag, allowing the 6 members to grasp a corner together. "Listen," he said, gazing at the 6 youthful faces, his voice trembling with excitement. "When we go on stage, stand tall. Let the whole world see the spirit of our Chinese youth. Xu Chen, you stand in the center, holding the trophy." The arrangement drew no objections from the other teammates. Xu Chen was undeniably the soul and core of their team. "Remember, when we take the photo, smile. Smile from the heart. This is your glory, and it is also the glory of our nation." Amidst the resounding applause, Xu Chen and his teammates, bearing the vibrant 5-star red flag, strode confidently onto the podium, which symbolized the highest honor in the world of student mathematics competitions. Before him flashed the small competition study room at Anqing No. 3 Middle School, the hopeful gaze of teacher Chun yapping as he handed him the book Mathematical Olympiad tutorial. He recalled the nights in a national training team, fervently debating solutions around a whiteboard with his teammates. All the sweat and dedication, all the persistence and passion, converged into the red carpet, leading to glory at that very moment. At long last, he ascended the steps of the podium. Presenting the award to Xu Chen was Gregor Doliner, the esteemed president of the International Mathematical Union, a venerable professor hailing from Slovenia. As he handed the champion's trophy to Xu Chen, he spoke in a tone laced with admiration. "Young man, I have witnessed your solution to problem 6. It transcends mere technique. It is artistry. Congratulations to you and your team." Xu Chen, having devoted himself to mathematics after only half completing his English studies, was not particularly proficient in the language, yet he understood the essence of the word congratulations. It was undoubtedly a congratulatory sentiment, prompting him to bow slightly in gratitude. Xu Chen grasped the weighty trophy, symbolizing his team's triumph as the overall champions. He turned to face the audience. In that instant, it felt as if the entire world had converged within his gaze. He spotted Lin Yixuan from the American team, observing him from afar, his once disdainful eyes now reflecting a complex mix of emotions, an acknowledgement of respect shared among elite competitors, tinged with a hint of reluctance. He beheld Professor Li Genhua, who stood below, fervently applauding, tears blurring his glasses, yet he remained oblivious to the moisture, smiling proudly, reminiscent of a father witnessing his child's maturation. He also noticed the vibrant sea of red, comprised of Chinese nationals and international students, fervently waving small national flags. Many wore expressions akin to those of his teammates. A sincere smile intermingled with tears and unrestrained joy. Amidst the cacophony of applause, he could distinctly hear the chant of China is amazing, rising in unison, albeit somewhat uncoordinated, yet resonating with clarity. In a corner, Rajesh from the Indian team was animatedly discussing with his teammates, asserting, "You see, I told you our method was too advanced. The judges simply couldn't comprehend it, hence we did not receive full marks. Next year, we shall undoubtedly prevail." In that moment, an unprecedented surge of powerful emotion welled up within Xu Chen. Turning to his 5 teammates, whose eager and excited gazes were fixed upon him, he inhaled deeply and softly asked, "Are you ready?" He then pivoted and proclaimed loudly, "We are the champions." His 5 teammates responded in unison, their voices hoarse yet filled with pride. Simultaneously, he raised the trophy high above his head, and his teammates unfurled the 5-starred red flag, lifting it even higher. Boom! At that moment, the floodgates of sound burst open. The thunderous applause, cheers, and whistles surged forth like tangible waves, crashing upon him from all directions, assaulting his eardrums. Though the audience comprised his rivals, they offered the most sincere applause upon witnessing this remarkable group of peers standing atop the pinnacle of glory. In that moment, Xu Chen felt an overwhelming surge of emotion like never before. It was not the intellectual euphoria of solving a difficult problem, nor the personal satisfaction of achieving a perfect score. It was something grander, deeper, and more fervent. It bore a simple yet profoundly solemn name: national honor. Chapter 48, IMO Special Award. After the group photograph concluded, they descended from the podium. Following the exhilaration, an inevitable wave of fatigue set in. The instant Xu Chen returned to his seat, the adrenaline that had propelled them all dissipated like a receding tide, replaced by an overwhelming weariness. Particularly for Xu Chen, who had spent the previous night immersed in conjectures, having slept for less than 3 hours. The emotional peak he had just experienced caused his taut nerves to relax, and fatigue inundated him like a deluge. As he settled into his seat, his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. His teammates remained animatedly patting each other on the shoulders, quietly discussing every detail of the award ceremony. Meanwhile, the host at the podium began announcing subsequent, less significant matters. It's probably just the leader's concluding remarks before the closing ceremony. Xu Chen's consciousness began to blur. As long as Professor Li and my teammates are listening, I can afford to doze off for a bit. His head gradually tilted back against the chair. The surrounding sounds of applause, music, and cheers faded into a blurred backdrop. He fell asleep, just as Xu Chen's consciousness drifted into a realm of chaotic dreams. The host at the podium spoke with an unprecedented, solemn yet electrifying tone. "Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. Next, the IMO Organizing Committee will present a very special award." The atmosphere, which had previously relaxed, shifted back to one of gravity. This award is known as the IMO Special Award. At these words, the audience erupted in astonishment, especially the veteran coaches, whose faces reflected disbelief. Special award? Surely, I must have misheard. This award hasn't been presented in over a decade, has it? The last time it was awarded, if memory serves, was in 2005, to honor that Romanian prodigy who annihilated a geometry problem using the Lagrange mean value theorem, correct? Professor Genoa's heart skipped a beat. He understood better than anyone the significance of this award. It does not consider overall scores or rankings. It is solely to honor those who exhibit creativity and mathematical beauty that transcends the competitive realm during the IMO. This award represents the highest recognition of a contestant's mathematical talent by the IMO organizing committee. Its value even surpasses that of a personal perfect score gold medal in certain respects. During the grading of Problem 6 in this year's IMO, we discovered a singular, art-like solution. The host's voice resonated with admiration. Behind him, a large screen flashed to reveal a scanned image of a handwritten solution. Xu Chen's paper, the impeccably neat handwriting, the elegantly concise logical chain, the proof process as lyrical as poetry, was unveiled for the world to see. The president of the International Mathematical Union, the same venerable professor who had presented the championship trophy to Xu Chen, stepped onto the stage and took the microphone. His face radiated the excitement and joy of discovering a rare treasure. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present this masterpiece. He excitedly pointed to the screen, explaining to the world. This solution transcends the realm of competition. It employs no advanced, complex tools, relying solely on the fundamental ideas of Vieta's jumps and infinite descent to elegantly dismantle a seemingly insurmountable fortress of number theory from within. This is not merely a correct answer. It showcases the beauty of simplicity in mathematics and profound insight. This is a thought that has reached the realm of mathematical artistry. This award is bestowed for this unparalleled creativity. The recipient of this year's IMO Special Award is Xu Chen from the Chinese team. Boom! The audience erupted into thunderous applause. This round of applause was more fervent and sincere than any that had preceded it. All the contestants, including the previously disgruntled members of the American team, spontaneously rose to their feet, paying their utmost respect to this extraordinary masterpiece destined to be inscribed in the annals of the IMO. Professor Genoa's eyes brimmed with tears once more. What a relief! What a relief indeed! He felt an overwhelming joy within. Not only did we secure first place in the team competition, but we also received this legendary special award that transcends mere victory. My life has found its worth. At that moment, all the spotlight and camera lenses converged upon the young prodigy, poised to make history yet again. Then, an unexpected silence enveloped the room. Amidst the thunderous applause and the glory of honor, the legendary youth, hailed as a mathematical artist, was reclining in his chair, soundly asleep, his head bobbing gently. The fervor of the surrounding applause seemed to disturb his serene dreams, prompting him to frown slightly, smacking his lips, adjusting into a more comfortable position, and continuing to slumber. What on earth is wrong with these people? Is it typical for leaders to speak with such fervor? Can a person get some sleep? This was the sole thought that flitted through Xu Chen's mind, caught between dreams and wakefulness. The audience fell into a profound silence once again. Soon after, a wave of good-natured, incredulous laughter erupted. Xu Chen was jolted awake by his teammates, shaking him vigorously. He blinked in confusion, rubbing his eyes, and let out a huge yawn. What's going on? He mumbled. Then he noticed his own face being broadcast on the big screen. What the heck is happening? Xu Chen, wake up. Hurry. They're calling for you. Go up to receive your award. Luo Yaolong exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. Receiving an award? Didn't he already do that? Xu Chen looked utterly bewildered. He raised his head, only to find thousands of eyes upon him, including the IMO president at the podium, all gazing at him with a bewildering mixture of shock and amusement. In that instant, the audience worldwide shared a collective thought. My heavens! In the face of this legendary and unparalleled honor, he is so dismissive that he has fallen asleep? Is this what the world of genius looks like? While we are still stirred by gold and silver medals, he has long regarded these worldly accolades as mere trifles. This tranquility, this composure, this indifference to fame and disgrace is terrifyingly profound. It turns out, the gap between us and the divine lies not only in intellect, but also in perspective. This level of nonchalance is simply extraordinary. Even Lin Yixuan, who had previously worn a disgruntled expression, couldn't help but twitch his lips at this scene, ultimately transforming his resentment into a bitter yet begrudging smile. He understood that he had lost without grievance. While he was still battling for scores and rankings, Xu Chen had already transcended into a realm of indifference to fame, treating honors as inconsequential. This disparity in mindset felt far more despairing than any numerical difference. Had Xu Chen known how everyone was interpreting his actions, he would undoubtedly be at a loss for words. Professor Li Jinhua, both anxious and amused, hurried over and physically pulled the still-dazed Xu Chen from his seat. Quick, go up. Special award. It's for you. Xu Chen finally grasped the situation, still bleary-eyed. As he ascended the podium he had just vacated not long ago, Professor Dolliner personally handed him a uniquely designed award certificate, resembling a piece of art, with great reverence. He then turned to face the world, excitedly presenting Xu Chen's solution to the sixth problem. Ladies and gentlemen, behold this solution. His voice resonated with passion, devoid of complex calculations or references to any advanced theorems. He merely employed proof by contradiction, the principle of minimality and Vieta's theorem, three fundamental tools, to construct a flawless logical closure. This solution transcended the competition's scope. It showcased the elegance of mathematical simplicity and profound insight. This represents a mindset that has reached the realm of mathematical artistry. This award is bestowed for this singular creativity. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. This time, it was a heartfelt tribute to pure intellect. All contestants, including the previously defiant American team members, rose in unison to applaud him. The Chinese team members finally came to a realization. They recalled Xu Chen's continuous advocacy for innovative solutions during their training sessions, realizing that such thinking could indeed earn the highest global recognition. Professor Li Jinhua looked at the young man on stage, holding the gold medal and special award certificate, still yawning incessantly. And tears of joy streamed down his face once again. What a relief! Not only had they reclaimed the team championship lost for 3 years, but a Chinese contestant had also etched his name in the history of the IMO in an unprecedented manner, perhaps never to be replicated. After the award ceremony, as the crowd gradually dispersed, Lin Yixuan, the ace of the American team, approached Xu Chen. His expression remained somewhat awkward, yet he extended his hand. Your solution is remarkable, he said to Xu Chen, enunciating each word distinctly. I concede I have lost. This simple acknowledgement was the highest praise for someone as proud as he. Xu Chen smiled at him, reciprocating the handshake. You are impressive as well. At that moment, a familiar, enthusiastic voice and sense surged towards him once more. Oh, my friend. So, Rajesh from the Indian team approached with a beaming smile, unceremoniously grasping Xu Chen's hand, just released from Lin Yixuan, and shaking it vigorously. Congratulations. You are amazing. However, we just had a minor incident this year. The judges did not comprehend the cosmic philosophy embedded in our answers. Next year, our Indian team will surely claim the championship. Realizing who was shaking his hand, Xu Chen suddenly felt wide awake, all traces of sleepiness vanishing. Oh no, oh no. Maintaining a polite smile, he evasively replied, Ah, yes. Yes, you will definitely succeed next year. As soon as Rajesh released his hand, Xu Chen turned to Professor Li beside him and said, Professor Li, I need to use the restroom. Without looking back, he dashed towards the nearest restroom at the speed of a sprinter, leaving behind Professor Li and his teammates, who were struggling to stifle their laughter. Chapter 49. The joyous news of the IMO. The celebration of the IMO did not conclude with the closing ceremony. In a hotel room, Professor Li Jinhua's phone had become so hot it could fry an egg. Since the conclusion of the award ceremony, his phone had not been able to lock its screen for more than 30 seconds. Call after call poured in, from leaders of mathematical societies, officials from the Education Bureau, old friends, and journalists from various media outlets, each brimming with excitement and congratulations. Old Li, well done. You've brought great honor to the Chinese mathematics community. Professor Li, congratulations. You all fought a resounding victory. Leaning back on the sofa, Li Jinhua responded to each call, a look of immense relief never leaving his face. Amidst the clamor, he began contemplating the future work ahead. He had already started to outline a report in his mind. A report on the innovative preparation model and achievements of the national team for the current IMO. No, the title needs to resonate more profoundly. Driven by innovative thinking, exploring and practicing the construction of a talent cultivation system for mathematical competitions in the new era. He has even devised the core content of the report. Firstly, the limitations and reflections on traditional stability strategies. Secondly, an empirical analysis of the effectiveness of introducing a taxonomy of special solutions in stimulating team members' creative thinking. Thirdly, feasible suggestions on establishing a dual-track training model of official general methods and personal exploratory innovation in parallel. He is aware that submitting this report will inevitably cause a tremor, both significant and subtle, within the domestic mathematical competition community. Yet this time, he possesses Xu Chen, the weighty team championship trophy, and that special award. Long sealed for 18 years, as his most steadfast support. He must seize this opportunity to institutionalize the successful experiences gained and ensure their transmission to future generations. Meanwhile, in another room, the team members are enveloped in the joy of victory. Meng Lingyao, the sole female in the team, cradles her gold medal, engaged in a tearful video call with her parents back home, her eyes glistening like dew-laden petals. After all, she is merely a teenager. Behind that gold medal lies countless nights of arduous study and unwavering perseverance. Feng Bo, holding his phone in a daze, hesitates to answer his mother's call, knowing she is surely weeping with joy. Luo Yaolong, conversing with his parents, beams widely, unable to contain his glee. Xu Chen observes this scene, a warm sensation blossoming within him. He contemplates that such a historic moment indeed warrants documentation, and perhaps a touch of bravado. Xu Chen shares a group photo of the six of them triumphantly holding the national flag on social media, captioned simply yet powerfully, "We are the champions. Trophy and flag." Instantly, the post is inundated with hundreds of likes and comments. Chen Jiaping, well done, followed by 10 thumbs-up emojis. Li Fan, Brother Chen, you are now my idol. Lin Xiaoya, Xu Chen is incredible. High school classmate A, can I boast to others that I was in the same class as the IMO world champion? I am humbled. High school classmate B, scholar, please accept my knee. Su Ganhua, wow, amazing. I knew you were no ordinary person. Xu Chen gazes at these comments, his vanity thoroughly satiated. Subsequently, he dials his parents. Hello, Mom. So, I saw on your social media that you won the world championship. My son is exceptional. Yes, I represented the country and secured first place in a mathematics competition. The national flag was raised on site. The national flag was raised. His mother's voice instantly ascends an octave. Oh my, that's remarkable. Lao Su, come quickly listen. Our son raised the national flag for the country. Shortly thereafter, his father snatches the phone, his voice a mix of excitement and disbelief. Son, is this for real? Is it akin to winning an Olympic gold medal? It's somewhat similar. His parents may not comprehend what the IMO entails, but the words representing the country and raising the national flag are sufficient to bring them joy for an entire year. Good, excellent. Just wait. I'm heading to your grandparents' house to share the news. He then calls teacher Chen Jiaping. The phone is answered almost immediately. Su Jian. Teacher Chun's voice is hoarse and exhilarated, akin to a long-suppressed volcano finally finding its outlet. I saw it. It's on the news. What a remarkable young man. You are truly the pride of our Anqing number 3 high school, of our entire Anqing. Su Chen can distinctly hear the thunderous cheers of other teachers from the mathematics department on the other end, even someone excitedly pounding on a desk. Teacher Chen, please don't get too excited. Take care of your health. Xu Chen chuckles. How can I not be excited? Teacher Chen exclaims, his voice tinged with emotion. Just now. The principal called me personally and said the school has contacted an advertising company overnight. A new banner will be hung first thing in the morning. Although it is summer break, he said that even if there is only one security guard at the school, he wants him to witness the glory of our No. 3 high school. Xu Chen's lips twitch involuntarily. The principal's dedication to the banner remains as steadfast as ever. As the din on the other end gradually subsides, Teacher Chen seems to have retreated to a quieter corner. His voice regains its usual warmth, yet the excitement has crystallized into a deeper sentiment. Xu Chen, he pauses, his voice choking slightly. I truly do not know what to say. I am just an ordinary high school teacher, having taught mathematics my entire life. My greatest dream was to cultivate a student who could achieve a provincial first prize. I never imagined that in my lifetime, I would nurture a national champion, let alone a world champion. I remember when you first joined the competition team, I was worried that your foundation was shaky and that you could not keep up. Later, when you scored full marks in the provincial competition, I feared you might become arrogant and stray off course. Then, when you achieved full marks in the CMO, to be honest, felt a bit panicked. Why was I panicking? I was anxious that my limited abilities could no longer guide you. I feared that I, as your teacher, might hinder the development of a genius like you. Upon hearing this, Xu Chen's heart was profoundly stirred. He set aside all jesting thoughts and replied earnestly, Teacher Chen, please do not say that. Without you guiding me into the world of competitions, without your decision to enroll me in the Olympiad, and without that copy of Olympiad tutorial you gave me, there would be no today, me. What you have taught me transcends mere problem-solving techniques. You have instilled in me the belief to trust myself when everyone doubts my abilities, the perseverance to not give up in the face of challenges, and the pure joy in your eyes that surpasses my own happiness whenever I achieve even the slightest success. These lessons are far more significant than any problem-solving skills. You're my teacher, were, are, and will forever be. A long silence envelopes the call. Xu Chen can distinctly hear teacher Chun Jiaoping S labored, somewhat restrained breaths. After a considerable pause, a hoarse yet heartfelt voice breaks the silence. Ah, what a good child. Filled with pride and satisfaction, teacher did not misjudge you. Fly, Xu Chen. Go soar higher, further. Chapter 50, The Aftermath of Public Opinion. As the news of the Chinese team reclaiming the overall first place after 3 years, and Xu Chen achieving a perfect score while winning the legendary special award reached the country through Xinhua News Agency, a broader and more fervent public outcry erupted domestically. Xu Chen's name had truly transcended the ordinary. The return of the championship after 3 years, the sole perfect score, the special award that had not been bestowed for over a decade, and the calm demeanor displayed while receiving the award, each label brimming with drama and viral potential. On the Weibo trending topics list, 3 out of the top 10 were related to him. Chinese team reclaims IMO Team Championship. Xu Chen's IMO Perfect Score Special Award. The genius's calmness. Fell asleep while receiving the award. Countless netizens flocked to the related topics, leaving exhilarating comments. Wow, this script wouldn't dare to write itself. A perfect score special award. What kind of divine maneuver is this? Upstairs, you seem to have forgotten that he also fell asleep during the award ceremony. This is indeed the piece de resistance. A true maestro regards honor as mere chaff, for only the pursuit of slumber is eternal. Ha ha! I hereby declare that Xu Chen has single-handedly redefined the pinnacle of academic excellence, not merely achieving first place, but being able to sleep soundly after securing the first in the world. I am utterly enchanted. This is the star we ought to aspire to, an individual who embodies wisdom, strength, and humor. On Jihu, a question ascended to the top of the trending list. How do you evaluate the Chinese team's reclaiming of the team gold at the 2023 IMO International Mathematical Olympiad, as well as Xu Chen's performance in receiving a perfect score and a special award? Below, the highly upvoted responses were varied and colorful. The most acclaimed response came from an anonymous user, whose IP address indicated they were in Japan. Thank you for the invitation. I was present at the scene. Just exiting the venue, my hand still trembling. Relevant context. I was an observer for the IMO from a certain Eastern European country's delegation. I want to indulge in superfluous chatter, but will mention 3 details. Detail 1. The 6th problem. When that question was released, our entire coaching team was bewildered, unanimously deeming it unsolvable. Our ace, last year's silver medalist, spent the last hour and a half without inscribing a single valid symbol on his draft paper. In contrast, Xu Chen's solution, as revealed by a friend from the grading team, employed an exquisitely clever variant of infinite descent, with flawless logic and a process as succinct as poetry. That was not merely problem-solving. It was an overwhelming dimensional reduction. Detail 2. Sleeping. Yes, you read that correctly. He truly fell asleep. While the special award was being announced, and the entire audience stood to applaud him, he was in deep slumber. I was seated not far from the Chinese team, and could clearly see his teammate nudging him, met with a look that said, "Don't disturb me." The sky could fall. At that moment, the Russian coach beside me muttered, "Now, this is a true disdain for honor." Detail 3. Opponent. Ethan Lin from the American team, you know? Last year's gold medalist. Widely regarded as a genius, proud as a lion. After the awards ceremony, he actively sought out Xu Chen, and I was close enough to hear him say, "I lost." Your solution was beautiful. For Lin to utter the word beautiful, you can appreciate the significance. In summary, we did not lose to a formidable Chinese team. We were defeated by a monster from a different dimension. An individual claiming to be an international student at the scene posted a cleverly angled photo taken with their phone. Thank you for the invitation. I was present at the scene, just descending from the stands. Here is a shot I took when the special award was announced. At that moment, the entire audience rose to applaud, with flashes illuminating the room as brightly as day. Yet this gentleman was sleeping soundly. The Japanese guy beside me was utterly stunned, repeatedly exclaiming in disbelief. This exemplifies using sleep to neutralize the opponent's aggression, causing them to fall into self-doubt amidst admiration, achieving the highest realm of victory without conflict. A certified researcher from the Institute of Mathematics at the Chinese Academy of Sciences provided a more professional interpretation. Let us focus on that special award. The value of this accolade far exceeds common perception. It rewards not mere scores, but the essence of thought. I reviewed the leaked solution to the 6th problem, and the method employed by Xu Chen is an exceedingly sophisticated tool of number theory, with conceptual parallels to certain group theory ideas in Galois theory. To conceive and flawlessly apply such a method under the intense pressure of the examination room transcends mere problem solving. It is genuine mathematical intuition. This child's future is boundless. Even on foreign social media, discussions surged. On X, a student from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology's mathematics department posted, "Just saw the P6 solution from that Chinese kid. Xu Chen, it's art. Pure articolo." We were all trying to build a cannon to blast the door, and he just walked up and picked the lock with a paperclip. Speechless. Beneath this tweet, Ethan Lin, the American team's ace and heralded as the next Terrence Tao, even personally liked the post. This seemingly trivial act was screenshot and circulated back in China, igniting yet another wave of discourse. Wow, even the opponent liked it. What kind of strength is this? Lin replied, "Thank you for the invitation. I was utterly convinced on the spot. This moment belongs to the mysterious power of the East, achieving dimensional reduction." After the clamor subsided, it was already late at night. Xu Chen lay in bed, preparing to savor the details of the conjecture he had proven the previous night when the notification light on his phone began to flicker. He opened it to find an official email from the Department of Mathematics at Harvard University. The email was written with utmost professionalism, first congratulating him on his outstanding achievements, then detailing the illustrious history and formidable faculty of the Harvard Mathematics Department, ultimately extending a sincere invitation for admission and promising a full scholarship. What surprised Xu Chen most was that at the bottom of the lengthy English email, there was also a precisely translated Chinese version provided by a dedicated translator. "Dear Mr. Xu Chen, greeting. We are the admissions committee of the Department of Mathematics at Harvard University. It is with immense excitement that we extend our warmest congratulations on your remarkable achievement of a perfect score and special award at the 54th International Mathematical Olympiad, IMO. Your extraordinary insight and the beauty of mathematics displayed in the sixth problem have left the entire mathematical community in awe. Harvard University's Department of Mathematics boasts a rich history and an exceptional academic tradition, having nurtured numerous Fields Medal and Abel Prize laureates. We firmly believe that your talent and abilities will find the most ample expression here. We sincerely invite you to apply to Harvard University and are willing to provide you with the full John Harvard Scholarship, covering all tuition, accommodation, and living expenses for your 4 undergraduate years. Furthermore, we will assign a tenured professor from our department as your academic mentor and grant you access to a green channel for undergraduate enrollment in top-tier research projects. We eagerly anticipate seeing you on the banks of the Charles River. Sincerely, the Admissions Committee of the Department of Mathematics, Harvard University. ISNT. This service impeccable? They even provided a Chinese translation. Before he could fully process his astonishment, a series of email notifications began to sound like raindrops. Princeton University, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, Stanford University, one by one, olive branches from the world's top institutions flooded into his inbox. Is this the treatment of a world champion? Xu Chen perused these emails, each capable of driving any student into a frenzy, and could not resist the urge to boast. Thus, he posted a new message on his social media. Help needed. How to choose among Harvard, Princeton, MIT, and Stanford? Online, quite urgent. Doge. He even thoughtfully took the liberty of screenshotting the key portions of several emails, meticulously crafting them into a lengthy image, which he attached below. This post on social media was akin to a spiritual nuclear bomb for his peers, who were still languishing in summer remedial classes as prospective seniors. Lin Xiao, a knife. Nice Xu Jiang. Have some decency. Zhang Hao. I reported it for the reason. Versailles literature. Li Fan. Su God. He my advice, go to MIT. It's close to my relative's home, and I can mooch off meals later. Manual dog head emoji. Chun Jiaping. Xu Chen, you must consider your choice carefully. Serving the country is also of great importance. Class monitor, I advise you to be kind. Smile. Su Kanghua. Only children make choices. As an adult, I suggest you reject all offers and come teach here. I'll grant you double the salary. Evil smile. Desk, mate Wong Fatty. I recommend letting me take your place. Chapter 51. The proper use of Ivy League offers. Putting away his phone, Xu Chen began to earnestly contemplate his school choices. For me, it actually doesn't seem matter where I go. He mused inwardly. The system is my true university. What I require is merely an environment enriched with a premier library and a liberal academic atmosphere. Peking University suffices entirely. However, almost immediately, a thought quietly flickered in his mind. Yet these offers, although I may not accept them, do seem to hold some utility after all. A sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He retrieved his phone, located that familiar number in his contacts, and dialed. On the other end, Zhao Feng from the Peking University admissions office had evidently received the news. Hello, Xu Jiang. Congratulations. Congratulations. We've seen news. World champion. The only perfect score? And that legendary special award. You are truly the pride of Peking University. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Xu Chen smiled, swiftly transitioning to the main topic. I'm calling to confirm my decision to attend Peking University. I fortuitously secured the IMO gold medal, and I'd like to confirm our previous agreement regarding the scholarship. Excellent. Excellent. Choosing Peking University is undoubtedly the right move. Rest assured, the promised 200,000 scholarship, along with the 50,000 from the IMO national team and another 50,000 for the IMO gold medal, totaling 300,000, will be transferred to your account promptly upon enrollment. Moreover, this time I was fortunate. In addition to the IMO gold medal, I also received that special award, which is only granted once every decade or so. You see, he deliberately spoke the words special award in a nonchalant manner, as if it were merely an afterthought. Zhao Feng, being quite astute, immediately discerned the underlying implications. Here it comes, this kid is at it again. Yet he was acutely aware that the significance of this award was certainly no less than that of the gold medal itself. If word got out that Peking University offered no acknowledgement to a genius who earned the IMO special award, how would that reflect on him as the head of admissions? However, the special award had never appeared in the history of admissions, and there was no established scholarship standard for it. Clearing his throat, Zhao Feng gritted his teeth. Feeling a pang of regret, Xu Chen, you have brought glory to our nation. The school must certainly express its appreciation. Therefore, I will personally advocate for an additional 100,000 scholarship on top of the existing amount, making a total of 400,000. While this exceeds my authority, I will make an exception for this special award. I am confident I can secure that funding. Xu Chen thought to himself how pleasant it was to converse with a clever person. He chuckled inwardly, yet maintained a calm demeanor. Thank you, Teacher Zhao, you are too kind. He shifted the conversation with a tone of mild confusion, as if seeking guidance on a matter. Oh, by the way, Teacher Zhao, I have another inquiry. Just now, both Harvard and Princeton extended full scholarship offers to me, along with undergraduate research stipends. How should I respond to them politely? Lu Feng. On the other end, silence ensued. This was no inquiry. It was a blatant act of extortion. Zhao Feng clenched his teeth, feeling as though an invisible hand was gripping his heart, twisting it painfully. Xu Chen. Zhao Feng's tone suddenly turned gravely serious, even tinged with a hint of pleading. Listen to me. Studying abroad is not the sole pathway. Our nation is in dire need of talents like you in fundamental sciences. You must not be seduced by the imperialist allure. I understand. Xu Chen quickly reassured him. I will certainly prioritize Peking University. It's just that their offers are indeed quite generous. I feel a bit unsettled. Zhao Feng comprehended. The scholarships from foreign institutions, even with the exchange rate advantage, far surpass domestic offerings, not to mention the wealth of exceptional academic resources. In fact, Xu Chen discussing these matters with Zhao Feng was already a sign of his commendable character. Someone else might have outright declined Peking University. He gritted his teeth, feeling his heart ache, yet managed to squeeze out a response. Xu Chen, the 400,000 I mentioned has already exceeded my authority. However, I promise you, we will add another 100,000, a total of 500,000. I will ensure this proposal is accepted by the faculty. Teacher Zhao, your sincerity is truly commendable. Xu Chen's tone instantly turned profoundly appreciative. In truth, I care little for the money. What matters to me is the value the school places on me. You need not worry. I shall decline all those foreign offers right away. Zhao Feng felt as though he might collapse from exhaustion. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. I look forward to seeing you at the start of the semester. See you at the start of the semester. Zhao Feng hung up the phone, leaning back in his office chair, exhaling deeply. He picked up the thermos on his desk, took a sip of strong tea, shook his head, and muttered under his breath. That little rascal is quite the clever one. Was it a loss? From a personal budgetary perspective, this phone call had cost an additional 200,000 yuan, leaving him feeling as though his liver quivered with pain. Yet from a viewpoint of the head of Peking University's admissions office, securing a total of 500,000 to thwart the full scholarship offers from Harvard and Princeton, while retaining a mathematical prodigy who appears once in a decade, no, perhaps once in 20 years, was nothing short of a remarkable triumph. Zhao Feng's mind involuntarily recalled names that had evoked both pride and regret among him and his peers in recent years. He thought of Yin Jiwei and Zhang Wei, who were hailed as the golden generation of mathematics at Peking University. Both had claimed gold and silver at the IMO and shone brightly at Yin Garden. yet ultimately ventured to pursue further studies in the United States, now serving as pillars of the American mathematical community, teaching at MIT and Columbia University. Each time he saw their names gracing top-tier international journals, Zhao Feng felt a bittersweet mix of pride in their accomplishments and deep regret for the local inability to retain such top-tier talent. He also recalled Wei Dongyi, fondly known as God Wei. In his prime, Wei had achieved consecutive perfect scores at the IMO, prompting Harvard to extend an almost blank check to invite him, even waiving language exam requirements. It had been a fierce battle for talent, with Peking University narrowly managing to keep him. Zhao Feng often reflected on this near miss, fearing that Chinese mathematics could have lost a most legendary new generation scholar. Each of these prodigies, lost or nearly lost, felt like a thorn embedded in the heart of China's foundational sciences. They are not unpatriotic, rather at that tender age. Faced with the more lucrative conditions and cutting-edge resources offered by the world's premier institutions, it is entirely understandable for them to make choices that favor their personal development. As for Zhao Feng, along with the esteemed Peking University backing him, their mission is to do everything possible to retain these exceptional talents in the soil that most desperately needs them. With this thought, the pangs of regret that had lingered in Zhao Feng's heart dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of accomplishment from winning the battle for talent. With a chuckle, he set down his teacup, feeling a surge of clarity and even a hint of pride as he quipped, "You wish to challenge me? Little fox, just wait until you arrive at Yin Garden and see how I shall arrange your path." He had already begun to devise a plan. The moment Xu Chen enrolled, he would promptly package him off to the most rigorous and demanding professors in the mathematics department, those who could extract every ounce of potential from their students. For a gifted student, this would present the swiftest avenue for growth, albeit with immense pressure. "You think you can extort me today? Just wait, and you will reap what you sow." With this thought, Zhao Feng's spirits were considerably lifted. He even began to hum a tune as he drafted the application report for the additional scholarship for Xu Chen, the recipient of the IMO Special Award. Chapter 52. Averse to fame and fortune? The clamor surrounding the IMO gradually subsided. On the final day in Japan, the team members ventured out to relish their rare moment of freedom. Xu Chen, however, chose to remain in the hotel. He had not yet organized the conjectures proposed by Professor Sun Ji Wei from the previous night. He opened a pristine sheet of draft paper and meticulously revisited the comprehensive proof of conjecture 138 that he had developed during an all-nighter. He not only documented the final solution, but also annotated his thought processes, the obstacles he encountered, and the pivotal breakthroughs he achieved along the way. Once he finished organizing his thoughts, he found himself still yearning for more. He then pursued the question further and identified 2 additional problems among the 820 conjectures that bore a similar structure. Conjecture 204. Prove that for any positive integer n, there exists a prime, p, such that pn1 and pn. Conjecture 315. Let's n jedna k drugi. N. Prove that for any n1, as n is not an integer. The first is a variant of Euclid's classic proof of the infinitude of primes, but with the inclusion of factorials, transforming the issue from existence to lower bound estimation, significantly increasing its complexity. The second, while seemingly a simple corollary of the divergence of harmonic series, requires a more refined approach based on p-adic valuation within the finite sum context. These 2 problems, akin to the twin siblings of conjecture 173, appeared distinct in form, yet shared a lineage steeped in prime factor analysis and divisibility. Together, they formed a cohesive series, perfectly balanced in substance. Xu Chen immersed himself once more in the work. Armed with the experience of resolving the core issue, he approached this endeavor with the finesse of a skilled butcher, his thoughts clear and his strokes precise. By the time he transcribed the layered problems along with their respective proofs, each a veritable work of art, onto the draft paper, the daylight outside had imperceptibly surrendered to a gentle twilight. That evening, Professor Li Jinhua entered the students' room to remind everyone to retire early, as they would be catching a flight back home the following morning. Upon opening Xu Chen's door, he was greeted not by a young man packing his belongings, but by a figure hunched over a sheet of draft paper, furrowing his brow in concentration. The paper was densely populated with intricate mathematical formulas and logical symbols. Still conducting research? Professor Li approached with a smile, curiosity tinging his tone. "Akuma, Professor Li." Xu Chen looked up, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face as he scratched his head. "Just working on a few problems. Let me see." Professor Li's curiosity was piqued, eager to discover what this prodigy, who had recently astonished the world, was pondering post-competition. Adjusting his glasses, he picked up the draft paper for a closer look. After a mere glance, his pupils constricted in surprise. Is this research on special representations of integers in combinatorial number theory? Though not his primary focus, as a seasoned mathematics educator, he possessed the acumen to recognize the profundity and broad applicability of the field discussed on the draft paper. Yes, I resolved a minor issue and thought of two extensions. Xu Chen mentioned nonchalantly. Professor Li's gaze fell upon the proof at the very beginning of the draft. The more he scrutinized, the quicker his heart raced. The more he read, the more his astonishment became difficult to conceal. Did you conceive all of this in the past 2 days? Professor Li's voice grew slightly hoarse. Yes. After solving the first one, I felt unfulfilled and sought out 2 similar problems to organize together. Professor Li fell silent, feeling as though his heart was gripped by an invisible hand. Did this young man realize that any one of these 3 problems could suffice for a graduate student in mathematics to write a respectable thesis? He managed to resolve them as if they were mere exercises in a single night, and the following afternoon. What manner of genius is he? Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure and reassess the manuscript with a professional eye. The proofs for these 3 problems were logically rigorous, their conclusions profound, and they interconnected seamlessly, evolving from a classic problem into 2 deeper extensions, forming a complete mini-system. Xu Chen, this is essentially the foundation of a high-quality academic paper. Professor Li's voice resonated with uncontainable excitement. Which journal do you plan to submit this article to? Xu Chen paused, a bewildered expression crossing his face. Journal? Paper? He replied, somewhat puzzled. I hadn't thought that far ahead. I just want to tidy up these findings and send them to the moderator of that mathematics forum to see if I could claim the bounty they set, which I think is around $300. Professor Li nearly choked on his own laughter. He looked at the young man before him, incredulous. This boy possesses mathematical talent that could astonish the world, yet he's preoccupied with a mere few $100s in bounty. In that moment, a complex swirl of emotions, a mixture of envy and admiration, surged within Professor Li. To be truthful, he envied Xu Chen, envied his pure love for mathematics. Devoid of any desire for fame or fortune, he pursued the intrinsic joy derived from conquering challenges. For Li Jinhua, Xu Chen's pursuit of that modest sum was inconsequential, as it barely constituted a quest for profit. At most, it resembled a child's reward akin to a game. This was the most precious quality of a scholar, one that is all too easily lost. I didn't expect you to be quite so disinterested in fame and fortune, such significant achievements for merely $300. Xu Chen Bonde. What? Disinterested in fame and fortune? If the director of admissions at Peking University, Lu Feng, were to hear this, he would likely be so amused that he would laugh in exasperation. While Li Jinhua appreciates Xu Chen's admirable pursuit of mathematics, he is acutely aware that Xu Chen must inevitably step into the academic realm and eventually produce his own contributions. As Xu Chen is on the brink of embarking on his university journey, it is indeed the opportune moment for him to engage with the academic community. Although Li Jinhua is merely responsible for the IMO national team, as a mentor, he bears the responsibility of providing essential guidance to this unrefined gem who has yet to enter the scholarly domain. Furthermore, serving as a guide for a prodigy like Xu Chen is, in itself, a stroke of fortune. Xu Chen, Professor Li Jinhua's expression turned grave and earnest. The few $100s in prize money is a mere affront to your intellectual achievements. Do you comprehend the true value of what you possess in your hands? He resolved to impart an important lesson to Xu Chen. Chapter 53, Quality over Quantity. In the academic world, the currency by which a scholar's caliber is measured is not prize money, but academic papers. The vessels for these papers are academic journals. Firstly, you must grasp the concept of SCI. He observed Xu Chen's face, which bore a contemplative expression, and proceeded to elucidate. SCI, short for the Science Citation Index, is an international and authoritative tool for retrieving academic journal literature. In simpler terms, only journals indexed by SCI are recognized as legitimate scholarly publications on a global scale. Your published work is only deemed a true academic achievement if it is accepted by a journal included in the SCI. Xu Chen nodded. This concept was not difficult to comprehend, akin to an academic whitelist. Moreover, these SCI journals are categorized into various tiers. Internationally, there exists a universal evaluation system known as the JCR, Journal Citation Reports, quartile ranking, which ranks journals based on their impact factor, that is, the frequency with which their published papers are cited within their respective fields. The top 25 are classified as Q1, from 25 to 50 as Q2, and so forth. Q1 represents the pinnacle of internationally recognized journals. Xu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Li Jinhua smiled and continued. However, domestically, we adhere to a more stringent and widely accepted standard known as the Chinese Academy of Sciences, CAS, ranking. This system also divides journals into 4 tiers, but the criteria are far more demanding, resembling a pyramid. The first tier is the apex, comprising the top 5 journals in terms of impact factor within the same discipline, truly the gems of the crown. For an ordinary scholar, publishing in a Tier 1 journal might require 5 to even 10 years of effort. The second tier encompasses the upper middle, ranking from 5 to 20. Publishing here is sufficient for a young faculty member to establish a foothold in academia and provides concrete criteria for promotion to associate professor. The third tier consists of journals ranked from 20 to 50, which serve as the minimum requirement for doctoral graduation and as stepping stones for ordinary lecturers seeking advancement. The fourth tier includes the remaining 50, where publications typically represent the requirements for a master's degree or some foundational exploratory work. Thus, you see Li Jinhua emphasized, underscoring the crucial point, a journal classified as Q1 internationally could very well be rated only as Tier 2 or even Tier 3 within our CAS rankings. Therefore, in the domestic academic sphere, when we refer to a Tier 1 paper, we implicitly mean a CAS Tier 1 publication. That is the true gold standard, the hard currency for evaluating professors and securing projects, as well as establishing one's academic stature in the realm of mathematics among the Tier 1 journals. For are regarded as the sanctum of all, we refer to them as the 4 great journals, namely Annals of Mathematics, Inventions Mathematicae, Acta Mathematica, and Journal of the American Mathematical Society. Although they belong to Tier 1, one can perceive the 4 great journals as a distinct echelon above the rest. There are hundreds of Tier 1 journals in mathematics, yet only 4 in this revered category, each publishing merely dozens of papers annually, ensuring that only the most significant, groundbreaking, or pioneering works are eligible for inclusion. You may liken this to sports. Tier 1 represents the national championship, while the 4 great journals symbolize the Olympic gold medal. Securing a publication in any of these esteemed journals immensely enhances a young scholar's prospects of obtaining a tenured position at a prestigious university. Xu Chen silently took note. Furthermore, before submitting your work to a journal, to safeguard your ideas from potential plagiarism, you must first upload it to a website known as AR14. AR14? Xu Chen echoed the unfamiliar term. Yes, AR14, Li Jinhua clarified, is a preprint server. You must understand that the process from submission to formal publication of a mathematics paper, including peer review, is exceedingly lengthy, ranging from several months to even a year or 2. During this period, if your ideas are leaked and someone else publishes them first, you will find yourself at a loss for words. AR14 was created to address this very issue. While it is not a mandatory step, in foundational disciplines such as mathematics and physics, it has become an unwritten rule, a sacred convention. By uploading your draft to AR14, you will receive a unique identifier and timestamp, akin to inscribing your name and the date on an indelible monument before the world, declaring to all, this idea, at this moment, belongs to Xu Chen. This is akin to planting your flag on a newly discovered continent. With this flag, you can confidently navigate the lengthy, official validation process of the journal. Having imparted this knowledge about journals, Professor Li Jinhua suddenly turned to Xu Chen, his tone becoming gravely serious. Xu Chen, you must remember, given your talent, from this moment forth, your focus must be on high-impact journals. Even if the number of papers is fewer, a single high-quality Tier 1 paper holds academic value and impact equivalent to 10 Tier 3 or even Tier 4 articles. Xu Chen, taken aback, inquired, what about Tier 2? Tier 2 is certainly an option. Professor Li Jinhua chuckled, but it depends on the specifics. If your findings represent a significant advancement in a particular field or resolve a long-standing minor issue, even if not groundbreaking, but sufficiently solid and impactful, submitting to a Tier 2 journal is a commendable choice. However, if the work is merely conventional or a simple extension of known conclusions, it would be unwise to expend your energy on it. In summary, your approach should not be to cast a wide net, but rather to hone your craft over a decade. Either refrain from submission, or when you do submit, ensure it is a work that commands the attention of the entire field. Every paper you produce should stand as a monument in your academic career, not a pile of dispensable bricks. These words profoundly resonated with Xu Chen. He finally understood that, within the academic realm, less can often prove to be more, and quality will always outweigh quantity. What about this manuscript? Xu Chen gestured towards the stack of papers on the table. Li Jinhua's eyes sparkled once again as he assessed the manuscript. Its quality has far surpassed that of a mere exercise. The three problems within are each small yet exquisite, with the proofs brimming with ingenuity. In my judgment, if any one of these questions were to be isolated and developed into a brief essay, submitting it to a prestigious domestic journal, such as Advances in Mathematics, would likely yield a favorable review outcome. He then pivoted his tone, proposing a bolder suggestion. I recommend that you refrain from hastily splitting and publishing. Instead, consider refining the introduction and conclusion as a cohesive whole, delving deeper into the logical connections underlying these three questions, as well as the universality of the methods you employed. My advice is to consolidate your work and submit it directly to the Journal of Mathematics. The Journal of Mathematics? Xu Chen repeated the name, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He recalled that Professor Li had mentioned this name while introducing the four esteemed pillars at the pinnacle of mathematical academia. Professor Li Jinhua, noticing his bewilderment, smiled and waved his hand, clarifying, I am not referring to the one among the four. Be mindful, as this is a common source of confusion. Many young scholars who are new to the field often make this mistake. He picked up a pen, inscribing two names on paper, emphasizing their distinctions. Acta Mathematica Sinica, English series. You see, he pointed to the first name. This one is published by the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, one of the four major journals in the mathematical realm, a true temple of knowledge. Its name is in Latin, which translates directly to Journal of Mathematics. Now, this second name, he gestured toward it, is the journal I recommend for you to submit to, organized by the Chinese Mathematical Society and the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Its English title includes Sinica, meaning Chinese. We often refer to it as Journal of Mathematics, but it pertains to our own publication. Though the names are similar, their focuses differ. A hint of pride tinged Professor Li's voice as he continued. Our own Journal of Mathematics is one of the oldest and most internationally recognized mathematical journals in China. Its English version ranks prominently within the second tier of the Chinese Academy of Sciences classification, merely a step away from the first tier. By commencing your academic career with such a high-quality paper published in a top-tier domestic journal, you will not only showcase your prowess to the world, but also contribute to the strength of our local publications. This beginning already surpasses that of the vast majority of mathematics PhD graduates. This detailed explanation enlightened Xu Chen. He not only grasped the distinction between the two journals, but also felt the profound sentiment of the older generation of scholars toward the advancement of national academia in Professor Li's tone. I understand now, Professor Li. Xu Chen solemnly nodded. I will submit to the Journal of Mathematics. Observing Xu Chen's somewhat perplexed expression, Professor Li Jinhua's enthusiasm for nurturing talent was thoroughly ignited. Let me also teach you how to write a paper. He retrieved his phone, pulled up a PDF of a paper he had previously published, and began guiding him step by step on how to transform this problem-solving report into a manuscript that aligns with international academic standards. You see here, an abstract must be added, summarizing your core work and conclusions in the most succinct language. Here, an introduction is needed, outlining the historical context of the problem, the current state of research, and the primary contributions of your paper. Your proof process is well articulated, but the format requires adjustment. Each key step should ideally be presented as an independent lemma or proposition to clarify the logical structure. Lastly, you must include a list of references, acknowledging the theorems and previous works you have cited. This is a mark of respect for others' research achievements and a foundation of academic integrity. Professor Li Jinhua became increasingly animated as he spoke, even directly dialing a voice call. Hello, Xiaolu. Are you available right now? Please send me the latest Word template for your department as paper format. Yes, and also a random LaTeX source file containing equations, right away. On the other end of the line, his graduate student Lu Ming, taken aback by the request, scrambled to open his computer and send the files. He pondered, why is my advisor asking for such basic materials? Could it be that he is mentoring someone who doesn't even know how to use LaTeX? My goodness, what kind of genius could prompt Professor Li to personally guide him in formatting a paper? That evening, Professor Li Jinhua, the head coach of the national team, imparted his lifetime of academic experience with unwavering patience to the young man before him, who he believed embodied the future of Chinese mathematics. Meanwhile, Xu Chen absorbed this newfound knowledge like a parched sponge, realizing, so this is how a mathematical paper is crafted. He thought to himself, it seems that upon my return, the first order of business is to purchase a laptop. Chapter 54. I am proud of you. As the flight carrying the Chinese delegation touched down at Beijing Capital International Airport, they were greeted by a fervent summer warmth that surpassed even that of Chiba, Japan, accompanied by a media frenzy reminiscent of a celebrity welcome. Following a series of official receptions, The national team was organized to remain in the capital for about a week, primarily to participate in a commendation ceremony and celebration banquet. The next day, a dedicated vehicle transported the national team directly to the headquarters of the Chinese Mathematical Society, located in Zhongguancun. Here lies the highest sanctuary of the mathematical community in China. Portraits of esteemed predecessors, such as Hua Luogang and Chen Jingran, adorn the walls, and the atmosphere seemed imbued with a solemn and sacred academic spirit. The venue was dignified and austere, with a backdrop on the podium boldly proclaiming a warm celebration of the Chinese delegation's triumph in securing the overall championship at the 54th International Mathematical Olympiad. Seated in the audience were towering figures in the realm of Chinese mathematics. Several elderly academicians, otherwise elusive, were present in full attendance today. The central area was filled with outstanding student representatives from the nation's top secondary schools. They were the creme de la creme of the national mathematics competitions, the hope for the future. Today, they have been gathered here to receive this highest honor, with the intention of sowing a seed of inspiration within them, urging them to scale greater heights. Prior to their return, Professor Li Jinhua had specifically approached Xu Chen, informing him that he needed to prepare a brief speech for today's conference. It need not be lengthy, nor does it require formal rhetoric. Professor Li advised him at the time, speak as a senior to those junior high and high school students, sharing your insights on studying mathematics. You are their current idol. Your words will resonate far more than 100 utterances from us older folks. Consequently, Xu Chen, unusually foregoing his conjecture studies the previous night, earnestly contemplated what he wished to convey to these future companions on their journey. The proceedings of the conference were laden with a sense of ritual. The president of the Chinese Mathematical Society, a vigorous and eloquent elder academician, personally took to the stage to deliver his address. His speech was devoid of bureaucratic language. Rather, it resembled that of a learned elder sharing his reflections with the younger generation. Comrades, friends, children, he surveyed the crowd, his gaze warm yet commanding. Today, we gather not merely to celebrate a victory. Victory, while undoubtedly gratifying, pales in comparison to the underlying significance of our triumphs. Our participation in mathematics competitions is not merely for the sake of winning gold medals. These medals are but mere tokens, mere metal, serving as a testament to your hard work and dedication. Our true aim lies in harnessing the pinnacle of intellectual rivalry to unearth, nurture, and safeguard our nation's most precious asset, yourselves, the young minds brimming with curiosity and creativity for mathematics. Having examined the problems presented at this year's International Mathematical Olympiad, particularly the sixth question, I also had the privilege of reviewing the solution proposed by our esteemed Xu Chen. With admiration gleaming in his eyes, he directed his gaze towards Xu Chen, whose approach elicited genuine awe even from someone like me, a veteran in the realm of mathematics. What did this solution reveal to us? It unveiled the intrinsic beauty of mathematics, its simplicity, profundity, and essence. This indicates that our youth are no longer content with mere imitation or trailing behind. They've begun to forge their own unique mathematical philosophies. This realization invigorates me more than a multitude of gold medals ever could. Thus, I hope that today's victory marks a new beginning, a robust and hopeful foundation as we transition from being a nation of competitors to a powerhouse of mathematical excellence. The thunderous applause echoed endlessly. Shortly thereafter, Professor Li Jinhua, serving as the chief coach, was invited to the stage. This elder, known for his serious demeanor during training sessions, had eyes rimmed with emotion today. He stood before the microphone, pausing momentarily in silence, allowing his gaze to sweep across the six familiar and immensely proud young faces before him. On the eve of their departure, I had told them, "You are the strongest cohort I have ever guided." His voice, somewhat hoarse yet filled with strength, resonated with sincerity. Today, as I stand here, I wish to reiterate that sentiment. He paused, inhaling deeply, as though to infuse every ounce of emotion into his forthcoming words. I have led the national team for 2 decades, witnessing the emergence of one genius after another. I have encountered countless brilliant minds and diligent spirits. But you, his gaze traversed from Xu Chen to Feng Bo, then to Meng Lingyao, meticulously observing each team member's face. You are distinct. What I perceive in you transcends mere talent and effort. I see a longing for something that I had fervently wished for, yet once believed had vanished. A pure spirit of exploration that dares to challenge established norms and is unsatisfied with standard answers. In the past few months, I have navigated a sea of contradictions daily. His voice carried a hint of self-deprecation as he confessed, On one hand, I worried that your unorthodox approaches might lead us to defeat in this crucial competition. On the other, I could not suppress my excitement and pride for each instance of your intellectual brilliance. I have even felt a tinge of jealousy towards you. I envy that at such a splendid age, you have found genuine comrades who inspire and elevate one another. The sight of you huddled around a whiteboard, passionately debating a solution, evokes memories of my own youth and the pure golden age of mathematics. Thus, while I serve as your chief coach, I am not here to instruct you. I am merely a fortunate witness. It is my honor to stand as your coach, to witness your growth, your transformation, and to see you ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of the world. This memory will be the most cherished treasure of my life. Slowly, he raised his right hand, extending a firm and resolute thumbs up towards the 16 members below. I am proud of you. Such simple words possess a penetrating power that eclipses even the most ornate eloquence. Tears cascaded down Luo Yaolong and Meng Ling Yao's faces as they recalled Professor Li's stern mentorship, his late-night companionship, and the seemingly casual yet enlightening words that always managed to awaken their spirits during moments of stagnation. Seated in the audience, Xu Chen felt a ripple of emotion wash over him. He could sense Professor Li's profound, albeit unspoken, love for the nation, a sentiment characteristic of the older generation of scholars. Xu Chen rubbed his eyes, reflecting, this old man certainly knows how to evoke sentimentality. Chapter 55, Speech at the Commendation Ceremony. Xu Chen then ascended the stage to deliver his address. The applause erupted like a tsunami, surging from all directions. Xu Chen took a deep breath and adjusted his uniform emblazoned with the 5-starred red flag, steadily walking to the podium under the gaze of countless eyes. He stood before the microphone, scanning the audience with a calm demeanor. He noticed the elderly academicians in the front row, their eyes filled with anticipation. The young representatives from across the nation seated in the center, their youthful faces brimming with admiration and aspiration, and the journalists in the back, poised with cameras at the ready. He stood quietly for a few seconds, as if organizing his thoughts. As the audience fell silent in anticipation of this prodigy's acceptance speech, he began. His voice rang clear and steady, reverberating through every corner of the venue. Esteemed predecessors, respected teachers, fellow students, greetings. I am Xu Chen. Standing here fills me with both honor and trepidation. I understand that the modest achievements I have attained today stem largely from fortune. Fortunate to have been born in this era, fortunate to have encountered remarkable teachers, and fortunate to have a group of comrades with whom to share this journey. This humble opening garnered nods of approval from the elder audience members. Today, I wish to share not how to solve problems or secure awards, but rather 3 words that have profoundly resonated with me throughout my mathematical journey. The first word is curiosity. I am unsure what initially drew each of you to mathematics. Perhaps it was a clever geometric problem or an intriguing numerical pattern. For me, the initial impulse was pure curiosity. I was curious as to why 11 equals 2. I was curious as to why pi is an infinite, non-repeating decimal. I was curious about the seemingly unrelated prime numbers and the profound patterns hidden within their distribution. This curiosity is akin to a seed. It may not yield immediate points in exams, but it will serve as the primal and most potent driving force on your long and solitary journey ahead. Therefore, protect your curiosity as you would your vision. The second word is aesthetics. Yes, you heard correctly, it's aesthetics. Xu Chen's lips curled into a confident smile. Many perceive mathematics as dull, cold, a collection of emotionless symbols. Yet, to me, mathematics embodies beauty, a beauty that is simple, symmetrical, and harmoniously logical, akin to the universe itself. A challenging problem often has multiple solutions. Some may require pages of convoluted calculations, which we deem brute force, while others may be elegantly concise, akin to a stroke of genius, which we celebrate as elegance. I hope that in your future studies, you will not merely settle for solving a problem. Instead, endeavor to discover the most succinct, profound path that encapsulates the beauty of mathematics. When you begin to derive joy from a proof akin to savoring a poem or admiring a painting, congratulations. You have touched the true essence of mathematics. The third word I wish to share, and indeed the most paramount, is courage. What kind of courage? It is the audacity to tread paths less traveled, to challenge authority, and to contest conventional answers. Much of our education often instructs us on the pursuit of a standard answer. This is not inherently flawed during the foundational stages of learning. However, as one ascends to greater heights and confronts unresolved quandaries, one will come to realize that there are no definitive answers. The routes to the summit are manifold. Some may be smooth yet protracted, while others may be steep but serve as shortcuts. I implore you all not to fear mistakes, nor be daunted by unconventional thoughts. In my training camp, one of our most frequent practices was to overturn the conclusions of the previous day in pursuit of a superior solution. Each overturning is not a negation, but rather a spiral ascent. Thus, I urge you to think boldly, to question, and to create. The advancement of mathematics has never been achieved through adherence to convention, but rather through the courageous steps taken by generations who dared to deviate from the norm. Having concluded, he bowed deeply to the audience. Curiosity, aesthetics, and courage. These are the ideals I wish to convey today. I hope that in the future, we shall witness an increasing number of young figures from China scaling the heights of mathematics. Thank you, everyone. The hall fell into a profound silence for several seconds, followed by a resounding applause that erupted from the front row, akin to a conflagration sweeping across the entire venue. Professor Li Jinhua, seated in the audience, applauded vigorously, his eyes moistening once more. He gazed at the composed and confident youth speaking eloquently on stage, his heart brimming with emotion. This is the true visage of a future leader. At long last, the moment of the award ceremony arrived, filled with exhilarating anticipation. In recognition of the outstanding achievements of national team members Xu Chen, Feng Bo, Luo Yaolong, Meng Lingyao, Zhou Qing, and Sun Rue at this year's International Mathematical Olympiad, the Chinese Mathematical Society resolved to award each participant a prize of 200,000 yuan. As soon as this figure was announced, the audience erupted into applause. The former president paused, a radiant smile illuminating his face as his gaze fell squarely on Xu Chen. Furthermore, in honor of Xu Chen's unparalleled mathematical prowess, which earned the nation a special award that had remained dormant for 18 years at this year's IMO, the organizing committee unanimously decided to bestow an additional special contribution award of 300,000 yuan atop the initial 200,000 yuan. The audience erupted into fervent applause once more. Xu Chen's heart skipped a beat. This totaled 500,000 yuan. His previous assets were roughly equivalent, meaning his wealth had effectively doubled in an instant. Chapter 56, A Sweet Burden. Following a series of official engagements in the capital, Xu Chen finally embarked on his journey back to Anqing. Yet, an even more grounded and frenetic adventure of reaping rewards had only just begun. In the half-month following his return to Anqing, Xu Chen's schedule became even more packed than during his training camp. Today marked the fervent celebration at Anqing No. 3 High School, honoring Xu Chen's remarkable triumph as the world champion at the IMO. Tomorrow, he was slated to attend a report meeting for outstanding youth students organized by the Municipal Education Bureau. The day after, he would be invited by the Provincial Education Department to the provincial capital to participate in the Provincial Basic Education Achievements Exhibition, serving as an exemplary student speaker. Various awards cascaded upon him like snowflakes. Anqing No. 3 High School awarded him 100,000 yuan. The Municipal Education Bureau granted 150,000 yuan. And the Provincial Education Department contributed 200,000 yuan. Additionally, several renowned local entrepreneurs in Anqing generously established various Xu Chen special scholarships, amounting to nearly 300,000 yuan combined. Xu Chen found himself perpetually on the go, navigating through various venues and in front of countless cameras. Although the process was exhausting, the ever-increasing balance in his bank account made him feel that this discomfort was a burden he could endure for some time longer. At the highest-profile award ceremony hosted by the Municipal Education Bureau, an amusing episode unfolded. Before the awards were presented, Principal Wang of Anqing No. 3 High School discreetly pulled Xu Chen aside, wearing his customary warm smile. He casually patted Xu Chen's shoulder and, in a conversational tone, remarked, "Xu Chen, today the city's prominent leaders are all present, and they regard our school's accomplishments with great importance." Just moments ago in the lounge, the director specifically inquired about the unique teaching methods we employed to nurture a talent like you. This left me momentarily speechless. He paused, his gaze deepening as he looked at Xu Chen, his words laced with implication. While a student's success is undeniably rooted in personal effort, at times, the platform provided by the school, a teacher's insightful guidance, and a nurturing environment created for gifted students like you are equally significant. Would you not agree? Xu Chen thought to himself, the school hasn't really exerted much effort in my cultivation. Most of the time, it has been my own learning, hasn't it? Despite his internal critique, he quickly comprehended Principal Wang's intent as he observed the principal's face, which was rife with unspoken understanding, as if to say, once this is accomplished, generous rewards await. Ah, he's preparing the stage for me to lend a helping hand. Xu Chen stifled a chuckle, but nodded enthusiastically, assuring Principal Wang, "Rest assured, Principal Wang. It is the excellent environment at Anqing No. 3 High School that has nurtured me. I will certainly strive to perform well." After all, the principal and teachers at Anqing No. 3 had indeed treated him well, and such innocuous flattery posed no burden upon him. It was merely a means of endorsing the school for potential investments. Thus, during the speaking segment, Xu Chen cleared his throat and commenced his heartfelt performance. "I must express my profound gratitude for the exceptional platform provided by Anqing No. 3 High School, and for the dedication of Principal Wang to this institution." He did not immediately center the focus on himself, but elevated the discourse. Many might wonder how a regular high school, like Anqing No. 3, could cultivate a world champion. I wish to assert that this is no mere coincidence. It is underpinned by the forward-thinking, tailored educational philosophy espoused by Principal Wang. As he spoke, the leaders from the Education Bureau straightened in their seats, visibly intrigued. I still recall a memorable statement made by Principal Wang during an all-school assembly. He proclaimed, "The school's responsibility is not to prune every tree into a uniform shape, but to allow each tree to grow into a towering figure according to its own nature." It is precisely this unorthodox approach to talent cultivation that has afforded students like me, with specialized skills, the freedom to explore and flourish. As Xu Chen spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Principal Wang below. The principal sat upright, wearing a humble yet proud smile, occasionally gesturing to the Municipal Education Bureau leaders beside him, conveying a demeanor of "this is merely my duty." Nothing extraordinary. The performance was so convincing that Xu Chen nearly believed it himself. After the celebration concluded, Principal Wang, glowing with satisfaction, approached Xu Chen, enthusiastically patting his shoulder, exclaiming, "Well said. Absolutely splendid. Xu Chen, not only are you adept at mathematics, but your intellectual awareness is also remarkable." He promptly extracted a substantial red envelope from his pocket and thrust it into Xu Chen's hands. "This is the principal's special award, a sum of 10,000 yuan. It's being bestowed upon you in advance. Tomorrow, at the school's commendation ceremony, there will be additional scholarships. Furthermore, the school has decided that starting from the next cohort of freshmen, a Xu Chen class will be established as the elite class of the entire school, with you serving as the honorary class president. Your photograph will be permanently displayed in the classroom of the Xu Chen class, inspiring generations of students from our school." Xu Chen clutched the hefty envelope in his hands, gazing at Principal Wang's beaming face, and a singular thought resonated in his mind. This is quite a windfall. Once he had settled this delightful burden, Xu Chen finally found a moment to catch his breath. He confined himself to his room, retrieved his phone, and opened the online banking app. As he gazed at the lengthy string of numbers, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. With the previously promised 500,000 from Peking University, various rewards from the CMO, and nearly 1 million received following the IMO return, the balance in his personal bank account had quietly surpassed 2 million yuan. 2 million. What does this figure signify in a county-level city like Anqing? It represents what an ordinary working-class family would need to toil for 30, if not 40 years, without eating or drinking. It means the ability to buy a spacious apartment of over 100 square meters in the city center outright. It signifies that he has achieved a level of wealth accumulation that most people will never attain in a lifetime. Truly, knowledge has the power to alter one's destiny. Xu Chen turned off his phone, his heart brimming with emotions. Having concluded the financial matters, it was time to focus on the essentials. He recalled Professor Li Jianhua's teachings, along with the unfinished paper he intended to submit to an esteemed international journal. He found himself in need of a professional productivity tool. What computer should he purchase? Lacking expertise in electronic devices, he promptly called Professor Li Jianhua. Buying a computer? For writing a paper? Professor Li's voice on the other end of the line revealed he had anticipated this query. "I'm well versed in this. Trust me, go for the top-spec Apple MacBook Pro." "Apple?" Xu Chen hesitated. "I've heard that many software applications are incompatible with that system." Professor Li explained. "The Mac OS system provides the most seamless and efficient development environment for scientific computing tools we frequently use, such as Python, R, MATLAB, and most importantly, LaTeX typesetting software. Remember, a good tool allows you to concentrate all your energy on the essence of the problem rather than squandering it on software compatibility issues and system crashes. For pure mathematics and statistics, this is the most suitable choice." "All right, thank you, Professor Li. I understand." After hanging up, Xu Chen felt no further hesitation. He opened the e-commerce app, navigated to the official Apple flagship store, and promptly ordered the latest model, a 16-inch MacBook Pro with maximum memory and storage configurations. As he expressionlessly processed the payment for over 20,000 yuan, A singular thought crossed his mind. This feels incredibly satisfying. Chapter 57. What institution am I affiliated with? After the tumult had subsided, life returned to its tranquil state. When Xu Chen solemnly presented the weighty IMO gold medal and the legendary special award certificate to his parents. Watching them carefully lock these treasures alongside his provincial and national competition awards in the safe, he knew he had thoroughly completed the chapter of his high school journey. Xu Chen graciously declined all unnecessary social engagements, retreating once more into his study. He powered on the gleaming, metallic MacBook Pro and commenced the first formal task of his academic career, transforming the 3 proofs regarding number theory conjectures into a paper that adhered to international academic standards. It proved to be far more complex than he had envisioned. Following Professor Li Jinhua's guidance, he first utilized LaTeX typesetting software to construct the framework of the entire paper: abstract, introduction, preliminary knowledge, main results, proofs, and references. Each section demanded strict adherence to formatting and writing conventions. He placed the resolution of the first conjecture as an introduction to outline the problem's background and research motivation. Subsequently, he distilled the core techniques shared by the solutions to these 3 problems, the combination of the minimal prime factor method and the LTE lemma, into a standalone major lemma. Included in the preliminary knowledge section, complete with a detailed proof, he discovered that the essence of these 3 problems pointed towards a profoundly significant property in number theory: the constraining role of the minimal prime factor within divisibility structures. This became the soul of his paper. In the section on main results, he presented the other 2 more profound conjectures as direct corollaries of this lemma, articulating 2 concise yet powerful theorems, each accompanied by its proof. Thus, the structure of the entire paper transcended from 3 isolated problem-solving reports to a logically progressive mini-theoretical system with universal implications. The entire process consumed 3 full days of his time. He entitled the paper with precision and an academic flair: a study on the solution structure of several Diophant equations via minimal prime factor analysis. In the introduction, he articulated, Introduction. The renowned number theorist Professor Sun Jiwei has proposed numerous profound conjectures in his works, a substantial portion of which pertains to the integer solution problems of specific forms of Diophant equations. This paper selects conjectures 138, 204, and 315 as the subjects of study. Traditional methods often falter in addressing such problems due to the nonlinear and exponential mixed structures of the equations. This paper introduces a unified analytical framework based on minimal prime factors. By examining the congruence relations and properties of order that must be satisfied by the minimal prime factors of the equation solutions, we successfully provide concise and consistent proofs for these 3 seemingly unrelated problems, revealing the profound algebraic structural connections beneath them. At the conclusion of the paper, he added an acknowledgement section, earnestly writing the following words: Acknowledgements. The final composition of this paper could not have been achieved without the meticulous guidance of Professor Li Jinhua, the head coach of the Chinese mathematics Olympiad national team. Professor Li not only provided invaluable advice on academic standards and paper writing formats, but also inspired the author to delve deeper into the essence of the problems with his profound academic vision. Here, I extend my sincerest gratitude to Professor Li. After writing the final character, Xu Chen exhaled deeply. He sent the final PDF version to Professor Li Jinhua for review. Half an hour later, Professor Li's call came through, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Excellent. Xu Chen, your paper is exceptionally well structured. However, there was a brief pause in Professor Li's voice. But you, young man, made a point to mention me in the acknowledgements? What else with these superficial formalities? Xu Chen chuckled. Isn't it customary in academia to thank one's mentor for their guidance? Enough, enough. Professor Li's tone suddenly took on a more serious note. Yet it was laced with a hint of jest. You, my boy, had better not flatter me too much. What I taught you was merely how to adjust line spacing in LaTeX, and how to compose an abstract and introduction. What does that have to do with the core mathematical concepts of your paper? If this gets published, those unaware might think that I, Li Jinhua, am leveraging my seniority to claim a share of the credit for my students' groundbreaking work. I cannot afford to lose face over such trivialities. He paused for a moment, adopting an undeniable tone of playful authority. Delete it. You must remove it. When you eventually conquer some grand conjecture, and I genuinely assist you, then you may include me in the acknowledgements, and I promise to frame it and hang it on my wall. But for now, let's skip that. Understood, Professor Li. Xu Chen deeply. After ending the call, he removed the acknowledgements, took a deep breath, and prepared to complete the final step of the submission process. However, As he opened the submission system and prepared to fill in the author information, an exceedingly pragmatic and rather awkward question confronted him. Author affiliation? Which institution do I belong to? He stared at the blank field and, for the first time, felt a peculiar constraint imposed by the very rules themselves. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. The architects of the academic publishing process probably never considered that a wild researcher unaffiliated with any academic institution could author a paper worthy of submission to an SCI journal. Did they? This sensation was akin to a fully equipped player preparing to challenge the final boss, only to discover that without joining any guild, he lacked even the qualifications to enter the dungeon. It was utterly absurd. Perhaps I could write Anqing number 3 high school. Technically, he had graduated high school. Yet, having a paper intended for a Tier 2 mathematics journal attributed to an obscure county high school felt decidedly incongruous. What about Beijing University? However, he had not yet officially enrolled, lacking even a student ID. Strictly speaking, he was not yet a student there. If someone were to uncover this, would it be seen as riding on the coattails of Peking University's reputation? Could it be construed as academic misconduct? Should I simply write independent researcher? Xu Chen was unsure if that was permissible, so he searched online and discovered numerous individuals who had published top-tier papers as independent researchers. The most renowned among them was the legendary Indian mathematician Srimivasa Ramanujan. Before being discovered by Hardy, he was merely a clerk at the Madras Port Trust, and the letters that astonished the European mathematical community bore only his name. It was only after proving his worth to the world that he was accepted by Trinity College, Cambridge. In more recent times, there was the Russian mathematical prodigy Grigory Perelman, who resolved the Poincare conjecture. When he completed that monumental proof, he had long since resigned from all academic positions and was unemployed. His paper was similarly published as an independent researcher on AR-14, and he refused all awards and honors. Yet, these instances were either from a bygone era or privileges granted after achieving great success. Meanwhile, Xu Chen was merely a newcomer who had recently begun to make a name for himself in the competitive sphere. Although he had garnered an IMO gold medal and a special award, in the eyes of true academic heavyweights, he was still seen as a promising young talent, far from the point where he could disregard the rules. To assert himself as an independent researcher might not only fail to appear audaciously unique in the eyes of discerning editors and reviewers, but could also come off as a form of unwarranted arrogance. Xu Chen hastily ran his fingers through his hair, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a bold yet cunning thought quietly emerged in his mind. This issue doesn't seem entirely insurmountable. A familiar, somewhat mischievous smile crept across his lips as he picked up his phone and located that familiar number in his contacts. Chapter 58, The 3 Million Yuan Paper. Peking University's admissions office, Professor Zhao Feng's office. When Xu Chen's name appeared on his phone screen, Zhao Feng's heart instinctively skipped a beat, followed by a visceral reaction akin to PTSD, causing him to feel as though his wallet was twitching uneasily in his pocket. He even experienced an illusion that he could hear the lamentations of the scholarship fund echoing in despair. What does this kid want now? An ominous premonition washed over him. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the answer button, instantly donning a warm smile reminiscent of a spring breeze. Hello, Xu Chen. Long time no see. What have you been up to lately? Hello, Professor Zhao. Xu Chen's voice sounded somewhat troubled. I've encountered a small problem and would like to seek your advice. Oh, what sort of problem? Speak freely, as long as it's something the school can address. It's no trouble at all, Professor Zhao promised, though unease bubbled beneath the surface. What new mischief is this kid up to now? It's like this. Xu Chen said slowly, I've recently been idle and wrote a mathematics paper, consolidating a few minor conjectures I had previously solved. Professor Li Jinhua reviewed it and said the quality is quite good, likely suitable for a top-tier Tier 2 journal. Astonished, Professor Zhao was taken aback. He knew full well what that entailed. It's rare for undergraduates to publish in Tier 2 journals, let alone a high school student who hasn't even enrolled yet. Moreover, wasn't this kid just fresh off the IMO competition? How did he find the time to write a paper? Wonderful. Xu Chen, this is fantastic news. If you need any assistance with the paper, formatting, submission process, anything at all, I'll immediately arrange for a mathematics professor to help you. He eagerly offered. Thank you, Professor Zhao. But I've already completed the paper and formatted it according to Professor Li's suggestions. The current issue is that I'm facing some challenges with authorship. You see, using Anqing No. 3 high school as my affiliation feels inappropriate. Yet if I were to list Peking University, I haven't officially enrolled yet. I worry about causing trouble for the school, so I wanted to ask for your opinion. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Professor Zhao's mind raced. This kid isn't merely seeking advice. He's presenting me with an extraordinary opportunity while subtly trying to squeeze some financial gain out of it. If he lists Anqing 3 high school, the honor of this journal paper would have nothing to do with Peking University. If he lists Peking University, every citation of this paper would contribute to the academic achievements of our institution. This is an intangible asset for me, the mathematics department, and the entire university. Thus, this designation must be granted. Moreover, it must be given willingly. Furthermore, the school has a reward for undergraduate students who publish SCI papers. Having resolved this in his mind, Professor Zhao swiftly understood what he needed to do. Clearing his throat, he adopted an exceptionally earnest, even slightly pained tone. Xu Chen, what are you saying? You are already an accepted student at Peking University. You belong to us. Your honor is our honor. It is only right that your paper bears the name of Peking University. Who would dare dispute it? Let them come to me. But, no buts allowed. Professor Zhao interjected, his tone becoming even more sincere. I understand you may have some concerns. Zhao Feng was undoubtedly aware that Xu Chen's primary concern was not merely to bask in the glory of Peking University's reputation, but rather to engage in an endeavor that did not yield any financial reward. However, Zhao Feng chose not to address this directly, to alleviate any concerns you may have, and in recognition of your remarkable spirit, one that shines even before enrollment, I shall apply for an academic innovation special scholarship on behalf of the university. He gestured with 3 fingers in the air, then, with a slight grimace, uttered a figure, 30,000 in enrollment scholarship. What do you think? On the other end of the line, a smile spread across Xu Chen's face, reaching almost to his ears. Conversing with an astute individual is utterly refreshing, he thought. He suppressed his laughter and replied with an air of astonished gratitude. Teacher Zhao, you are too generous. I hardly know how to respond. I merely inquired about a question. It is only fitting. A genius deserves to be treated as such, Zhao Feng declared grandly, waving his hand with flair. Then I shall graciously accept. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. No need for thanks. Should you encounter any minor inconveniences in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. After a brief pause, Zhao Feng added, showcasing the wisdom of an experienced admissions officer. However, since you will be representing Peking University, you are required to submit your manuscript to our mathematics department for review before its formal publication. This is to ensure there are no issues, thereby protecting your interests, correct? Of course, no problem at all, Teacher Zhao. That is only reasonable, Xu Chen readily agreed. After hanging up, Zhao Feng leaned back in his chair, letting out a long sigh of relief. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and a triumphant smile crept across his face. 30,000. And this lad is thoroughly tied to the chariot of Peking University, he mused. This round is a significant win. Meanwhile, Xu Chen set down his phone, feeling elated. Not bad, not bad. A paper has brought me 30,000. I truly am an unremarkable little genius at making money. Just as Xu Chen hung up and reveled in his unexpected fortune, a long-forgotten, cold mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection confirms the host has established final affiliation with the institution and has received the highest level of recognition and resource allocation. Main quest. Admission to a top-tier university has been completed. Task assessment in progress. Host performance evaluation. 1. Admission institution level. Top tier S. 2. Admission method. Direct recommendation S. 3. Pre-enrollment honors. IMO team champion S. IMO individual perfect score gold medal SS. IMO special award SSS. 4. Pre-enrollment resource acquisition. Scholarship theoretical maximum achieved SSS. Overall evaluation SSS. Task rewards dispensed. 400 experience points, 30 credits. Acquired a main quest reward chest. Current mathematics subject level, LV1. Current mathematics experience points, 450,500. Xu Chen was utterly stunned. He gazed at the dramatically increased experience bar, then at the SSS rating for pre-enrollment resource acquisition, and instantaneously comprehended the implications. So, the scholarship is also factored into the task evaluation. Thankfully, I was bold enough to ask for that additional funding. Otherwise, I might have missed out on this SSS evaluation. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. This task had granted him a whopping 400 experience points in one go. Previously, during his tireless pursuit of conjectures and new knowledge, he had barely managed to gain 3 or 5 points over several days. Moreover, as time progressed, the efficiency of gaining experience simply through studying diminished. Indeed, to level up quickly, one must align with the system's tasks. The system is the most substantial support. Chapter 59, The Lucky One's Main Quest Chest. His attention soon shifted to the newly appeared reward. Main Quest Reward Chest. Xu Chen opened the system's inventory to examine the chest description. Main quest chest opening probability. 70 chance of obtaining a level 3 item, 29 chance of obtaining a level 4 item, 1 chance of obtaining a level 5 item. Wow. Does this mean a 100 chance of receiving a reward? The memory of the last upgrade chest, which had left him feeling quite disgruntled, made the corners of his mouth twitch. That wretched box had a staggering 50 chance of yielding a mere souvenir. And he had been the unfortunate recipient, a pen that was indistinguishable from a 2 yuan pen sold at the local stationery store, aside from its somewhat futuristic appearance. Xu Chen had foolishly believed the pen might bestow some hidden buff, and he had even used it to complete an entire volume of advanced math exercises. Ultimately, it had proven to be utterly useless except for consuming ink at an alarming rate. Had it not been for its association with the system, he would have long since discarded it into the recycling bin downstairs. Now, however, this main quest reward chest promised a 100 chance of a reward, with a guaranteed level 1 item of actual utility. No wonder it took over a year to complete this main quest. The rewards are indeed exceptional. He rubbed his hands together, feeling as though he were a lottery player about to scratch off a ticket, filled with nervous anticipation. No, I must have a sense of ceremony. He deliberately went to the restroom and meticulously washed his hands 3 times with soap, murmuring to himself, "Fortune does not favor the unworthy, and spending does not alter fate. But perhaps washing my hands might enhance my luck." After completing this ritual, he took a deep breath and silently intoned, "Come on, let me see whether I am indeed fortunate or merely unlucky." Open. In the system space, the golden chest slowly creaked open. There were no earth-shattering effects, nor were there dazzling rays of light. Instead, a soft, moonlight-like glow emanated from the chest, eventually coalescing into a thin, virtual book seemingly made of light. The cover of the book bore an ancient yet solemn title that gradually materialized. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining a level 3 item, a proof of the Goldbach conjecture for a certain class of special even numbers." What the? Even Xu Chen, with his composed demeanor, couldn't help but exclaim internally at the sight of the words Goldbach conjecture. The Goldbach conjecture. It is one of the most illustrious jewels in the crown of mathematics. Alongside the Riemann hypothesis and Fermat's last theorem, it has mystified humanity for centuries and has humbled countless top mathematicians in their relentless pursuit of its proof. Its statement is so simple that even elementary school students can understand. Any even integer greater than 2 could be expressed as the sum of 2 prime numbers. This conjecture, referred to as 11, has haunted the realm of number theory since its proposal in 1742, like a specter hovering above. Numerous geniuses have devoted their lives to proving it. I recall that the closest our country has come to this pinnacle was academician Chen Jingruan's proof of 12, which states that any sufficiently large even number can be expressed as the sum of a prime and a product of at most 2 primes. That final leap from 12 to 11, though seemingly within reach, remains an insurmountable chasm to this day. And now, the system has directly provided me with a proof. Xu Chen felt his heart pounding wildly in his chest, blood rushing to his head, and his cheeks began to flush. What a surprise! This time, it seems as though the true essence of fortune has descended upon him. Not merely good luck, but rather a stroke of extraordinary fortune akin to the ancestral graves exhaling green smoke, stepping on dog excrement while venturing forth, or winning the lottery jackpot. If this is indeed the case, not only would a prestigious publication in Area 1 be within reach, but this achievement could warrant submission to the annals of mathematics, causing the editor to rush overnight by plane, pleading for the manuscript. The field's metal seems to beckon me. His heart raced wildly within his chest. Eagerly, he immersed himself in the luminous tome. It was a comprehensive, logically impeccable academic paper, from the introduction to the lemmas, culminating in the final proof. Each step was remarkably clear. However, after meticulously reading through the entire paper, the euphoric elation within him was doused like a bucket of cold water, gradually calming down. Wait, is it not as astonishing as I had envisioned? He discovered that the paper indeed proved the Goldbach conjecture, asserting that every even integer greater than 2 can be expressed as the sum of 2 prime numbers, referred to as 11. Yet, it came with an exceedingly stringent stipulation. It proved that all even numbers of the form 22n satisfy the Goldbach conjecture. Fermat's number 2? What a cruel deception this is. Xu Chen's brows furrowed tightly. As an aspiring mathematical researcher, he immediately grasped the crux of the issue. This proof only established the validity of the Goldbach conjecture under a very specific condition. The value of this proof? It hinges on whether this particular set of even numbers is sparse or possesses positive density among all even integers. Although his understanding of these two concepts was still somewhat superficial, his extraordinary mathematical intuition allowed him to construct a relatable model for comprehension. A sparse set, akin to a vast desert dotted with a few scattered oases. For instance, all even numbers of the form 2. This type of set dwindles in quantity as n increases, with their proportion among all even numbers approaching 0, proving that such a set satisfies 11. While potentially valuable in technique, holds limited significance for resolving the entirety of the Goldbach conjecture. It would be akin to attempting to prove that all apples in the world are sweet, only to end up demonstrating, through an exceedingly complex method, that the 3 red Fuji apples I bought from the supermarket downstairs are indeed sweet. Your proof may be flawless, but its contribution to the grand objective of proving that all apples are sweet is nearly negligible. A set of positive density, for example, all even numbers ending in 2, which consistently occupy a fixed, non-zero proportion among all even integers. Since even numbers necessarily end in 0, 2, 4, 6, or 8, the proportion of even numbers ending in 2 is 15. If it could be shown that all even numbers within a positive density set satisfy 11, it would represent a monumental breakthrough. It would be akin to proving that all red Fuji apples from Shandong are sweet. While this conclusion does not resolve the entire issue, it significantly advances the boundaries of research. Subsequently, if it can be demonstrated that apples from other provinces are also sweet, the final assembly of conclusions from each province will complete the proof of whether all apples are sweet. However, the proof concerning the Fermat number 2 set is undoubtedly a sparse set with a density of 0, rarer than oases in a desert. The achievement holds value, albeit limited. Xu Chen reaches first conclusion. Now, the second critical point. How substantial is the tool value of this paper? Chapter 60, Tool Value. Sometimes, the conclusions of a paper may not be particularly astounding, yet the innovative mathematical tools or theoretical frameworks developed during the proof process could possess revolutionary significance. An inspiring and legendary case from the annals of mathematical history flashed through Xu Chen's mind. In the realm of number theory lies another ancient and captivating problem, akin to the Goldbach conjecture, known as the twin prime conjecture. Its content is exceedingly simple. Are there infinitely many pairs of prime numbers, such as 3, 5, 5, 7, 11, 13, that differ by 2? This seemingly simple question has posed an insurmountable barrier, confounding mathematicians for centuries. Countless prodigies have attempted to solve it, only to return empty-handed. Until 2013, when Mr. Zhang Yitong, then nearing 60, working as an adjunct lecturer and having once labored in a fast food restaurant, emerged like a solitary hero. He honed his craft for a decade, only to reveal his brilliance one day. He did not directly prove that there are infinitely many twin primes, but rather established the conclusion that there exist infinitely many pairs of primes with a difference of less than 70 million. 70 million. This figure is light years away from the ultimate target of 2. If one were to solely consider this conclusion, it might seem unremarkable. However, the greatness of Zhang Yitong lies not in that 70 million, but in the fact that he established a brand new, universally applicable sieving method built upon the foundation of prior work to reach this conclusion. This is akin to everyone attempting to scale a smooth cliff named the twin prime conjecture with their bare hands. Countless geniuses have declared failure. Yet, Mr. Zhang Yitong, while not reaching the summit, forged the first solid pathway for others to climb. He invented an unprecedented set of climbing tools, specialized ice axes, rock anchors, and safety ropes. It is due to the emergence of this pathway and this tool that mathematicians around the globe erupted with excitement. They rallied behind Zhang Yitong's trailblazing path, initiating the renowned Scholars Project, akin to a frenzied online relay race, with the world's top intellects participating, continuously refining his methods and optimizing his tools. Within just over a year, they reduced that 70 million gap to an astonishing 246. Everyone recognizes that the most crucial and challenging step was taken by Zhang Yitong. His greatness resides not in that 70 million conclusion, but in the new path he illuminated for future generations toward the summit. Such is the grandeur of tool value. Now, Xu Chen's breath quickened once more. How does the proof provided by the system fare in terms of its tool value? Has it birthed a new pathway? With a sense of trepidation, he once again immersed his consciousness in the intricate details of the proof. This time, he turned his focus away from the final conclusion, examining each component's design as a meticulous engineer. He meticulously analyzed each lemma, each scaling, and each construction. Yet, he found that he could only comprehend a fraction, but not much more. With his current LV1 mathematical proficiency and nascent university-level knowledge, Many of the profound analytic number theory techniques within this proof seemed like an enigmatic script. He could ascertain the correctness of each step of derivation, but could not fully grasp the underlying motivations and deeper connections. No, I cannot give up. He forced himself to calm down, relying on the extraordinary intuition and superhuman computational abilities bestowed upon him by the system, and began to attempt to recreate a small segment of a logic. He observed a pivotal lemma within the paper, which ingeniously employed the Hardy-Littlewood circle method to tackle the estimation of an exponential sum. However, the approach taken was starkly divergent from the classical circle method he had encountered in his textbooks. In the textbook's circle method, the integration interval is divided into superior and inferior arcs. But this paper, good heavens, has seemingly bent and folded the arcs. It has constructed an exceedingly peculiar integration path that impeccably sidesteps the singularities typically encountered by conventional methods, while simultaneously maximizing the contribution of the principal term. Xu Chen endeavored to mentally apply this bizarre integration path to a slightly different, yet structurally analogous problem. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. No, this is completely unfeasible. He felt a wave of frustration as he realized that this intricate construction heavily relied on the special algebraic structure of Fermat numbers 22n. Once he substituted other even numbers, the integration path would immediately collapse, rendering all estimations ineffective. Xu Chen exhaled deeply, retreating from the system's space. So after all this effort, the system merely provided me with a stepping stone, a paper worthy of publication in a top-tier journal that could catapult me to fame in the academic realm. Yet it does little to advance the resolution of the actual Goldbach conjecture. This realization left him feeling somewhat amused and exasperated. It was akin to a protagonist in a martial arts novel, who, after immense toil, unlocks a treasure chest containing an unparalleled secret manual, only to find it is not the Nine-Yang manual, but rather a guide to quickly passing the Huashan sect's novice assessment. Though equally precious and capable of making him star within the sect, it was still a far cry from his dream of becoming the world's foremost expert. However, upon further reflection, he found solace in this thought. Indeed, if the system could truly provide a complete method to resolve the Goldbach conjecture directly, then such a reward would not merely be a level 3 item, but rather at least a level 5 item. One must take life one bite at a time, and walk the path step by step. If I were to receive the Nine-Yang manual now, I would lack the inner strength to practice it. He sighed helplessly and temporarily stored away the tome titled Proof of a Special Class of Even Numbers Satisfying the Goldbach Conjecture deep within the system's inventory. Yet, the fire within him did not extinguish. Rather, it blazed even more fervently. What the system has provided may be a finished product, but to me, it resembles more a semi-finished product, a toy brimming with optimization potential. He began a plan for the future. Once my mathematical prowess has advanced and my reservoir of knowledge is sufficient, I shall dismantle this proof and thoroughly comprehend it. Could I possibly expand its applicability, even if just a fraction? Transitioning from being able to prove that the apples in my refrigerator are sweet to being able to demonstrate that all the apples sold in our neighborhood supermarket are sweet? Or even, could I distill a universal principle from its unique techniques to tackle other seemingly unrelated problems? He understood that this item would, one day in the future, become his most formidable weapon. But not at this moment. Chapter 61, A New Main Quest. After digesting the shock and contemplation brought forth by the proof of the Goldbach conjecture, Xu Chen's attention returned to the system interface. The cold, long-dormant system notification chimed again in his mind. Ding! The main quest, the doors of the ivory tower, has reached a perfect conclusion. A new journey is about to commence. System upgrading. Upgrade complete. New feature module. Experience tasks have been unlocked. Xu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then promptly accessed the system panel. He noticed that the previously simple interface now featured an entirely new section titled Task Center. Upon opening it, 2 submenus clearly displayed, Main Quest and Experience Tasks. He first clicked on Main Quest. A brand new task, radiating golden light, lay quietly before him. Main Quest, the crown of academia. Task description. The true value of a scholar's work is ultimately defined by peer review. Publish an original research paper as an independent author or first author in one of the 4 premier journals of mathematics. Journal of Mathematics, Advances in Mathematics, Mathematical Reviews. American Mathematical Society Journal. Task rewards. 1,500 points of mathematical discipline experience, 30 credits, and a main quest reward chest. Task hint. The final reward will fluctuate based on the host performance upon task completion, e.g., paper quality, impact, and completion speed. Goodness gracious, the 4 premier journals? The system truly holds me in high regard. Xu Chen raised an eyebrow at the task. This task will likely span a considerable time frame. He recalled his first main quest from high school, which involved entering a world-class university. That task took over a year to complete from issuance to fulfillment. This new task, evidently, posed an even greater challenge. Publishing a paper in the 4 foremost journals was the ultimate honor pursued by countless top mathematicians throughout their lives. Many distinguished mathematics PhDs may not achieve this feat even once in their entire careers. The earlier proof concerning the special form of the Goldbach conjecture might be suitable for submission to the 4 journals. However, I cannot even comprehend the paper myself. Submitting it would undoubtedly expose me. I must wait until I fully grasp it, which will likely take another year or 2. It seems the system intends for me to dedicate my entire university life to accomplishing this goal. He understood this implicitly and then clicked on the newly available section, Experience Tasks. 3 tasks emanating a blue glow, appearing more routine in nature, came into view. Experience Task Module Explanation. Experience tasks are designed to provide the host with a continuous, phased growth trajectory. Task rewards will fluctuate based on the host's performance. Calculated using the formula. Final Experience Task Base Experience Performance Coefficient. Current available experience tasks. 1. Permanent Foundations of Academia. Publish an original research paper as an independent author or first author in any journal classified as a Zone 1 by the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Reward: 200 points of foundational experience in mathematics. 2. Time-limited The Evangelist of Knowledge. Influence over 100,000 non-professionals to engage in mathematical learning through public lectures, videos, articles, etc., effectively enhancing their understanding and interest in mathematics. Reward: 200 points of foundational experience in the corresponding discipline based on the number of people influenced and the effectiveness achieved. 3. Time-limited Spark of Thought. Publicly propose a highly original mathematical conjecture with potential research value in your own name. Proof not required. Reward: 300 points of foundational experience in mathematics based on the conjecture's value and impact. System notification. The list of experience tasks will refresh periodically. The host may choose to lock a task of interest to prevent it from being refreshed. If none of the current tasks pique your interest, you may spend 5 points to manually refresh the list. Xu Chen observed these 3 tasks and immediately grasped the system's thoughtful intentions. I think I understand now. He couldn't help but begin to grumble internally. Back in high school, with the college entrance examination and competitions dangling in front of me like 2 carrots, the system had no concerns about my drifting off course, so it didn't even bother to assign me daily tasks. As I commence my university journey, I find myself enveloped in newfound freedom and an array of choices. Yet, the system appears to be apprehensive about my potential indulgence in gaming, romance, and neglect of my academic responsibilities, hastily introducing this experience task system, akin to a doting mother fretting over my moral compass. The system incessantly offers experience points and rewards, ingeniously nudging me towards the main storyline. Do I truly seem so troublesome? Despite my complaints, Xu Chen promptly undertook a rational evaluation of the 3 tasks presented. Task 2. The Evangelist of Knowledge. Am I to become a viral science influencer? Images of the diverse array of science videos on Bilibili flashed through my mind. Influencing 100,000 non-professionals is no trivial feat. Merely uploading a video does not suffice. In the realm of social media, traffic is akin to lifeblood. A novice content creator, devoid of a team or resources, would need to invoke divine intervention to achieve a mere 100,000 views, let alone impact that many individuals. Such an endeavor typically necessitates an account with several 100,000 followers, proficiency in humor, meme culture, and animation skills. Given my disposition, even reciting a PowerPoint presentation in front of a camera feels daunting. I shall pass on this task, as the return on investment is too meager. My gaze then shifted to task 3. Propose à conjectures. Now, this piqued my interest, particularly since it offers the highest foundational experience. I stroked my chin, rapidly sifting through the annals of mathematical history in my mind. Indeed, there have been renowned conjectures posited by amateur enthusiasts, such as Fermat's last theorem, proposed by a mere lawyer. Yet, that was in the 17th century when professional mathematicians were scarce. In this modern age, for conjecture to hold value, it must be underpinned by profound insights and extensive computational validation. An unheralded individual conjuring an idea, no matter how sensible, is unlikely to make a ripple until endorsed by a luminary in the field. If the influence is lacking, the performance coefficient will undoubtedly be low, and I might find the experience gained to be less than that of task 1. The cost-effectiveness is unconvincing, thus it remains undecided. Ultimately, My gaze settled on the first task, permanent academic foundation, publish a first quartile paper. This was, quite literally, tailor-made for me. Moreover, it is a permanent task, allowing for repeated engagement. My eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This is akin to the novice version of the main storyline task of publishing in the 4 top journals. Furthermore, this task aligns perfectly with my long-term aspirations. Publishing in the 4 top journals is akin to scaling the heights of Mount Everest. While this first quartile paper task serves as the various supply camps along the way, I can continuously complete this experience task, accumulating experience points to level up, while simultaneously building prestige and resources for the ultimate conquest of the main storyline task. Without hesitation, I clicked the lock button next to the first task. A golden lock icon appeared beside it, signifying that this task would never be refreshed by the system. Done. A wave of clarity washed over me. I understood that my academic path had been meticulously charted by the system. However, whether it be publishing in the first quartile or the 4 top journals, there exists an unavoidable prerequisite. My gaze fell upon the stack of university mathematics textbooks on my desk. That prerequisite is knowledge accumulation. I am acutely aware that, despite demonstrating remarkable problem-solving prowess due to the talents bestowed by the system and a few fortuitous encounters, my knowledge base remains fragmented and unsystematic. It is akin to a master swordsman equipped with extraordinary weapons, yet possessing scant knowledge of foundational techniques, such as internal cultivation and meridian flow. To genuinely comprehend the intricacies of dragon-slaying techniques, and to possess the capability to propose valuable conjectures, not to mention aiming for the top 4 journals, I must first thoroughly excavate the gold mine that is university mathematics. With that resolve, I close the system panel, redirecting all my thoughts back to reality. I gaze at the stack of ink-scented tomes before me, igniting within me a fervent desire for knowledge more intense than ever before. The system's method for acquiring experience remains rooted in learning new knowledge. Though each instance yields only a few points, the accumulation becomes substantial over time. Grains of sand can indeed form a mountain. Furthermore, without a solid knowledge base, publishing a paper is simply unattainable. Thus, it is imperative that I urgently reinforce my understanding of university-level mathematics. With determination, I reach for the hefty tome, akin to a dictionary, revered as the Bible by countless mathematics students, Calculus by Ficken and Goltz. Let us commence with you, dear Ficken and Goltz. For Xu Chen, who has already grasped the principles of modern mathematical analysis, this classic text, leaning more towards classical analysis and computational techniques, does not represent the starting point of new knowledge acquisition, but rather serves as a means of rediscovery and completion. My numerical intuition and abstract thinking are robust, yet I have inadvertently overlooked complex integral calculations and various specialized substitution techniques due to my prior modern education. This tome is precisely what I need to fill in those gaps. It is akin to a comprehensive manual for internal cultivation, enabling me to integrate my previously fragmented skills into a cohesive whole. A few days later, Xu Chen's phone rang. The caller ID indicated Zhao Feng from the Peking University admissions office. Hello, Xu Chen. Good news. Zhao Feng's voice resonated with uncontainable joy. I had a few professors from our mathematics department review your paper, and they all remarked on its exceptional quality, especially Professor Zhang Weiping, a leading authority in the field of number theory, who noted that your article is refreshingly innovative and of a quality suitable for the mathematical journal. Really? That's fantastic. Xu Chen's heart soared. Regarding the authorship issue, the department has made special arrangements and resolved it for you. Thank you, Professor Zhao. Thank you to all the professors. After hanging up, the final stone of anxiety in Xu Chen's heart finally fell away. He returned to his computer, meticulously reviewing the polished paper once more. He felt confident about the English portion, aware of his own proficiency. To avoid any faux pas, he had specifically enlisted Professor Li Jianhua's assistance. Without hesitation, Professor Li entrusted the task to one of his best graduate students in English. The senior student appeared to have received explicit instructions from Professor Li, approaching the refinement of the abstract with the same diligence as crafting his own doctoral thesis. Not only did he rectify all grammatical and lexical errors, but he also transformed Xu Chen's straightforward Chinese expressions into polished, academically resonant, and concise English. Gazing at this nearly flawless English abstract, Xu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Professional matters should indeed be left to professionals. However, I must dedicate some time to brushing up on my English. I cannot rely on others for every paper I publish in the future. Can I? That would be rather embarrassing. With all preparations complete, Xu Chen took a deep breath and opened the official website of the mathematical journal, Acta Mathematica Sinica. The website's design exuded a simple yet dignified charm reminiscent of the last century. He navigated to the online submission portal, where he encountered a somewhat rudimentary form system. He meticulously filled in the title, keywords, and author information of his paper, step by step, as per the requirements. Finally, he uploaded the PDF file of his thesis. When it came to entering his contact email, he hesitated momentarily. Lacking an official email from Peking University, he reluctantly resorted to his QQ email. Surely, there shouldn't be any issue with that? A flicker of uncertainty passed through his mind. Never mind, content is paramount. As long as the quality of the paper is exceptional, the email address shouldn't matter. With this thought, he pressed the button that would determine the fate of his submission. A prompt appeared on the screen. Submission successful. Manuscript number, AMSXXXXXX. What followed was an interminable wait. He understood that this was merely the first step in a long journey. A mathematical paper goes through a lengthy and rigorous process from completion to eventual publication. Having previously immersed himself in various academic forums, he had familiarized himself with every stage of this process. First comes the initial review by the editor. His submitted manuscript would first reach the journal editor's hands, who would conduct a preliminary screening to ascertain whether the paper's theme aligns with the journal's focus, whether the formatting adheres to standards, and whether the content possesses the fundamental originality and academic value. Should the paper be rejected at this stage, known as a desk rejection, it would not even qualify for formal review. If it passes initial scrutiny, the manuscript enters the most critical and protracted phase, peer review. The editor invites 2 to 3 anonymous experts or reviewers who specialize in the same field as the paper to conduct a meticulous evaluation. Reviewers assess the paper from multiple perspectives, including its novelty, logical rigor, methodological soundness, and the reliability of its conclusions. Upon completion of the review, the reviewers provide specific feedback. There are typically 4 potential outcomes. Acceptance, which is exceedingly rare in top-tier journals. Minor revisions for acceptance, indicating that the paper is fundamentally sound but requires slight improvements. Major revisions for re-review, suggesting the paper holds some value but has numerous issues that necessitate substantial revisions before resubmission or outright rejection. The author must address each comment made by the reviewers, revising the paper accordingly, and provide a detailed response explaining how he has addressed each concern. This process may involve several rounds of revisions, testing the author's patience and academic prowess to the limit. Only when all reviewers express satisfaction with the revised manuscript will the editor issue a final acceptance letter. Subsequently, the paper enters the typesetting and proofreading phase and is published online in advance, marking the formal recognition of the academic achievement. The final step is formal printing, whereby the paper is included in a specific issue of the physical journal, leaving a significant imprint in the annals of human knowledge. The entire process, if all goes smoothly, typically takes 3 to 5 months. If not, delays of 1 to 2 years, or even longer, are commonplace. At this moment, Xu Chen's paper has just embarked on the first step of this rigorous journey. A week later, in the capital, at the editorial office of the Journal of Mathematics, senior editor Wang Hanxiang was, as usual, handling the mountain of submission emails. His daily task was to sift through these manuscripts of varying quality to uncover the true gems worth publishing. This job demands a high level of academic discernment and an eye capable of distinguishing between amateur and genius. Suddenly, a particular email subject caught his attention. Submission, a study on the solution structure of certain Diophantine equations based on the minimal prime factor analysis method. A number theory submission? Wang Hanxiang raised an eyebrow. Number theory is one of the oldest and most profound branches of mathematics, and likewise, it is a field fervently pursued by amateur mathematicians. He opened the email and glanced at the author information. Author, Xu Chen. Affiliation, School of Mathematical Sciences, Peking University. Contact email, XXXQQ. Upon seeing the name Peking University, Wang Hanxiang's expression grew notably serious. The School of Mathematics, there is a revered institution in the domestic mathematical community. Manuscripts submitted from there typically uphold high quality. However, his brow soon furrowed again. The email domain was neither from Peking University nor any academic institution, but rather a glaring QQ.com. QQ email? What on earth? He couldn't help but internally scoff. Do scholars from the School of Mathematics at Peking University really use QQ email to submit to a journal of our caliber? Legitimate scholars invariably utilize their institution's official email, edu email, for submissions. This is not only a matter of academic convention, but also a symbol of identity. Submitting with a QQ email is decidedly unprofessional. A strong whiff of amateurism wafted from the submission. The corners of Wang Hanxiang's mouth curled into a self-deprecating smile. Are amateur mathematicians this ambitious now? Such professional formatting? He nearly decided to drag the email straight into the trash. However, out of professional rigor, he persevered and opened the attached PDF of the paper. He intended to skim through it quickly to find a sufficiently compelling reason to reject it. Yet, as he glanced at the impeccably formatted manuscript, the rigorous introduction, and the clear logical structure, the mockery on his face slowly faded. This doesn't resemble the work of an amateur at all. The more he read, the more astonished he became. The paper demonstrated a masterful application of number theory tools and a profound insight that systematically approached the core of the problem, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary enthusiast. Quite intriguing. Wang Hanxiang pondered for a moment and decided to send this dubious paper for external review. He carefully selected two distinguished experts in the field of number theory from the reviewer database. One was Professor Lin Wangnan from Fudan University, renowned for his stringent review standards and sharp eye. The other was Zhou Yi, a young researcher from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, known for his lively thinking and keen awareness of the cutting edge. He believed that whether the paper was a stroke of genius or a sophisticated facade, it would not evade the scrutiny of these two experts. A week later, Wang Hanxiang began to receive the reviewers' comments in succession. He first opened the email from Professor Lin Wangnan. The topic of the paper is quite engaging, providing a unified proof framework for several conjectures by Professor Sun Jiwei. The application of the minimal prime factor analysis method is notably clever, showcasing the author's solid foundation in number theory. The logical chain is complete, and the conclusions are reliable. Minor revisions for publication are recommended. P.S. The introduction of the paper is somewhat lacking in detail regarding the background of the problem. It is advised to include more relevant research status in the field to better highlight the value of this work. Minor revisions for publication? Wang Hanxiang was somewhat taken aback. Professor Lin is notorious for being a harsh critic. Receiving a recommendation for minor revisions from him is a significant affirmation of the paper's quality. He promptly opened the email from researcher Zhou Yi. The core idea of the paper utilizes the minimal prime factor to constrain the structure of the solutions, which is exceptionally elegant. Particularly in proving conjecture 315, the introduction of p-adic valuation was perfectly timed, serving as a brilliant insight. Overall, this is a high-quality piece of work, standing out among recent submissions in the same category. Acceptance is recommended. In my humble opinion, the introduction could benefit from further refinement. However, even without modifications, it does not detract from the overall value of the article. The two sets of review comments are overwhelmingly positive. Wang Hanxiang felt a profound sense of relief. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure. But why are the students from Peking University using QQ email instead of their university email? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, his meticulous nature as a seasoned editor compelled him to verify the author's institutional information. After all, every paper published in a journal of mathematics must have accurate author information. He replied to the email using the QQ address provided in the submission. In his message, he first informed the author that the paper had passed the initial review and received high praise from the reviewers. Then, he tactfully raised the question regarding the author's institutional affiliation and identity, requesting a verifiable contact method. When Xu Chen received the email, he was sipping water. He had anticipated waiting a month or two for a response, so he was pleasantly surprised at the promptness. Could it be that the system had prioritized his review? Upon seeing the notation for minor revisions prior to acceptance, he was not at all surprised. In fact, it felt entirely justified. After all, this was his first paper, and achieving such a result was commendable. He carefully examined the suggestions from the two experts. It makes sense to supplement the literature review in the introduction. He calmly analyzed within himself. While writing, I focused solely on clarifying my thoughts and proofs. The introduction indeed lacks depth, resembling a work in progress. By enriching it with relevant research background and current status, not only will the structure of the paper be more robust, but it will also better highlight the value of my unified proof framework. These experts truly possess discerning insight. Xu Chen was always receptive to constructive criticism. He restructured the logic of the introduction, incorporating the relevant historical context, key conjectures, and the mainstream methods and limitations in the field over the past decade. After completing the revisions, he meticulously outlined how he had addressed each reviewer's comment in his response letter. Having accomplished all this, he finally turned his attention to the identity verification request in the editor's email. It seems I must trouble Professor Zhao Feng once again. He attached the revised paper PDF along with the response letter and, with a composed demeanor, typed a succinct email. Dear Editor Wang, thank you and the reviewers for your valuable comments. The revised manuscript and response letter are attached for your review. Regarding my identity information, You may directly contact Professor Zhao Feng from the admissions office at Peking University. He can verify this for you. His office phone number is 010 XXXXXXX. In the editorial office, Wang Hanxiang stared at the response, momentarily stunned. Is he suggesting I contact the head of the admissions office at Peking University directly? This course of action surpassed his comprehension. How can a scholar prove their identity by involving the head of the admissions office? Shouldn't it be through the departmental office or their advisor? After verifying online that the number indeed belonged to the admissions office, he dialed it with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Hello, this is Zhao Feng from the admissions office. Hello, Professor Zhao. I am Wang Hanxiang, an editor at the Journal of Mathematics. Wang introduced himself and then proceeded to the point, apologetically stating that he needed to verify a matter. We have received a submission authored by Xu Chen from Peking University, but he did not use a university email. We would like to confirm his institutional information, and he suggested we contact you directly. On the other end of the line, Zhao Feng instantly comprehended the situation. He couldn't help but chuckle, his voice brimming with suppressed pride. Editor Wang, it's not that he doesn't want to use a university email. He doesn't have one yet. What? Wang Hanxiang felt as though his hearing had faltered. Xu Chen is a special recruit this year at Peking University, a gold medalist with a perfect score at the IMO. He is currently just a prospective freshman. Wang Hanxiang, gripping the phone, felt his entire being freeze. A prospective freshman? A high school graduate who independently completed a paper of such quality that it can be published in the Journal of Mathematics? This revelation was 1,000 times more absurd than any previous conjecture from the community. At that moment, he felt his worldview utterly shatter, only to be reconstructed into a jumble of confusion. After hanging up, Wang Hanxiang returned to his workstation in a daze. In the office, several other editors, intrigued by his demeanor, gathered around. Oh, Wang, what happened? You look like you've lost your mind. Wang Hanxiang remained silent, simply sending the PDF of the paper to everyone in the office. Take a look, he said, his voice hoarse, and see what a remarkable article we have had the privilege to review. Minutes later, the office was filled with a chorus of gasps. When everyone learned that the author of the paper was merely a prospective freshman, the entire room fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, a young editor finally murmured in a dreamlike voice, "My goodness, are we witnessing the dawn of a legend?" Wang Hanxiang quickly regained his composure and promptly replied to Xu Chen's email. Dear Xu Chen, greetings. Your identity has been verified, and I sincerely apologize for the previous imposition. We have received your revised manuscript, which is nothing short of perfect. It has now been officially accepted. We will feature it as a highlighted article in the journal's mid-September issue. All of us in the editorial team extend our highest respect to you and eagerly anticipate your future outstanding contributions. Chapter 64. The Experience of Driving a Perfectionist to Despair. When the email from the Journal of Mathematics, titled Final Review, passed, your submission has been accepted quietly settled in Xu Chen's inbox. His heart did not stir with great tumult. This development seemed entirely within his expectations. However, the subsequent system notification jolted him to attention. Ding! Hidden achievement unlocked. Detected that the host has independently published a paper in a core academic journal for the first time, achieving the debut accomplishment in the academic realm. Achievement reward. 30 points of experience in mathematics. Xu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Hidden achievement? Such a delightful surprise. He immediately accessed the system panel. Current subject level, Mathematics LV1, 485500. Gazing at the experience bar, which was tantalizingly close to upgrading, Xu Chen's brow involuntarily furrowed. 485,500, just 15 points short. Oh dear, this is driving my perfectionism to the brink. An intense, discomforting sensation characteristic of a perfectionist surged within him. It was akin to a video game where the boss's health dwindles to a sliver, yet all your skills are on cooldown, or like downloading a 1 gigabyte movie, where the progress bar reaches 999, only for the internet speed to plummet to 0 kbps. This palpable, almost tangible feeling of being so close yet so far from achievement was far more agonizing than outright failure. I must find a way to fill it up before the semester begins. Xu Chen immediately began to strategize. Only 15 experience points remain. This figure, while not particularly large, is certainly not insignificant. He is acutely aware of the system's daily mechanisms for acquiring experience. Engaging with new, advanced knowledge can yield experience. Yet this progression is exceedingly gradual. Given his current level of understanding, delving into undergraduate-level mathematics texts like mathematical analysis or advanced algebra may not even attract the system's attention. He must pursue more cutting-edge and complex subjects, such as graduate-level algebraic geometry or functional analysis. Nevertheless, based on his past experiences. Even if he were to engage in intensive study around the clock, tackling a substantial tome, the system might only reward him with a meager 3 to 5 experience points. To amass the requisite 15 points, he would need at least a month. However, with less than 2 weeks remaining before the start of classes at Peking University, time is of the essence. What about tackling a challenging mathematical problem? For instance, attempting to resolve a conjecture proposed by Professor Sun Jiwei? Xu Chen quickly dismissed this notion as well. Solving a conjecture demands an immense investment of time, energy, and a stroke of luck. He cannot ensure that he would discover a solution within the next 2 weeks. Furthermore, even if he were to succeed, the lengthy process from drafting a paper to submission, review, and eventual acceptance is too protracted to provide immediate relief. Is there truly no alternative? Xu Chen leaned back in his chair, his fingers anxiously raking through his hair. He even entertained the absurd idea of calling Professor Zhao Feng at Peking University to inquire if he might secure a supplementary scholarship for exceptional freshmen based on pre-admission publications. Perhaps the system would recognize the increased scholarship and grant him those few additional experience points. Ultimately, he dismissed this thought. The system had already indicated that he had reached the theoretical maximum, and one should not be overly shameless. If he persisted, Professor Zhao might very well come after him with a metaphorical axe. He chuckled at his own folly and relinquished this impractical idea. It appears that this is the only course of action available. He sighed in resignation, accepting this imperfect reality. Let this be a modest goal to herald the start of his university life. He consoled himself with the thought that once he arrives at Peking University, he would have access to the nation's premier mathematics library, the most avant-garde academic lectures, and the opportunity to engage with truly distinguished professors, allowing him to transcend this final hurdle of 15 experience points with relative ease. As August drew to a close, Xu Chen was intently focused on his computer screen, engrossed in an online course titled Introduction to Linear Algebra from MIT OpenCourseWare. The instructor, Professor Gilbert Strang, renowned for his engaging and accessible teaching style, was presenting the material. Although Xu Chen had already mastered this knowledge, Professor Strang's ability to elucidate abstract linear spaces through geometric intuition made the content engaging and enjoyable. At that moment, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed Principal Wang's name. "Hello, Principal Wang," Xu Chen answered. Xu Chen, what are you up to at home? Not out enjoying yourself?" Principal Wang's characteristic booming voice was filled with enthusiasm. "No, I'm just studying at home." Good, good. You truly are the pride of our school, even during the break. You don't forget to study." After this customary praise, Principal Wang shifted to the main topic. "Xu Chen, as the start of the school year approaches, we would like to invite you to speak at the opening ceremony for our new freshman as an esteemed alumnus. Share some words of wisdom and inspire the younger students. Would that be convenient for you?" "Here it comes," Xu Chen thought to himself, envisioning Principal Wang already having prepared a banner celebrating the IMO top scorer speech at his alma mater. However, he was reluctant to engage in such activities again. Thus, he replied with a tone tinged with regret, "I'm sorry, Principal Wang, but I have to report to Peking University on September 4th. My parents plan to take me a few days early to familiarize myself with the surroundings and purchase some necessities. The timing might not align." "Oh, you're going so early?" Principal Wang's disappointment was palpable, but he quickly regained his composure. Yes. Going to Peking University is a monumental occasion. It's essential to prepare thoroughly. Thank you for understanding." "Principal, don't mention it." Principal Wang chuckled heartily. "You will forever be the pride of our school. Remember to visit often." He added, "By the way, your class has already been formed, comprising the top students in the school and the best teachers. When you return from university during breaks, we expect you, as the honorary class leader, to teach them a thing or two." "Absolutely." After hanging up, Xu Chen let out a long breath of relief. Chapter 65. Embarking on University Life. On September 1st, a propitious day for travel, Xu Chen and his parents boarded the high-speed train to Beijing. Inside the carriage, his father sat upright, hands resting on his knees, back straight, yet his gaze frequently darted toward the swiftly passing scenery, striving to maintain an air of calm typical of seasoned travelers. His mother, on the other hand, was far more animated, snapping photos of the clouds outside and gently reminding Xu Chen to take care of his health and foster good relationships with his classmates. "Son, once you arrive in Beijing, it's not like being at home. You'll be surrounded by outstanding students from all over the country. You must remain humble and eager to learn. Understood?" "Got it, Mom." Xu Chen replied with a resigned smile. "And you, my child, always with your nose in a book and hardly speaking to anyone. At university, You must participate in more group activities and not isolate yourself. Sure, his father interjected, unable to contain himself. All right, the child is grown. He knows these things. Besides, our son is going to pursue academic excellence, not make friends. Despite his words, the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed a sense of pride. The high-speed train glided smoothly into Beijing South Station. Upon disembarking, Xu Chen was immediately enveloped by the vibrant atmosphere of an international metropolis, a stark contrast to Wanqing. His attention was quickly drawn to the numerous prominent booths lined up in the hall. Welcome new students. Tsinghua University. Dreams begin here and are fulfilled here. Renmin University of China. The welcoming stations for various top universities had even extended to the train station itself. Among them, the booth for Peking University was particularly striking, showcasing large banners emblazoned with silhouettes of the Boya Tower and Weiming Lake, fluttering in the wind. Several enthusiastic upperclassmen in red t-shirts emblazoned with PKU were eagerly directing new students and their parents. Look, son, it's your school, his mother exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Xu Chen's arm, her voice rising in pitch and attracting the attention of those nearby. His father cleared his throat, striving to maintain the calm demeanor of the head of the family. Yet his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented gleam as they remained fixed on the Peking University booth. Xu Chen felt a twinge of surprise. He understood that these reception points primarily serve to assist unfamiliar new students from out of town with transportation and initial guidance. The actual registration process would still need to be completed at the university's designated welcome points. He approached with his parents in tow. A seemingly competent senior sister, her hair tied back in a ponytail, promptly greeted them with a standard, refreshing smile that exuded warmth. Hello, uncle and aunt. Greetings, fellow student. Are you a new freshman this year? Please come over here to register. We have a shuttle bus to the campus. Hello, senior sister. Xu Chen nodded, providing his details. I'm from the School of Mathematical Sciences. My name is Xu Chen. From the School of Mathematical Sciences. Welcome. As she spoke, the senior began to search the list in her hand. Suddenly, her fingers paused over a name. She abruptly lifted her head, her smile transforming into one of surprise, curiosity, and a hint of realization. You are Xu Chen? The Xu Chen who scored full marks in the IMO? Though she lowered her voice deliberately, the excitement was unmistakable. In an instant, the gazes of the other volunteers at the Peking University booth converged upon them. They did not react like typical fans encountering their idol, but the admiration in their eyes spoke volumes. It was a profound appreciation and respect for unparalleled intellect among peers. Wow, it's the genius himself. A bespectacled senior mouthed in silent astonishment. Quick! The key protected individual that teacher Zhao specifically mentioned has arrived. Another senior immediately responded, discreetly notifying others via a walkie-talkie. The previously composed senior sister regained her composure, her smile now more genuine and inviting. Hello, Xu Chen. It's an honor to finally meet you. I'm your senior, Li Sijia, also from the School of Mathematics. She enthusiastically addressed Xu Chen's parents. Hello, uncle and aunt. Thank you for your effort in bringing your son here. Right this way. We have designated seating for parents to rest. One senior promptly took the suitcase from Xu Chen's father, while another senior quickly handed over 3 bottles of chilled mineral water. Xu Chen's parents, unaccustomed to such treatment, found themselves momentarily flustered. Son, look how enthusiastic your seniors are, his mother whispered to Xu Chen. Meanwhile, his father straightened his back with pride, his expression revealing a mix of joy and a tightly clenched hand betraying his inner excitement. Xu Chen and uncle and aunt, you've arrived just in time. We have a special bus for new students and their families that's about to depart. Let me take you there. Senior Li Sijia had seamlessly transformed into their personal guide, her enthusiasm perfectly balanced, neither overly exaggerated nor dismissive, ensuring they felt valued. Thus, amidst the envious and helpless glances of volunteers from other schools, Xu Chen and his family enjoyed VIP treatment as they were escorted to the air-conditioned bus that awaited them. The bus gradually departed, traversing through the bustling city towards Haidian district. Shortly, a magnificent yet solemn gate, inscribed with the words Peking University, came into view. As the bus slowly rolled through the renowned entrance, Xu Chen realized that his university life was officially commencing. Chapter 66, The Mathematical Talents Class. The bus, navigating through tree-lined campus pathways, eventually came to a gentle stop at the orientation point for the School of Mathematical Sciences. Upon disembarking, a wave of scholarly ambience, even more potent than that of a train station, enveloped them. There were no raucous vendors, only senior students clad in uniform red shirts, methodically guiding the newcomers. The air seemed to carry the scent of functions and formulas, imparting a sense of inexplicable familiarity to Xu Chen. Senior Li Sijia led Xu Chen's family to the orientation tent, enthusiastically pointing to an empty table. Xu Chen, this is the registration desk. Just hand your admission notice, ID card, and document folder to the senior. She glanced at her watch and smiled apologetically. I need to return to the station to greet the next batch of new students, so I can't accompany you further. I wish you all a wonderful journey at Yinyuan. May you excel in your studies and have a brilliant future over the next 4 years. Thank you so much, dear, his mother exclaimed, grasping Li Sijia's hand in gratitude. Goodbye, senior sister, Xu Chen waved politely. The registration was handled by a senior with black-framed glasses and a composed demeanor. He received the thick stack of materials from Xu Chen with a professional, encouraging smile that conveyed just the right amount of warmth to a newcomer. Hello, and welcome to Peking University's School of Mathematics. As he spoke, he skillfully scanned the barcode on the admission notice. Beep. Instantly, Xu Chen's detailed information appeared on the computer screen. The senior checked the details, and when his gaze landed on the class column, his fingers froze momentarily above the keyboard. His pupils subtly contracted. He uttered with a slight hint of confusion, instinctively scrutinizing the words on the screen once more. Class, Mathematical Talents class. Those 5 words seemed to possess an enchanting power, causing his professional smile to freeze, replaced by an expression blending surprise and reverence. He abruptly lifted his head, reevaluating the seemingly ordinary, even somewhat delicate junior before him. His voice now altered in tone. Oh, you are from a talents class? This exclamation, though not loud, rippled through the orientation area like a stone cast into still waters, creating waves of astonishment. The other busy seniors, upon hearing talents class, halted in their tracks, their gazes converging like searchlights. Wow, a new student from the talents class has arrived? Come and see. It's the legendary genius of the talents class. Didn't they only admit 30 students this year? Each one is a prodigy. Xu Chen's parents stood by, somewhat bewildered. They knew their son had been accepted to Peking University, but the significance of the talents class eluded them. His mother gently tugged at Xu Chen's sleeve, asking, Son, is the talents class that impressive? Why such a reaction? Before Xu Chen could explain, Li Sijia, who had not wandered far, returned upon hearing the commotion, speaking in an almost educational tone, filled with admiration. Uncle and aunt, you're not aware? The talents class is the pinnacle of our School of Mathematics at Peking University. Those who gain entry are extraordinary individuals. They are either CMO gold medalists, provincial top scorers in the college entrance examination, or selected through an extremely rigorous program for cultivating top mathematical talents. They are, without a doubt, the crown jewels of our school, and indeed of all Peking University. This explanation instantly illuminated the significance of those 5 words for Xu Chen's parents. His father stood even straighter, while his mother beamed with an incandescent pride that outshone the sun. The senior responsible for registration, Wang Tao, after a brief moment of astonishment, quickly regained his enthusiastic demeanor. As he expedited the paperwork, he spoke in a tone that sought to establish rapport. You're remarkable, Junior. I'm your senior, Wang Tao, 1 year ahead of you. Should you encounter any academic challenges, feel free to seek my guidance anytime. He reverently extended a pristine campus card, a dormitory key, and a thick freshman handbook to Xu Chen, as if presenting a vital document. Junior, your information has been duly recorded. Your dormitory is 301, and the campus card has been preloaded with 200 yuan for meals. He trailed off mid-sentence, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the name inscribed on Xu Chen's identification card. Suddenly, his voice was silenced, and his entire demeanor froze as if the pause button had been pressed. His eyes, magnified through thick lenses, widened in astonishment. His mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg. The expression on his face was exaggerated beyond measure. Even more so than when he had first encountered the words gifted class. This time, he refrained from exclaiming. Instead, in a tremulous, almost dreamlike tone, he articulated the name that had resonated throughout the Chinese mathematics community over the past few months. Xu Chen. Boom! If the mention of the gifted class had sparked a minor commotion at the orientation, then the utterance of Xu Chen's name detonated the atmosphere like a nuclear bomb, elevating it to a fever pitch. What? He is Xu Chen, the Xu god who received a perfect score special award at the IMO. My goodness, I am in the presence of the living Xu god. The senior students who had previously been mere spectators could no longer contain their excitement. Surging forward to encircle Xu Chen, Their gazes were infused not only with reverence, but with a fervor akin to that of pilgrims. This sensation is rather delightful. Xu Chen's heart remained as tranquil as a still lake, even tinged with a hint of satisfaction. I must maintain a low profile, although my legend may be slightly more outrageous than you imagine. He savored the pure joy derived from this unspoken prestige while silently bestowing upon these enthusiastic seniors the label of discerning individuals. Under the enthusiastic escort of the seniors, Xu Chen finally arrived at the dormitory building. As he pushed open the door to room 301, a refreshing breeze mingled with the faint scent of sunlight greeted him. The standard quadruple room, featuring a lofted bed and a desk below, was impeccably clean, with the floors spotless and the furniture gleaming. Clearly, the school had conducted a thorough cleaning prior to the arrival of new students. In one of the beds by the window, a familiar figure was seated at a desk, wearing headphones, intently focused on the rapidly scrolling lines of code on the computer screen. Upon hearing the door open, the individual turned around, and their eyes met. No way. Su God. It was Fong Bo, Xu Chen's teammate from the national team, the ever-optimistic Fong Bo. Ha ha ha. I knew we were destined to cross paths. Not only did we both enter the same gifted class, but we also ended up in the same dormitory. This is fantastic. For the next 4 years, I can continue to cling to your coattails, reuniting with an old comrade, especially one who had fought side by side, dispelled all unease about entering this unfamiliar environment. You made it here pretty early, Xu Chen chuckled, playfully punching him. Of course. Fong Bo grinned, pointing at his computer screen. I'm a local, living within the 4th ring. I came early to acclimatize. If anything comes up, I could just head home. It was quiet here a few days ago, so I could study in peace. Living at the foot of the imperial city is quite convenient. Xu Chen silently mused. Fong Bo continued, by the way, that fellow Luo Yaolong is also in our gifted class, but he's in the adjacent room 303. As for Sun Rue, he got snatched up by MIT. Zhou Qing and Meng Lingyao both went to Tsinghua's Yao class. Hearing these familiar names stirred a sense of nostalgia in Xu Chen. Once comrades in arms, they were now embarking on different paths, each opening a new chapter in life. Moreover, Fong Bo added mysteriously, the other two in our dorm are also familiar faces. Besides us two, the other two are both CMO gold medalists. One is Xue Chao, ranked 10th in the CMO. The other is Lu Xinyu, ranked in the 20s. They are acquaintances as well. Fong Bo, counting on his fingers, then grinned mischievously. What do you think? With our dorm's configuration, can't we take on Tsinghua's Yao class next door? Xu Chen chuckled. Not quite a clash, but during finals, I reckon our dorm's average score will be a standard deviation above the others. Ha ha ha, absolutely. Fong Bo declared, slapping his thigh. From now on, our dorm will be called the 301 Celestial Team. I'll be the captain, and you shall be, the mascot. Get lost. As the two engaged in lively banter, Xu Chen's parents had quietly begun their own tasks. His mother took out a cloth she had brought along, wiping down the desk and cabinets while muttering, see this desk? It looks clean, but there's bound to be dust. I need to wipe it again for peace of mind. Meanwhile, his father picked up a broom, sweeping the unseen corners of the floor, stating, in a dormitory, with so many people, hygiene must be prioritized. Fong Bo observed this scene, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. Uncle, Auntie, there's no need to trouble yourselves. The school is already cleaned. Not at all, not at all, his mother smiled, waving her hand dismissively. We can't just sit idle. You young folks chat amongst yourselves. We'll just tidy up a bit. This is the essence of Chinese parental love. Their affection may be unspoken, yet it is manifested in the polished surfaces of desks and the meticulously cleaned corners. Chapter 67, Dormitory Night Talk. After settling their belongings in the dormitory, Xu Chen led his parents on a new student exploration mission. They first visited the campus supermarket, where they procured toiletries, bedding, desk lamps, and a host of other essential items. His mother, while selecting the color of towels, remarked, this supermarket has quite an assortment, though it is a bit pricier than what we have at home. His father, examining a multifunctional power strip, added, with so many appliances in the dorm, safety is paramount. We need to buy a decent one. Having completed their shopping, the trio embarked on a leisurely stroll through the expansive Yin Garden. They wandered along the banks of Weiming Lake, watching the reflection of Boya Tower ripple in the gentle breeze, traversed the lawns of Jinyuan, absorbing the tranquility and weightiness of the century-old institution, located the slightly antiquated teaching building of the School of Mathematical Sciences, and lingered in front of the Grand Library for an extended period. Xu Chen silently noted the locations of the cafeteria, gymnasium, and parcel collection point, every significant site he might need in the future, to avoid the embarrassment of getting lost on his way to class. Meanwhile, Xu Chen's parents had transformed into enthusiastic tourists. Their phones were in a constant flurry. "Son, hurry, stand in front of the Peking University namestone. Let me take a picture." "Ah, here, this must be Weiming Lake, right? Quick, take a picture for Mom. I need to post this on WeChat." Along the way, his father's feigned solemnity was replaced by an uncontainable, genuine smile. His mother's WeChat updates were relentless, with posts flooding in every 10 minutes. "Here to report my son to Peking University. The campus is vast. I've nearly worn out my legs. Pictures, pictures, pictures. Is this the legendary Weiming Lake and Boya Tower? Truly beautiful." Video. Son's future classroom, radiating an air of excellence. Location. School of Mathematical Sciences. Peking University. Observing the childlike excitement radiating from his parents, Xu Chen felt a warm smile blossom in his heart. He understood that this was not merely a simple campus tour. Rather, it was his parents' way of experiencing, touching, and embracing a dream they had once dared not even contemplate. One that was cloaked in pride. That evening, after settling his parents into a hotel conveniently located near the campus, Xu Chen finally returned to his new abode, room 301. At this moment, his two roommates had also arrived. One was the slightly plump Xu Chen, who wore glasses and appeared rather affable. The other was the slender Lu Xinyu, who exuded a somewhat aloof air. All three were familiar faces from the CMO gold medal list, and upon meeting, they immediately felt a sense of camaraderie. As the night deepened and the dormitory lights dimmed, the darkness was illuminated by the faint glow of mobile screens. Thus commenced a classic boys' dormitory discussion. "Hey, do you think there are many girls in our math department?" Xu Chen posed an eternal philosophical question. "What are you thinking?" Fong Bo's voice drifted down from the upper bunk, laced with a touch of disdain. "We are from Peking University's School of Mathematics. This is a sanctuary of scholarly prowess, a bastion of male hormones. What more could you expect in terms of female presence? I heard that among the 30 of us in the elite class, there are only 3 girls," Lu Xinyu interjected bluntly. "Wow, a gender ratio of 9-to-1? That means for every couple, there are 4 bachelors? This imbalance is outrageous." Xu Chen lamented dramatically. "Be grateful," Fong Bo chuckled. "The computer science department next door at Tsinghua has an even more exaggerated ratio. A buddy of mine there said that during class gatherings, 30 guys surround one girl, treating her like a protected panda." A wave of muffled, boyish laughter filled the dormitory. "By the way, Su God," Fong Bo suddenly shifted the topic with a hint of gossip-induced excitement. "You must tell us about the time you fell asleep during the IMO award ceremony. What exactly happened?" "Don't even mention it," Xu Chen replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. "The night before, I was up all night wrestling with a problem. I simply couldn't hold on." "Wow, incredible," Xu Chen exclaimed again. "Staying up all night, researching the night before the IMO finals? You're a genius. What were you researching that was more important than the IMO problems?" "Just a personal interest," Xu Chen replied vaguely. "I get it now." Fong Bo suddenly slapped his thigh, his tone one of epiphany. "That's what we call tactical fatigue. You use sleep to disorient your opponents, creating an illusion of mediocrity in their minds, and then you strike them down with a fatal blow during the exam. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Get lost." Xu Chen laughed and scolded playfully. The conversation then turned toward their expectations for university courses. "I plan to complete mathematical analysis, advanced algebra, and analytical geometry in my freshman year, then start a double degree in computer science during my sophomore year." Xu Chen mapped out his future ambitions. "I wish to pursue a career in algebraic geometry." Lu Xinyu's voice rang out clearly in the darkness. "I've heard that our department as academician Tian Gang is an international authority in this field. I haven't quite decided yet," Fong Bo said, "but my parents hope I'll venture into finance. They believe that those with a strong mathematical background have a significant advantage in quantitative trading. And you, Sugad? What about you?" All eyes turned to Xu Chen's bed. "Me?" Xu Chen pondered for a moment before responding. "I want to establish a solid foundation first, and then see if I can produce some genuine research outcomes during my undergraduate years." His tone was calm, yet the other 3 in the dorm fell silent. They understood that the research achievements Xu Chen referred to were likely on a different level than their own aspirations, while they were busy planning courses and GPAs. This individual had already set his sights on the vast expanse of academia. Chapter 68, Opening Ceremony. The next morning, the members of room 301 had begun to rise one by one. For this group, accustomed to a life of rigorous self-discipline, sleeping in was a behavior that simply did not exist in their genetic makeup. After a quick wash-up, the 4 of them headed to the school dining hall together. The morning bustle of the first dining hall was alive with energy and warmth. Each of them grabbed soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed buns. Settling into a table by the window, Fongbo took a bite of the steaming meat bun and, with his mouth full, asked Xu Chen, "Hey, Su God, are your mom and dad heading back today?" "They're not leaving just yet," Xu Chen replied, sipping his soy milk. "It's rare for them to be here. So they plan to explore Beijing for a few days before departing. I suggested they join a tour group, or just wander around on their own." "Absolutely not." Fongbo immediately swallowed his bun, banging the table and raising his voice an octave. "It's their first time here. They don't know the area. It would be inconvenient for them to navigate alone. Besides, those tour groups just drag people to shopping spots. It's tedious. Also, I'm acutely aware that my inclusion in the national team and that IMO gold medal were largely thanks to you. Your notes contributed at least half of the success. Without your unique insights, I would have been eliminated long ago in that competitive environment." Scratching his head, he added with an embarrassed chuckle, "When it comes to mathematics, I probably can't be of much help to you. I'll likely just trail behind you for life. However, in terms of everyday life, especially here in Beijing, I can certainly ensure your parents are well taken care of. This is a small matter I can handle." He patted his chest earnestly. "So just consider this my opportunity to repay you." His heartfelt words prompted nods of agreement from Xue Chao and Lu Xinyu. Although they had not fought alongside Xu Chen until the end, they too had greatly benefited from his notes during their training. Feeling the sincerity in Fongbo's eyes, Xu Chen experienced a surge of warmth within. He realized he could neither refuse, nor was there a need to. "All right then," he chuckled resignedly, handing him a bun. "You've got your work cut out for you, Fong Dao. Eat up. Today's success depends on your stamina." "Ah, just but." Fongbo beamed, taking the bun, his demeanor instantly returning to his usual carefree self. Thus, a rather unconventional tour group was officially formed at the breakfast table of the first dining hall. When Xu Chan's parents spotted Fongbo at the hotel entrance, dressed in a t-shirt, jeans, and carrying a backpack, resembling a professional tour guide, they were both surprised and a little embarrassed. "Xiaofong, I'm sorry for the trouble," Xu Chen's mother quickly said. "Not at all." Fongbo reassured them with a radiant smile, thumping his chest. "Uncle and Auntie, please feel free to treat me like family. Xu Chen is my best friend and benefactor. He has helped me immensely with my studies, and I can never repay him fully. Now, having the opportunity to show you around Beijing brings me immense joy. Just treat me like your own child." These heartfelt words filled Xu Chen's parents with joy. They felt not only pride in their son's accomplishments, but also profound relief that he had found such a grateful and considerate friend in university. Sangbo, as a local guide, was indeed quite professional. He did not lead them to the usual crowded tourist attractions. Instead, he expertly guided them through the alleys of the capital, allowing them to immerse themselves in the authentic atmosphere of old Beijing. He would vividly narrate the histories of each princely residence, take them to savor the most genuine stir-fried liver and spicy tripe, and while visiting the Forbidden City, he skillfully avoided the throngs of tourists to uncover those hidden corners that were lesser known yet enchanting. Xu Chen's parents were utterly charmed by him. His mother's social media was once again ablaze with posts. "Today, we wandered the alleys of Beijing and tasted the unique stir-fried liver. Special thanks to my son's classmate, Xiaofong, a remarkably enthusiastic and considerate child. Pictures, pictures. The Forbidden City is enormous. Thankfully, we had Xiaofong, our living map. Otherwise, we would surely have gotten lost inside." Video. Even his usually reserved father was effusive in his praise for Fongbo, lauding him as thoughtful and promising. Xu Chen followed behind, witnessing this harmonious scene unfold before him, and he felt a twinge of sentimentality. Although he had visited Beijing several times before, it had mostly been for competitions, always in a rush, never experiencing the city's history and warmth leisurely as a tourist like today. Observing the genuine smiles on his parents' faces, he realized that occasionally stepping away from the pure world of mathematics to savor the vibrant essence of life seemed quite delightful. After spending a few days in Beijing with his parents, Xu Chen sent them off on their return journey via high-speed train. With his parents gone, he could finally settle down to make the final preparations for his impending university life. A few days later, the opening ceremony for the 2023 cohort of freshmen at Peking University was grandly held in the Chiu Ming Sports Hall. Xu Chen and his roommates, clad in matching white t-shirts emblazoned with the university's name, merged into the throng pouring out from various dormitories, heading towards the sports hall. The air was infused with an indescribable fragrance, a blend of fresh grass and youthful hormones. Each face radiated with hope and anticipation for the future. Upon entering the vast sports hall, the majestic dome and circular stands delivered an immediate visual impact. Thousands of freshmen from all corners of the country took their seats in designated areas according to their respective faculties. Soon, the venue was filled with waves of color. the Mathematics and Sciences College in vibrant red, the Physics College in deep blue, and the Information Science and Technology College in futuristic silver gray. As everyone settled in, the lights in the hall gradually dimmed. The cacophony of voices receded swiftly into silence, akin to the ebbing tide. In the darkness, all gazes converged on the center of the podium. With a resonant and melodious chime, the sound echoed throughout the hall. Following this, the majestic melody of Ode to the Red Flag resounded. A giant LED screen behind the podium began to display a promotional video for Peking University, recounting its establishment, the illustrious years of Southwest Associated University, the pioneers of the 2 bombs and 1 satellite, and the vanguards of the reform and opening up era. A series of black and white or sepia-toned historical images and illustrious names flowed by, accompanied by stirring music. It evoked a profound sense of history that transcended time, instilling in every young scholar present a powerful sensation of heritage. As the video concluded, the lights brightened. All rise. Let us sing the national anthem of the People's Republic of China. The host's solemn declaration prompted everyone to stand in unison. Arise, ye who refuse to be slaves. The resounding anthem, sung by thousands of exceptional individuals, coalesced into a formidable force that reverberated within the hall. In that moment, Xu Chen felt his heart pulsating vigorously in synchrony with the melody. Following the flag-raising ceremony, it was time for the principal's address. A sprightly elder with graying hair and golden-rimmed glasses ascended the podium. He was the current president of Peking University, academician Gongqi Huang, a renowned physicist celebrated internationally for his extensive work in optics. His speech was devoid of ornate rhetoric or hollow slogans. He began with the century-long history of the university, discussing the ideals of freedom and inclusivity championed by Kai Yuanpei and the resolute spirit of Southwest Associated University during tumultuous times. Dear students, the moment you step into this garden, you inherit not only knowledge but also a spirit, a courage to lead the way for the world, a relentless spirit of exploration, and a responsibility towards patriotism, progress, democracy, and science. The president's voice was gentle yet powerful, akin to a spring breeze nurturing the earth silently. Xu Chen listen gui li, and the urge to critique gradually subsided. He could sense the sincerity and expectations woven into the old president's words. Following the president's address, a representative of the faculty took the stage. It was a young professor, Lu Ying, from the School of Life Sciences. In her early 30s, she was already a doctoral advisor, with her research on cellular stress and aging published multiple times in top-tier journals like Nature and Science, making her a true luminary among the new generation of scholars. Her speech was infused with modernity and critical thought. University is not merely a continuation of high school, nor is it the end of your journey. Here, no one will compel you to study, nor will anyone meticulously chart your path. For the first time, you will have the right to define yourselves. You may feel lost, anxious, and discover that the achievements you once prided yourself on may seem trivial here. You will witness some burning the midnight oil in the library, others engrossed in the laboratory, and yet others reveling in the vibrancy of student activities, discussing love by the tranquil Waiming Lake. I hope you find your rhythm swiftly and contemplate the kind of person you aspire to become. Will you be a scholar exploring the unknown and pushing the boundaries of human knowledge? A leader changing the world and steering industry trends? Or perhaps an ordinary individual who cherishes life, possesses independent thought, and a well-rounded character? Here, all possibilities lie before you. Finally, a representative of the freshmen took the stage. A girl from the Yuanpei College, sporting a simple ponytail and a confident smile, delivered an eloquent speech, seamlessly weaving references from the Analects to Plato's Republic, discussing personal endeavor and national sentiment with flawless precision, worthy of a perfect score. Indeed, the grand finale must be the official representative. This speech must have been revised by several professors. It's too polished. Chapter 69, Publication of the Paper. The grand ceremonial atmosphere of the opening ceremony had yet to fade from the freshmen' minds when the Mathematics and Sciences College swiftly organized subsequent activities. Instead of a perfunctory welcome meeting, a substantial mentor meeting and college-wide assembly took its place in the largest lecture hall of the Mathematics College. The dean personally took to the stage to introduce the college's rich history, robust faculty, and the illustrious alumni who had emerged from its halls. Each name that flashed on the PowerPoint, Jiang Zihan, Su Baohua, Duan Shuafu, sparkled like brilliant stars, illuminating the paths of every student below. This was soon followed by class meetings and introductory lectures. Xu Chen's mathematics elite class was undoubtedly the focal point of the entire college. Their class meeting was scheduled in a secluded conference room. The homeroom teacher, a remarkably youthful associate professor named Lin E., adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, wasted no time on pleasantries and promptly delved into the subject matter. He distributed a substantial document entitled Mathematics Talents Class Training Program to each student before unveiling a PowerPoint presentation. Welcome to the Talents class. Lin Yi's voice resonated with warmth and fervor. You are all the creme de la creme, having emerged from a rigorous selection process among the brightest minds in the nation. Hence, your training program will be unparalleled. The PowerPoint displayed two distinct academic tracks. Track 1, Fundamental Mathematics. Track 2, Financial Mathematics. In the second semester of your sophomore year, you will face a pivotal choice regarding your specialization, Lin E. elucidated. The Fundamental Mathematics track will guide you in delving into the core and essence of mathematics, where you will encounter cutting-edge theories. Your future will lie in becoming a mathematician who expands the boundaries of human knowledge. His gaze swept across the youthful faces filled with anticipation. Conversely, the Financial Mathematics track focuses more on practical applications. You will learn to employ complex mathematical models to analyze and resolve real-world issues within the financial markets. Your destiny will be that of a distinguished quant, commanding influence on Wall Street or in Lujiazui. He emphasized that there was no hierarchy between these two paths, only different choices. I encourage each of you to thoughtfully reflect during your freshman year and discover the direction you truly cherish. Xu Chen had already arrived at his decision. The system subjects are predominantly skewed towards fundamental sciences. Thus, opting for fundamental mathematics would be more prudent. Without hesitation, he resolved internally to pursue fundamental mathematics. Subsequently, Lin E. showcased the professional curriculum. There were 9 mandatory courses: mathematical analysis, advanced algebra, analytic geometry, abstract algebra, complex variables, ordinary differential equations, probability theory, and mathematical modeling. Students would select 7 out of 9 elective courses, with options including topology, differential manifolds, differential geometry, partial differential equations, functional analysis, real analysis, group theory, and representation, foundations of number theory, and foundations of algebraic geometry. Additionally, a total of 23 credits in general education electives were required, freely selectable across the university. Gazing at the densely packed course list, even these prodigious talents couldn't suppress their astonished gasps. Goodness, the mandatory courses are already so overwhelming. We need to study mathematical analysis for 3 semesters? How challenging could that be? The names of the elective courses were entirely foreign to them. Differential manifolds? Functional analysis? What arcane subjects are these? Xu Chen's attention, however, was drawn to the 23 credits of free electives. The system will undoubtedly issue main quests in physics, chemistry, information science, and other disciplines. While mathematics is foundational, knowledge in other fields is also essential to accumulate in advance. Regardless, these courses shouldn't demand too much of my time. He had already formulated a preliminary course selection plan, intending to enroll in mechanics from the physics department and introduction to computing from the School of Information Science and Technology during the first semester of his freshman year. Following the class meeting, a series of orientation lectures ensued, covering topics such as anti-fraud measures, laboratory safety, and school regulations. Although tedious, these were crucial components of university life. As all welcome activities concluded, the anticipated military training commenced, lasting for half a month. For this cohort of geniuses accustomed to navigating the ocean of knowledge, the daily regimen of standing at attention, marching in formation, and singing military songs proved to be a novel, yet arduous experience. Under the blazing sun, sweat soaked their camouflage uniforms. Xu Chen and his roommates silently criticized the instructor's strictness while simultaneously relishing this rare opportunity to entirely disengage their minds. The days of military training were monotonous yet fulfilling. Mornings were spent standing at attention and marching under the scorching sun, with sweat trickling down their faces and soaking the collars of their uniforms. Afternoons involved practicing military exercises and singing songs, the resounding chants echoing across the training grounds. One afternoon, during a break in training, everyone lay exhausted on the grass beside the field, gulping down water. Xu Chen leaned against a large tree, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Irritated, he pulled it out, expecting yet another spam notification from an app. However, upon glimpsing the email subject line, his fatigued eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Sender, Editorial Office of the Journal of Mathematics. Subject, Official Publication Notice. Dear Mr. Xu Chen, your paper has been published in the latest issue of our journal. It has arrived. He immediately opened the email. Dear Mr. Xu Chen, greetings. Congratulations. Your submitted manuscript. Research on the solution structure of certain Diophantine equations based on the minimal prime factor analysis method. Manuscript ID. AMS 202408118. Has been officially published in Volume 9 of our journal for 2023. You can click the link below to view or download the final PDF version of your paper. Thank you once again for your support of our journal. We look forward to your future outstanding contributions. Editorial Office of the Journal of Mathematics. It's done. Finally, the dust has settled. He thought to himself. He calmly tucked his phone back into his pocket. That small joy was like a pebble cast into the ocean, swiftly engulfed by a wider tranquility. For him, the significance of this paper's publication had already been fulfilled the moment he successfully submitted it and received the system's reward of experience points. Now, it was merely a matter of completing the final step. A sharp whistle abruptly jolted Xu Chen back to reality. The instructor's booming voice reverberated across the training field. Break time is over. Everyone assemble. The last task of the afternoon. Reviewing military exercises. Show me some spirit. More? My legs no longer feel like my own. Instructor, I request to be declared Kia on the spot. The grass was strewn with the groans of the weary. That evening at 7 o'clock, the third-floor dormitory was permeated with a complex aroma mingling sweat, medicinal alcohol, and instant noodles, exuding an unmistakable masculine essence. Ugh! Xu Chen grimaced as he sprayed Yunnan Baiyao on his swollen ankle, his expression contorted as though enduring a form of torture. Don't mention it. I feel like my legs are no longer mine, he lamented weakly. All I want to know is whether I'll be able to get out of bed tomorrow morning. I just made a bowl of noodles, and my hands are shaking so much that I can hardly hold the fork. Lu Xinyu leaned back in his chair, his eyes vacant, resembling someone thoroughly drained. This military training is more exhausting than solving IMO problems. In the entire dormitory, only Fong Bo retained a semblance of human form. Though he was undoubtedly fatigued, his physical constitution was evidently superior. At this moment, he languished in a chair, perusing his phone while erupting into fits of gleeful laughter. Ha ha! Everyone, take a look at the WeChat group. Someone has created a meme of our instructor's expression. The caption reads, as long as one doesn't die from practice. One should practice to the point of death. It's simply brilliant. Amidst this atmosphere of desolation, an incongruous, melodious sound of keyboard tapping intermittently resonated. Talp, 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 talp. The sound, though faint, was like a firefly in the night, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The trio turned towards the source. There at the desk in the innermost part of the dormitory, Xu Chen sat with an air of calm, his back perfectly straight, deeply engrossed, his fingers flying across the keyboard. This scene stood in stark, glaring contrast to the surrounding carnage of exhaustion. The dormitory fell silent. Wow! Fong Bo was the first to succumb, exclaiming a curse. Su, are you made of iron? We're on the verge of collapse, yet you still have the energy to read papers. He instinctively assumed Xu Chen was perusing some academic material. After all, for scholars of their caliber, reading a couple of papers before sleep was as commonplace as scrolling through short videos for the average person. No way. Xu Chen widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at him. Dude, be human. After such grueling military training, you're still grinding? Are you trying to show us what it means to be outdone by someone even more diligent? Lu Xinyu remained silent, merely setting his phone down, scrutinizing Xu Chen with the gaze reserved for a monster. That look seemed to convey, the king of diligence is terrifying. No, I'm quite exhausted too. Xu Chen turned around, a perfectly measured, slightly fatigued smile gracing his face. I just received an email and am handling it. Email? Fong Bo's curiosity was piqued as he dragged his chair closer. What email has he so engrossed? Is it a love letter from some girl? Get lost, Xu Chen retorted with a chuckle, choosing not to engage further. Fong Bo leaned closer to the computer screen. On it was a meticulously formatted PDF document. At the top were several solemn and prominent characters in song typeface. Journal of Mathematics. Below was the title, Research on the Solution Structure of Several Types of Diophantine Equations Based on the Analysis of Minimum Prime Factors. Wow, Journal of Mathematics? How hardcore! Fong Bo exclaimed, continuing to scan downwards until his voice abruptly ceased. His entire demeanor froze as if the pause button had been pressed. His eyes, magnified behind thick lenses, bulged, and his mouth hung open, wide enough to fit an egg. What is wrong, Fong Bo? What did you see that has you looking like you've seen a ghost? Xu Chen asked weakly. Fong Bo remained silent, extending a trembling finger to point at the name on the screen, uttering in a dreamlike, almost tearful tone, Author, Xu Chen. Boom! If the earlier banter was merely light-hearted jesting in the dormitory, then this utterance, laden with emotion, detonated like a nuclear bomb. instantly elevating the atmosphere of dormitory 301 to a climax. What? His own paper? No way. Journal of Mathematics? What kind of international joke is this? Xu Chen and Lu Xinyu jolted, as if injected with adrenaline, springing forth to cram their heads beside Fong Bo's, when they beheld the glaring name on the screen. Identical to their roommate with whom they shared daily life, the dormitory plunged into a profound silence. 3 pairs of eyes fixed intently on Xu Chen, filled with shock, absurdity, disbelief, and a despair that stemmed from being utterly outclassed. Dude! After a lengthy pause, Fong Bo turned his head, looking at Xu Chen with an almost pleading expression, his voice trembling. Please be human. You are the king of diligence. Xu Chen let out a heart-wrenching wail. While we're here debating whether our legs will break tomorrow, you're publishing in a top-tier journal. Is there no mercy? Lu Xinyu quietly returned to his seat, picked up a copy of Mathematical Analysis, and opened to the first page. His posture radiated a sense of tragic determination, indicating I can no longer afford to fall behind. Fong Bo gazed at Xu Chen, his expression shifting from initial shock to a deep, helpless incredulity. He sighed, his tone laden with complexity, and remarked, remember when we were in the IMO training camp, passionately arguing over a solution to a problem, feeling that the gap between us was merely a thin veil? He gestured toward the screen filled with dense, abstract mathematical symbols. Now he chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. I need to read your abstract 3 times just to grasp the gist. Forget the abstract, Xu Chen interjected, despondently adding, I recognize every word in this title. Yet when put together, I have absolutely no clue what it means. What even is a Diophantine equation? Can it be eaten? Lu Xinyu set down his book, lifting his gaze, and with his characteristic, piercingly blunt tone, offered the final summary of this Versailles-like scene. We are still in a novice village, struggling to defeat slimes, while you have donned divine armor and begun soloing world bosses. The dormitory once again descended into a profound silence, leaving 3 slime players gazing in mute admiration at a grandmaster. Enough already, stop staring. It's merely a mediocre journal, nothing worth mentioning. Get some rest. We have morning exercises tomorrow. We need our strength to endure the instructor's torment. Fong Bo, Xu Chen, Lu Xinyu. I believe you not. Chapter 71, a prize of 10,000 yuan. After igniting a minor academic earthquake in the dormitory, Xu Chen paid no heed to his roommate's monster-like gazes. Nor did he bask in the joy of publishing his first top-tier paper. His focus had completely shifted to another matter, one far more important and intriguing. He opened his computer and navigated to the unadorned personal blog of Professor Sun Jiwei from Jinling University, a page he had long bookmarked. He then packaged and sent his recently published paper's PDF and accompanying LaTeX source files to the professor's publicly listed email. In the body of the email, he wrote succinctly, infused with the characteristic straightforwardness and efficiency of a science student. Dear Professor Sun Jiwei, greetings. I am Xu Chen, a freshman at Peking University S School of Mathematical Sciences. I have long admired your esteemed reputation in the field of combinatorial number theory and have greatly benefited from your many brilliant conjectures. Recently, I conducted a minor study on your conjectures 173, 218, and 315 and fortunately arrived at some conclusions, which I have compiled into a paper published in the latest issue of Journal of Mathematics. I have attached the manuscript for your review. Best regards, Xu Chen. Without unnecessary pleasantries or excessive humility, he calmly stated a fact. To him, this email resembled the act of submitting a completed quest to an NPC in a game, eagerly awaiting a reward. As for when and how much the reward would be, he felt no urgency. The intellectual exhilaration derived from overcoming challenging problems far outweighed the mere monetary reward of a few $100s. After sending the email, Xu Chen shut down his computer and prepared for bed. He understood that a prestigious figure like Professor Sun would undoubtedly receive countless emails daily, among which were numerous unsolicited messages from amateur enthusiasts. Whether his email would be seen, and when, remained an uncertainty. He had braced himself for a wait of 10 days, or even a month, or perhaps for it to vanish into oblivion. However, he was unprepared for the efficiency of this king of conjectures. Just as he was about to sleep, his phone vibrated twice. Upon checking, he saw a notification for a new email. Sender, Sun Jiwei. Subject, proof of several conjectures. Content, hello, Xu Chen. I have read your paper. It is truly remarkable. Add me on WeChat to chat. What? A prompt reply? Xu Chen raised an eyebrow. Does Professor Sun reside in his inbox? He silently scoffed, but promptly copied the WeChat ID, opened the app, and sent a friend request. Almost instantaneously after he clicked send, A notification appeared indicating that the other party had accepted his friend request. Shortly thereafter, a chat window popped up. The profile picture was of Professor Sun himself speaking at an academic conference, exuding an air of refinement and scholarly demeanor. Xu Chen, hello Professor Sun, I am Xu Chen. Sun Jiwei, hello Xu Chen. Sun Jiwei, there is no need for such formality. I just read your paper, and it is beautifully written, especially your application of the minimal prime factor analysis method. It is nothing short of brilliant. When I initially proposed these conjectures, I had a vague sense that this direction was viable, yet I could never find a concise proof. I never anticipated that a young talent like you would conquer it. The words brimmed with an elder's admiration and appreciation for the younger generation, devoid of any pretense. Xu Chen, you flatter me. I was merely fortunate to stumble upon some ideas. Sun Jiwei, in the realm of mathematics, there is no fortune, only skill. By the way, I heard you're the one who received a perfect score in this year's IMO, right? Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. We older folks are indeed aging. Xu Chen, I'm not worthy. It's merely good luck. Sun Jiwei, you, my friend, should stop attributing your abilities to luck. Excessive modesty can lead to a lack of friends. Grin Xu Chen couldn't help but smile at the playful expression on the screen. He realized that this esteemed figure in academia was surprisingly akin to a witty and humorous neighbor, endearingly unexpected. Although he was enjoying the conversation, he couldn't help but ponder. It's quite late. Surely Professor Sun isn't a night owl. If he doesn't sleep, I must get my rest. Tomorrow I have to march in formation. They continued their conversation, traversing topics from the latest advancements in number theory to life at university. Professor Sun even shared several amusing anecdotes from the academic circle with genuine interest. As they concluded their chat, a small doubt arose in Xu Chen's mind. We've discussed everything. Why hasn't he mentioned the reward yet? He didn't genuinely care about the money, but the process had reached this point. Surely there must be a conclusion. Could it be I misunderstood? Was the reward merely a gimmick? Or perhaps, must I broach the subject myself? That would be rather awkward. Just as he was lost in thought, contemplating how to subtly hint at the reward without being impolite, a cheerful notification chimed. A red transfer alert appeared on the screen. Sun Jiwei has transferred 1,000,000 to you. Below, a brief note followed. The combined reward for the 3 conjectures amounts to just over $1,000. So, I rounded it up for you. Use it to buy something delicious or a few good books. Young man, it's essential to nourish yourself. 1 million. Xu Chen stared at the figure, momentarily stunned. He recalled that the total reward for the 3 conjectures was merely around $1,300, which, given the current exchange rate, equated to a maximum of about 9,000 yuan. Professor Sun not only provided the reward, but generously rounded it up to a whole number, adding quite a bit more. What a magnanimous gesture. Without hesitation, he swiftly accepted the payment. Xu Chen, thank you, Professor Sun. Sun Jiwei, you're welcome. Should you have any new research findings, feel free to share them with me anytime. My inbox is always open for you. Xu Chen, certainly. After concluding the chat with Professor Sun, Xu Chen felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Chapter 72, Then Let Us Celebrate. Following his conversation with Professor Sun, Xu Chen opened the professor's personal blog and refreshed the page. He noticed that the top post had been updated with the latest announcement. The title was succinct and striking. Announcement regarding the proof of conjectures 173, 218, and 315. The body of the announcement brimmed with praise for him. Recently, Xu Chen, a student from the School of Mathematical Sciences at Peking University, has demonstrated exceptional insight and remarkable skills in number theory, employing the minimal prime factor analysis method to provide a unified and exquisitely elegant proof for my conjectures 173, 218, and 315. The logical rigor and profound thought in his paper are truly commendable. The related paper has been published in the September 2023 issue of the Mathematical Journal. Interested readers may refer to it. The rewards for the aforementioned conjectures are hereby concluded. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. New talents emerge as the old fade. Witnessing the emergence of outstanding young individuals like Xu Chen in the Chinese mathematics community fills us with profound satisfaction. The future of mathematics lies in your hands. This announcement is made with the sincerest congratulations and gratitude to Xu Chen. Below, a link to Xu Chen's paper on the Mathematical Journal's official website was provided. As he gazed at this announcement filled with the expectations and praises of his seniors, a broad smile unavoidably spread across Xu Chen's face. The recognition from a top scholar, from an authority in his cherished field, brought a sense of fulfillment and accomplishment far more potent and precious than the 1 million yuan reward. He took a screenshot of the blog post, crafted a new update, and paired it with a simple yet subtly ostentatious message. Thank you to Professor Sun Ji Wei for his recognition and generosity. Let us strive together on this mathematical journey. Handshake, click, send. After completing all this, he contentedly set his phone aside, almost instantaneously after successfully sending the update. The post erupted with activity as if a bomb had been dropped into a pond, stirring up a flurry of likes and comments. Chen Jiaping from Anqing No. 3 Middle School, well done. I am proud of you. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Li Fan from Anqing No. 3 Middle School, wow. Brother Chen, how do you actually conquer Professor Sun's conjecture? While I'm still reviewing his combinatorial number theory as a textbook, you've already begun to treat him as a final boss to be defeated? I am in awe. Lin Xiaoyao from Anqing No. 3 Middle School, Xu Chen. My knees are no longer my own. Offer my knees in jubilation. CMO teammate Luo Yaolong. Xu Chen, please be a human being and spare us ordinary mortals. Class monitor Zhang Jing. What more can I say? All I can do is silently give a thumbs up and retrieve my 5-year college entrance examination, 3-year simulation once again. Farewell. Senior Li Sijia. Junior, are you trying to take away the livelihood of us older students? I'm in tears. Senior Wang Tao. Junior, when I registered before, I mentioned that you could always come to me with any academic problems. Now I want to ask, can I come to you with my academic issues in the future? At that moment, the other 3 roommates who had been lying in a state of exhaustion finally regained a bit of energy. Fong Bo wearily poked half of his body out of bed, gazing at Xu Chen, who was still full of spirit and even smiling, and posed a soul-searching question. My goodness, Xu Chen, don't you need to sleep? We're so exhausted we can barely turn over. And you look like you've been energized. Exactly, Xue Chao chimed in from his bed, revealing a pair of eyes devoid of hope. Are you secretly rolling in your blanket? Come on, man, be human. Give us a break. Xu Chen chuckled and replied. I just had a chat with Professor Sun Ji Wei from Jinling University, and incidentally, I claimed a bounty. What? Your paper can earn a bounty? Xu Chen, you are too impressive. Did you secure $1 million in prize money? Not at all, just 10,000. Wow. Can I call you brother now? While we are here debating whether our legs will break tomorrow, you're staying up all night, proving a world-class conjecture and casually earning 10,000. You are the king of hustle. Please, for the love of all that is good, stop hustling. If you keep this up, we might be expelled from humanity. Xue Chao cried out in anguish. 10,000. Lu Xinyu calculated with a pained expression. That is equivalent to my entire living expense for a year. My parents only give me 1,500 a month. Fong Bo picked up his phone and saw Xu Chen's post on social media, immediately turning to the others. Brothers. Xu Chen has posted. Let us coordinate. As members of our squad, we must elevate Xu Chen's status. Roger that. Understood. Thus, beneath Xu Chen's freshly posted update, 3 comments appeared in perfect unison, each radiating an aura of eager subservience. Feng Bo, Zhao, witnessing history. Xu Chen, you are my eternal idol. You even found time to prove a world-class conjecture during military training. I am in awe. Xue Chao, tears, brother, can you take me along? I am willing to exchange my GPA for just 1% of your brain power. Lu Xinyu. In high school, others called me a genius, but before Xu Chen, I feel like an idiot. After posting, Fong Bo raised an eyebrow and asked, so, Xu Chen, how do we do with this collaboration? Is the atmosphere just right? Xu Chen glanced at them with a slight smile, leisurely uttering 3 words. Too fake. What is fake? The 3 instantly reacted, retorting in unison. Exactly. Feng Bo protestit. Looking aggrieved, what we expressed is genuine emotion. Every word comes from the heart. The heavens can bear witness. If you don't believe me, ask old Xue if he wouldn't trade his GPA for your brain. Right? Xue Chao nodded vigorously, pointing to his chest, an expression of solemnity upon him. ISNT my heart, shocked beyond measure. Sincere enough? I am willing. I truly am. Lu Xinyu agreed emphatically, stating, compared to you, I genuinely feel like an idiot. Fong Bo added, among us in this dorm, who ISNT a genius from high school. Yet that genius is merely the threshold to meet you. All right. Xu Chen felt they were overdoing it. Then treat me. Wow, waiting for me, huh? Xu Chen paused. All right, once military training is over, it's on me. You can choose the place, and the budget will be ample. Oh wow, Xu Chen is incredible. Hooray. Finally, we can enjoy a good meal. In dormitory 301, a chorus of wolf-like howls erupted in jubilant celebration. Chapter 73. Good news from Anqing. The days of military training passed amid sweat, slogans, and occasional cries of despair. This afternoon, during a break in training, Xu Chen was resting in the shade of a large tree. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket vibrated lightly. He glanced at the message from Li Fan. What is this guy suddenly reaching out to me for? Since the provincial competition ended, Li Fan had become Xu Chen's foremost supporter, even providing him with numerous study materials. However, Xu Chen had been preoccupied with competitions, and while they occasionally chatted on WeChat, it mostly revolved around Li Fan sharing amusing anecdotes from Anqing No. 3 middle school or lamenting his struggles with competition problems. He opened the message. Li Fan, Brother Chen, are you there? A flurry of exclamation marks conveyed the excitement that transcended the screen. Xu Chen, yes. Just slacking off during military training. What has got you so worked up? Li Fan, Brother Chen, the provincial competition results are out. I got first place in the province. Another series of exclamation marks radiated the uncontrollable excitement and joy. Following it was a blurry, excited emoji. Li Fan, screenshot JPG. Xu Chen opened the screenshot. It was a public document listing the award recipients, and in the column for provincial first place, Li Fan's name stood out prominently. It turned out that the new provincial competition had concluded. Xu Chen understood the significance of this first place for Li Fan and Anqing No. 3 middle school. He quickly replied with 2 words. Xu Chen, impossible. Within 3 seconds of sending the message, Li Fan's call came through. Hello, Brother Chen. Did you see? I got first in the province. Even though I'm at the end of the first place list, it's still first. On the other end of the line, Li Fan's voice trembled with excitement. Like a volcano that had long been suppressed, finally finding its outlet. I saw. Xu Chen leaned against the tree trunk, teasing lightly. Didn't TU just miss the first place last year? Isn't it just a routine operation to get first this year? On the other end of the line, Li Fan, hearing that familiar teasing tone, was not angry at all. Instead, he chuckled, his voice brimming with relief and pride. Hey, my achievement is certainly insignificant in front of you, the full score god of IMO. However, Brother Chen, you don't understand. This first place is incredibly significant for our school. Teacher Chen Jiaping has been worried that after you left, our No. 3 middle school would revert to its former state in math Olympiad competitions. If this year I'd only gotten second place again, people outside would definitely say that you were just an anomaly, a rare occurrence. They would claim our school simply had dumb luck to produce someone as exceptional as you. But now it's different. Li Fan's voice suddenly soared, infused with an unwavering confidence. I have secured the provincial first prize. What does this signify? It is a testament to the genuine improvement of our Anqing No. 3 high school. The level of competition at our school has indeed ascended to new heights. What you have brought forth is not merely personal glory, but a prevailing spirit, a beacon of hope. Teacher Chen Jiaping has been striding with an air of elation these past few days. You cannot fathom, Chen Ge, how emotionally Fan's tone has become. Ever since you clinched the IMO championship, our school has gone completely wild. Principal Wang, somehow managing to procure a substantial sum, has refurbished our dilapidated competition study room, outfitting it with brand new air conditioning and computers. This year's cohort of competitors has not taken a single day off during the summer. They have all been intensely training at school. The intensity is even more daunting than when you guided us through problem-solving back in the day. However, the results are remarkably promising. In the recent provincial competition, aside from my provincial first prize, our school also achieved 3 provincial second prizes and 5 provincial third prizes. This accomplishment stands as the second best in Anqing No. 3 high school's history, trailing only behind you. Now, the younger students are all electrified with fervor. Previously, their goal was merely to gain admission to a prestigious university. Now, they aspire to become the next Xu Chen. Though I know this may be unattainable, the spirit and atmosphere have transformed entirely. Listening to Li Fan's heartfelt words, Xu Chen felt an inexplicable and complex stirring within him. His own progress had stemmed from the extraordinary advantage of the system that propelled him forward. Yet, for the vast majority of ordinary individuals like Li Fan, talent may be limited, resources scarce, and the monotony of daily study could easily extinguish initial enthusiasm, leading them back to mediocrity. It seemed that inadvertently, he had ignited a lamp of hope for them, allowing them to believe that even within an ordinary high school, they could reach out to the once unreachable starlit sky, to believe that through diligence, they could indeed alter their destinies. The power of such hope might be more precious than any problem-solving technique. It dawned on him that the seed he had sown inadvertently had silently taken root and begun to flourish, influencing many after his departure. This sensation was profoundly extraordinary. Xu Chen smiled, interrupting Li Fan's reverie. Having secured the provincial first prize, is it not time to prepare for the CMO? How do you feel? Are you confident in winning the CMO gold medal? Brother Chen, you hold me in too high regard. Just the other day, Teacher Chen specifically told me, Li Fan, You are now the hope of our school. Strive to emulate Xu Chen and bring back a national gold medal for our school. I nearly fell to my knees. Li fan exclaimat. That is a CMO gold medal we're talking about. It's not some trivial matter. Xu Chen could not help but burst into laughter, envisioning Li Fan's current state of overwhelming pressure. The most exasperating part, Li Fan continued to lament, was that he was now experiencing that sense of social mortification that Xu Chen had once faced. Oh, what happened? Xu Chen's curiosity was piqued. You have no idea. The day the results were announced, our school went berserk once more. Li Fan's voice was filled with a sense of despair. The old principal had hung a banner at the school entrance. The title read, "Continuing the Legacy, Creating Brilliance Anew." Heartfelt congratulations to our student Li Fan for winning the first prize in the provincial mathematics competition. Isn't that wonderful? Wonderful? Absolutely not. Li Fan lamenta. The key point is that he hung my banner right beneath yours, the one celebrating your IMO perfect score. The clash of colors is ridiculous. With both banners side by side, my provincial first prize looks utterly pitiful and insignificant. Now, the way my fellow students look at me is peculiar. They are not congratulating me. They are pitying me. They think I was born in the wrong era. After finally securing a provincial first prize, I find myself overshadowed by a towering mountain that I can never surpass. I'm truly struggling, Brother Chun. My banner hasn't been taken down yet? Xu Chen was taken aback. The principal would never dream of removing it. Your IMO gold medal is now the greatest emblem of Anqing No. 3 High School, likely to remain until it weathers away. Listening to Li Fan's vivid and tearful complaint, Xu Chen laughed until his stomach hurt. He could vividly picture the old principal standing beneath the two banners, hands clasped behind his back, wearing an expression of pride, as if to say, "Our school is full of talent, and the future is bright. Alas, let us say no more. Too much talk brings only tears." Li Fan Siga. I won't chat with you any longer. Teacher Chun has called me to the office, and I suspect he is going to give me extra lessons again. I'll hang up now. After ending the call, the smile on Xu Chen's face lingered, slow to dissipate. He understood that Anqing No. 3 High School had indeed transformed. Just then, a resounding whistle jolted him back to reality. Break time has concluded. All personnel assemble. All present. The instructor's emotionally void, devilish voice reverberated across the playground. Once again, the grass was filled with lamentations. Chapter 74, Wei Shun's Class. After half a month of military training, the ordeal finally came to a close. As Xu Chen and his roommates shed their camouflage uniforms, which had been drenched in sweat countless times, and donned their casual attire, each felt a sense of rebirth. Though their skin had darkened several shades, their eyes shone brighter and more resolute than ever before. The true university life that belonged to them officially commenced at that moment. Monday, 8 a.m. The first professional class of the gifted program at the College of Mathematical Sciences. Following a brief yet hopeful opening statement from Professor Zhang Wenzhong, the head of the department, the university life for the gifted program commenced in earnest. The coursework for the first week was dense and filled with challenges. Subjects such as mathematical analysis, advanced algebra, and analytic geometry, which seemed like cryptic text to the average student, loomed before all the freshmen like imposing mountains. Among these, the most notable and daunting was undoubtedly Professor Wei Dongyi's mathematical analysis class. In the afternoon, the first session of mathematical analysis commenced. The class bell rang. A youthful figure, clutching a somewhat worn textbook and carrying a transparent plastic water bottle filled with clear water, entered the lecture hall punctually. He was Wei Dongyi, a figure almost legendary in the realm of mathematics at Peking University and throughout China. With 2 consecutive IMO perfect scores, his unconventional problem-solving methods and unique thought processes had earned him the epithet of God-given solutions. After graduating from Peking University, he declined a full scholarship to Harvard, opting instead to remain at his alma mater as a teacher, specializing in partial differential equations and geometric analysis, fields considered among the most profound and cutting-edge in mathematics. He walked to the center of the podium, placed the water bottle and textbook in one corner, then turned to face the 30 astute students seated before him. His calm gaze swept over the entire room, devoid of any ripple of emotion. "I am Wei Dongyi." His self-introduction was strikingly concise. His voice was soft, perhaps even a bit indistinct, yet his enunciation was clear. "This semester, I will be teaching you mathematical analysis." With that, he seemed to dismiss the students entirely, as if he had already fulfilled all social obligations. He picked up a piece of chalk and turned to face the blackboard. The framework of the textbook commences with the Riemann integral. However, this definition possesses certain limitations. As he spoke, he inscribed the definition of the Riemann integral upon the blackboard. Today, we shall adopt a different perspective, starting from measure theory. With this brief introduction, he immersed himself completely in his own realm. A nearly uninterrupted lecture of 30 minutes commenced, during which he eschewed the use of PowerPoint, lecture notes, and any interaction with the students. His teaching method was remarkably pure and strikingly retro, presenting his profound understanding of mathematics through the most primitive form of blackboard writing, unembellished and authentic to the students. After expounding the core concepts of set rings, outer measures, and measurable sets from real analysis in a fluid manner for over 10 minutes, he paused, turned, and, in a tone devoid of emotion, introduced the second guiding thought. With the notion of measure, we can define the Lebesgue integral. Its essence lies in partitioning the range of values. Upon finishing this statement, the opposite side of the blackboard was swiftly filled with a series of derivations concerning the approximation of simple functions and theorems on the convergence of integrals. This whimsical mode of thinking posed an intellectual challenge of unprecedented magnitude for students accustomed to linear teaching. Below, the prodigies of the elite class sensed an extraordinary pressure. They were all top-tier talents who had emerged from the fierce battleground of national mathematics competitions, their foundational knowledge and agile thinking far surpassing that of ordinary students. In the first 20 minutes of a lecture, most could barely keep pace with Xu Chen's rhythm, their eyes shimmering with contemplation and insight. However, as Xu Chen's thoughts took flight, leaping from undergraduate mathematics analysis to graduate-level real analysis and functional analysis, the disparities began to emerge. Those who could keep up with the first hour were geniuses. Those who could follow throughout were geniuses among geniuses. Yet, only Xu Chen could fully comprehend, even drawing parallels. He neither took photographs nor jotted down notes. He merely observed quietly, his gaze reflecting a sense of exhilaration akin to that of a chess player meeting a worthy opponent. So that's it. He is redefining integration from the perspective of measure theory. This approach is far superior to the textbook's reliance on Riemann's definition and is fundamentally more profound. The construction of this functional is remarkably ingenious. He has transformed a nonlinear partial differential equation into a problem of finding fixed points in a Banach space. This is nothing short of a dimensionality reduction strike. At that moment, the cold system notification chime resonated perfectly in his mind. Ding! Listening to high-dimensional mathematical thought, cognitive breakthrough achieved. Mathematics experience points 1. Ding! Understanding the measure-theoretic essence of the Lebesgue integral. Mathematics experience points 1. Ding! Grasping the dimensionality reduction application of functional analysis in partial differential equations. Mathematics experience points 1. By the end of the class, his mathematics experience points had risen by an astonishing 3 points. What? Xu Chen's heart raced suddenly. To gain 3 points from just one class? It is worth noting that he would typically acquire only 3 to 5 points after finishing an entire book. Now, merely by attending one lecture, he had amassed 3 points. This is no ordinary teacher. He is a walking, loot-exploding, human experience treasure chest. He gazed at Professor Wei Dongyi at the podium, his eyes akin to those of a famished individual discovering a lavish feast. From now on, I cannot afford to miss a single lecture of Xu Chen. Attending 10 times could yield around 30 points, making it one of the few opportunities to gain experience outside of tasks. Simultaneously, a profound sense of reverence arose from the depths of his heart. Xu Chen is simply extraordinary. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. My ability to grasp knowledge so swiftly is due to my system. As my talent level has been elevated to an inhuman height, I am operating on a cheat code. As for him, he is purely natural, having achieved this realm solely through his innate, terrifying mathematical talent. Now, that is true genius. And such geniuses are not limited to Peking University. Globally, there are likely many others who surpass me. In that instant, the flicker of self-satisfaction that had arisen from his continuous victories dissipated entirely. For the first time, he experienced a sobering realization. There are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. No, I cannot afford to become complacent. There are too many geniuses in the world. My accomplishments are hardly significant. What if one day, I, who am operating on a cheat code, am defeated by someone who is not? That would be quite the spectacle. I must remain steady. Consistent learning and experience accumulation is the true path. Chapter 75, Mathematics LV2. That evening, in dormitory 301. My head is about to explode. Can anyone tell me what on earth Xu Chen lectured about this afternoon? Xueqiao paced back and forth in the dormitory, clutching a copy of mathematics analysis, his face etched with despair. Don't ask me. I could barely keep up with his writing speed, even to snap a photo. Lu Xinyu leaned against a chair, his gaze vacant, exclaiming, "I feel like my soul hasn't returned from that classroom yet. I asked a senior from the grade above." And Fong Bo looked utterly despondent as he said, "The senior told me this was merely an appetizer." Wei Shen's lectures become increasingly abstract and inhumane as they progress. Last year, when he taught real analysis, the class average was 48 on the final exam. 48 out of 100, right? The dormitory fell into a deathly silence. Just then, Xu Chen emerged from the bathroom, drying his hair. He looked at his 3 roommates, who resembled frostbitten eggplants, and asked, somewhat amused, "What's wrong? You all look as if you've lost your souls." "Xu Chen," Fong Bo exclaimed, as if he had spotted a savior, rushing forward to thrust his phone into Xu Chen's hands. "Quick, save the children. I've been staring at the last theorem on the embedding of LP spaces for 3 hours and still can't grasp how he constructed that proof." Xu Chen took the phone and glanced at the somewhat blurry blackboard photo on the screen. With just a cursory look, he understood. "Oh, this? Don't treat it as a mere analytical problem. Instead, frame it within the context of topology. Imagine the LP space as a realm composed of countless rubber bands, functions of varying materials, capable of infinite stretching and compressing. The essence of Wei Shun's proof is demonstrating that when PQ, this sturdier bundle of LP rubber bands can be seamlessly embedded into the looser bundle of LQ rubber bands, and this embedding is continuous." He continued, "The operator he used is essentially a projection. He is merely employing a higher dimensional perspective to convey that this projection process preserves structure." He paused, observing the still bewildered expressions on the faces of the 3, and after a moment's thought, he opted for a more accessible analogy. Think of it this way. It's like compressing a high-definition image into a low-resolution one. Although the finer details may have been lost, the essence of the image remains intact. The proof presented by Wei Shun serves as a testament, conveying that this compression process is mathematically justifiable and aesthetically pleasing. In the dormitory, an oppressive silence once again enveloped the atmosphere. Fong Bo, Xue Chao, and Lu Xinyu stared blankly at Xu Chen, their minds a void. After a prolonged silence, Fong Bo uttered in a voice laced with despair, "It's over. I feel as though I am attending an entirely different university than him." After experiencing the thrill of acquiring mathematical insights in Wei Shen's class, Xu Chen's enthusiasm for learning erupted anew. He became utterly immersed in the vast ocean of knowledge at Peking University. Particularly, Professor Wei Dongyi's course on mathematical analysis transformed into his most anticipated weekly feast of enlightenment. In every session, he was captivated by Wei Shun's boundless leaps of thought, experiencing the purest allure of mathematics, while the steadily increasing experience points on the system panel kept him irresistibly engaged. As evening fell and his roommates grappled with the day's coursework, Xu Chen steadfastly plunged into the library. The richness of the Peking University Library's collection surpassed his wildest imagination. Here, he discovered countless revered textbooks and monographs he had previously only encountered online. Besides focusing on mathematics, Xu Chen did not neglect his other aspirations. He utilized fragmented moments of his free time to systematically bolster his previously neglected English skills. He understood that in the modern academic realm, English serves as the universal lingua franca. Whether reading cutting-edge papers or publishing his research in top-tier international journals, fluency in English reading and writing was an indispensable foundation. He wrote memorization of vocabulary and the tedious study of grammar books. Instead, his approach was straightforward yet effective. He directly engaged with original English mathematical texts. Since the English he employed was not for everyday conversation, but primarily for research and academic dialogue, proficiency in specialized terminology was paramount. He began with the most classic English mathematical texts, such as Rudin's Principles of Mathematical Analysis and Apostles' Calculus. Initially, he occasionally relied on a mobile dictionary to look up obscure technical terms. Remarkably, within just a month, his English proficiency skyrocketed from merely grasping paper abstracts to effortlessly reading top-tier literature. This intense, interdisciplinary learning experience kept his mind in a state of heightened cognitive breakthrough. One evening, as Xu Chen closed the voluminous algebra from the Bourbaki group, a long-stretched experience bar in his mind finally reached its limit with a final, faint push. Ding! A clear, melodious sound, reminiscent of something from the depths of the universe, resonated in his consciousness. Mathematical knowledge upgrade detected. Mathematics experience points 1. Experience points full. Level up. Congratulations, your mathematics level has risen to LV2. His heart raced with exhilaration. He immediately delved into the system panel. The attributes reflecting his mathematical aptitude had undergone a remarkable transformation. Current subject level, Mathematics LV2. Experience points, 12,500. What? To reach LV3, I need 500 points? The daunting requirement for the next level made Xu Chen's eyes twitch involuntarily. Is the difficulty of this upgrade exponentially increasing? System, are you trying to work me like a mule? He found himself mentally lamenting. Yet an indescribable excitement and anticipation surged within him at the thought of this level up. He silently urged, System, quickly, show me what LV2 entails. Instantly, a new line of technologically infused annotations materialized on the light blue screen. Level 2. Expert. This level signifies that one has achieved significant and original research outcomes in the respective field, possesses the capability to independently lead national-level major research projects, mentor doctoral candidates, and deliver keynote speeches at top international conferences. Standard reference. Chief scientist of a national key laboratory at a world-class university. Xu Chen Ingan Sapi. Feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. The leap in this level exceeded his expectations. LV0 is equivalent to an undergraduate graduate. LV1 represents a postdoctoral researcher at a prestigious university. Yet LV2 jumps straight to the rank of tenured professor and chief scientist. What about the doctoral candidates, junior researchers, and associate professors in between? Did you just skip them all? His worldview experienced yet another profound upheaval. What about LV3? He could not restrain his curiosity, asking, what is LV3? A Fields Medal laureate? Or someone who could contend with Euler and Gauss? Insufficient permissions. Please upgrade your level to explore further. The system coldly rebuffed his curiosity with its signature, emotionless tone. Additional note, upon upgrading any subject level to LV3, the detailed descriptions of all system levels will be unlocked for the host. Fine, Xu Chen pouted, but the astonishment within him lingered. He closed his eyes, keenly attuning himself to the changes brought about by this level up. Chapter 76, Pretending to be Normal. This transformation felt even more profound and subtle than his previous leap from LV0 to LV1. This sensation is utterly remarkable. A thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Right, the Goldbach conjecture. He recalled the ultimate reward he had stored within the system space. A proof of the conjecture in a special form that he had hesitated to approach. Previously, he lacked the qualifications to comprehend this proof. But now, taking a deep breath, he immersed his consciousness back into the system space and reopened the proof document. This time, as his gaze fell upon the abstractly beautiful symbols and logical chains, a distinctly different feeling surged within him. So that's it. The construction of this circular method bears a striking resemblance to the path integral concept in physics. And here, the estimation of the underlying combinatorial structure concerning almost prime numbers can indeed be likened to the eigenvalue distribution in random matrix theory. Although most of the derivation details still felt like an enigma, he was no longer lost in darkness. He could comprehend the overarching logic of the proof. While he might still struggle with the specific paths on the map, he could now see clearly where this journey ultimately led. This sensation was akin to a person who had only learned elementary arithmetic suddenly grasping the table of contents of a calculus textbook. Although he had yet to master the art of calculation, he had already come to realize that within this world exists a formidable mathematical language capable of articulating change. This represents a significant elevation in cognitive dimensions. Xu Chen gradually withdrew from the system space, his chest heaving violently, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Merely comprehending the framework of this proof had nearly exhausted his entire mental faculties. Yet, the brilliance in his eyes burned more fervently than ever before. How magnificent! This is the essence of true mathematics. Upon gaining a preliminary understanding of the paper structure, Xu Chen also attained a clearer assessment of its intrinsic value. Value of achievement. It proves that all even numbers of the form 22n satisfy the Goldbach conjecture. This set, undoubtedly, constitutes a sparse collection with a density of 0. However, its symbolic significance is monumental. Previously, while studying university-level mathematics, Xu Chen had meticulously compiled the current advancements regarding the Goldbach conjecture. Before the emergence of the paper provided by the system, humanity's assault on the Goldbach conjecture, 11, primarily followed 3 avenues. The first path involves almost prime numbers. This is the most mainstream and closest approach to success. Mathematicians endeavor to demonstrate that any large, even number can be expressed in the form of UB, where both A and B possess a minimal number of prime factors. The pinnacle of achievement along this route is the work of academician Chen Jingrun, who asserted that any large, even number can be expressed as the sum of a prime and a number formed by the product of at most two primes. Only one final, arduous step remains to reach the ultimate proof of 11. The second path concerns exceptional sets and density. This line of thought attempts to prove that those exceptional even numbers that cannot be expressed as the sum of two primes, if they exist, are exceedingly rare, possessing a density of 0 among all even numbers. Mr. Hua Luogang made pioneering contributions in this domain. However, this only substantiates that nearly all even numbers satisfy the conjecture, leaving the proof for all even numbers still distant. The third path encompasses alternative approximation methods, such as proving that any sufficiently large even number can be expressed as the sum of two primes and a finite number of powers of 2, among others. All three mainstream paths share a common trait. They circle around the problem, employing various means to inch closer to the ultimate proof of 11. While the proof provided by the system resolves an exceedingly specific sparse set, it represents the first instance in human history where a class of infinitely many even numbers has been conclusively demonstrated to satisfy 11. It is akin to an army of scholars attempting to conquer a formidable fortress named Goldbach, where everyone is digging trenches and erecting watchtowers on the periphery. While this proof directly deploys a special forces unit that parachutes into the fortress's interior, seizing a small yet critically important arsenal, its immediate impact may be modest, but the strategic and symbolic significance it carries is revolutionary. As for the instrumental value of this paper, the ingenious amalgamation of circular methods, sieve methods, and complex analysis tools employed during the proof process is immensely groundbreaking. It is reminiscent of Professor Zhang Yitang's paper on the twin prime conjecture, illuminating a new path brimming with possibilities for future generations. If this path can be continuously optimized and refined, it may indeed extend its applicability from sparse sets to a positively dense set. Hence, even if this paper were to be published without modification, it could still endeavor to challenge the top 4 journals. However, should this toolkit be improved and disseminated, ultimately yielding a positively dense solution to the Goldbach conjecture, it would not only assuredly grace the pages of the top journals, but also achieve a claim worthy of the highest honors in mathematics. While the Fields Medal might be out of reach, awards like the Clay Prize could very well be attainable. As he immersed himself in the grand blueprint of this proof, an exceedingly pragmatic concern struck him like a bucket of cold water, abruptly snapping him from his fervent academic reverie. Wait a moment. He paused his pen, furrowing his brow. No, it cannot be published. At least not now. It was not a fear of some mysterious organization conducting slice research. Such plots belong only to third-rate science fiction. The state would be eager to nurture a genius, not slice them apart. His concern lay with the logical coherence within the academic community. The current mathematical world is no longer the realm where a flash of inspiration can resolve monumental problems, as it was centuries ago. Xu Chen rose, pacing back and forth in his cramped dormitory, his mind racing. The media, in pursuit of drama, often portrays mathematicians as ethereal beings, solely reliant on innate talent. However, through his recent studies, Xu Chen understood this to be a profound misunderstanding. For instance, while Gauss was indeed a once-in-a-millennium genius who constructed a regular 17-gon at the age of 19, few are aware that prior to completing his monumental work, Disquisitiones Arithmeticae, which laid the foundation for modern number theory, he had diligently consumed nearly all significant mathematical literature available in Europe, leaving behind an astonishing volume of notes. His genius was firmly rooted in an extensive accumulation of knowledge. Modern mathematics, through the tireless efforts of generations of mathematicians, particularly following the democratization of education, has birthed a plethora of prodigies, and the boundaries of various mathematical branches have been greatly expanded. The remaining unresolved problems are undeniably the toughest of the tough. To tackle them, one requires not only exceptional talent, but also mastery over a vast array of intricate mathematical tools from diverse fields. A contemporary mathematician aiming for a significant breakthrough often dedicates years, if not decades, to learning, accumulating knowledge, and trial and error. Even the universally acclaimed genius Terence Tao publishes his academic results incrementally over the years. While he may make progress in several different fields within a single year, it is inconceivable for him, or anyone, to resolve the Goldbach conjecture within a matter of months. No genius has ever transitioned from solving calculus assignments one day to unraveling the Goldbach conjecture the next. That would not be termed genius, but rather an anomaly or academic fraud. Taking too large a step could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, I currently only possess a rudimentary understanding. Should anyone inquire about specific details, I would be utterly at a loss. Xu Chen resumed his seat, his gaze gradually sharpening with clarity and determination. I require a reasonable growth trajectory, not only to conceal my secret, but to also solidify my mathematical foundation. I could initially publish a few papers of slightly lower quality, yet still within the first-tier standard, focusing on simpler problems. This would demonstrate my interest and accumulation in this field while allowing me to deepen my understanding of this paper. Then, at an opportune moment, perhaps in my third or fourth year, upon a sudden flash of insight, I could integrate all my previous work and ultimately, with great difficulty, complete this comprehensive work on the Goldbach conjecture. In this way, although it remains an extraordinary accomplishment for an undergraduate, at least there is a traceable path, resembling a genius's normal trajectory of growth rather than the overwhelming impact of a time traveler. The first step along this path, and indeed the most solid one, is to completely master all undergraduate mathematics and even graduate-level mathematics courses. Although I have now ascended to LV2, my reservoir of knowledge still harbors significant gaps. I find myself unable to comprehend many of the tools mentioned in this proof. The pressing task is to leverage the exceptional efficiency of LV2 to thoroughly absorb the core mathematics courses from both undergraduate and graduate studies. He is acutely aware that his ability to decipher that arcane text is entirely due to the elevation provided by LV2, which has forcibly instilled the outcomes of that knowledge within him. However, he remains only superficially acquainted with the processes behind that knowledge, such as the intricacies of courses like algebraic geometry, differential manifolds, and functional analysis. To know the truth is one thing, to understand the reasons behind it is another. While I am at LV2, with my learning efficiency at its peak, I must urgently reinforce the foundation of this knowledge. With this realization, Xu Chen's heart finally settled into a state of tranquility. He dismissed the system interface and redirected his gaze to the open book on his desk, Functional Analysis. Chapter 77, The Excellence Plan. Upon clarifying his future path to academic greatness, Xu Chen's study habits entered a frenzied mode. He resembled a supercomputer operating in overclock mode, voraciously devouring knowledge at a staggering pace. In the morning, he continued to attend classes. However, for him, the classroom was no longer the primary venue for acquiring knowledge. He attended primarily to accrue experience points, particularly in Professor Wei Dongyi's mathematical analysis class, which had become his weekly experience dungeon. He never missed a session. In contrast, other professors' lectures were more about absorbing the atmosphere, listening to the latest advancements in the mathematical realm or the historical anecdotes behind certain theorems, occasionally mentioned beyond the textbook knowledge. In the afternoons and evenings, the quiet corner by the window on the fourth floor of the library transformed into his personal training ground. Advanced algebra, analytic geometry, ordinary differential equations. These tomes, which seemed to require an entire semester or even a year for other students to tackle, appeared to him as effortless as slicing through vegetables. The LV2 mathematics level endowed him with an astonishing ability to simplify complexity. He often needed only to glance at the table of contents and core theorems to instantly grasp the knowledge structure and logical framework of an entire book. Subsequently, he would spend several hours rapidly skimming through each core theorem, filling in the details he had previously overlooked into his knowledge system. A thick textbook typically succumbed to his scrutiny within a week. A month later, in mid-October, Xu Chen had quietly and thoroughly self-studied all the required mathematics courses for his entire freshman year. That evening, in dormitory 301, Xu Chen was grappling with a problem for mathematical analysis, scratching his head in frustration. I'm at my wit's end. How do I prove this? Should I use the Cauchy criterion or the closed interval theorem? Neither seems right, he lamented, casting a desperate glance toward the academic beacon of their dorm. Xu Chen, come save us. Xu Chen, wearing headphones, was intently focused on the computer screen, where a Princeton University open course on Introduction to Algebraic Topology was playing. Hearing the call, he removed his headphones and approached. He glanced at the problem. Prove, if the function f, x, is continuous on the interval a, that it is uniformly continuous. Ah, the Heine theorem, Xu Chen remarked in a tone as casual as discussing the pleasant weather. Just use proof by contradiction. He picked up a pen and casually jotted down a few key steps on Xu Chen's draft paper. Assume f, x, is not uniformly continuous, then according to the definition, there exists a epsilon 0 such that for any delta 0, there exists x, y, and a, b, where x, y delta, but f, x, f, y epsilon. Then, take a sequence of 1n, which approaches 0. Based on the above assumption, you can find two sequences x and y such that x, y1n, but fx, f, y epsilon. Since A is a bounded closed set by the Boltzmann-Weierstrass theorem, the sequence X must have a convergent subsequence whose limit is X. And X is also in A because X, Y1n, the limit of the subsequence Y must also be X. Finally, since F is continuous at X, both Fx and Fy must approach Fx. This contradicts the condition Fx, Fy epsilon. Thus, the proof is complete. Xu Chen, in just a few words, unraveled a problem that had troubled Xu Chen for over an hour. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any trace of struggle. The dormitory once again fell into a profound silence. Xu Chen, Feng Bo, and Lu Xinyu exchanged bewildered glances. What is the Heine theorem? Xu Chen suddenly recalled that this was beyond their syllabus. This is content for next semester's mathematical analysis, right? You've finished the entire book already? Feng Bo asked incredulously. Yes, I just finished it a few days ago. Xu Chen nodded, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. The three of them exchanged looks, each reflecting a sense of despair. I get it now, Feng Bo suddenly exclaimed, slapping his thigh. With a tone of epiphany tinged with frustration, he lamented. I finally understand what it means when they say the gap between people is greater than that between man and dog. Enough. Xu Chen waved his hand dejectedly. I feel like I didn't come to Peking University. I came to be Xu Shan's cheerleader. My role is merely to shout 666 while he shows off. Lu Xinyu silently closed the advanced algebra book in hand and tucked it away deep in a bookshelf. He resolved to numb his wounded heart by playing video games that night. I truly did not mean to. Why did you ask me? I was simply stating the truth, given that the pace of the course had long since fallen behind his learning progress. Even Professor Wei Dongyi's class was no longer yielding experience points. Xu Chen felt that continuing to attend classes for subjects he had already mastered was a sheer waste of time. Thus, one afternoon, he knocked on the office door of his advisor, Associate Professor Lin Yi. Lin Yi, as the head of the talented class, was also Xu Chen's academic mentor. Hello, Professor Lin. Oh, it's Xu Chen. Please, take a seat. Lin Yi greeted his promising student with a warm smile. What brings you here? Professor Lin. The matter is straightforward, Xu Chen stated directly. I would like to apply for exemption from all the required mathematics courses of my freshman year. Exemption? Lin Yi's smile faltered slightly. He was aware that Xu Chen was the IMO full marks champion, far surpassing his peers. However, the request to exempt the entirety of the core courses for the freshman year still took him by surprise. Are you certain, Xu Chen? Lin Yi's expression turned grave. The courses of mathematical analysis and advanced algebra at Peking University are entirely distinct systems compared to what you have learned in competitions. They emphasize logical rigor and theoretical depth. Many adept competitors often undergo a challenging transition period upon entering university. I understand, teacher. Xu Chen nodded. I've already self-studied the textbooks and exercises for these courses. I believe that continuing to attend classes would be of little significance to me. I wish to devote more time to advanced research directions that pique my interest. Lin Yi fell silent. From Xu Chen's calm, yet resolute gaze, he perceived an undeniable confidence. After contemplating for a moment, he pulled a problem set from the shelf and turned to a particular page. How about this? Solve this problem. It was a proof concerning the Jordan canonical form of matrices, one of the core and most challenging topics in advanced algebra for the upcoming semester. Xu Chen took the problem set, merely glanced at it, and began to write the complete proof on the adjacent scrap paper with fluidity. Lin Yi observed the nearly flawless proof and casually posed several profound questions regarding the completeness of real numbers and multivariable calculus. Xu Chen's responses were equally impeccable, even offering his own interpretations and extensions from various perspectives. Lin Yi was utterly astonished. He realized that the young man before him could no longer be measured by the standards of an ordinary student. Very well, I approve your exemption request. Lin Yi sighed deeply, a bittersweet smile gracing his face, both gratified and slightly helpless. However, you still need to participate in the relevant final examination. As it pertains to your credits and GPA, don't let your theoretical knowledge soar while failing the exam. I would have no way to explain that to the department. Of course, Xu Chen replied. What are your plans moving forward? Lin Yi inquired curiously. You mentioned wanting to engage in research that interests you? Yes, Xu Chen nodded. I have recently developed an interest in some conjectures in number theory, such as certain weaker forms of the Goldbach conjecture. The Goldbach conjecture? Lin Yi felt as though his heart had been struck heavily by this young man. Goodness, a freshman casually mentioning the Goldbach conjecture? This even instilled a sense of pressure in him, an associate professor specializing in partial differential equations. Gazing into Xu Chen's clear, inquisitive eyes, Lin Yi was flooded with mixed emotions. He recalled his younger self, once filled with a similar audacity to challenge century-old problems. Yet, as he matured and navigated the academic realm, that initial fervor had been tempered by countless papers, projects, and repeated failures. Youthful ambition is indeed commendable. He needs to venture forth and encounter obstacles. Once he collides with the formidable challenges, he will naturally understand that academic research requires more than mere talent and passion. He will return to reality and start from more feasible topics. Yet, upon further reflection, he felt a twinge of reluctance. However, this young man's talent is exceptional. If he were to delve too deeply into the abyss of the Goldbach conjecture, wasting his precious undergraduate time, it would be a crime. No, I must devise a means to set a rein on him. After a moment's contemplation, a mutually beneficial plan swiftly formed in his mind. Chapter 78. Zhao Feng's Revenge. Lin Yi conceived a solution that would satisfy Xu Chen's desire to explore profound topics while guiding him along a relatively reliable path under the mentorship of eminent scholars, preventing him from straying too far. Xu Chen, are you aware that our department has an elite program? Elite program? Xu Chen in Gui? Yes, Lin Yi explained. The full name is the Basic Discipline Elite Student Training Experimental Program. In simple terms, it provides a preparatory model for top students who are academically capable and aspire to engage in scholarly research. Students admitted into this program can have their own dedicated mentors, access laboratories early, and participate in genuine research projects. The university will tailor personalized learning plans for them, encouraging innovative research training. He paused to add, however, this program is officially intended for students in their sophomore year or above. You are a freshman, so, in principle, you do not meet the eligibility criteria. Yet, a glimmer of appreciation sparkled in Lin Yi's eyes. Rules are rigid, but humanity is flexible. Given your circumstances, I believe an exception can certainly be made for you. If you are willing, I can assist you in applying to the department heads, urging them to consider you for this year's elite program. Really? That would be wonderful. Xu Chen's eyes instantly brightened. This was akin to receiving a pillow when one was already drowsy. He had been troubled by the absence of a guiding figure while toiling alone. This elite program undoubtedly offered him a legitimate opportunity to access Peking University's core academic resources. Thank you, Professor Lin. I am eager to participate. Great. Lin Yi appeared equally delighted. Leave this matter to me. Just await the news. A week later, Lin Yi informed Xu Chen of his successful admission and advised him to select his mentor. The first step in the elite program was to choose a mentor. The program provided a list of illustrious mentors, each a renowned name in the mathematical community: academician Zhang Weiping, academician Tian Gang, academician Wen Lan. Upon seeing these names, which he had only encountered in textbooks and news articles, Xu Chen momentarily found himself at a loss. Just as he was deliberating whom to choose, a familiar call came in. Hello, Xu Jian. Congratulations. I heard you have been admitted to the elite program despite the usual criteria. Well done. I knew you would shine. The voice on the other end belonged to Zhao Feng from the admissions office, brimming with pride. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. This is all thanks to Professor Lin and the support from the department heads, Xu Chen humbly replied. It primarily hinges on your own merit. Zhao Feng's tone shifted, seemingly casual as he asked. So, have you selected a mentor? Any preferred candidates? Not yet. I'm currently perusing the list, Xu Chen admitted. That's the right approach. Zhao Feng's voice took on a mysterious tone. Choosing a mentor is an intricate art. Selecting wisely could pave a smooth path for your academic journey over the next 4 years. Choose poorly, and you may find yourself in quite a predicament. He paused. Adopting a serious tone, Xu Chen, heed my advice. For a talent of your caliber, selecting a mentor should not be solely based on their reputation. While academicians Zhang and Wen are indeed top-tier masters, their numerous projects and administrative duties mean their attention toward you will inevitably be limited. I recommend someone else. Who? Xu Chen in Gui, Academician Tiangong. Academician Tiangong. Xu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He was certainly familiar with this name. This was not a young and promising scholar, but rather a titan standing at the pinnacle of global mathematics. Academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, recipient of the prestigious Veblen Prize, one of the highest honors in the field of geometry, and former head of the Mathematical Sciences Department at Peking University. Professor Zhao actually recommended that I choose academician Tian. Would such a distinguished figure accept an undergraduate like me? Indeed, Zhao Feng's tone turned exceedingly serious. For academician Tian is the steadfast cornerstone of our department and an unequivocal authority in the realm of international geometric analysis. His academic taste and insight into mathematics are, on a global scale, among the most elite. Most importantly, Zhao Feng emphasized academician Tian, despite his esteemed status, is renowned for his nurturing of truly gifted students. If he recognizes your potential, he will personally guide you, charting the most grandiose academic blueprint and elevating you to heights you never thought possible. On the other end of the line, Xu Chen nodded fervently, his heart surging with excitement. Meanwhile, a cunning smile, known only to him, crept across Zhao Feng's face. Indeed, to heights you never thought possible. He chuckled to himself. Of course, whether you can survive the process depends entirely on your own fortune. You've tried to extort me several times. Now it's my turn to secure a great mentor for you. In summary, Zhao Feng concluded, as long as you can withstand the rigors under academician Tian, your potential will undoubtedly reach its zenith. This declaration ignited Xu Chen's fervor. The pinnacle of geometric analysis? Direct guidance? The highest potential? Isn't this precisely the mentor I need? Without a moment's hesitation, he made his decision. Thank you, Professor Zhao. I understand. I shall choose academician Tian. Excellent. Your ambition is commendable. Zhao Feng's voice brimmed with satisfaction on the other end. Rest assured, I will contact academician Tian's secretary shortly. Upon hearing your circumstances, he will surely be inclined to offer you an opportunity. After ending the call, Xu Chen's heart swelled with aspirations for his forthcoming academic life. Meanwhile, in the admissions office, Professor Zhao leaned back in his chair, unable to suppress the gleeful, cunning smile that had spread across his face. He picked up the thermos on his desk, leisurely sipping a mouthful of strong tea, shaking his head as he murmured to himself, "At last, I have repaid my dues." Chuckling to myself, academician Tian is indeed a top-tier scholar on the international stage and is known to impart his wisdom generously to gifted students, significantly elevating their potential. However, Zhao Feng deliberately concealed another fact. Academician Tian is also widely known among the doctoral candidates at Peking University by a more notorious moniker, the Devil's Mentor. His nurturing is notoriously rigorous. His discussion sessions can leave even the most accomplished doctoral students trembling. His insight into students' papers can pinpoint flaws down to the minutest symbol. His doctoral candidates often face extensions of 3 to 5 years due to their inability to meet his exceedingly high standards. Those fortunate enough to graduate under his tutelage invariably ascend to the echelon of academic elites. Yet, the journey itself is nothing short of a purgatory. Zhao Feng could already envision Xu Chen, in the months to come, tormented by academician Tian's enigmatic inquiries and the intense pressure of research, looking utterly beleaguered. Contemplating this, the frustration he had felt from being extorted for over 200,000 dissipated considerably. Chapter 79. The Devil's Mentor. A few days later, Xu Chen attended academician Tian's undergraduate discussion group for the first time. This discussion group constitutes the core of the elite program. Academician Tian has organized several research teams based on different directions, and Xu Chen has been assigned to the group focusing on geometric analysis, the one with the highest threshold and greatest difficulty. The group comprises the most talented students selected from the sophomores and juniors, and Xu Chen stands as the sole freshman among them. The discussion took place in a modest seminar room within the Mathematical Sciences department, arriving 10 minutes early as per the notice. Xu Chen pushed open the door to find 3 individuals already seated. Among them were 2 familiar faces. One was Wang Tao, the senior with glasses who had been astonished by the combination of the elite program and Xu Chen's name during the registration process. He was now a sophomore. The other was Li Sijia, the enthusiastic and capable senior who had welcomed him at the train station, also a sophomore. The third was a stranger, a composed and cultured junior named Chun Hao. Upon seeing Xu Chen, the 3 paused momentarily before breaking into friendly smiles. "Xu Chen, you're here. Please take a seat." Li Sijia was the first to react, warmly inviting him. "Xu Chen, good to see you again." Wang Tao adjusted his glasses, grinning as he greeted him. "I didn't expect we'd be colleagues so soon." "Greetings, seniors," Xu Chen replied politely, finding an empty seat. "Xu Chen, you're quite bold," remarked Chen Hao, the seemingly gentle junior, his tone laced with a hint of complexity. "Huh?" Xu Chen was puzzled. Chen Hao continued, looking at him with sympathy, "that you dare to select academician Tian as your mentor." Yes, Li Sijia chimed in, leaning closer and lowering her voice conspiratorially. "Xu Chen, were you perhaps misled by Professor Zhao? Did he tell you that academician Tian is an international authority and a titan in the field of geometry, promising you the highest potential?" Yes, Xu Chen nodded, confirming Zhao Feng's words. "Oh no," Wang Tao exclaimed, slapping his thigh with an expression of dismay. "I knew it. Another one tricked into this. Xu Chen, you're too naive. Do you not realize that academician Tian has a more notorious nickname here in our department? What nickname? Xu Chen the Devil-S Mentor. The three of them exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting a shared trepidation. Let me put it this way. Li Sijiao began, counting on her fingers as she explained, academician Tian is notoriously demanding of his students. A weekly reading report of over 20 pages of English literature is merely routine. In group meetings, your paper will be dissected mercilessly. Every logical flaw will be exposed and publicly scrutinized. Last semester, I was interrogated for an entire hour in front of the entire group over a lemma whose proof wasn't sufficiently concise. Chun Hao adjusted his glasses, recalling the experience with a shiver. In short, Wang Tao concluded, patting Xu Chen's shoulder with a tone of brotherly concern, "Welcome to purgatory." Just as the trio endeavored to paint a vivid picture of the terrifying atmosphere of the research group for the new arrival, the door of the seminar room gently swung open. An elder, exuding an air of elegance and possessing deep-set eyes, entered, holding a notebook in hand. It was none other than academician Tian. In that instant, the atmosphere of the seminar room shifted dramatically. The previously animated seniors fell silent, immediately adopting a poised demeanor. Eyes fixed forward, their faces conveying compliance and seriousness. The speed of their transformation left Xu Chen in awe. Everyone is here. Tian Gang's gaze calmly swept over every individual present, ultimately lingering on Xu Chen for a fleeting moment longer. His voice, gentle yet resolute, exuded the poise of one accustomed to a position of authority, instilling an involuntary sense of reverence in those who listened. Today, a new student has joined us, a freshman named Xu Chen. I urge all of you, the upperclassmen from the second and third years, to extend your support to him. He doesn't seem like a devil, does he? Xu Chen mused silently, observing the composed visage of academician Tian. The discussion class commenced. Academician Tian promptly delved into the subject matter. This semester's focus is on the Kähler-Einstein metrics on phantom manifolds. As he spoke, he inscribed a series of abstractly beautiful equations upon the whiteboard. Everyone present possessed a foundational understanding of differential geometry, so I shall refrain from starting from the very basics. His gaze traversed the room, emphasizing that this topic is central to the Yaotian-Donaldson conjecture. Its ultimate aim is to establish a purely algebraic stability criterion for the existence of Kähler-Einstein metrics. He paused, accentuating his words. I trust everyone is aware of the complexity of this problem. Should we manage to resolve it in its entirety, the findings would merit publication in esteemed journals such as the Annals of Mathematics. Naturally, this is a long-term objective. Conversely, even if we do not achieve the final proof, any valuable insights we can contribute regarding K-stability criteria or the computation of invariance during this process would suffice to support a paper in a top-tier journal like the Duke Mathematical Journal. His words left the three senior students present slightly breathless. Currently, I have preliminarily decomposed this grand problem into several independently tackleable modules. Academician Tian's thought process was remarkably lucid. These modules, while interconnected, remained relatively autonomous. Wang Tao was tasked with K-stability, forming the foundation of the entire theory. Li Sijiao was charged with the invariants, which serve as critical indicators for determining stability. And Chun Hao was responsible for the continuity method, providing the analytical toolbox for establishing metric existence. Each task was indispensable, woven tightly into the fabric of the overall project. He systematically assigned tasks to each individual, every one a formidable challenge requiring substantial time and effort to conquer. Wang Tao, he directed towards the bespectacled senior, your algebraic foundation is quite solid, so you will handle the algebraic criteria for K-stability. Focus on thoroughly studying Donaldson's seminal paper, particularly the aspects concerning test configurations, and present this chapter in our next group meeting. Certainly, Teacher Tian. Wang Tao's expression shifted, becoming markedly grave. Li Sijia, he turned to the capable senior. You will be responsible for computing the invariance. Please read through my own review article on invariance, concentrating on its geometric significance and computational methods. You will explain several core examples from the article in our next meeting. Understood, Teacher Tian. Li Sijia also adopted a serious demeanor, her smile vanishing. Chen Hao. He finally looked at the third-year senior. You are tasked with researching the literature on the continuity method. Investigate the original papers by Aubin and Yao, specifically the sections addressing the resolution of the Monge-Ampere equation. In our next meeting, you will present the fundamental framework of this method. Lastly, his gaze settled on Xu Chen. Xu Chen, your expression remained one of tranquil composure. I am aware that you have just commenced your freshman year and have yet to cover many graduate-level courses. Therefore, I shall not assign you an overly challenging task. He pondered briefly before continuing. Begin with the fundamentals. Please self-study the first 3 chapters of Xu Chen's algebraic geometry, specifically the sections on schemes and sheaf cohomology. Subsequently, provide me with a detailed reading report by our next group meeting. Do you have any questions? Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the seminar room. Wang Tao, Li Sijia, and Chun Hao collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions reflecting a blend of sympathy, solemnity, and a hint of self-preservation as they glanced at the still calm Xu Chen. Starting from a very basics, Xu Chen's algebraic geometry. The name of this book was certainly familiar to the prodigies in this discussion class. It is regarded as the Bible of algebraic geometry, a towering challenge each of them would inevitably face. However, they were acutely aware of the considerable time and effort required to conquer such a summit. The concepts of schemes and sheaf cohomology are notoriously abstract and intricate. Even for these upperclassmen, with their substantial algebraic foundation, it would take an entire semester of diligent study under guidance to fully digest and comprehend the first 3 chapters. Yet academician Tian had assigned a freshman who had yet to formally complete abstract algebra the daunting task of self-studying the most challenging chapters within a week and submitting a detailed report. Li Sijia thought to herself, Teacher Tian always tends to assign particularly challenging tasks at first, but this time, hasn't Tia gone a bit too far? The 3 were curious how this legendary freshman would respond to what seemed an insurmountable task. Would he retreat in dismay, seeking an extension? Or would he bravely accept the challenge, only to submit a report riddled with flaws a week later? However, just as the 3 seniors prepared to witness how this prodigious junior would tackle the situation, Xu Chen spoke up. His countenance bore no trace of distress. Instead, it radiated a well-measured thirst for knowledge. Teacher Tian, I self-studied that book last month. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Bang Tao, Li Sijia, and Chun Hao's expressions solidified instantaneously. Their earlier looks of amusement morphed into shock, culminating in a profound bewilderment akin to gazing upon a deity. Last month, you completed it? Is he even human? Even academician Tian, whose demeanor was as steady as a mountain and who had witnessed countless prodigies, felt a ripple of astonishment in his profound gaze. The corners of his eyes twitched imperceptibly. He had intended to gauge the young man's capabilities through a pressuring task, to ascertain the extent of his academic acumen and taste. Little did he anticipate that the newcomer would assert that he had already adeptly navigated this initial challenge. Yet, as a figure standing atop the pinnacle of global mathematics, he quickly reigned in his surprise. He neither immediately accepted nor dismissed Xu Chen's claim, but rather adopted a seemingly casual tone that concealed a sharp intellect as he inquired, "Oh, is that so? Excellent." He picked up a whiteboard marker and casually inscribed a symbol in the corner of the board, Spec Z. Since you have completed the first 3 chapters, allow me to pose a fundamental question. His gaze, as precise as a scalpel, fixed upon Xu Chen. How do you interpret the spectrum Spec Z of the ring of integers? What, in your view, should its geometric representation resemble? This question, while appearing rudimentary, serves as a litmus test to discern whether an individual genuinely grasps the core concept of schemes. For students who remain confined to a literal understanding, they may merely recite the standard answer concerning the ideal prime ideals. However, what Tian Gang yearns to hear transcends this. He seeks an intuition that belongs to a geometer, one that surpasses mere symbols. Xu Chen gazed at the symbol, scarcely hesitating before articulating his thoughts. In my view, the geometric representation of Spec Z is a one-dimensional line. Its points can be categorized into 2 types. The first type consists of closed points corresponding to all prime numbers p, such as 2, 3, and 5, which can be likened to isolated, concrete coordinate points along this line. The second type is a unique generic point, corresponding to the zero ideal 0. This point is exceptionally special. It is not isolated, for its closure encompasses the entire line. You may envision it as a pervasive background or property that diffuses throughout the entire line. This statement not only addressed the question, but, more importantly, was imbued with an intuitive geometric imagination. It vividly presented the most abstract algebraic concepts in a manner akin to a physical image. Wang Tao and his companions were left bewildered, yet they could distinctly perceive, for the first time, a brilliant spark igniting in academician Tian Gang's eyes. Beautiful. Your understanding is remarkably profound. This transcends mere recitation of definitions. You have thoroughly internalized the most abstract algebraic concepts into your own geometric intuition. The last vestige of doubt in Tian Gang's heart dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming joy akin to discovering an exquisite gem. Zhao Feng, that old fox, was indeed not deceiving me. This lad is a prodigy. He forcibly suppressed the tumult within him, restoring his calm demeanor. Excellent. It appears you have indeed put in considerable effort. His tone remained serene, as if everything were anticipated. Since you have comprehended this, I happen to have a slightly more complex task at hand. He turned and inscribed a convoluted equation concerning three surfaces on the whiteboard. This represents a challenging problem our research group has recently encountered. We need to compute invariants of a particular class of Fano-manifolds to ascertain their K-stability. The most crucial step involves precisely calculating the Fataki invariant of a specific test configuration on this manifold. Currently, we know the value of this invariant when the test configuration is relatively simple, but we have yet to determine it for a class of complex configurations generated by K3 surface vibrations. He regarded Xu Chen, a glimmer of inquisitiveness flickering in his gaze. This task entails cutting-edge ideas related to the theory of moduli and intersection theory, which may be somewhat advanced for you. However, I am curious. Given your talent, if provided with 2 weeks, do you believe you could compute it? Teacher, I shall give it a try. Just a few simple words. No grandiocos declarations, no fervent enthusiasm. Merely a calm confidence that bordered on the self-evident. Boom! These 4 words struck Wang Tao, Li Sijia, and Shun Hao like 2 invisible thunderclaps, leaving their minds blank. Did he actually accept it? Is he aware of the magnitude of what he has taken on? That is an invariant, a domain pioneered by Professor Tian himself. Even doctoral students hesitate to tread lightly in this field, and he, a mere freshman, dares to say he will try. In that instant, a profound absurdity, mingled with a reverence for unknown powers, engulfed them. They felt as though they were separated from Xu Chen by an unfathomable chasm, a dimensional divide. While they were still grappling with the challenges of undergraduate courses, this fellow had begun to reach towards the celestial realm reserved for Field's meta-level inquiries. Are we truly of the same species? The 3 exchanged glances, each reflecting a deep, existential bewilderment. Meanwhile, academician Tian Gang, upon hearing Xu Chen's "I will try," was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Xu Chen might pose difficulties or request guidance through literature. To his astonishment, the young man had so decisively accepted a task that even his most outstanding doctoral students found daunting. The fearless spirit of youth can be admirable, Tian Gang mused internally. Let him encounter obstacles and hit the proverbial wall. Then he shall come to understand the difficulties inherent in this endeavor. Tian Gang nodded, his profound gaze tinged with a barely perceptible expectation. Very well. I'll look forward to your answer. Chapter 81. An encounter in the library after the discussion class concluded. Xu Chen did not succumb to the anxiety and panic that his 3 senior peers had envisioned, stemming from the seemingly insurmountable task ahead. He did not immediately dive into the library to scour the vast ocean of literature. He understood that, without a complete grasp of the essence of the problem, blindly reading would only lead him astray amidst the myriad complexities of terminology and techniques. The first action he took was to deconstruct the problem. He fragmented the grand objective of calculating the Fataki invariant of a specific test configuration into several smaller, independently tackleable subproblems. Step 1. Understand the geometric background. What exactly is this Fano manifold generated by K3 surface vibrations? What peculiar geometric properties does it possess? Step 2. Comprehend the algebraic structure of the test configuration. How is this complex configuration algebraically generated by the action of a 1-parameter subgroup? Step 3. Grasp the definition of the Fataki invariant. What exactly is this invariant measuring? What Chern class integrals does its calculation depend upon? As he meticulously listed these subproblems in his notebook, he truly realized the vast chasm between solving problems and conducting research. University mathematics is far deeper and broader than high school competitions. Competition problems resemble intricately designed mazes. Although complex, the problem setter invariably leaves clues, indicating which tools to employ and which paths to traverse. In contrast, genuine research resembles navigating an unexplored primordial forest in search of a legendary city of gold. There are no paths, no signposts, not even a map. The only resources at your disposal are your own knowledge, intuition, and the courage to continue forging ahead after countless misdirections. In the initial 2 days, Xu Chen's progress did not come easily. He realized that, despite possessing an exceptionally high mathematical intuition due to his LV2 level, there remained vast gaps in his knowledge concerning specific tools. He sensed that solving this problem would require knowledge of intersection theory and algebraic surfaces. However, His understanding of these two domains was still limited to a mere awareness of their existence. This won't do. I must catch up. He made his way to the library at Peking University, locating Griffith's and Harris's principles of algebraic geometry and Beauville's complex algebraic surfaces. His aim was not to memorize every specific proof, but to grasp the core ideas and threads of these disciplines. Thanks to the enhancement of LV2, his learning efficiency reached an astonishing level. In the ensuing days, the cozy corner by the window on the fourth floor of the library became Xu Chen's exclusive stronghold. Coincidentally, he discovered that his senior, Li Sijia, appeared in a nearby seat almost every day at the same hour. One evening, the two unexpectedly crossed paths at the library entrance and naturally decided to walk together to the dining hall. "Junior, have you made any progress on your topic?" Li Sijia inquired with curiosity as she took small bites of her meal. She found it hard to fathom how a freshman could confront a subject that made even her feel a shiver down her spine. "I'm still exploring," Xu Chen mumbled, pushing around the rice in his bowl. "It feels like I've fallen into a rabbit hole, filled with creatures I've never encountered before." "How about you, senior? Have you resolved the invariant issue?" "Don't mention it," Li Sijia sighed, a hint of distress crossing her face. "I am stuck. Professor Tian's review is too concise. When he calculated the invariance of a five-dimensional cluster, he employed a rather peculiar weighting scheme that I can't comprehend. It seems utterly random." Upon hearing this, Xu Chen paused his chopsticks. Although he had not delved deeply into Li Sijia's topic, his level 2 mathematical intuition allowed him to discern an unusual symmetry from the description of the five-dimensional cluster. "Senior," he mused after a moment, adopting an uncertain and exploratory tone, "let me take a wild guess. Have you considered understanding this weight from the perspective of group actions?" "Group actions?" Li Sijia was taken aback. She was familiar with the term, but had never contemplated its connection to her own research. "Look," Xu Chen wiped his mouth with a napkin. As if conducting an impromptu academic discussion, a five-dimensional cluster is defined by a polynomial of degree 5. Such high-degree polynomials often conceal certain symmetries. For instance, they remain invariant under the permutation actions of a finite group G. Might the seemingly odd weighting provided by Professor Tian correspond precisely to a character of some irreducible representation of this group G? Could we analyze the properties of the invariance using representation theory? Li Sijia's eyes gradually brightened. This line of thought was like a lightning bolt piercing through the night, instantly opening a new door for her. She had been ensnared within the confines of differential geometry, stubbornly employing conventional tools like curvature and geodesics, never considering that she could transcend this framework and utilize the pure algebraic tools of representation theory to tackle the problem. "It seems to make some sense," she murmured, her gaze sparkling with contemplation. "I recall that Professor Tian himself is a luminary straddling both differential and algebraic geometry. This line of reasoning could very well be the key he had concealed back then." The more she pondered, the clearer her thoughts became. She lifted her head and regarded the junior, who was now engrossed in tackling the last piece of braised pork in his bowl. With an expression akin to that of gazing upon a marvel, a tempest of emotions surged within her. "This guy, he hasn't even perused my research literature. Yet after merely hearing my description, he has provided a novel research direction that strikes at the core of the issue. Is this what genius intuition looks like?" She felt her own reasoning appear so narrow and rigid in the face of Xu Chen's whimsical utterance. "Junior," she inhaled deeply, her voice imbued with genuine gratitude. "Thank you. Though I'm uncertain if this path will be fruitful, you have at least afforded me a brand new possibility." "No need for thanks, senior," Xu Chen replied with a smile, shoving the final morsel of rice into his mouth. "I'm just making wild guesses. If it helps, that's great." "Wild guesses? I'd sooner believe a ghost." Li Sijia silently scoffed, yet her face radiated a brilliant smile. She resolved to return home that night to explore materials on representation theory. Chapter 82. Does he truly possess such ability? A week later, the discussion group, led by academician Tian Gang, reconvened. The main agenda was for 3 seniors to report on their respective research progress and receive inquiries and guidance from their mentor. This gathering served as both an assessment of their learning outcomes and a brainstorming session for divergent ideas. Wang Tao's presentation was standard and methodical, clearly outlining the algebraic criteria for K-stability. Chen Hao struggled through his report. Evidently, the complex partial differential equations from Aubin and Yao's original paper were still too daunting for him. Yet, Li Sijia's presentation dazzled the audience. She had transcended the confines of Professor Tian's review, reinterpreting the computation of invariance from a fresh and elevated perspective, finite group representation theory. Her explanations were accessible and logically coherent, even providing her own deeper insights in several steps that Professor Tian had glossed over in his original text. By the time she concluded her presentation, even the typically stern academician Tian displayed unmistakable approval in his eyes. Excellent work, Xijia, he nodded. Your ability to utilize representation theory to analyze the symmetries of invariance is a highly valuable insight. This indicates that you have begun to cultivate one of the most vital qualities of an independent researcher, the capacity for interdisciplinary connections. Receiving her mentor's affirmation, a radiant smile illuminated Li Sijia's face. Almost instinctively, she glanced back at Xu Chen, casting him a look filled with gratitude and admiration. Xu Chen returned her gaze with a modest smile, inwardly acknowledging, "It seems my mathematical intuition is quite reliable after all." Then it was Xu Chen's turn. Since academician Tian had granted him 2 weeks, he was not required to present this week, but he still needed to provide an update on his progress. All eyes turned toward him. "Xu Chen, how is your problem progressing? Any advancements?" Tian Gang inquired, his tone seemingly casual but laden with anticipation. "I have some preliminary ideas, but they are still immature." Xu Chen replied honestly, his tone calm and sincere, as if he were merely reporting on the progress of an ordinary class assignment. "I discovered that if I tackle this problem directly from the perspective of intersection theory, I will become ensnared in a complex integral concerning the Chern character, which is quite cumbersome to compute. Thus, I've shifted my approach." In that moment, Xu Chen's eyes sparkled with the unique brilliance characteristic of a researcher. "I am attempting to apply the Riemann-Roch theorem from algebraic surface theory, transforming this integral problem on manifolds into a purely algebraic issue of calculating the Euler characteristic." He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts for greater precision. Within the algebraic framework, the original Fataki invariant morphs into a question of computing the coefficients of the Hilbert polynomial. Currently, I have successfully constructed the corresponding test configuration, but the calculation regarding this polynomial is still impeded by a vanishing theorem related to coherent sheaf cohomology. He paused once more before presenting a conclusion that rendered the atmosphere in the seminar room palpably tense. "However, I have essentially grasped the structure of this cohomology group. By next week's group meeting, I should be able to present the final results." He spoke these words with a calmness and sincerity that belied the gravity of his findings, as if he were merely updating on an ordinary coursework status. However, the words that fell upon the ears of those present in the seminar room resonated with the force of an earthquake of magnitude 8. Bang Tao, Li Sijia, and Chen Hao were left utterly dumbfounded. Intersection theory? Riemann-Roch? Euler characteristic? Hilbert polynomial? Cohomology of coherent sheaves? What on earth are these? They felt as though there existed an entire universe separating them from Xu Chen, while they were grappling with the complexities of K-stability at the graduate level. This freshman was already delving into concepts that only emerged in the dialogues of top-tier algebraic geometers, concepts of celestial caliber. What filled them with despair was the nonchalance with which Xu Chen articulated these terms, as if he were merely recounting the mundane details of his lunch of beef noodles. This indicated that the concepts, which sounded like arcane scriptures to them, had coalesced in Xu Chen's mind into a coherent and readily accessible framework of knowledge. In merely a week, he not only comprehended these theories, which they struggled to even pronounce, but he had also identified a specific research direction and progressed to the stage of solving the cohomology groups. Was this even humanly possible? Even academician Tian Gang fell into a prolonged silence after hearing Xu Chen's report. For the first time, an expression of profound shock, difficult to conceal, crossed his typically inscrutable face. He actually managed to navigate the Riemann-Roch path. Moreover, he has advanced to the computation of cohomology of coherent sheaves in just 1 week. A tempest brewed within Tian Gang's heart. When he initially assigned this task to Xu Chen, he merely intended to test his limits, to see how long it would take for him to grasp the true difficulty of the problem before retreating to seek his assistance. He had even prepared several foundational texts on the theory of vector bundles, ready to guide Xu Chen step by step after he inevitably encountered obstacles. Yet unexpectedly, this young man had surged directly to the heart of the matter in a manner that completely defied his expectations, employing the most classic and elegant approach imaginable. Will he be able to provide results by next week? Which bore the air of someone who found everything utterly self-evident, and for the first time, a flicker of doubt arose within him. Does he truly possess unfaltering confidence? Or is he simply an inexperienced newcomer, unaware of his misguided path? The computation of the cohomology of coherent sheaves is no trivial endeavor. It demands an exceptionally profound foundation in abstract algebra and homological algebra. Can a freshman genuinely master it within a week? Tian was skeptical, yet he refrained from voicing his doubts. He merely cast a deep glance at Xu Chen, nodded, and spoke in an encouraging tone. Very well. Your thought process is quite clear. Should you encounter any issues during the computation of the cohomology, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Thank you, Professor Tian, Xu Chen replied. Observing Xu Chen's confident demeanor, Tian felt even less assured. He resolved to closely monitor this young man's progress throughout the week. He was eager to discover whether this enigmatic youth had genuinely unearthed a treasure map or was merely frolicking naked down a misguided path. Chapter 83, Unraveled. After the discussion session concluded, Xu Chen felt no sense of relaxation. He plunged once again into the library. He understood that although he had boasted to academician Tian about resolving the issue within a week, the computation of the cohomology of coherent sheaves was far from straightforward. It represented an exceedingly abstract algebraic object, laden with a wealth of geometric information. Each degree corresponded to a particular topological property of the manifold. The challenges primarily stemmed from two fronts. First, there existed a barrier of knowledge. The computation of this cohomology necessitated a wealth of graduate-level concepts he had never encountered before. Terms such as spectral sequences, derived functors, and growth in Dieck's vanishing theorem each concealed vast and profound branches of mathematics. Second, a shift in perspective was essential. The cohomology groups could not be tackled using conventional methods of solving linear equations. Their structure inherently conveyed geometric information. One needed to reverse the approach, speculating on their structure from a geometric standpoint, and subsequently validating those speculations through algebraic methods. This required an extraordinarily powerful intuition capable of fluidly transitioning between algebra and geometry. That evening, as Xu Chen rubbed his sore neck and lifted his gaze from a plethora of intricate computations of the cohomology, a familiar figure appeared before him, cradling a steaming cup of coffee. It was Senior Li Xijia. Still at it? She inquired, gently pushing the coffee towards Xu Chen, a hint of concern lacing her voice. Have a sip. It will perk you up. Thank you, Senior. Xu Chen smiled gratefully, lifting the cup and taking a sip. Junior, are you still grinding away? Li Xijia remarked, her eyes widening at the mountain of esoteric texts on Xu Chen's desk. Your pace is truly astonishing. I have no choice. I'm buried under a mountain of knowledge debt that I must repay swiftly, Xu Chen quipped, rubbing his somewhat weary eyes and smiling self-deprecatingly. Junior, I feel compelled to remind you. Li Xijia hesitated momentarily before deciding to voice her concerns. Although Professor Tian appears gentle, he is notoriously uncompromising in academic matters. If he assigns you a task, it's perfectly acceptable if you cannot complete it. If you foresee difficulties, inform him in advance. He may simply view it as an indication that your foundational knowledge needs strengthening and will adjust the task accordingly. You might endure a few admonishments, but it's not a grave issue. However, you must never agree to a deadline and fail to deliver. In that case, he would genuinely become furious. He would perceive it as an indication of a lax academic attitude and an inaccurate self-assessment of one's capabilities. To him, that is a far graver concern than simply failing to complete the task. Professor Tian typically assigns newcomers a seemingly insurmountable workload to assess their true capabilities and limits, helping them acclimatize to the high-pressure research environment. So, Junior, if you truly cannot manage it within 2 weeks, do not hesitate to communicate this to Professor Tian. It is not shameful. Listening to his senior's heartfelt advice, Xu Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He knew they genuinely cared for his well-being. Thank you, Senior. I appreciate it. I'm well aware, he smiled, gesturing to the draft paper before him. In fact, I am nearly done. I just need to finalize the convergence of the spectral sequence, which is somewhat tedious, but the thought process is already clear. Here I am, earnestly advising him to abandon the endeavor, and he informs me he is almost finished? Can we still have conversation today? Li Xijia felt as if she had struck a punch into cotton, shaking her head in exasperation. Seeing Xu Chen's confidence, she refrained from pressing further and returned to her own seat. Another sleepless night ensued. Xu Chen sat before his computer, the screen displaying an intricately complex exact sequence of ideals he had constructed using the Macaulay 2 software. He was resolutely traversing the most arduous path he had chosen, the Riemann-Roch theorem. This path was chosen by him based on his LV2 mathematical intuition, as he believed it to be the most likely route to the destination among countless possibilities. Yet, this journey was far from straightforward. The core cohomology of the condensation layer loomed like a ferocious tiger, blocking the way. He had attempted over a dozen different layer decompositions, but each time he encountered insurmountable challenges while calculating the higher-order cohomology groups, leading to a frustrating failure in his computations. The approach of brute force is unfeasible due to the extensive calculations involved. The structure of this cohomology group is so peculiar that there must exist some form of subtlety, some essential attribute that I have overlooked. He closed his eyes, compelling himself into a state of deep contemplation, momentarily casting aside the intricate details of calculation. His thoughts began to ascend, no longer constrained by the mechanics of calculation, but rather contemplating the very essence of this cohomology. The cohomology on the condensation layer describes the properties of functions on a geometric object. Moreover, the essence of the K3 surface vibration lies in a fusion of geometry and topology. A thought struck him like a lightning bolt piercing the night, instantly illuminating the entirety of his cognitive space. What if I cease to regard this as a purely algebraic problem and instead approach it from a topological perspective? If I consider this cohomology group as the section space of some vibration, then its dimension should adhere to the topological Atiyah-Singer index theorem. This notion was audacious beyond measure. What he needed to do was no longer merely to solve equations, but to conjecture the solutions. He boldly penned a candidate solution, composed of polynomials, embodying a remarkably special form, in accordance with the requirements of topological Chern classes and Todd classes. Following this, he substituted the candidate solution back into the framework of algebraic geometry to undertake the excruciatingly intricate verification calculations. This was a process imbued with topological intuition, while simultaneously rigorously testing his algebraic prowess in a reverse engineering endeavor. Upon completing all the verification steps and arriving at that symbol of perfection, the number 00, on his draft paper, the dawn had once again begun to break outside the window. He had succeeded. Chapter 84, The Devilish Teammate. A week later, the discussion group reconvened. The atmosphere in the seminar room was palpably tenser than before, for everyone knew that today marked the moment of reckoning for Xu Chen's week-long promise. Wang Tao and Li Sijia presented with their usual steadiness. Under Xu Chen's encouragement, they had unleashed astonishing potential over the past week, making significant progress on their projects. Finally, it was Xu Chen's turn. All eyes were fixed upon him. He exhibited no signs of anxiety as he calmly approached the whiteboard and picked up a pen. Last week, I mentioned that the problem ultimately reduces to calculating the dimension of the cohomology group on the condensation layer. After a week of calculations, I have determined the dimensions of this cohomology group at various degrees. As he spoke, he fluidly inscribed a lengthy array of complex integral formulas composed of Chern classes and Todd classes on the whiteboard. Through the Riemann-Roch theorem, we can precisely transform the calculation of the Fataki invariant into a linear combination of these cohomological dimensions. Ultimately, the result I arrived at is... He paused, turned to face the audience, and in a tone that was calm to the point of chilling, announced the goal that had consumed the entire research group for months. For test configurations generated by K3 surface vibrations, the Fataki invariant is invariably 0. At that moment, the air seemed to be sucked into a vacuum. Bang Tao, Li Sijia, and Chen Hao were utterly petrified. They stared blankly at the incomprehensible yet profoundly impressive formula inscribed on the whiteboard, their minds blank. Did he really calculate it? Has he truly solved this vexing problem that even Professor Tian found challenging in just 2 weeks? Even the usually unflappable academician Tian Gang could no longer maintain his composure. He abruptly stood up from his seat and strode to the whiteboard, his face a canvas of incredulous astonishment. Adjusting his glasses, he meticulously scrutinized Xu Chen's entire derivation process from beginning to end, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently. Indeed, it was entirely correct. The application of the Atiyah-Singer index theorem was remarkably clever. The idea of employing this topological method to circumvent the most complex algebraic calculations was ingenious. He turned to Xu Chen, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented euphoria akin to that of discovering a new continent. Xu Chen, do you realize that you have solved not merely a computational issue? His voice trembled with excitement, reminiscent of a general witnessing the pivotal move that could determine the outcome of a battle on the strategy board. You have addressed the most fundamental and critical bottleneck of our entire project. He pivoted, grasping another pen of a different color, and connected Xu Chen's achievement to the projects of the other 3 with bold arrows on the whiteboard. You 3, during the past month, have made slow progress not due to a lack of effort, but because you were like 3 solitary warriors fighting in a dense fog. Your work lacked a unifying criterion to connect them. Wang Tao's stability criterion was merely an abstract set of algebraic inequalities. Li Sijia's invariant estimates were but a collection of measurements with substantial errors. Chen Hao's continuity method resembled a set of evolution equations devoid of initial values. They were independent of one another, unable to form a cohesive force. Yet Xu Chen's work precisely provided this unifying criterion. By calculating the Fataki invariant, he proved that this particular class of Fano manifolds was K-semi-stable. This offered a solid foundation for our entire theory. K-semi-stability implies that the invariant must be greater than or equal to a certain threshold. K-semi-stability means that the continuity method can evolve from a known trivial metric. K-semi-stability implies that Wang Tao's algebraic inequalities now have a verifiable concrete example. All three were unified under a common, computable geometric framework. He established a central command hub for information sharing among our three solitary forces. Without him, your final output would likely have been 3 mediocre papers suitable for publication in second or third-tier journals. But now, the light of ambition sparkled in Tiangang's eyes. With him as our engine and translator, the work of the four of us could be elevated, ultimately culminating in a groundbreaking paper of high originality and systematization capable of impacting the 4 major top journals. What he accomplished was not merely the work of 14. He elevated the ultimate value of our entire project tenfold, perhaps even 100-fold. This explanation resonated like thunderclaps in the minds of the 3 senior students. They finally understood. Xu Chen, with his solitary effort, provided the foundational engine and impetus for the entire project. Tiangang observed the expressions of dawning realization and profound shock on the faces of the 3, his heart swelling with pride. Initially, he assigned this most challenging topic to Xu Chen, intending merely to test the limits of his abilities, to observe how long it would take for him to recognize the true difficulty of the problem and subsequently retreat in the face of adversity. He had even prepared several more fundamental introductory papers to guide Xu Chen step by step after he encountered obstacles. He never anticipated that Xu Chen would indeed tackle this most formidable of challenges head-on. My original plan was to spend at least 6 months employing numerical methods to approximate this invariant, a task fraught with tedious calculations and uncertainties, laborious yet unrewarding. However, Xu Chen provided a precise and flawless solution using a purely analytical approach. With this answer in hand, the entire project timeline could be reduced by at least half. Standing nearby, Wang Tao, Li Sijia, and Chen Hao listened to their mentor's words, their hearts swirling with a medley of emotions. On one hand, they felt elated by the significant breakthrough in the project. Yet on the other, an overwhelming and unprecedented pressure engulfed them like a tidal wave. It's over, utterly over. Wang Tao's mind was racing with complaints. In the past, it was merely Professor Tian exerting pressure on us, although it was painful. We could at least catch our breath. Now, with Xu Chen in the mix, this guy is simply a prodigy. He has single-handedly propelled the entire project's progress forward by a substantial margin. Now, if we dawdle on the remaining work, how will we face anyone? It feels like we've encountered a devilish mentor and a devilish teammate. Life is becoming unbearable. Chapter 85. Shall we mentor him? Tiangang pulled Xu Chen aside and spent over half an hour discussing the details of the whiteboard. Finally, gazing at this continually surprising youth, a new idea sprang to his mind. Xu Chen, since you have swiftly completed your task, you cannot remain idle during the subsequent time. He gestured towards the 3 senior students who were already beginning to tremble with apprehension. You should join them in their respective projects and allow them to guide you. Wang Tao's K-stability, Sijia's invariance, and Chen Hao's continuity methods. Immerse yourself in their work and learn from them. After all, they are your seniors and have studied for 1 or 2 years longer than you, possessing greater experience in these areas. Engaging with them will undoubtedly broaden your academic horizons. The intent of academician Tian was to expose Xu Chen to various directions, laying a solid foundation. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than the expressions on Wang Tao, Li Sijia, and Chen Hao's faces instantly fell. In that moment, their hearts erupted into a superstorm of despair, fear, and absurdity. Let's mentor him. Professor Tian, do you harbor a colossal misunderstanding regarding the concept of mentorship? Look at him, and then look at us. This is not about us mentoring him. This is akin to sending 3 shivering little lambs to serve as practice partners for a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Previously, it was Professor Tian alone pulling our dilapidated cart. Now he is leading the way, and Xu Chen, this monster, is pushing us from behind. The 3 exchanged glances. each reflecting a profound sense of hopelessness that could only be described as the end of the world. As expected, in the following week, Xu Chen engaged with the projects of the other three. The dynamics of the research group underwent a complete transformation. At first, Xu Chen indeed behaved like a true freshman. He would hold a brand new notebook, humbly seeking guidance from his three seniors. Wang Tao, your K-stability is an extension of Git stability, correct? I struggle to comprehend why K-stability on Phantom manifolds is equivalent to the existence of Kähler-Einstein metrics. What is the geometric intuition behind this conclusion? Lysigia. I examined the definition of your invariant and found it somewhat akin to the log canonical threshold, yet also distinct. Could you provide a simple example to illustrate their differences? Chenhao, your continuity method sounds profoundly complex. How does it fundamentally differ from the heat flow we typically discuss? Faced with this humble, eager-to-learn genius, the vanity of Wang Tao and his companions was immensely gratified. They felt as though, in some regard, they had finally surpassed Xu Chen. Thus, they poured forth their enthusiasm, generously sharing their understanding of the topics, dissecting and elaborating on their insights for Xu Chen. Those few days marked the most dignified moments they had experienced in this research group. As the second week commenced, the tide began to shift. Xu Chen's inquiries transformed from basic questions of what is this, and why is it so, to more profound ones. Wang Tao, I find Donaldson's proof somewhat convoluted. If we introduce the concept of moment maps from symplectic geometry and transform the K-stability issue into a stability problem within a symplectic quotient space, might it not be clearer? Lysigia, I calculated the weight assignment in Professor Tian's example and discovered a potential connection to the weight lattice of a certain Lie group. Have you explored any related literature? Chenhao, is it possible to relate Yao's theory to geometric measure theory? I feel that the solution to this Monge-Ampere equation essentially corresponds to the potential function of an optimal transport problem. At this juncture, Wang Tao, Lysigia, and Chenhao began to feel the strain. They realized that Xu Chen's learning pace had rapidly caught up with theirs. The questions he posed were no longer easily answered. Rather, they necessitated collaborative research and genuine discourse on cutting-edge issues. Their relationship evolved from senior students mentoring a junior to that of equal academic collaborators. A week later, the dynamics had entirely collapsed. Xu Chen ceased to ask questions. Instead, he began to offer suggestions and directions directly. Daily in the seminar room, one could see Wang Tao, Lysigia, and Chenhao sitting in a row like elementary school students, perched on their little stools, gathered around Xu Chen's desk, attentively listening as this freshman elucidated mathematical ideas from higher dimensions that were previously unknown to them. Wang Tao, stop fixating on that criterion. I casually derived something last night and found that your stability can actually be described using the Berkovich spectrum in tropical geometry. If you prove that its skeleton is connected, stability will naturally follow. Here is a small program I wrote for you to validate it. Wang Tao stood dumbfounded, staring at the tablet Xu Chen handed him, filled with sage math code. Lysigia, regarding your invariant issue, I've discovered a simpler computational method. Try considering it from the perspective of information geometry. Its value is essentially equivalent to the entropy on a Kähler-Einstein manifold. If you calculate that entropy, the problem will be resolved. Here is a schematic I drew for your reference. Lysigia gazed at the sheet of draft paper, adorned with peculiar geometric shapes, feeling as though her mind had been reformatted. Senior Chenhao, your continuous method is far too classical, she remarked. I suggest you take a look at Perelman's Ricci flow theory. Approaching it from the perspective of entropy functionals may yield more profound insights. Here is a meticulously curated list of literature. I believe these articles may be precisely what you require at this juncture. As Chenhao perused the list containing over a dozen AR-14 preprints, the titles of which had previously eluded his comprehension, silent tears streamed down his cheeks. Although Xu Chen had only engaged in intensive learning to address the immediate problem, he lacked the comprehensive knowledge system that his senior peers had cultivated over the past year or two. Yet, this was of little consequence now, for he had, through an almost cheat-like mathematical talent, discovered the most direct route to the destination. Chapter 86. Are there any objections? 3 weeks later, propelled by the formidable force of Xu Chen, the entire research group's progress surged forward at an almost quantum leap pace. When the 3 senior students presented their groundbreaking advancements during a group meeting, an eerie silence enveloped the seminar room, a curious blend of joy and numbness. They had succeeded, yet the success felt astonishingly surreal. They sensed that they had not merely completed research, but had instead copied a standard answer from the future, the provider of which was the calm freshman seated in the corner. Each of their presentations inevitably acknowledged Xu Chen's suggestion. their tones imbued with reverence and a touch of resignation. The presentations were increasingly impressive and profound. Academician Tiangang sat at the head of the table, listening intently to each report without displaying much surprise. Over the past 2 weeks, he had received weekly updates and was well prepared for their current progress. Excellent, he acknowledged. He recognized the exceptional talent of his 3 students, but he understood that the true engine behind their remarkable transformation in such a short span was Xu Chen. Once the reports concluded, Tiangang approached the whiteboard. Instead of immediately commenting on their work, he took an eraser and meticulously wiped the board clean. Then, with a black marker, he began to methodically outline the grand blueprint of their project using an exceptionally solemn and rigorous mathematical language. Now, we possess all the components necessary for the final proof. Our next task is to assemble them into a complete and impeccable paper. As he spoke, he sketched a vast logical framework on the whiteboard. First, we will use Wang Tao's algebraic criterion for K-stability as the bedrock of our theory, constituting the first section of our paper, preliminary knowledge and fundamental lemmas. Next, we will introduce Xu Chen's precise calculations regarding the Fatakian variant, which will serve as the core engine of our theory. This result will establish profound connections with the other 2 modules through the bridge of the Riemann-Roch theorem, forming the second section of our paper, core calculations and key theorems. Subsequently, we will demonstrate how to utilize this core theorem to derive Lee-Sijia's lower bounds for invariance and Schoenhaus' proof of convergence for the continuous method. These applications will exemplify the potency of our theory, comprising the 3rd and 4th sections, major applications and inferences. Finally, his gaze swept across everyone present. We require a robust introduction to elucidate the background, motivation, and innovative aspects of our work, as well as a concise conclusion to summarize our contributions and propose future research directions. Integrating these 5 parts seamlessly is, in itself, a highly challenging subproject. It demands not merely simple textual concatenation, but also a profound and holistic understanding of the entire theoretical framework. He set down his pen, his gaze finally resting on Xu Chen. I entrust this task to you. Xu Chen, you shall assume the role of the principal author of this paper, consolidating all our work into a preliminary draft. Are there any objections? Wang Tao, Li Sijia, and Schoenhaus unanimously shook their heads vigorously. What a jest! Objections? They felt nothing but a profound respect for Xu Chen, overwhelming and sincere, a respect that bordered on reverence. The core engine of the entire project was his creation. Their individual breakthroughs were guided by his insight. Thus, having him as the author to integrate their collective efforts was nothing short of natural and rightful. Very well. Xu Chen nodded, calmly accepting the task. Principal author? Perfect. I can apply the experience I gained from writing previous papers. Moreover, isn't this an exceptional opportunity to fulfill the foundational task of academia? He mused, determined to succeed in the system's mission of publishing a paper in a top-tier journal. For the following week, Xu Chen entered a state of intense focus once more. He isolated himself in his dormitory, spreading all 4 researchers' findings across his computer screen. This was indeed a more arduous task than he had anticipated. He needed to do more than merely copy and paste. He had to translate Wang Tao's results, laden with classical algebraic geometry language, into Schoenhaus' analytical language, rich with partial differential equations. He needed to establish a rigorous mathematical correspondence between Lee-Sijia's lower bound estimates, suffused with analytical and inequality techniques, and his own results, driven by topological and algebraic intuition. He needed to design a unified symbolic system that would persist throughout the paper. For each lemma, proposition, and theorem, he sought the most precise and elegant expressions. It was akin to reconstructing an epic poem written in 4 entirely different languages into a harmonious and stylistically cohesive masterpiece. During those days, the lights in dormitory 301 hardly extinguished before 2 a.m. Fong Bo and the others watched Xu Chen, who seemed to be in a meditative state, with bated breath, fearful of disturbing his thoughts on the paper that was destined to astonish the mathematical community. A week later, when Xu Chen emailed a 50-page PDF titled Algebraic Criteria for K-Stability of a Class of Phantom-Manifolds to academician Tiangang, he felt as though all his mental energy had been drained. Upon receiving the email, academician Tiangang did not respond immediately. He merely sent a brief message in the group chat. The draft has been received. I need time to read it thoroughly. This week's group meeting is postponed until further notice. In a small group of members devoid of Tiangang, the participants began to appear one after another. Wang Tao, at last a week of respite. Lying flat JPG. Li Sijia, grateful to Xu for granting us a breather. Hands clasped in gratitude. Chen Hao, This past month has been more thrilling than an entire year of my senior high school. Soul, leaving body GIF. Chapter 87. The Prelude to the Goldbach Conjecture. After submitting the initial draft of his paper, titled Algebraic Criteria for the Castability of a Class of Fano Manifolds, Xu Chen finally found a moment to breathe. However, he did not remain idle. The grandeur of a more ambitious and enticing goal lingered persistently in his mind. The primary task set by the system, to publish a paper in one of the 4 premier journals. Moreover, he contemplated the paper titled A Proof for a Class of Special Even Numbers Satisfying the Goldbach Conjecture, which he had temporarily stored in the system's inventory. To what level can this paper be published? Previously, it was merely my conjecture. Now, with the esteemed academician Tian Gang as my mentor, why not seek his insights? He understood that, given Tian Gang's academic stature and perspective, he could provide an authoritative and precise assessment of his esoteric work. Furthermore, he had already crafted his persona, a curious and exploratory freshman, endowed with exceptional talent in the realm of number theory. His intent was to lay the groundwork. By consulting academician Tian, he would legitimately acquire research materials and literature related to the Goldbach conjecture, thus preparing the most impeccable foundation for his future independent completion of the paper. He aimed for every step of his growth to appear traceable. Days later, during a private academic guidance session, Xu Chen knocked on the door of academician Tian Gang's office. "Hello, Professor Tian." "Huh?" "Xu Chen, please take a seat," academician Tian responded, lifting his gaze from a pile of thick literature, a gentle smile adorning his face. Over the course of their interactions, he had grown increasingly fond of this freshman, remarkably gifted, with an extraordinary capacity for learning, and most importantly, humble and eager to learn. "You have performed exceptionally well in our project on singularity resolution. I reviewed your draft, and it is remarkably structured, with clear logic, entirely unlike something a freshman could produce," Tian Gang remarked. "All credit is due to the guidance of my professors and senior students." Xu Chen humbo zeepli. "Ah, you should not be so modest," Tian Gang chuckled, waving his hand. "So, what fresh ideas do you bring today?" He was aware that a genius like Xu Chen would never lack for new inquiries. "Well, Professor," Xu Chen's face illuminated with a youthful curiosity and yearning for the unknown. "I have recently developed an interest in the Goldbach conjecture and the twin prime conjecture while self-studying analytic number theory." He cautiously cast forth his thoughts. "I feel that while these problems may appear simple in form, they conceal profoundly intricate mathematical structures. I wish to delve deeper into the current research landscape and cutting-edge methodologies in this area." "Oh," academician Tian's eyebrows arched slightly, a glimmer of approval surfacing in his eyes. "Ambitious. Excellent." He nodded. "Number theory is the queen of mathematics, and these conjectures regarding prime distribution are the most resplendent gems upon her crown." However, he shifted his tone, becoming more serious. "These problems are among the most formidable challenges in the mathematical community. Each one is at least of the caliber worthy of the field's medal. With your current knowledge base, directly tackling these titans could easily lead to a quagmire, wasting your precious undergraduate time." "I understand, Professor," Xu Chen promptly interjected. "I do not wish to prove them. I merely seek to learn what methodologies the foremost mathematicians are employing to approach them. For instance, were the latest advancements in techniques, such as the circle method and sieve method." His words were impeccably articulated, demonstrating both his thirst for knowledge and his self-awareness, indicating he would not reach too high too soon. Academician Tian gazed into Xu Chen's clear and eager eyes, filled with a sense of contentment. As expected of a student I have chosen, his academic sensibility is perfectly calibrated. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Your thoughts are commendable. Understanding the forefront is the first step in research. Here is what I propose. I will provide you with a reading list and a few review articles. Begin with these to establish a macro perspective of the field." He picked up a pen and elegantly inscribed a series of book titles and article names on a notepad. "This should keep you occupied for a while. Remember, do not rush for immediate results. First, comprehend, then contemplate. Should you encounter any questions, feel free to approach me at any time." "Thank you, Professor Tian." Xu Chen accepted the thin, yet weighty notepad as if it were a treasure. He realized that his plan to lay the groundwork had succeeded. In the ensuing days, Xu Chen returned to a life of rigorous study, oscillating between the library and his dormitory. He diligently tackled the classic texts on analytic number theory, as per academician Tian's reading list. Simultaneously, he continued to seek inspiration from Professor Sun Jiwei's repository of conjectures. However, this time, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. The conjectures, each bearing a monetary bounty of hundreds of dollars, had lost their financial allure. With over 2 million in his account, he found little interest in such trivial sums. More importantly, as his mathematical prowess ascended, the value of these once daunting problems, which he had deemed as experience packages to be gradually tackled, was swiftly depreciating. At LV1, resolving a conjecture would grant me several dozen experience points. Now, at LV2, the difficulty of these conjectures feels no different from solving a standard problem in mathematical analysis. The system no longer recognizes challenges of this caliber. He could not help but silently marvel at the system's extraordinary nature. The leap in levels was vast, almost unreasonable. Initially, he had envisioned utilizing Professor Sun's over 800 conjectures as a long-term, inexhaustible source of experience. Now, it seemed that this endeavor had transformed into an inconsequential task after his ascent to LV2. O system, your strides are indeed momentous. It appears that the sole avenue for continued rapid advancement lies in completing more challenging experience tasks and mainline quests. For instance, publishing a paper in a top-tier journal, or publishing a paper in one of the 4 premier journals. He closed the web page that had lost all sense of challenge for him, redirecting all his energy back to the reading list provided by academician Tion. Chapter 88, The Debate Competition. A week later, in academician Tion Gang's office. Please take a seat. Tion Gang placed a printed manuscript, densely annotated in red ink, before Xu Chen. It was the final draft of algebraic criteria for the K-stability of a class of Fano manifolds. I have meticulously revised several imprecise expressions and cross-verified the citations of a few lemmas. Professor Tion adjusted his glasses, his tone gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The overall framework is commendable, but the minutiae determine success or failure. Each symbol and every word must strive for precision, leaving no room for criticism. Indeed, Professor, I have taken note, Xu Chen replied, exhibiting a humble eagerness to learn. Professor Tion nodded, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. The quality of this paper was already remarkably high. I suggest submitting it to geometry topology. Xu Chen's heart stirred at the mention of this journal, a name he was well acquainted with. This publication holds a pivotal position in the mathematical community, particularly within the realm of geometry. Renowned for its exceedingly rigorous review standards and its relentless pursuit of depth and originality. It serves as a platform where only the foremost scholars in the field can hope to publish. It firmly resides in the top tier of the Chinese Academy of Sciences classification, a coveted venue for countless geometry researchers. Professor Tion continued. Although this paper does not yet reach the level of pioneering a new field, it cleverly amalgamates the concept of mirror symmetry from physics with classical algebraic geometry problems, providing an entirely novel and computable criterion for the determination of K-stability. This line of thought is both innovative and enlightening. Submitting to geometry topology is indeed appropriate. He paused, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes as he gazed at Xu Chen. Of course, when submitting, please list my name as the corresponding author. You will be the first author. Thank you, Professor, Xu Chen promptly responded, fully aware of the implications. In academic authorship, the positions of first and corresponding authors are paramount. The first author is typically the primary contributor, the executor of the research work. For students and early career scholars, this designation serves as the most direct and substantial proof of their research capabilities. Conversely, the corresponding author is usually the principal investigator, responsible for guiding the research direction and ensuring the overall quality and academic credibility of the paper. Often, this role is undertaken by a respected and distinguished advisor or group leader. With Professor Tion's stature and reputation in the international mathematical community, having him as the corresponding author would lend an invaluable prestige to Xu Chen's groundbreaking work. The journal editors would accord the utmost importance to submissions from him, and reviewers would approach the evaluation with heightened diligence and care. This undoubtedly would significantly shorten the review period and greatly enhance the likelihood of acceptance. Professor Tion's gesture was, without a doubt, a safeguard for Xu Chen's seminal contribution. All right, you may go now. He waved his hand, reassuring Xu Chen that once the submission was complete, he could rest easy. Oh, and there's one more thing. As our project has progressed far beyond expectations, I have decided to grant your entire research group a half-month break. A proper balance of work and rest is essential for sustained success. Please inform your senior colleagues. Thank you, Professor Tion, Xu Chen exclaimed with delight. When he shared the news of the half-month break with his group in their WeChat chat, the group erupted with excitement. Alicia, let's celebrate. Finally, we can catch our breath. I feel like I've lost several pounds of hair over the past month. Wang Tao, tears of gratitude for Professor Tion. Thank you. Xu Chen, if it weren't for your guidance, we would probably still be struggling with the proof of the first lemma. Chen Hao, Xu Chen, my savior, during this half-month, I intend to sleep until the sun sets, making up for all the lost rest. As Xu Chen observed the jubilant chatter in the group, a relaxed smile graced his face. This rare respite liberated him from the intense pace of research. His paper on the Goldbach conjecture continued to percolate in his mind, and there was no rush. The submitted paper had entered a lengthy review cycle, and impatience would not hasten the process. He could finally relish the leisurely life of an ordinary university student. That evening, upon returning to his dormitory from the library, he was abruptly seized by Fong Bo. Xu Chen, you finally returned. Something big has happened. Fong Bo's face bore an expression of gleeful excitement, as if relishing in the unfolding drama. What is it? Xu Chen inquired, slightly bewildered. You haven't heard? Sambo exclaimed dramatically. Our Mathematics Institute is hosting a debate of epic proportions. The counselor just posted the announcement in the class group. Did you not see it? Since Xu Chen had been exempted from classes, he had muted the class group, thus missing the notification. He pulled out his phone and indeed discovered a message for all members. Notification. In order to enrich students' extracurricular cultural lives and enhance critical thinking skills, the Student Union of the Mathematics Institute will host the inaugural Rational Light Mathematics Thought Debate on Friday evening next week at the Yingji Exchange Center. Debate topic. In the current national strategic context, should the development of the mathematics discipline prioritize pure mathematics or applied mathematics? A debate? Xu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He had always held little interest in activities that relied on verbal sparring. Yes. Fong Bo's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. And guess what? The counselor specifically called for you to participate. Me? Yes. You. Fong Bo exclaimed gleefully. The announcement states that, to elevate the professional standard of this debate, 2 teams will be formed from the elite class, and you, Xu Chen, as a representative of our elite class, are required to participate. Xu Chen felt a wave of incredulity wash over him as he opened the attachment to the notification, only to find his name listed as the first speaker for the affirmative side. Isn't this akin to conscription? He silently lamented. Ha ha, Xu Chen. You can't escape now. Fong Bo laughed heartily. I've been eager to see how someone who crushes us with formulas and theorems performs in a debate. Xue Chao and Lu Xinyu also gathered around, their faces lit with similar expressions of mischief. Xu Shan, go for it. We'll definitely be there to hold up signs for you. Yes, the signs will read Xu Chen, the eternal god. Xu Chen shook his head in resignation, pondering how to concoct an excuse to decline this onerous task. However, as his gaze fell once more upon the debate topic, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Lost in contemplation, pure mathematics versus applied mathematics? This question represents an eternal and unavoidable inquiry for students in the mathematics department. It is not merely a philosophical debate. It directly pertains to each individual's specialization choice, research direction, and even future career development. He recalled his own decision, having unhesitatingly chosen the path of pure mathematics, relishing the pure intellectual thrill of exploring the fundamental laws of the universe. He firmly believed that all great applications stem from a solid theoretical foundation. Without Riemannian geometry, there would be no general relativity. Without Boolean algebra, modern computer science would not exist. Pure mathematics is the bedrock of all scientific and technological advancements. Yet, he also thought of Fong Bo, an equally exceptional mathematical prodigy who harbored a deep admiration for financial mathematics. He yearned to transform those abstract mathematical models into quantifiable strategies that would wield influence in the financial markets. Applied mathematics serves as a spear that converts wisdom into productivity. Which is more paramount, the root or the spear? Or rather, in the present moment, which should be prioritized? How intriguing. A glimmer of interest flickered in Xu Chen's eyes. He suddenly felt that participating in this debate competition might not be an unwise endeavor after all. It provided him an opportunity to systematically and profoundly contemplate the role and responsibilities of his beloved discipline within the broader context of societal development. Such elevated reflections would undoubtedly benefit his future academic journey. Moreover, he indeed required a mental diversion. The paper on singularity resolution had just been submitted and was awaiting review. There was no point in rushing. As for the tome concerning Goldbach's conjecture, although he had formulated initial ideas, perfecting it would necessitate extensive literature review and knowledge accumulation, an undertaking that could not be accomplished in a day. His advisor had also granted him a 2-week reprieve. Now, a chance presented itself, allowing him to temporarily extricate himself from the burdens of calculations and derivations to embrace a novel challenge filled with intellectual delight. Why not seize the opportunity? With this thought, Xu Chen's spirits lifted. He glanced at Fong Bo, who was still reveling in mischief, and suddenly smiled, saying, "All right, I shall participate." Chapter 89. Lowering one's head to pull the card, yet raising one's eyes to observe the road. "All right, I shall participate." "What? Xu Chen, are you serious?" Sambo exclaimed, incredulous. "I thought you would find it bothersome and concoct an excuse to decline. Occasionally switching gears isn't such a bad idea." Xu Chen shrugged, a cryptic smile adorning his face. "Besides, I find this debate topic quite captivating." Observing Xu Chen's demeanor, exuding an air of mastery, Fong Bo was suddenly beset by an ominous premonition. Could this guy be planning to crush us, even in debate? That very evening, Xu Chen was added to a WeChat group. The group name was simple: the First Rational Light Debate Preparation Group of the Mathematics Department. There were only about 10 members in the group. Aside from their advisor, Teacher Lin Yi, the remaining participants included several students responsible for organizing and coordinating the event, along with the 8 students who would engage in the debate. Xu Chen scanned the list of group members and recognized a few familiar names, including his national team teammate, Luo Yaolong. Just as he was about to send a private message to Luo Yaolong, a message from Teacher Lin Yi popped up in the group. "Lin, greetings to all members, and welcome to this debate preparation group. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. Please gather in room 201 of the Mathematics Department for a brief meeting to clarify the rules and processes of the competition." Once the message was sent, the group buzzed with activity. Xu Chen clicked on Luo Yaolong's profile and sent a private message. "Xu Chen, did you get selected too?" Luo Yaolong, "Sigh indeed. I just received the notification and am utterly bewildered. For someone as tongue-tied as I am, being thrust into a debate feels like being forced to fly." Xu Chen, "No worries, it's about participation." Luo Yaolong, "I hope so. Let's just hope we aren't placed on opposing sides. I wouldn't dare debate against you. Your mind races faster than a computer, and I fear I might freeze under your questioning." Xu Chen, "Who knows? If we do become adversaries, I shan't hold back." Luo Yaolong, "Farewell. Friends no more." The next day, at 3 o'clock in Teacher Lin Yi's office, the 8 reluctant yet brilliant students arrived punctually. Each face bore a hint of curiosity. Teacher Lin Yi did not rush into explaining the rules of the debate, but first prepared a pot of tea and then spoke with a smile. He observed the 8 young faces, tinged with reluctance and curiosity, and instead of diving straight into the topic, he posed a question with a gentle smile. "I understand that many of you may feel that being pulled from the library and study rooms to participate in this debate is a waste of time and not a worthy endeavor." His words struck a chord, causing several students present to lower their heads in slight embarrassment. "In your view, wouldn't it be more valuable to spend this time solving more problems or reading another paper?" Teacher Lin Yi's gaze slowly swept across each individual, lingering a fraction longer on Xu Chen. "Before answering this question, I would like to share a story." His voice, warm and magnetic, instantly captivated everyone's attention. In the 1930s, the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton assembled some of the brightest minds of the time: Einstein, von Neumann, Gödel. Each name resonates with prominence. Within the Institute, a notorious hierarchy of disdain circulated. Physicists looked down upon engineers, deeming them mere craftsmen. Mathematicians, perched atop this hierarchy, scorned all, including physicists, believing they were merely employing the divine language of mathematics to describe a reality fraught with approximations and compromises. Among this proud cadre of mathematicians, an even finer hierarchy existed. Pure mathematicians, such as those specializing in number theory and algebraic geometry, derided applied mathematicians, such as those working in probability and partial differential equations. They believed that their research constituted the very essence of mathematics, the fundamental truths that drive the cosmos, existing without any utilitarian purpose. Prominent among them was the British mathematician G.H. Hardy, who took pride in never having produced anything of practical use. In his renowned work, A Mathematician's Apology, he boldly proclaimed, "A mathematician, like a painter or poet, is a creator of patterns. If his patterns endure longer than those of a painter or poet, it is because they are made of thought." He maintained that the value of mathematics lies in its intrinsic, logical beauty, not in its utility for manufacturing cannons or calculating stocks. Teacher Lin Yi paused, observing the group, now lost in contemplation, and shifted his focus. Yet, history has played a grand jest on Hardy. Those very number theory studies he deemed the most pure and useless became the cornerstone of modern cryptography, the theoretical foundation of our indispensable network security today. From your bank card passwords to national military communications, everything relies on the so-called useless research conducted by him and his contemporaries. Thus, I pose a question to you all. Teacher Lin Yi's gaze deepened and sharpened, Is there truly a clear boundary between pure mathematics and applied mathematics? Is research deemed useless, devoid of value? And where, indeed, do the roots of those studies that can instantaneously convert into productivity reside? The reason our department is organizing this debate and specifically selecting you, the most gifted students in mathematics, is not to determine a victor or to squander your valuable research time. I hope that you can seize this opportunity to momentarily lift your heads from the burdens of calculations and derivations and observe the path ahead. Behold, the discipline you hold dear, its origins and its destined path. Reflect upon yourselves and ponder what role you aspire to play on this protracted journey. Will you become an artist, akin to Hardy, pursuing the ultimate essence of beauty? Or perhaps an engineer, like von Neumann, transforming mathematical thought into formidable instruments? There lies no right or wrong in this choice. Yet, each decision is laden with responsibility and accountability. Contemplating this question bears a far greater significance than solving 100 intricate problems. Such words resonate profoundly, striking a chord with the 8 brilliant minds present. For these prodigies, who have sprinted along the track of examination-oriented education since childhood, the goal has always appeared singular and clear: higher scores, more challenging problems, and entry into esteemed institutions. They resemble the finest treasure seekers, told that a bounty lies ahead, and thus they forge ahead without distraction, cutting through obstacles. Yet seldom do they ponder the purpose of this treasure hunt. Upon finding the treasure, what then? After the college entrance examination comes university, post-university. The path leads to further studies, research, and doctoral pursuits, a trajectory seemingly preordained. However, Teacher Lin Yi's words illuminated their minds like a beacon, for the first time urging them to lift their gaze from the tracks and behold the expansive cosmos beyond. They recognized that this debate was not a mere exchange of words, but a profound introspection concerning academic beliefs and life paths. The previous reluctance evaporated, replaced by an intense desire to express and deliberate. Xu Chen felt a stirring within. Even while driving, one must look up at the road. This counselor possesses depth. Chapter 90. The Debate Team's Lottery. After elevating the significance of this debate, Teacher Lin produced a small box. Well, you should all be familiar with the backdrop of the debate. Next, we will divide into teams and draw lots. The topic is, in the context of the current national strategic framework, should the development of mathematics prioritize fundamental mathematics or applied mathematics? We shall divide into 2 teams. Now, let us draw lots to determine your stance. He shook the box in his hand, producing a soft, rustling sound. Inside were 8 crumpled papers, 4 marked for the affirmative and 4 for the negative. Those who drew the affirmative would support prioritizing the development of fundamental mathematics. Those who drew the negative would advocate for applied mathematics. Come on, who will go first? The atmosphere in the office shifted from solemnity to palpable tension and anticipation. Luo Yaolong was the first to rise, rubbing his hands together with an air of bravado, exclaiming, "I'll go first. Luck has always been on my side." He stepped forward, reaching into the box, feeling around as if performing some arcane ritual, and finally retrieved a paper. Taking a deep breath, he slowly unfolded it. A clear affirmative symbol met his eyes. Yes, Luo Yaolong jubilantly pumped his fist. Affirmative. Fantastic. I relish pure theory. Those calculations for stocks and models are so mundane. With the paper in hand, he swaggered back to his seat. As he passed Xu Chen, he elbowed him gently, lowering his voice to a near whisper, "Changge, you must also be affirmative. If we end up as opponents, how can I even compete? I certainly don't wish to be obliterated by your formulas on stage." Xu Chen chuckled at his anxious demeanor and shook his head. When it was his turn to draw, he approached without the theatrics of Luo Yaolong. Simply, he plucked a paper from the box. Returning to his seat, he leisurely unfolded it. Likewise, it bore an elegant affirmative symbol. Without a word, he turned the paper towards Luo Yaolong and gave it a gentle shake. Upon seeing the symbol, Luo Yaolong visibly relaxed, a radiant smile spreading across his face as he silently mouthed a reassuring got it to Xu Chen. Xu Chen too felt a quiet relief. This position aligned perfectly with his own beliefs, allowing him to advocate wholeheartedly for the truth he cherished. Soon, all draws were concluded. Excellent. The teams have been established. Lin Yi nodded, announcing the final groupings. Affirmative: Xu Chen, Luo Yaolong, Li Mo, and Zhou Qing. Negative: Lu Mingyang, Wang Yuanping, Li Baixing, and Ren Hao. Xu Chen, maintaining his composure, began to assess his 3 teammates and their adversaries. Luo Yaolong needed no introduction, a comrade from the national team. His vivacious personality and quick thinking made him well suited for either the second or third speaker role, leading the charge. Xu Chen, one of the only 3 girls in the elite class, was a poised young lady with black-rimmed glasses. She always sat quietly in the front row, her notes meticulous. Xu Chen perceived her as dependable, an ideal candidate for the first speaker role that required extensive research and a rigorous logical framework, or the fourth speaker role to maintain morale. Liamo, on the other hand, appeared somewhat reticent. He often kept to himself, quietly reading in the corners of campus. Xu Chen sensed that this individual's depth of thought likely rivaled that of Luo Yaolong. Such a person, when he spoke, would be incisive and impactful, a naturally lethal debater. Xu Chen formed an initial assessment of his teammates. This lineup is promising, one to lead, one to support, and one surprise element. He then turned his attention to the opposing quartet. The negative team was equally impressive, perhaps even resembling a specialized debate squad. Leading them was a young man named Lu Mengyang, a former top scorer in Shanghai's college entrance examination, possessing exceptional logical reasoning skills. He was handsome, exuding a sunny demeanor, and well-liked among his peers, a natural leader. Xu Chen could almost foresee him as the core and soul of the negative team. Wang Yuanping, a jovial, slightly rotund young man known as Mr. Jack-of-all-trades, had a broad range of interests beyond mathematics, including history, philosophy, and economics. In debates, he excelled at drawing from diverse references, launching unexpected attacks. Li Baixing, with a name that sounds quite artistic yet a rugged appearance, was a quintessential data enthusiast, highly attuned to various statistics and models. It was said he'd begun self-studying financial mathematics and was attempting to analyze stock markets through quantitative models. He would serve as the negative team's sharpest data weapon. Lastly, Ren Hao was a tenacious debater known for his rigorous logic and quick responses. In previous class discussions, he often pinpointed logical fallacies in others' arguments with striking precision. Xu Chen regarded the opposing lineup, reflecting silently. Interesting, their configuration seems tailor-made for the topic of applied mathematics. A leader, a polymath, a data analyst, and an attacker. This draw appears almost fated. He felt fortunate to have drawn for the affirmative. This position aligned perfectly with his innermost convictions. Now he could wholeheartedly engage in a defense of the truth he believed in. Immediately thereafter, Lin elaborated on the rules of the debate competition. We will be employing the standard Oregon format of 4 against 4. He activated the projector in his office, and a clear flowchart appeared on the screen. The competition is divided into 4 segments: opening statements, rebuttals, questioning, and free debate, followed by closing statements. First, each side's first speaker will present their opening arguments, with a time limit of 3 minutes per person. This segment requires you to articulate your core viewpoints and theoretical framework clearly and comprehensively. It is the foundation of the entire debate, which must be firmly established. Next, the second and third speakers will engage in rebuttals and questioning. The second speaker is responsible for countering the first speaker's arguments, while the third speaker will pose questions and challenge the opposing side's claims. This segment resembles a fierce battle, testing your on-the-spot reactions and logical reasoning abilities. Following this is the most captivating segment, the free debate, lasting a total of 10 minutes. Both sides will alternate speaking during this phase, which serves as the climax of the debate and demands exceptional teamwork and knowledge. Finally, the 4 speakers from each side will deliver their closing statements, with a time limit of 4 minutes each. The 4th speaker must underscore the main threads of the debate, reiterate their side's viewpoint, and deliver a final blow to any logical fallacies presented by the opposing side. Time is the sole rule of this competition. Each segment has strict time constraints, and exceeding the limit will result in point deductions. Therefore, you must not only articulate well, but also do so swiftly and accurately. Lanny meticulously detailed every aspect, ensuring that all participants comprehended the rules. All right, those are the rules, he concluded, turning off the projector and regarding the 8 team members before him with an encouraging smile. From now until the competition next Friday, you are free to form teams for discussion and preparation. You may research specific debating techniques online. However, I have one request. Lin Yi's expression turned serious once more. This is a debate for the mathematics department, and I hope your arguments reflect our unique style as mathematicians. I do not wish to hear an overabundance of hollow slogans or ornate rhetoric. While I hope to hear our rigorous logic, clear definitions, detailed data, and compelling examples drawn from the history of science and the real world. Use your intellect, not merely your eloquence, to persuade your opponents and captivate the judges. Do you understand? Understood. The 8 responded in unison. A fierce determination ignited in their eyes. Chapter 91. Strategy meeting upon exiting Professor Lin Yi's office. The 8 individuals distinctly divided into 2 factions. The air still carried the remnants of the earlier ignited fighting spirit. Yet their gazes had quietly shifted from that of classmates to adversaries. "Let us find a place to hold a strategy meeting," proposed Lu Mengyang from the opposing team, his sunny face brimming with confidence, as if victory were already assured. He led his 3 teammates, marching resolutely toward the library. Meanwhile, Xu Chen exchanged glances with his 3 companions, and they all understood. "Where to?" Luo Yaolong inquired. "I know a suitable location," suggested Zhou Qing, the demure girl, adjusting her glasses and speaking softly. "There are a few quiet seminar rooms on the top floor of Building 3 that are seldom used. They will be perfect for our discussion." "All right, let us head there." 10 minutes later, on the top floor of Building 3, in a spacious seminar room, the 4 gathered around a long table, the atmosphere momentarily subdued. This was their first time sitting together as comrades. "This competition is going to be tough." Luo Yaolong spoke first, scratching his head, his expression tinged with seriousness. "I feel like those people across from us are no pushovers. Especially Lu Mengyang. He is the top scorer from the Shanghai College entrance exam, and his command of the language is likely far superior to our specialized science background. When the debate begins, we'll naturally be at a disadvantage in terms of eloquence." His words echoed the collective concern shared among them, and the atmosphere in the seminar room grew even more oppressive. Accustomed to communicating through logic and formulas, the prospect of engaging in a debate felt daunting. At that moment, a calm voice broke the silence. It was Xu Chen. His tone was steady, imbued with a reassuring strength. "What is there to fear? We are students of the mathematics department. When have we ever needed to rely on rhetoric to win?" He paused, his gaze sweeping over his companions, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Have you all forgotten what Professor Lin he just said? We must embody our unique style as mathematicians." "Exactly," Luo Yaolong exclaimed, slapping his thigh as realization dawned upon him. "Our advantage lies in our rigorous logic and profound thinking. Our mathematical skills surpass theirs." "CD, Xu Chen note that," then added in a half-joking tone, "Besides, it's just a debate. Losing 1 T affect our grades. Right?" They pondered. What was there to fear? In terms of logic and argumentation, was there anyone present who hadn't faced numerous challenges? "Yes, Xu Chen is right. Let us go for it," Luo Yaolong declared, slamming his hand on the table with exuberance. "Shall we select a team leader?" he proposed. "Someone needs to coordinate and organize things." His gaze instinctively turned to Xu Chen, as did Zhou Qing and Li Mo, who both looked at Xu Chen as well. In their minds, Xu Chen, a legendary figure with an IMO special award, was undoubtedly the stabilizing force of the team. However, Xu Chen replied, "I oppose." "Huh?" The 3 were taken aback. Xu Chen's reasoning was simple and straightforward. "I'm not good at organizing. I can think through the debate topics, but I can't handle the minutiae of arranging who will gather information, who will write the scripts, or when to hold meetings." He paused, fixing his gaze on Luo Yaolong. "I think you would be quite suitable for this role." "Me?" Luo Yaolong pointed to himself in disbelief. "Yes, you." Xu Chen affirmed with a nod. "First, your extroverted nature makes you eloquent and adept at interacting with others. You're more suited for this organizational role than the 3 of us. Second, you have a good rapport with others. I noticed how you chatted with the opposing team members back in the office. Knowing your enemy and yourself ensures victory in every battle. We need a diplomat to gather intelligence." Third, and most importantly, Xu Chen's lips curled into a playful smile. "You just analyzed our opponents thoroughly while belittling our own strengths, which dampened our morale. According to the principle of responsibility, you should be the one to clean up this mess." Uffed. Zhou Qing and Li Mo could not contain their laughter. Xu Chen had a point. "Luo Yaolong, you are undoubtedly the team leader." Zhou Qing chimed in with a smile. Luo Yaolong felt a mix of frustration and amusement at Xu Chen's words. Yet after giving some thought, he realized there was a certain logic to it. Observing everyone looking at him with expressions of its hue, he slammed his hand on the table, adopting a resolute demeanor. "All right then." He thumped his chest, willingly accepting the task. "Since everyone trusts me, I shall take on the role of team leader. I promise I will not let you down." He instantly assumed the role of the captain, methodically allocating tasks. "All right, comrades. Since we are all novices, let us refrain from intricate divisions of labor, which may lead to complications. I propose we commence with a saturation attack, where each individual prepares their assigned tasks in unison. This approach will not only expedite our familiarity with the process, but also allow us to identify and rectify any oversights collectively." He picked up a pen and sketched a simple mind map on the whiteboard. "Firstly, we must know ourselves. We need to gather compelling evidence to support our viewpoints. Please research the following materials and compile classic cases from history where breakthroughs in fundamental mathematics have ultimately led to monumental transformations in technology. The more examples we can find, such as the progression from Riemannian geometry to general relativity, from group theory to quantum mechanics, and from number theory to cryptography, the better. We shall construct the foundation of our argument with verifiable facts. Next, we must understand our opponents. We need to anticipate the angles from which they may argue for the superiority of applied mathematics and prepare counterarguments in advance. Let us consider their potential strategies, such as addressing critical problems, fostering economic development, and the brevity of talent cultivation cycles. For each of their arguments, we must be equipped with appropriate countermeasures. Lastly, we must refine our techniques. As novices in debate, we are entirely unversed in this arena. Everyone should seek out classic debate videos online to learn the nuances of debating techniques and tactics, how to formulate arguments, how to challenge assertions, and how to subtly shift concepts during open debates, setting traps for our opponents. In short, we need to familiarize ourselves with their strategies. All right, task allocation is complete. Luo Yaolong declared with fervor as he slapped the whiteboard. Everyone act independently. By tonight, let us compile a preliminary outline of the tasks aforementioned. Tomorrow afternoon, at this same time and place, we shall reconvene to summarize and discuss our findings. Dismissed. Chapter 92. The more challenging the topic, the simpler it becomes. The next afternoon, on the top floor of the third teaching building, in the seminar room, the 4 members of the affirmative debate team gathered once more. After a night filled with research and independent contemplation, each person's face bore a distinct absence of the previous day's confusion, now replaced by a weighty introspection. How is everyone's preparation coming along? Captain Luo Yaolong broke the silence as he placed 4 steaming cups of coffee on the table. Let me throw out a thought first. After taking a sip of coffee, he wore an expression of bemusement. Last night, I delved into research, and the more I uncovered, the more I felt that our debate topic inherently lacks an advantage. What do you mean? Xu Chen inquired. I consulted several classmates from other departments, and upon hearing our debate topic, they instinctively sided with the application of mathematics. Luo Yaolong shrugged, mimicking the tone of those classmates. Oh? Fundamental mathematics. ISNT, that just studying why 112 exists? What is the use of that? Those are the exact words of a liberal arts student. Come on, let's not engage in the abstract. With the national chip crisis, you mathematics folks should be investigating the algorithms for lithography machines instead of pondering the Riemann hypothesis, which may or may not be relevant in a few hundred years. ISNT, that a waste of national resources? These were the words from a colleague in the adjacent Information Science Institute. Laughter filled the seminar room, tinged with a sense of helplessness. Indeed, Li Mo interjected, shaking his phone, revealing a report on national science and technology policy. I checked the report, and the most frequently mentioned keyword were results transformation, integration of industry, academia, and research, and serving the national economic main battlefield. Our fundamental mathematics doesn't even cast a shadow in this context. In summary, Luo Yaolong slammed his hand on the table. Adopting a mocking tone, in the eyes of the general public, we theorists are merely a group of individuals ensconced in our ivory tower, indulging in self-entertainment, while those engaged in applied mathematics are the true warriors for the nation and its people. Even before we take the stage, our impression has already plummeted into the negative. For a moment, the atmosphere in the seminar room, though tinged with resignation, was predominantly filled with self-deprecating humor and banter about their challenging predicament. However, in a surprising turn, Xu Chen, who had been quietly listening, suddenly spoke up. His voice, though soft, was remarkably clear. This might also serve as our advantage. Oh, the 3 others turned their attention toward him. Precisely because the audience generally perceives our topic as difficult to defend, their expectations of us will be significantly low. A faint smile graced Xu Chen's lips. In this scenario, if we can present a few compelling arguments and unexpected examples, we can create a striking contrast. This disparity often captivates judges and the audience more than a smooth, unchallenged argument. Thus, the more challenging the topic, the simpler it becomes. The group found merit in his reasoning, sensing an intriguing paradox at play. All right, enough of this idle chatter. Let us each share the ammunition we discovered last night. For the next hour, the seminar room buzzed with the 4 scholars exchanging the fragmented information they had painstakingly gathered throughout the night. They realized that while each person had focused on different aspects, the core cases and viewpoints were strikingly consistent. The historical dimension was their first breakthrough. From non-Euclidean geometry to general relativity, from number theory to cryptography, and from functional analysis to quantum mechanics, The most dazzling and revolutionary milestones in the history of human technology invariably stemmed from what were perceived at the time as useless pursuits in pure mathematics. These unwavering facts formed the most solid foundation for their argument. The efficiency dimension was their second point of attack. They unanimously agreed that a purely application-driven approach represents an inefficient model that addresses symptoms rather than root causes. While it may resolve immediate issues, it fails to confront future challenges. Only breakthroughs in fundamental theory can yield exponential increases in efficiency. The analogy of mapping versus navigating a map to elucidate the relationship between fundamental and applied research became their shared consensus. The future dimension was the killer argument they prepared. An excessive emphasis on short-term applications inevitably leads to a brain drain in foundational disciplines and stagnation of theoretical advancements. This is akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, quenching thirst with poison. A nation that boasts only excellent engineers, yet can no longer nurture minds akin to Einstein and Newton, faces a tremendously bleak future in terms of innovation potential. This perspective strikes at the heart of the issue, laden with cautionary implications. Excellent. Our operational blueprint is now taking shape. Luo Yaolong observed the whiteboard brimming with arguments, gesturing grandly as if directing a battalion. Next, we enter the second phase of strategic simulation. We must anticipate the angles from which our opponents may launch their attacks. Knowing ourselves and our adversaries is the key to invincibility. He picked up a red marker and inscribed potential counterarguments from the opposing side on the other side of the whiteboard. Come, comrades. Let us temporarily don the guise of our opponents for the next hour. If we were to consider ourselves as Lu Mingyang's faction, how would we counter? With this question posed, the atmosphere in the seminar room instantly became vibrant once more. I shall start. Xu Chen was the first to raise her hand. Adjusting her glasses, she adopted the tone of a pragmatic decision-maker and declared, "If I were on the opposing side, my central argument would undoubtedly revolve around urgency and practicality. I would emphasize the current national strategic context within the debate topic, highlighting it in bold red, reiterating its significance. I would assert that we are facing an unprecedented upheaval, a fierce international competition in technology. Our chips, our advanced manufacturing, and our core software are at risk of being stifled. At this critical juncture, what we require most are firefighters ready to spring into action, rather than nurturing saplings that will only grow into towering trees a century from now." Indeed, Luo Yaolong immediately chimed in, pounding the table, embodying the role of an impassioned youth. I would also leverage the issue of people's livelihood. I would ask, what concerns the common folk? Is it the accessibility of healthcare, the soaring housing prices, or the availability of jobs? When you discuss Riemannian geometry or Hilbert spaces with them, do they comprehend? They would merely perceive you elites, wielding state funds, as neglecting public welfare while indulging in ethereal pursuits. This is the utmost irresponsibility towards taxpayers. I would also attack from a perspective of talent cultivation, he continued. The previously silent Li Mo once again exhibited his killer instinct, his voice calm, yet piercing. I would concede that fundamental mathematics is indeed important. However, how long does it take to cultivate a top-tier mathematician? 10 years? 20 years? Perhaps a lifetime. Moreover, this is heavily reliant on individual talent, which is irreplicable. Can we afford to wait? Can the nation afford to wait? In contrast, cultivating an excellent applied mathematician requires a significantly shorter time frame. An undergraduate mathematics major, after several years of training, can become a competent algorithm engineer or an outstanding financial analyst, contributing immediate value to society. Thus, from the perspective of the return on investment in talent, prioritizing applied mathematics is currently the most pragmatic and efficient choice. The trio dissected the potential arguments of the opposition with remarkable clarity. Urgency, practicality, public welfare, and the return on investment in talent, sharp and pragmatic issues, were laid bare on the table. The atmosphere in the seminar room grew somewhat tense. They realized that their opponents wielded far sharper weapons than they had anticipated. So how should we respond? Xu Chen's brow furrowed once more. Don't rush. Xu Chen's voice remained calm. He approached the whiteboard, picking up a blue marker, and began to outline their counter-strategies next to the red points of attack. His movements were unhurried, akin to a seasoned chess player orchestrating a meticulously planned strategy for a game already foreseen. First, regarding urgency and the issue of being stifled. The opposition will undoubtedly use this to claim the moral high ground. Our counter-strategy is not to deny its importance, but to undermine their logic at its root. We should pose a counter-question. Why are we facing the issue of being stifled? Is it because our engineers lack diligence? Is it due to a scarcity of applied technical talent? No. The fundamental reason lies in the inadequacy of our scientific foundational infrastructure. It is because we remain dependent on others for our core and foundational theories. We have been constructing our edifices upon someone else's foundation, allowing them to pull the rug from beneath us, placing our entire structure at risk of collapse. Thus, the fundamental solution to the issue of being stifled is not to produce more bricks, but to establish our own unassailable foundation. And that foundation is fundamental mathematics. They discuss firefighting. We shall discuss fire prevention. We must convey to everyone that rather than waiting for a blaze to erupt before responding passively, it is far wiser to establish a robust and comprehensive fire prevention system from the outset. This is true wisdom and grand strategy. This proclamation illuminated the minds of Luo Yaolong and his companions. Impressive, truly impressive. You have deftly transformed the opposition's argument into our own evidence. Next, regarding the issue of public welfare, Xu Chen continued. This tactic is highly emotive and easily resonates with the masses. Our response must be subtle, using finesse rather than brute force. We can acknowledge that fundamental mathematics does not directly feed us. However, it dictates the quality of food we will have in the future. We can provide examples. Without breakthroughs in fundamental physics, we might still be using abacuses instead of possessing smartphones at our fingertips. Without advancements in fundamental biology, we might still be panicking over smallpox and cholera rather than enjoying the benefits of modern medicine that has significantly increased our average lifespan. Fundamental mathematics determines the upper limits of societal development. It dictates how fast our internet speeds are, how precise our medical treatments are, and how efficient our transportation systems can be. While it may not directly produce bread, it determines how advanced our ovens are in producing it. They focus on the immediate struggles, while we speak of poetry and distant horizons. We must remind everyone that a nation solely preoccupied with picking up pennies will forever remain oblivious to the moon above. Brilliant! Xu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This rebuttal is both heartfelt and powerful. Finally, regarding the return on investment in talent, Xu Chen's eyes sparkled with keen insight. This is the card the opposition is most likely to play, and it appears to be the most rational. Our response must be incisive, striking at the core. The opposition's logic posits that cultivating applied talent is quick and yields immediate results. Yet they overlook a fundamental question. Who will train these applied talents? The instructors teaching them algorithms and modeling. Where does their knowledge originate? Is it not from those foundational mathematicians who have spent decades on the sidelines, from their papers and tomes? If everyone diverts to applied fields, then 10 or 20 years hence, will our universities still have new knowledge to impart? How long can our engineering dividend endure? Prioritizing the development of fundamental mathematics may seem like nurturing a handful of geniuses, but in reality, it fortifies the pinnacle of the entire talent pyramid for the nation. Only when the apex is sufficiently high and robust can the entire structure stabilize and extend upward. Without a leading apex, all the talent below will become as water without a source, as trees without roots. They discuss efficiency, while we advocate for sustainable development. We must make them understand that sacrificing long-term development for short-term efficiency is not acceleration, but a depletion of our future. As Xu Chen concluded these three counter-strategies, the seminar room fell into a profound silence. Luo Yaolong, Xu Chen, and Li Mo stared blankly at the clear and logically elegant offensive and defensive framework on the whiteboard, feeling as if their minds had been completely reformatted and upgraded to a new, higher-dimensional operating system. They realized that under Xu Chen's analysis, the opposition's seemingly invulnerable arguments had become remarkably frail and easily dismantled. Chapter 93. The Light of Reason. A week of preparation had swiftly passed. On Friday evening, at the Yingzhe Communication Center in the Sunlight Hall, the venue had been transformed into a formal debate arena. The lights blazed brightly, and every seat was filled. The audience comprised not only students from the School of Mathematics, but also numerous curious onlookers from various other departments drawn in by the excitement. The judging panel included several distinguished guests, including Professor Zhang Wenzhong, the department head. In the backstage area, the four members of the affirmative debate team were making their final preparations. Feeling anxious? Xu Chen inquired with a smile as he observed Luo Yaolong, who was fidgeting restlessly, muttering to himself, "Of course, how could I not be nervous?" Luo Yaolong gulped down a large mouthful of water, glancing at the sea of people below and the several cameras trained on them. "I feel more anxious than I did during my IMO examination." "Relax." Xu Chen reassured him with a pat on his shoulder. "Remember what we prepared. Just say what needs to be said." As the host announced the official commencement of the debate, the debaters ascended the stage amidst thunderous applause. When the 8 debaters emerged from backstage onto the brightly lit stage, the audience erupted into a resounding ovation. Below, the other 2 members of the 301 dormitory, Xu Chen and Lu Xinyu, were equally exhilarated, holding up a hastily crafted, somewhat rough sign. The sign bore the words in crooked lettering, Xu Chen, forever a deity. Xu Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth upon seeing the sign. Now, let us welcome the first speaker from the affirmative side, classmate Xu Chen, to present the opening argument. You have 3 minutes. Xu Chen took a deep breath, stood up, and approached the podium. She exhibited no signs of nervousness. Her voice was clear and steady, flowing through the hall like a gentle stream, yet imbued with undeniable strength. Chair, judges, opposing debaters, esteemed teachers, and classmates present, good evening. Our stance is that, in the current context of national strategy, the development of the mathematics discipline should prioritize fundamental mathematics. Let's clarify what we mean by priority. We do not suggest neglecting or abandoning applied mathematics. Rather, we propose that in terms of resource allocation, policy orientation, and talent cultivation, fundamental mathematics should occupy a more foundational and central position. Why? We shall substantiate this from 3 dimensions. First, from a historical perspective, fundamental mathematics has been the engine behind all technological revolutions, from non-Euclidean geometry to general relativity, from group theory to quantum mechanics, from number theory to information security. Throughout the annals of human technological history, nearly all groundbreaking technological advancements have stemmed from what were once perceived as useless pure mathematical concepts. Ignoring fundamental mathematics is akin to undermining the very foundation, and we risk losing the source of future technological revolutions. Second, from the perspective of efficiency, fundamental mathematics is the essential solution to critical bottleneck issues. We acknowledge that our country faces severe challenges in numerous key technological fields. However, we must recognize that the essence of these bottleneck issues lies not in the insufficiency of our engineers, but in the fragility of our scientific foundational structures. Focusing solely on applications is a short-sighted approach akin to treating symptoms rather than addressing the root cause. Only by establishing our own unassailable theoretical foundation can we truly transform from followers to leaders. Third, from a future-oriented perspective, fundamental mathematics serves as a strategic reserve for national innovation potential. A nation that possesses only excellent engineers, yet fails to nurture future Einsteins and Newtons, faces a dire future. Prioritizing the development of fundamental mathematics may seem like cultivating a select few geniuses, but in reality, it is fortifying the pinnacle of our nation's talent pyramid. The height of that pinnacle determines the heights our entire nation can aspire to in the future. In conclusion, whether we reflect on history, assess the present, or envision the future, prioritizing the development of fundamental mathematics is unequivocally our only correct strategic choice. Thank you. As her words resonated, the audience erupted into another round of thunderous applause. Xu Chen's argument was logically coherent, layered, and imbued with a profound sense of historical weight and strategic significance, instantly establishing an impregnable theoretical stronghold for the affirmative side. Next came the argument from the first speaker of the opposing side, Lu Mingyang. He did not rush to counter, but rather constructed his theoretical framework from a more pragmatic and emotionally charged perspective. We too recognize the importance of fundamental mathematics. However, our discussion today is not about whether it should be prioritized, but rather who should be prioritized. In the context of limited national resources and increasingly fierce international competition, directing precious research, funding, and top talent towards applied mathematics, which can swiftly address real-world problems and be immediately converted into productive forces, is the most pragmatic and efficient choice. What we need are firefighters ready to spring into action, not seedlings that will take a century to grow into towering trees. His address, filled with a sense of urgency and the impact of realism, similarly garnered widespread acclaim. The subsequent rebuttal and questioning segments saw both sides engaging in a fierce exchange, with Luo Yaolong and Li Mo, following Xu Chen's strategic layout, steadily advancing their case with classic historical examples. While the opposing team S. Wang Yuanping and Li Baixing utilized well-researched data and incisive inquiries to effectively dismantle the arguments on resource limitations and efficiency. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. Finally, the debate reached the most exhilarating segment, the free debate round. Debaters commenced the free debate. Total time, 10 minutes. No sooner had the words been spoken than the opposing side launched a meticulously planned, vigorous offensive. Lu Mingyang stood, his gaze piercing as he targeted the core unpredictability of the affirmative's argument. Your side repeatedly emphasizes the unpredictable future value of fundamental mathematics, which exposes the greatest vulnerability of your stance. His voice was resonant and magnetic, instantly capturing everyone's attention. What does unpredictability mean? It signifies immense uncertainty. It suggests that after pouring vast resources into this area, we might not see any tangible returns for decades, or even centuries, or perhaps never at all. In light of the pressing challenges humanity faces, such as climate change, energy crises, and public health emergencies, can we truly afford such a gamble? Channeling precious research, funding, and top talent into such high-risk, low-certainty domains, doesn't that reflect a disregard for immediate needs and even a form of irresponsibility? This strike was both precise and impactful. It effectively pulled the affirmative's idealistic future argument back into the harsh realm of reality. The opposing side's data analyst, Li Baixing, swiftly followed suit like a cold-blooded actuary, presenting a chillingly lethal set of statistics. Our research indicates that in the past decade, among significant theoretical breakthroughs in fundamental mathematics, fewer than 5 have yielded quantifiable applications in the short term. Meanwhile, applied mathematics has directly generated trillions of dollars in economic value across fields such as medical imaging, intelligent logistics optimization, and new energy materials simulation, saving millions of lives. Given such a stark disparity in the return on investment in the face of pressing real-world demands, do you still insist that limited resources should be prioritized for that uncertain expanse of the future? It was over. On the affirmative side, Luo Yaolong and Xu Chen felt their hearts plummet. They realized that the unpredictability they had once taken pride in had been deftly transformed by their opponents into a sharp spear aimed at themselves. Luo Yaolong hurriedly stood to counter. Opposing debater, we cannot solely focus on short-term value. The value of fundamental mathematics is long-term and transformative. Is your notion of long-term 10 years, 100 years, or until humanity faces extinction? The opposing debater, Run Hao, immediately rose to his feet, his words sharp as blades, each syllable infused with a confrontational vigor. What we require at this moment is an immediate solution to our pressing issues, rather than a mere promise painted on a canvas of the future, which may never materialize into reality. I implore you to answer directly. When a patient urgently needs an optimized surgical algorithm to save their life, should we prioritize resources to develop this algorithm, or should we instead allocate funds to support research on the twin prime conjecture? This extreme example, laden with moral coercion, was strikingly realistic, leaving Luo Yaolong momentarily speechless. Our side believes that Li Mo is attempting to argue the multiplicity of values from a philosophical perspective. Please respond directly to my question. Yes or no? Ren Hao pressed relentlessly, affording Luo no opportunity to elaborate. You are conflating concepts. Luo Yaolong's face flushed in desperation. Where's the conflation? I asked my opposing debater to clearly specify. The scene spiraled into chaos. The rhythm of the affirmative side was thoroughly disrupted. Luo Yaolong and Li Mo found themselves ensnared in the logical trap woven by the opposing side, characterized by the urgency of reality and the efficiency of resources, struggling to keep pace and floundering. Every argument they presented appeared feeble and ineffective. A murmur began to ripple through the audience. It seemed the affirmative side was on the brink of collapse. The opposing side's logic was too grounded in reality, rendering it nearly impossible to counter. Indeed, every point they made was sound. If I were the decision-maker, I would undoubtedly prioritize application as well. The affirmative side had become overly idealistic, being thoroughly subdued. Among the judges, several professors nodded slightly, clearly moved by the opposing side's pragmatic and efficient reasoning. Even the department head, Zhang Wenzhong, furrowed his brow in thought. The atmosphere on the affirmative side was palpably tense. Luo Yaolong was already perspiring beads of sweat at his temples. Xu Chen's face was etched with anxiety. She considered rising to offer support, but found the opposing logic's closed loop too impeccably constructed, leaving her without a viable point of entry. Xu Chen, throughout, remained silent. He sat quietly, brow furrowed, his gaze illuminating with a rapid, almost cold contemplation. Observing the opposing quartet's formidable synergy, his mind, however, remained remarkably clear. A beautifully crafted trap. They have successfully transformed unpredictability from a philosophical dilemma into an economic issue, employing the seemingly rational tool of cost-benefit analysis to undermine the value of our argument. Yet, every seemingly perfect logical closed loop must rest upon a singularly fragile foundational axiom. What is their foundation? Chapter 94. The light of reason. Xu Chen's mind operated like a supercomputer running at full capacity, rapidly conducting reverse engineering. He deconstructed the opposing debaters' impassioned, seemingly flawless rhetoric into its most fundamental logical components. Core argument: the cost-benefit ratio of applied mathematics far exceeds that of pure mathematics. Evidence 1. The urgency of real-world demands, critical situations, livelihood. Evidence 2. The certainty and efficiency of applied mathematics in practical outcomes, healthcare, AI, finance. Method of argumentation: reinforcing the rationale of utilitarianism through extreme cases and data comparisons. The entire logical chain was strikingly clear. What Xu Chen sought was the most fundamental, yet subconsciously overlooked hidden premise that supported this chain. Wait. A flash of insight illuminated his entire cognitive space like a bolt of lightning piercing through chaos. What is the foundation of all the cases they use to argue for the efficiency and certainty of applied mathematics? Medical imagines algorithms, algorithm optimization, and financial risk control models. What are these seemingly applied tools fundamentally composed of? They are constituted by Fourier transforms, partial differential equations, gradient descent, and stochastic process theory. And these are precisely. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented brilliance. He had found it. The fatal pillar that could devastate the opposing side's entire logical edifice. He had unearthed the most absurd and lethal logical paradox. They stand on the shoulders of giants while audaciously arguing that we should never have cultivated this giant in the first place. As the time for free debate was about to expire, the opposing side's momentum reached its zenith. Lu Mingyang was preparing to rise for a final summative assault when Xu Chen finally stood up. He did not rush to seize the speaking opportunity like the others. Instead, he calmly raised his hand. This simple gesture seemed to possess an invisible magic, instantly silencing the raucous venue. All eyes instinctively focused on this youth who had remained silent from the beginning. His voice, though not loud, was remarkably clear, resonating like the clash of metal, cutting through the din and striking precisely upon each listener's eardrum. To my fellow debaters, I have but 3 questions. The attention of the entire audience sharpened. He did not consult notes, his gaze keen as an eagle, locking onto the opposing core, Lu Mingyang. First question: the medical imaging algorithm optimization you mentioned, does its essence rely on numerical methods of partial differential equations and Fourier transforms? Lu Mingyang was taken aback. He had not anticipated Xu Chen would ask such a specific question. This inquiry transcended the conventional debate realm, entering a field of expertise. Yet, as the leader of the opposing side, he could not falter. He quickly rifled through his mental repository of knowledge and nodded. Yes, it is primarily based on these theories. Excellent. Xu Chen's voice suddenly became resounding and authoritative. Then, may I ask who, in the 19th century, amidst skepticism about its practical utility, systematically studied the properties of these abstract equations? Fourier, Laplace, Poisson, those researchers, once dismissed as mere intellectual games in pure mathematics. He offered no respite, launching into his second question in quick succession, turning his attention to the opposing side's data expert, Li Baixing. Second question: regarding the AI algorithm optimization you mentioned, one of its cores, the gradient descent method, does its proof of convergence rely on real variable functions and functional analysis? Li Baixing's complexion began to shift uneasily. As a student specializing in applied directions, he was certainly aware of the theoretical foundations of these algorithms. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly uttered a single word: yes. In real variable functions and functional analysis. Xu Chen's voice struck like a hammer, resonating in the hearts of all present. When they emerged in the early 20th century, how many derided them as a collection of pathological functions, a castle in the air, disconnected from reality? Without these castles in the air, where would the foundational algorithms of the artificial intelligence you take such pride in today be? The room fell into a profound silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by Xu Chen's earth-shattering double query. In the audience, those students who had previously found the opposing side's arguments persuasive now displayed expressions of dawning realization. Among the judges, academician Tian Gang's eyes sparkled with a brilliant light. Remarkable. This lad has struck decisively. A lethal blow. Xu Chen yingan deeply, unleashing his final and most formidable attack. His gaze swept across the faces of the 4 opposing debaters, whose pallor was already evident, and his voice resonated, deliberate and weighted, akin to the ultimate decree. The final inquiry. Today, the very cases you take pride in to validate the efficiency and certainty of applied mathematics, are they not, in fact, founded upon those unpredictable, high-risk, and seemingly futile basic mathematical principles that your logic has so vehemently dismissed? You bask in the sweetest fruits born of foundational mathematics. Yet turn around to sever the sole root that nurtures all these fruits. Pray tell, esteemed opponents, is this not the most egregious and absurd logical paradox of our discourse today? Boom! This proclamation struck like a thunderous bolt from the heavens, crashing down upon the heads of the opposing quartet. Lu Mingyang's complexion instantly turned ashen. He felt his meticulously constructed, seemingly impeccable edifice of logic fracturing, piece by piece, under Xu Chen's overwhelming onslaught, collapsing with a thunderous roar. All the arguments he had held dear transformed in that moment into the sharpest arrows aimed at his own heart. In the audience, a profound silence enveloped the space, only to be shattered moments later by a resounding applause that surged like a tidal wave. Incredible! What a stunning counterattack! I'm covered in goosebumps. Brilliant! This is what a mathematics debate should be, using logic to lay bare the truth. On the affirmative side, Luo Yaolong, Xu Chen, and Liam O stood dumbfounded, gazing at the figure who remained calm amidst the tempest, feeling as though their very brains had ceased to function. They had just been grappling in the depths of despair, and now Xu Chen had effortlessly pulled them back to the heights with merely 3 questions. As the fervent applause echoed, the time for free debate came to a close. Yet, it was clear to all that the outcome had been decided. Chapter 95. The light of reason, the smoke of free debate had yet to fully dissipate. In the air lingered the exhilarating aftershocks of Xu Chen's words. Now, let us invite the 4th debater from each side to deliver their concluding remarks. As the host announced this, the 4th debater from the opposing side, known for his rigorous logic, Ren Hao, slowly rose. However, the fierce demeanor he once exhibited had vanished, replaced by a profound sense of defeat, as if he had been utterly drained of strength. His mind was a blank slate, for he realized that all his arguments had been thoroughly deconstructed by Xu Chen's recent assertions. The grandiose rhetoric he had prepared to elevate the application value seemed utterly ludicrous and insipid in light of the metaphor of severing tree roots. Every word he uttered merely served to validate his opponent's perspective. Ultimately, he could only feebly reiterate his side's claims regarding the urgency of reality, before hastily exiting amidst an awkward silence. His back was laden with desolation and melancholy, as Xu Chen, the 4th debater for the affirmative side, rose once more to approach the podium. The entire hall fell silent. All eyes were fixed upon this young man who had just achieved a remarkable turnaround. They anticipated how this sovereign, having severed all shackles with the sword of logic, would conclude this extraordinary confrontation with a flourish. Xu Chen stood firm, surveying the audience with a calm yet powerful gaze. I extend my gratitude to the chair, esteemed judges, and my opponents. The crux of today's debate revolves around the perception of value and time. My opponents cling to the certainty of immediate returns, viewing unpredictability as the original sin of foundational mathematics. Yet, at this moment his voice surged, elevated and robust, as he continued. They have overlooked a fundamental truth. The engine of human civilization's progress is precisely driven by those who dare to explore the unpredictable realms. Yes, the study of foundational mathematics is rife with unpredictability. However, this is not a flaw, but rather the very essence of exploration. Columbus, upon embarking on his journey, knew not where the New World lay, yet he firmly believed that sailing westward held the potential for discovery. Foundational mathematicians probe the boundaries of human cognition, delving into the uncharted territories of science. Beyond these boundaries lie the keys to unlocking all future unknown challenges. To reject the exploration of the unpredictable is to blindfold oneself and willingly relinquish the future. He paused, his gaze once again falling upon the opposing debate team, now ashen-faced. Moreover, the very examples my opponents presented today to argue for the efficacy and utility of applied mathematics are fundamentally rooted in the value of the unpredictability inherent in foundational mathematics. A fact repeatedly validated by history. His pace quickened, akin to a tempest, imbued with a momentum that was overwhelming. Their ability to stand here today, articulating fluently with clarity of logic, ironically relies on the branch of foundational mathematics known as formal logic, which they seek to belittle. This is precisely because the sages of history did not heed the short-sighted advice to only pursue what is deemed useful. If we were to follow my opponent's logic of prioritizing the development of applied mathematics, let us rewind the annals of history. When Gauss was researching congruence theory, should we have told him, cease these trivial numerical games and assist engineers with gear parameters? Thus, we would have never known modern cryptography. When Riemann proposed the geometry of curved spaces, should we have dismissed him, saying, "Your space cannot even be illustrated. What use is it? Instead, go design bridges for architects." Consequently, we would have never conceived of general relativity when Galois, on the eve of a duel, hastily pinned down his thoughts on group theory in his final hours. Should we have advised him? Forsake these esoteric writings and contemplate how to win the duel? Thus, we would have never discovered symmetry physics, nor the standard model of modern particle physics. When Boole constructed his algebra of logic, should we have derided him, stating, "Treating truth and falsehood as 1 and 0 is utterly absurd"? Hence, we would have never birthed computers, nor this information age we inhabit today. If history had truly unfolded thus, then I pose this question to my opponents. Upon what foundation do you build the grand edifice of modern technology that supports your arguments? Where lies its foundation? This relentless barrage of rhetorical questions struck like a war drum, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. The hall fell into a profound silence. Everyone was utterly captivated by this sweeping historical tableau. Xu Chen inhaled once more, allowing his fervor to gradually settle into a deeper, more profound strength. Therefore, prioritizing the development of foundational mathematics is not an impractical reverie, but rather the most fundamental investment in humanity's long-term wisdom and possibilities. It ensures an inexhaustible source of vitality for applied mathematics, endowing us with the foundational capabilities to confront all future black swan events. A nation fixated solely on the coins at its feet is destined to falter. Only a civilization that dares to gaze at the stars and explore the unknown can possess the vastness of the cosmos. Today, by choosing foundational mathematics, we choose to believe in the power of human reason. We choose to preserve for our descendants the singular, universal key that can unlock the doors to the future. He slightly inclined his body. His voice, having regained its calmness, carried an undeniable and conclusive finality. In summary, foundational mathematics is not a mere appendage to applied mathematics. Rather, it is its very essence and soul. Advancing foundational mathematics is tantamount to expanding the infinite possibilities of human cognition. We firmly assert the development of foundational mathematics should take precedence. Thank you all. As Xu Chen's final words of gratitude echoed through the hall, the Sunshine Hall seemed to be muted, as if a button had been pressed. After a suffocating silence that lasted several seconds, a roaring wave of applause surged forth like a flood breaking through its dam, instantly enveloping the entire venue. Everyone rose to their feet, offering the most fervent accolades for this splendid feast of wisdom and rational discourse. The applause resounded endlessly, as if it would lift the very roof of the Sunshine Hall. Chapter 96, The Light of Reason 4. At the judge's table, the elderly professor from the philosophy department, overwhelmed with emotion, removed his glasses and fervently wiped them with a handkerchief, murmuring to himself, "Beautiful, truly beautiful. This is no mere debate. It is a profound reflection on the spirit of science and the future of human civilization. This young man, Xu Chen, is extraordinary, truly extraordinary." The professor from the School of Economics had long since retracted his previous admiration for the opposing viewpoint. His face now etched with astonishment and contemplation, fully persuaded. The dismantling of foundational arguments, the logical closure. He had not merely won the debate. More importantly, he had unearthed an irrefutable and grander economic rationale for foundational science, which is an investment in the future. Splendid, absolutely splendid. Meanwhile, Professor Zhang Wenzhong, the department head, and Counselor Lin exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound sense of relief and elation in their eyes. The reason they had painstakingly organized this debate. Even recruiting talents like Xu Chen had a hint of personal ambition. In recent years, a wave of restlessness had swept through the academic community, particularly for students in mathematics. The temptations were overwhelming. On one hand lay the austere and solitary path of foundational mathematics, requiring decades of dedication to tackle arduous theories, exploring pure concepts that might never yield practical application. Upon graduation, the most promising outcome was often a meager academic position. On the other hand, the realm of applied mathematics dazzled with allure. Fields such as finance, computer science, and artificial intelligence each beckoned with lucrative and enviable careers. A mathematics undergraduate, with even a modicum of programming and modeling skills, could effortlessly secure an annual salary in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, within financial firms or tech giants. Faced with such a staggering disparity, an increasing number of top talents began to abandon their pursuit of pure mathematics, gravitating towards applied domains. This shift filled educators like Zhang Wenzhong and Lin Yi, who remained steadfast in the foundational disciplines, with profound sorrow and anxiety. They understood that a nation with only exceptional engineers, devoid of the capacity to nurture Einsteins and Newtons, would face dire consequences for its future innovation potential. Thus, they organized this debate to inject a dose of inspiration into the students who persevered in the pursuit of foundational mathematics. They hoped for a voice, a role model, to emerge and convey to all that aspiring to gaze at the stars is not an impractical fantasy, but rather a manifestation of a deeper, grander wisdom. Xu Chen's performance that evening far exceeded their expectations. Professor Zhang Wenzhong took the microphone and ascended the stage, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. I hereby announce that the winning team of this year's Light of Reason mathematics debate is he deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping across the audience. The affirmative team. Cheers erupted once more, the hall bursting into applause. Simultaneously, Zhang Wenzhong's voice rang out again. The best debater of this contest is he did not consult the card in his hand, but instead directed his gaze toward the boy who had remained composed throughout. The fourth speaker of the affirmative team, Xu Chen. This outcome was indisputable. Under the focused gaze of the audience, Xu Chen rose once more, making his way to the stage to receive the small crystal trophy symbolizing the title of Best Debater from Professor Zhang Wenzhong. Xu Chen, Zhang Wenzhong grasped his hand firmly, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Well said. In fact, your words today carry more weight than an hour of my speech at the opening ceremony. Xu Chen merely smiled in reply, remaining silent. At the conclusion of the awards ceremony, academician Tiangang was invited to the stage for a summary address. This esteemed figure, renowned in the international mathematics community, walked up slowly. He did not immediately speak, instead gazing intently at the youthful, vibrant faces in the audience. After a prolonged moment, he finally began to speak. His voice, though soft, resonated with a profound, gentle authority born of years of experience. Today's debate was remarkable. I witnessed the invaluable qualities of our young scholars at Peking University, their independent thought and critical spirit. The students on the opposing side performed excellently. His gaze fell upon Lu Mengyang, filled with affirmation and praise. The questions you posed were realistic, incisive, and significant. You've prompted all of us engaged in foundational research to reflect deeply on how our work can better serve our nation in this era. Your perspectives are not incorrect. A scholar who speaks only of ideals while neglecting reality is a dreamer. A nation that gazes at the stars while forgetting the ground beneath its feet is also in peril. This balanced statement stirred warmth within the hearts of the somewhat disheartened opposing team. However, academician Tiangang's tone shifted suddenly, his gaze becoming profoundly penetrating, as if transcending time and space to glimpse a more distant future. What I wish to express my gratitude for most is the affirmative team. Today, they have reaffirmed for all of us an ancient yet easily forgotten truth. Curiosity is the primal and most powerful driving force behind the advancement of human civilization. Why do we study mathematics? Not because it is useful. In most cases, it is indeed not useful. We study it solely because we wish to know. We wish to understand whether prime numbers truly resemble the stars in the night sky, appearing chaotic yet adhering to some mysterious law. We seek to discover if beyond our three-dimensional space, there exists a wondrous realm of higher dimensions that we cannot even begin to imagine. We long to uncover whether the ultimate mysteries of the universe can indeed be encapsulated on a small piece of paper, described by a few elegant equations. It is this pure, unselfish desire to know that ultimately, unwittingly, has brought us electric lights, airplanes, the internet, and all the modern marvels we enjoy today. Thus, his gaze ultimately settled upon Xu Chen, filled with a sense of gratification and expectation. I hope that every one of you present, regardless of whether you choose to embark on the path of fundamental research or immerse yourselves in applied fields in the future, will never forget the pure passion and curiosity that guided your initial choice of mathematics. For that is the most precious and eternally irreplaceable essence of our identity as mathematicians. Thank you all. At the moment his words lingered in the air, the audience erupted once more into a resounding applause, akin to thunder. Chapter 97. Aftermath of the Debate. The aftermath of the debate lingered far longer than Xu Chen had anticipated. That evening, the 301 dormitory became a pilgrimage site for the entire floor. Xu Chen, open the door. It's Luo Yaolong from 303. I brought you a late-night snack. Xu Chen, I'm from the physics department next door. After watching your debate, I've decided to pursue a double major in mathematics next semester. Please take me under your wing. Is Xu Chen here? I'm a sophomore, and I would like to consult you about Gödel's incompleteness theorem in a high-pitched voice. Goodness, what a grotesque display of femininity. Outside, A throng of students clamored to catch a glimpse of the prodigy and seek his wisdom. Feng Bo, Xu Chen, and Lu Xinyu spontaneously assumed the role of guardians, blocking the entrance to all who sought entry. Everyone, remain calm, remain calm. Feng Bo spread his arms wide, resembling a dutiful security guard. Xu Chen has exerted himself greatly today and is already asleep. Any inquiries can wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yes. Xue Chao chimed in. If you wish to ask questions, go take a shower first to cool off. For those bringing late-night snacks, you can hand them over to me for safekeeping. After considerable effort, they finally managed to dissuade the fervent fans outside. Inside the dormitory, the three friends gazed at the culprit, who sat calmly at his desk, engrossed in reading a paper. Their expressions a mixture of disbelief and amusement. Xu Chen, I must concede, Feng Bo plopped down onto the bed with a deep sigh of relief. You have truly become the top figure in our mathematics department. I anticipate that starting tomorrow, the line of girls delivering love letters to your door will extend from our dormitory to the west gate of the campus. Stop talking nonsense. Xu Chen replied without lifting his head, his focus still fixed on the paper regarding Hodge theory on the screen. This is no idle talk. Xue Chao leaned closer, a gleam of gossip in his eyes. I just saw in our elite class group chat that several girls were discussing you. They said you were both handsome and talented on stage today, truly the pinnacle of the mathematics department's male deities. By the way, Lu Xinyu, rarely one to speak, interjected, adjusting his glasses with a hint of schadenfreude. I heard that Lu Mingyang, from the opposing side, sat alone by Weiming Lake for nearly 2 hours last night. Is that true? Feng Bo's gossip-loving spirit was instantly ignited. Did Xu Chen leave him in despair? Apparently, Lu Xinyu nodded. I heard he has never suffered such a crushing defeat in his life, especially in a debate, which he excels at, being utterly overwhelmed by Xu Chen's sheer logic. That must have been quite the blow. Alas, poor child. Feng Bo shook his head, yet a smile of amusement crept onto his face. Who could blame him for encountering a prodigy like Xu Chen? Losing to him is nothing to be ashamed of. The following day, as Xu Chen entered the cafeteria, he distinctly felt the gazes around him shift from what they had been previously. If before he had been regarded as a legendary IMO deity, evoking awe and distance, now those looks were infused with a newfound intimacy and fervor. Look, it's Xu Chen. He is even more handsome in person than on the live stream. I watched the debate yesterday. You were my mouthpiece. You articulated everything I wished to say, but couldn't express. Several bold girls, holding their trays, approached him shyly and asked, Hello, Xu Chen. We are from the philosophy department, and after listening to your debate yesterday, we felt incredibly inspired. May we add you on WeChat? We would love to discuss some topics on science and philosophy with you. Xu Chen. He found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this sudden surge of enthusiasm, and could only politely decline one by one. However, what truly left him in a state of amusement was a message from his counselor, Lin Yi. Lin Yi, Chen. Are you there? Xu Chen. Hello, Teacher Lin, I'm here. It's like this. After the debate yesterday, the feedback was overwhelmingly positive. Many students reported that your speech provided them with a fresh perspective on fundamental mathematics. Therefore, the department has decided to invite you to give another lecture. Xu Chen, panic mode activated. Lin, don't be nervous. It's not a formal lecture. We simply wish for you to share your understanding of the beauty of mathematics and how you maintain your passion for pure theory based on your own learning experiences. Think of it as a relaxed sharing session. Upon reading this message, Xu Chen felt as though his head had suddenly expanded twofold. Please spare me. He quickly typed a response. Xu Chen, Teacher Lin, I sincerely apologize. Academician Tiangang has recently assigned me a new research project, and time is quite tight. I fear I will not have the energy to prepare for the lecture. He decisively invoked Academician Tiangang as a shield. As anticipated, this tactic proved exceedingly effective. Linno, I see. That is indeed a priority. Academician Tian's project must not be delayed. Then we shall set aside the lecture for now. We can discuss it another time. Focus on your research, and good luck. Seeing Teacher Lin's prompt response, Xu Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Academician Tian's name truly is a powerful shield. A few days later, on an unremarkable afternoon, Xu Chen's phone vibrated lightly in his pocket. He pulled out his phone and opened it to find an official email from the editorial office of the journal Geometry and Topology. Subject, Acceptance Letter. Your manuscript has been officially accepted. Dear Professor Tiangang, Mr. Xu Chen, greetings. We are honored to inform you that your submitted manuscript algebraic criteria for K-stability of a class of Fano manifolds, manuscript number GT202411207, has successfully passed all review processes and has been officially accepted by our journal. The reviewers have given your work high praise. considering it to provide an exceptionally original and insightful algebraic criterion for the classical problem of K-stability. With clever reasoning and rigorous proof, marking it as one of the finest works in the field in recent years. The final typeset proof of the paper will be sent to you in the coming weeks. Congratulations once again, and we look forward to your future outstanding contributions. The Editorial Office of Geometry and Topology. It's done. A serene smile spread across Xu Chen's face. This outcome was well within his expectations. After all, this paper not only had his exceptional core engine, but also boasted the personal oversight and endorsement of the esteemed academician Tian Gang. Being accepted by a top-tier journal was almost a foregone conclusion. Chapter 98, The Stepping Stone of Gödel. Upon receiving the news of his paper's acceptance, the familiar, cold blue screen once again unfurled before his eyes. Ding! Host has completed the experience task. Task description: as the first author, successfully publish an academic paper in an SCI top-tier journal. Task evaluation: excellent. Task reward: 200 mathematics experience points. Current subject level: mathematics LV2. Mathematics experience points: 2, 0, 12, 500. As Xu Chen gazed at the experience bar that had surged forward, yet still appeared interminably lengthy. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. 200 points sounds substantial. Yet, in comparison to the total requirement of 500 points, it is but a drop in the ocean. He cannot help but scoff internally. However, upon reflection, considering this paper is a collaborative effort of 4 individuals, the system granting me 200 experience points is indeed quite generous. It seems that to expedite my progression, I must rely on my independent research. This thought reignited the flame within him regarding the Goldbach conjecture. The clamor of the debate competition had completely subsided, and a half-month leave specially granted by academician Tian was dwindling. Xu Chen once again immersed himself in the vast and boundless cosmos of the Goldbach conjecture. After a period of knowledge accumulation and repeated contemplation, he finally internalized the complete proof process of a specific form of the Goldbach conjecture, 11, awarded by the system, making it truly his own. He understood that he possessed a veritable nuclear bomb capable of igniting an explosion within the entire realm of mathematics. Yet, he was acutely aware that this bomb could not be detonated just yet. He required a flawless launch pad, a sound pre-existing technology. He needed a pioneering paper to lay the groundwork for the grand unveiling of this nuclear bomb. Thus, he shifted his focus to the sister problem of the Goldbach conjecture, the twin prime conjecture. However, as he earnestly endeavored to apply the core tool from the system as proof, the corrected sign transform, CNTT, to the twin prime conjecture, he soon realized his initial assumptions had been overly simplistic. This simply will not do. After 2 consecutive nights of relentless toil, Xu Chen leaned back in his chair, his eyes revealing a profound weariness and frustration for the first time. He discovered that CNTT was akin to a powerful yet exceedingly finicky weapon. It could only be applied to even numbers possessing exceedingly unique algebraic structures. Although the difference of 2 in the twin prime conjecture is also an even number, its structure was far too simple, lacking the complexity to satisfy the stringent application conditions of CNTT. Forcing its use was akin to wielding a surgical knife designed for cutting diamonds to hew down a towering tree. Not only would it fail to yield results, but the excessive force would also lead to a collapse of the entire logical framework. The approach is misguided. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes, compelling himself to regain composure. I cannot blindly apply it. What I need is not a direct application of CNTT, but rather an understanding of it, a deconstruction, and then to tailor a new weapon specifically for the twin prime conjecture. In the ensuing days, he refrained from any calculations. He printed out every step of the system's proof and plastered them across his dormitory desk and walls. Like a craftsman obsessed with ancient weaponry, he toiled day and night, delving into the intricate structure of CNTT. He discerned that the true power of CNTT lay in its ingenious ability to transform a counting problem in number theory into an integral problem in complex analysis. Through an astonishing symmetry, it preserved the primary contributing terms along the integral path while allowing the endless error terms to cancel each other out under that symmetry. Symmetry cancellation. A glimmer of enlightenment flickered in Xu Chen's eyes. The crux of the issue lies not in the transformation itself, but in how to construct a symmetric structure that can facilitate the cancellation of the error terms in the sieve method. And this symmetric structure arises from the arithmetic properties of the difference itself. He had found it, the sole beam of light leading to his destination. He need not alter the twin prime conjecture itself. He merely needed to modify the difference. A brilliant, bespoke research topic slowly emerged in his mind. He typed the title of his next independent paper on his laptop. Paper title: On the Distribution of Prime Pairs with Special Arithmetic Structure Differences. What he intended to study was not the classic twin primes with a difference of 2, nor the bounded intervals as proposed by Zhang Yitan. Instead, he aimed to explore a wholly new, even somewhat peculiar subproblem. Does there exist an infinite number of pairs of primes, pk, such that the difference, k, possesses very special arithmetic properties? For instance, k is a smooth number, meaning all its prime factors are quite small. This question perfectly aligned with the stringent requirements of CNTT regarding symmetry. He even devised a sufficiently impressive yet not overly sensational name for this simplified tool: Structured Arithmetic Transform, SAT. He sought to prove that when the difference, k, satisfies these unique structures, utilizing his invented SAT could elegantly construct a quasi-symmetry for the error terms in the sieve method, thereby demonstrating, in a novel manner, that such special prime pairs are indeed infinite. This concept served as an impeccable stepping stone. Firstly, it cleverly introduced the essence of CNTT, this nuclear weapon, into the academic realm in the form of a public beta SAT. Secondly, it addressed merely a very niche subproblem of the twin prime conjecture. This result was sufficiently novel and profound to secure a prominent position for him in the field of analytic number theory without causing a worldwide upheaval. Most crucially, the conclusions of this paper inherently carried limitations, as this method only applied to differences, k, with special structures. This laid the most perfect logical groundwork for his future paper on the Goldbach conjecture, which could only handle special, even numbers in. As the entire plan coalesced into a perfect loop within his mind, he exhaled a long, relieved breath. Excellent, the script has been written. Next, it is time to pen this paper. Another all-nighter ensued. As the first rays of dawn streamed through the dormitory window, Xu Chen finally ceased his fervent typing. A draft of over 30 pages, replete with complex integrals and sieve formulas, had materialized on his desktop. Rubbing his bloodshot eyes, he hesitated not for a moment and promptly emailed this manuscript, still imbued with the scent of ink, to academician Tian. The email's body remained succinct. Good morning, Professor Tian. Here are my recent, albeit immature, thoughts on the twin prime conjecture, organized into a draft. I would appreciate your guidance. Chapter 99. Structured Arithmetic Transform, SAT. In the early morning, at the office of the Department of Mathematics at Peking University, academician Tian adhered to his unwavering routine, arriving at the office promptly at 7 each morning, brewing a cup of hot tea, and then commencing the review of emails and the latest academic developments. On this day, as he opened his email, a message from Xu Chen caught his eye. Subject: a few inchoate thoughts on the twin prime conjecture. Oh, this lad is remarkably swift. A faint smile of intrigue crept across Tian Gang's face. He recalled that he had recently provided Xu Chen with a reading list on analytic number theory. How short a time had passed. Had this young man not only completed his reading, but also formulated some ideas? He lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the floating tea leaves, and opened the attached draft of the paper. A special form of the twin prime conjecture? Structured Arithmetic Transformations, SAT? He murmured to himself, his gaze filled with scrutiny and perplexity. As a preeminent figure in the realm of algebraic geometry, while analytic number theory was not his primary focus, he possessed a fundamental academic taste and discernment. He could sense that the topic of this paper was exceptionally astute. It circumvented all mainstream research avenues, delving into a remarkably narrow, even somewhat obscure perspective. Quite intriguing. He adjusted his glasses and continued reading. When he observed how Xu Chen defined that SAT transformation and employed it to address the error terms in sieve methods for the first time, a ripple of astonishment stirred within his otherwise placid demeanor. This construction is brilliantly ingenious. He could discern that this so-called SAT transformation was essentially a non-trivial weighting and distortion of the classical tools of Fourier analysis. Such an approach was unprecedented, brimming with vitality and ingenuity. The more he read, the more he was astounded. His admiration intensified with each line. After meticulously reading the entire paper from beginning to end, he exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair. A myriad of emotions surged within him. This young man is truly a prodigy. He picked up the phone on his desk and dialed Xu Chen's number. Hello, Xu Chen. This is Tian Gang. Hello, Professor Tian. I hope I'm not disturbing you so early. Not all. Tian Gang's voice conveyed an unmistakable excitement. I've finished reading your paper. He paused, delivering a high praise. It is exceptionally well written. The ideas are remarkably novel and brimming with creativity. particularly your invention of the SAT transformation, which provides an entirely new tool for tackling sieve problems with special arithmetic structures. Thank you, Professor, Xu Chen replied, but Tiangang's tone shifted to one of caution. However, the applicability of this method appears somewhat limited. It heavily relies on the smoothness of the tolerance K. Are you interested in pursuing this direction further? To attempt to generalize and optimize this method? To see if it can be extended to general tolerances? Yes, Professor, Xu Chen responded promptly. This paper is merely a preliminary thought. I believe there may be deeper algebraic structures hidden behind this SAT transformation, and I intend to dedicate more time to exploring it. His words were impeccably crafted, exhibiting humility while laying a perfect foundation for his future breakthroughs. Excellent. Such ambition is commendable. Tiangang, the academician, was thoroughly pleased with Xu Chen's response. The paper itself posed no significant issues. Logically, it was self-consistent. I merely think you could supplement the introduction with some historical context on the development of sieve methods. This would better highlight the innovation of your SAT transformation. Also, please double-check the formatting to ensure every punctuation mark and citation adheres to the standards. Understood, Professor. I'll make a note of that. And where do you plan to submit this paper? Have you thought of venue? Tiangong inquired. Not yet. I would appreciate your suggestions. After a moment of contemplation, Tiangang offered a very astute recommendation. Given the quality and novelty of this paper, targeting a top-tier mathematics journal should be feasible. However, prestigious journals like the Journal of the American Mathematical Society may be out of reach for now. They prefer foundational works that establish new fields. Your piece resembles a finely crafted key rather than a comprehensive blueprint. He paused before continuing. I personally recommend submitting to the Journal of Number Theory. It is one of the leading journals in the field of number theory. While its overall impact may not rival the top-tier journals, it holds significant weight within the number theory community. Furthermore, its review process is relatively swift and favors articles that are clever and address specific problems. Your paper aligns perfectly with their interests. Thank you, Professor. I shall submit to the Journal of Number Theory. Upon ending the call, Xu Chen felt an overwhelming sense of elation. He dedicated the entire morning to meticulously refining the introduction and formatting of his paper in accordance with academician Tiangang's advice. In the afternoon, he sat back at his computer, uploading the PDF of the paper, which encapsulated his efforts and intellect, along with the accompanying LaTeX source files. He clicked to confirm submission. After completing these tasks, he let out a long sigh of relief. Excellent, the second stepping stone has been laid. Now, it is time to wait. This period of anticipation proved to be far shorter than he had envisioned. Merely a month later, while Xu Chen was engrossed in a tome on Galois cohomology in the library, he received an email from the editorial office of the Journal of Number Theory. The content of the email was straightforward: 2 anonymous review comments and the editor's final decision. Reviewer, hey, this is a highly engaging article. The SAT transformation proposed by the author provides a novel and effective tool for a class of specific sieve problems. Although the method's applicability appears somewhat limited at present, its underlying ideas are profoundly enlightening. The proof process is clear and the conclusions reliable. I recommend minor revisions before publication. Reviewer B, I must admit, upon realizing the author is merely an undergraduate, I initially approached this paper with skepticism. However, after reading it, I was deeply impressed by the mathematical creativity exhibited by the author. This SAT transformation is remarkably clever and aesthetically pleasing. While it may not solve any earth-shattering problems, it serves as a finely crafted Swiss Army knife, opening a new perspective for us. I eagerly anticipate whether this young author can refine this knife into a true dragon-slaying sword. I strongly recommend publication. Editor S. Decision. Accept. Gazing at the 2 reviews brimming with praise, Xu Chen wore a serene smile. Everything was within his grasp. The publication of this paper also stirred a modest ripple within the niche community of international analytic number theory. In the tea room of Princeton University, several leading experts in number theory were discussing the latest issue of the Journal of Number Theory over coffee. Hey, Andrew, have you seen the article on special tolerance prime pairs in the latest issue? It was authored by an undergraduate from China named Xu Chen. Oh, I noticed it. A remarkably astute young man. The venerable professor known as Andrew is none other than the legendary Andrew Wiles, who famously proved Fermat's last theorem. Sipping his coffee, he remarked that he had discovered a clever new transformation, SAT, which, while possessing a rather narrow applicability, indeed resolved an intriguing minor problem. Yes, another professor concurred. I am quite curious whether he will be able to extend this method to more generalized situations in the future. If he can achieve that, it might genuinely contribute something novel to the study of the twin prime conjecture. Let us see Wiles chuckled, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. After all, the future of mathematics ultimately belongs to these young minds. Chapter 100, quite ambitious. When the acceptance letter from the Journal of Number Theory quietly nestled in Xu Chen's inbox, the cold chime of the system notification arrived as anticipated. Ding! Detected that the host has independently published an original academic paper as the first author in a JCR Q1 journal, achieving a milestone academic accomplishment. Task evaluation in progress. Un journal. Invention mathématique, CASQ1. Originality of the paper, extremely high, pioneering new tools. Academic influence, expected to be very high. Overall assessment, perfect. Task rewards distributed. Basic experience points, 200x performance coefficient, 400 points in mathematics experience. Math level, LV2605-2500. Gazing at the significant leap in his experience points, Xu Chen felt a stir of emotions. 400 points is quite impressive. It seems that the labels of being the sole author and of pioneering new tools carry substantial weight in the system. While the collaborative papers published with his research group had indeed required considerable effort, they had yielded only 200 experience points. This paper, written independently and taking a similar amount of time, had garnered double the experience points. Truly, being the sole author has its advantages, Xu Chen mused. Immediately, the system's notification chimed again. Ding! Experience task completed. Refreshing task list. A brand new task list appeared before him. Experience task 1. Publish a paper in a JCR Q1 journal indexed by SCI. Task reward. Basic mathematics experience points 200. Reward coefficient assessed based on journal impact factor. Paper citation count, etc. Task description. This is a permanent task that can be completed repeatedly. Experience task 2. Elevate any fundamental discipline outside of mathematics, such as physics, chemistry, biology, computer science, etc., to LV1. Task reward. Corresponding discipline experience points, 200. Experience task 3. The body is the foundation of revolution. Maintain the body mass index, BMI, within the standard range, 18. 5 to 23. 9. Or reduce body fat percentage to below 15 and maintain for 3 months. Task reward. Free experience points, 200, can be allocated to any unlocked discipline. Xu Chen contemplated these 3 new tasks. Task 1 was still the familiar Q1 journal task, representing the most stable and primary avenue for acquiring experience points in the future. Task 2 clearly indicated a direction for his future development. It seems the system does not wish for me to become a specialized mathematician, he thought to himself. Mathematics is the language and tool of all sciences. To truly understand and describe this world, one must master knowledge from other disciplines. Physics and computer science will inevitably be on the agenda. However, he felt no urgency. One must take it step by step. Mathematics is the foundation of all disciplines. Once my mathematical level rises further, returning to study these subjects will undoubtedly yield greater efficiency, allowing me to comprehend them from a higher dimension. As for task 3, it elicited a wry smile from him. Is the system genuinely concerned about my physical health? Why the BMI and body fat percentage? What does an academic system have to do with fitness? He glanced down at himself. Due to prolonged periods of sedentary study and a lack of exercise, he had indeed accumulated a negligible amount of belly fat. This task does make some sense. After all, even the most brilliant mind requires a healthy body to carry it. However, this goal seems rather distant for me at present. As long as I ensure I don't drop dead, that will suffice. Youth allows for a bit of leeway in such matters. After some analysis, Xu Chen quickly made his decision. He once again locked in experience task 1. A few days later, in the office of academician Tiangang. Besides Xu Chen, there were 2 graduate students reporting on their project progress. Upon seeing this legendary first-year prodigy enter, they wisely paused their discussion, respectfully standing aside, their eyes brimming with curiosity and reverence. Please take a seat, Tiangang casually said, then retrieved an envelope from his drawer and handed it to Xu Chen. This is a reward from the Academy, according to the regulations. When an undergraduate publishes a paper as the first author in a journal of this caliber, the Academy grants a one-time reward of 10,000 yuan. Thank you, Professor. Xu Chen replied as he accepted the envelope, thinking to himself how surprising it was to receive money. Indeed, a top-tier university is generous with its funds. Subsequently, Tiangang inquired, so what have you been busy with lately? Have you encountered any new challenges? Though appearing to engage in casual conversation, Tiangang was keen to discern Xu Chen's forthcoming plans. A Q1 paper, for a genius of Xu Chen's caliber, was merely a starting point. He was more concerned about the young scholar's academic taste and choices ahead. I have been reviewing some literature on sieve methods and L functions, Xu Chen replied candidly. Oh, still pondering the extension of your SAT transformation? Tiangang's eyes glimmered with understanding. For a young individual who had just made a breakthrough, continuing to delve into familiar territory was the most natural course of action. Indeed, I have some immature ideas, Xu Chen nodded. I feel that the reason my SAT transformation can only handle those with special arithmetic structures is due to its overly stringent requirements regarding the distribution of primes in arithmetic progressions when addressing error terms. I wonder if it might be possible to introduce some deeper algebraic tools, such as Galois representations or automorphic forms, to more finely characterize the patterns of this distribution? Perhaps. From this perspective, we can relax the conditions for applying the SAT transformation. His words were a blend of sincerity and speculation, brimming with exploration and uncertainty. The two graduate students, who were organizing literature nearby, slowed their movements upon hearing Galois representations and automorphic forms, exchanging astonished glances before discreetly pricking up their ears. This first-year junior is remarkably ambitious, isn't he? Is he really aiming to tackle the Langlands program already? Tiangang's hand, holding the teacup, paused momentarily in midair. His expression remained calm, yet a flicker of surprise danced in the depths of his penetrating gaze. Galois representations? Automorphic forms? This young man harbors quite the ambition. He certainly understood what that entailed. This implies that Xu Chen aspires to transcend mere exploration within the confines of analytic number theory. He seeks to dismantle the barriers separating this discipline from the most pivotal and grandiose Langlands program in modern mathematics. This ambition is a pursuit that even the foremost number theorists of our time dedicate their lives to achieving. How audacious it is for a freshman to cast his gaze upon this realm, often deemed a sanctum of the divine. Within Tiangang's heart, there was not shock, but rather a cautious concern, tinged with the wisdom of experience. He had witnessed countless exceptionally gifted young individuals who, in their premature confrontation with such ultimate inquiries, became ensnared in the vast ocean of theories, exhausting their talents and achieving naught. Chapter 101, The Freedom to Research. Tiangang set down his teacup, adopting a tone that bore a hint of seriousness. Your ideas are indeed bold and forward-thinking. The incorporation of algebraic tools into analytic number theory is, without a doubt, one of the prevailing directions of contemporary research. He first offered affirmation, then shifted his focus. However, Xu Chen, you must be acutely aware of the arduousness of this path. The Langlands program is an expansive ocean. Merely comprehending its language, self-adjoint operators, cohomology, L functions, can consume the entire energy of an ordinary doctoral student. Your ambition is to construct a new bridge upon this ocean, connecting two vast continents. One might say this challenge is no less formidable than proving the Riemann hypothesis. I fear that by immersing yourself too early into such a grand and ethereal goal, you may lose your way. As Xu Chen listened, he could not help but internally express his grievances. Difficult? Of course, I am well aware of its challenges. If it weren't for the system presenting me with the answer to the Goldbach conjecture, I wouldn't dare approach this matter even under duress. Sigh. Being a prodigy can be quite burdensome at times. Holding a royal flush, yet feigning the innocence of a novice who cannot even play a three. His mind was a theater of dramatics, yet his visage maintained an air of humility and determination. Professor, I understand your concerns. Xu Chen's eyes sparkled with clarity and resolve. I do not harbor the delusion of resolving those ultimate problems at this juncture. I simply believe that, by standing from a higher dimensional perspective, I may glean unique insights into the more concrete issues I am currently contemplating. I merely wish to catch a glimpse of that scenery, even if it is from a distance. His response was neither subservient nor arrogant, embodying both reverence for the unknown and steadfastness in his own path. Tiangang regarded Xu Chen in silence for an extended moment. The two graduate students nearby presumed that Professor Tian was about to dissuade him further. However, in the next instant, a rare, heartfelt smile began to bloom on Tiangang's typically stern face, leaving the two students momentarily stunned. Did he just smile? Professor Tian actually smiled? In my 3 years of graduate study, I have never seen him smile so joyously. Xu Chen, witnessing this oscillation between seriousness and mirth, remained uncertain of the professor's thoughts, anxiously awaiting his words. Suddenly, that familiar sternness was replaced by a long-awaited, genuine smile. He saw in the boy's eyes a reflection of something he recognized from his own youth, a pure, unwavering passion for mathematics, untainted by any ulterior motives. akin to a fervent faith. He felt as though he were gazing at his younger self from decades past. Xu Chen, still puzzled by the professor's changing demeanor, awaited Tiangang's next utterance. Very well. A wave of inexplicable joy surged within Tiangang. His earlier admonition had been a form of testing. For a genius, intellect is often the least significant attribute. What truly determines how far a genius can travel is their ambition, their passion, and their courageous heart that boldly ventures forth in the face of the unknown and the daunting. Xu Chen had passed this test with flying colors. Good. Since you possess your own thoughts, I shall not impose upon you any further. Tiangang's tone grew more relaxed. You see, when the faculty committee of the mathematics department discussed whether to grant you the freedom to pursue your academic research, I hesitated to let you go. It is rare to find someone as capable as you, and I have yet to fully utilize your potential. Thus, I felt a twinge of loss at the prospect of your independence. Upon hearing this, the two graduate students couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Did you just call him capable? We heard you. Xu Chen also felt the urge to complain internally. Capable? Professor, your words are a tad too blunt. Nevertheless, Tiangang continued, seeing that you have your own ideas and approaches, I shall not retain you. I hereby agree. From this day forth, you are no longer required to participate in our elite project group. You may possess your own independent research direction and pace, free from any interference. You're no longer obligated to complete any tasks I assign, nor do you need to attend our weekly meetings. You may apply for exemptions from all your courses. These words struck the two graduate students like a thunderbolt, leaving their minds blank. No more attending meetings? All courses exempt, and an independent, undisturbed research direction. What an extraordinary privilege. They exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting a profound sense of existential confusion. Of course, a glint of mischievous amusement flickered in Tiangang's eyes as he added in a teasing tone, You must come to me for tea at least once a month, so I can keep track of your endeavors. If you waste this precious opportunity, I reserve the right to retract it at any moment. Thank you, Professor. I will not betray your trust. Go ahead. As Xu Chen politely took his leave from the office, a long silence enveloped the room. The two graduate students remained ensnared in the enormity of this revelation, struggling to comprehend. Finally, one of them summoned the courage to cautiously inquire, Professor, what you just said, was that truly the case? Indeed it was. Tiangang lifted his teacup and took a sip, his mood buoyant. But he is only a freshman. The other student exclaimed, unable to restrain himself. Aren't you concerned he might stray off course? What if he takes this privilege and spends his days playing video games in his dorm instead of conducting research? Playing video games? Tiangang chuckled at this notion. Setting down his teacup, he regarded his somewhat dim-witted students and shook his head, responding with an enigmatic tone. Do you believe that an eagle that has tasted the essence of the stars and the sea would still yearn for the mere grains on the ground? Chapter 102. Deconstructing the Heavenly Scriptures. Having been granted the utmost academic freedom by academician Tiangang, Xu Chen entered a state akin to secluded cultivation. What he was honing was the treatise rewarded by the system, a proof regarding a class of special even numbers satisfying the Goldbach conjecture. He was acutely aware that the paper he had previously published on the twin prime conjecture, which introduced a stepping stone involving SAT transformations, had successfully sown the seeds for his future prominence within the academic community. At present, the most prudent and efficient course of action would be to meticulously organize this esoteric manuscript into a coherent document and submit it to the 4 leading journals. In doing so, he would swiftly accomplish the primary objectives of the systematic quest, reaping substantial experience points and rewards. However, Xu Chen opted against this approach. The system is my greatest secret, as well as my most significant vulnerability. I can present myself as a genius, or even as a prodigy. Yet, every step of my growth must appear to be traceable. If I were to indiscriminately cast this paper into the fray, what would I say when others ask me, Xu Chen, what is the core idea behind your proof? Should I tell them it was bestowed upon me by the system, or that it came to me in a dream? He could vividly imagine a scenario at a prestigious international academic conference, where an elderly professor, a venerable figure steeped in number theory for a lifetime, rises to scrutinize him with penetrating eyes, then poses an exceedingly intricate question regarding a lemma in his paper. And there he would be, caught off guard due to a lack of profound understanding of the question's context, stammering and unable to respond. What a catastrophic spectacle that would be. Once or twice might be forgivable, but if it becomes a pattern, suspicion will inevitably arise. If there are too many doubts surrounding me, I will easily attract unwarranted attention. Any deviation from the mainstream academic practices will be magnified. Though I possess the system, capable of yielding even more groundbreaking results to daunt others, I detest the unwarranted scrutiny that comes with being placed under a microscope. Moreover, his gaze deepened. This paper will be my true foray into the upper echelons of academia. It deserves the utmost reverence. He recalled the legends of mathematical history. After Andrew Wiles proved Fermat's last theorem, one of his life's primary endeavors was to elucidate his extensive proof, integrating the Taniyama-Shimura conjecture in modular forms to his peers repeatedly across the globe. A mathematician may produce only one groundbreaking result in a lifetime, yet that result must be as intimately familiar as one's own being, with every detail and nuance known by heart. Otherwise, should it be revealed that one's comprehension of their own paper is inferior to that of a well-read questioner, it would be a catastrophic academic scandal, not a display of genius. Thus, he must thoroughly internalize this answer as his own. Thus, after more than half a month had passed, Xu Chen finally assimilated all the background knowledge encompassed in the system's proof. He felt as though he had undergone a profound metamorphosis. At last, he had entirely mastered every detail of this answer. Of course, this mastery was one of understanding both the how and the why. He clearly understood how each step of the proof operated, how each lemma was cited, and how the entire logical edifice was constructed. Yet he was equally aware that if tasked with independently creating this proof from scratch, it would still be an impossible endeavor. The most crucial aspect, akin to a stroke of divine genius, namely the construction of the coupled number-theoretic transformation, CNTT, still transcended his current capabilities. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. He comprehended that the proof's limitation to addressing a sparse subset of zero density fundamentally stemmed from the critical tool's inherent vulnerability, the coupled number-theoretic transformation, CNTT. So that's it. Standing by the window of his dormitory, gazing at the nightscape of the Yen garden, his mind became crystal clear. The modern sieve methods, such as Selberg's sieve, encounter a stumbling block known as the parity problem when addressing the Goldbach conjecture. Simply put, it is challenging for the sieve to distinguish whether a number is a prime or the product of two primes. Chen Jingruan's proof of 1-2 circumvented this issue brilliantly. The brilliance of the CNTT transformation provided by the system lies in its ability to translate a summation problem concerning even numbers into a simpler dual space for analysis through a remarkable transformation. In this dual space, the parity problem is ingeniously transformed into an analysis of convergence. However, this transformation comes with an exceedingly stringent convergence condition. It requires the analyzed even number n to possess very specific arithmetic properties. For instance, all its prime factors p must satisfy that p1 is a smooth number, i.e., composed solely of small prime factors. Even though such even numbers exist, they are exceedingly rare among all even numbers, possessing a density of zero, akin to stars in the universe, which, despite their vast numbers, have a negligible density compared to the vast emptiness of space. Thus, the steps of this proof are remarkably clear. The first step is to construct a classic sieve function to estimate how many primes p exist such that np is also prime for a given even number n. The second step involves applying the CNTT transformation when addressing the most challenging error term estimation for those special n that meet the stringent conditions. This transformation can miraculously simplify the complex error terms into a manageable form that can be precisely controlled. The third step is the conclusion. With the error terms effectively controlled, it can be proven that for these special n, the number of ways to express them as the sum of two primes is greater than zero. Therefore, the conjecture holds true for this sparse set. As the entire logical chain of the proof crystallized into a perfect loop within his mind, he released a long, relieved breath. He knew he was now fully qualified to affix his name to this paper. Chapter 103, Progress Report. As the entire logical chain of the proof crystallized into a perfect loop within his mind, he released a long, relieved breath. He knew he was now fully qualified to affix his name to this paper. Yet, immediately thereafter, a bolder and more ambitious thought ignited within him like a wildfire. Is merely reproducing this proof sufficient? He gazed into the profound night sky, his eyes shimmering with a sharp, insatiable light characteristic of a leading scholar. No, it is not enough. He recalled once more the legendary tale of Professor Zhang Yitong. The greatness of Zhang Yitong did not reside merely in the conclusion of 70 million, but in his pioneering establishment of an entirely new, universally applicable sieve method for posterity. He created a tool, and mathematicians worldwide, following the path he paved, continuously improved and optimized his methods, ultimately narrowing that gap of 70 million down to an astonishing 246. They were refining the tools. So what about me? Xu Chen gazed at the exquisite CNTT transformation swirling within his mind, a powerful surge of ambition igniting within him. What the system has bestowed upon me is a pioneering tool. Can I, upon this foundation, take a further step forward to optimize the tool? Might I expand its applicability, even if just a fraction? From being able to prove only the exceedingly peculiar even number known as Fermat's number 2, could I extend it to encompass a broader class of even numbers characterized by positive density? For instance, all even numbers of the form 4K, or all even numbers of the form 6K. He understood that achieving this would result in a qualitative leap in the significance of his paper. It would transcend being merely a cleverly crafted solution to a sparse subset problem published in a top-tier journal. It would represent a monumental breakthrough in the study of the Goldbach conjecture. Once this thought ignited, it spread like wildfire, impossible to extinguish. Despite Xu Chen's grand aspirations to advance beyond the proof process provided by the system, he recognized the immense difficulty ahead. For the following half-month, Xu Chen immersed himself entirely in the ocean of the most intricate and avant-garde mathematical theories. From algebraic K-theory to the Langlands program, from p-adic Hodge theory to automorphic forms, he voraciously consumed texts that would daunt even the most seasoned doctoral candidates. His desk was cluttered with countless sheets of draft paper, filled with derivations. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, Xu Chen could not uncover the perfect breakthrough that would optimize the CNTT. He felt as if he were navigating an endless, fog-laden ocean. The essence of the CNTT transformation lies in converting a number-theoretic problem into an analytical issue concerning the spectral properties of automorphic forms. The stringent convergence conditions are a consequence of the exceedingly high weight of the automorphic form constructed, resulting in the corresponding L function possessing poor properties that are challenging to analyze. What I need to do is find a method to reduce the weight of this automorphic form, or discover a more powerful analytical tool to handle this L function with its deficient properties. But this is tantamount to challenging the very core conjecture of functoriality within the Langlands program. He felt as though he had collided with an impenetrable wall constructed from the cutting-edge theories of 21st century mathematics. No, I can no longer toil alone in isolation. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes. With the end of the month approaching, it is time to report my progress to Professor Tiangang, in academician Tiangang's office. As Xu Chen laid bare the thoughts he had been cultivating over the past month, the system paper, his intentions to further its applications, and the bottlenecks he encountered, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The two graduate students, who had been assisting the mentor with literature organization, had long ceased their movements, resembling statues petrified by magic, standing frozen in place. Their minds were blank. What have I just heard? Coupling number transformations? Smooth numbers? Relaxing convergence conditions? Is this truly something a freshman should be contemplating? They felt as if their years of master studies had been utterly wasted. Meanwhile, academician Tiangang could no longer maintain his composure. Within just a month, Xu Chen had produced such substantial results. Although he instinctively believed there must be some subtle error in Xu Chen's reasoning that explained the apparent ease of progress. What if it were indeed true? The surprises Xu Chen presented were too numerous. What if they were genuine? Rationally, he found it hard to believe, yet emotionally, he fervently hoped that Xu Chen's findings were authentic. He took a moment to compose himself. You mentioned constructing a transformation called CNTT, one that can convert the parity issues in sieve methods into a convergence analysis problem. His voice intentionally remained calm. As one of the world's foremost mathematicians, he understood better than anyone the implications of such a statement. It suggested that this young man might have discovered a new pathway toward the holy grail of the Goldbach conjecture, a path that had eluded number theorists for nearly a century. Yet he had to remain composed, for it was implausible that an undergraduate could produce such results in a mere month. Something must be amiss. Thus, he temporarily stifled his excitement. Yes, Professor, Xu Chen nodded, retrieving a thick stack of draft paper filled with his derivations from his backpack. This contains some of my preliminary derivations. However, I have hit a wall. I found that the convergence criteria of this transformation impose excessively high demands on the arithmetic structure of the even number n. I attempted to introduce Galois representations and automorphic forms in hopes of relaxing this constraint from a more algebraic perspective, but I have yet to succeed. Academician Tiangang remained silent as he accepted the stack of drafts, donned his reading glasses, and meticulously examined each page. His expression gradually grew serious, for he discovered that there were no apparent logical errors. Furthermore, the ideas were exceptionally innovative. As he gazed upon the elegantly crafted, art-like construction of the CNTT transformation, He could not help but let out an awestruck murmur of reverence. This line of thought is nothing short of divine inspiration. Did you conceive this? Tiangang asked. Indeed, Professor. I had similar notions previously, and with no other commitments over the past month, I dedicated all my time to this endeavor. After contemplating for a moment, Tiangang remarked, I currently do not see any issues with this paper, but given the significance of this result, I need some time to verify it thoroughly and may need to discuss it with colleagues specializing in number theory. He continued, if your proof is correct, he pondered his wording. If your proof is indeed correct, then this paper will be of the highest caliber, a level 4 publication. And among the very top of that tier, it opens a brand new avenue. A brilliant and unprecedented light sparkled in Tiangang's eyes. Indeed, it currently only proves a sparse subset of zero density. In terms of conclusions, its direct contribution to resolving the entire Goldbach conjecture is even less than that of academician Chun Jingren's 12. However, he emphasized, his voice brimming with barely contained enthusiasm, its symbolic significance is unparalleled. It indicates that humanity has, for the first time, found a novel climbing pathway that circumvents the impassable issue of parity. Facing the towering challenge of 11 that has troubled us for nearly 3 centuries, it is akin to Zhang Yitang's work. The significance of his conclusion, while grand, is not the crux. What matters is that he demonstrated to the world, this path is viable. Your CNTT transformation does the same. It conveys to the world that the Goldbach conjecture may indeed be surmountable from an entirely new, algebraic perspective. Once this paper is published, it will not merely ignite a modest discussion. Rather, it will unleash a monumental academic tempest that sweeps across the globe, dissecting the realm of number theory. The world's foremost number theorists will traverse the path you have forged, endeavoring to refine your methods and optimize your tools. You will be immortalized as the pioneer of this avenue. These words struck the 2 senior graduate students like a thunderbolt, leaving their minds blank. A paper of such magnitude, immortalized in history. They gazed at the calm, first-year student, who appeared to be discussing an ordinary assignment, and felt as if they were ensnared in an absurd dream. They sensed an unfathomable chasm, named dimension, separating them from Xu Chen, while they toiled over a paper suitable for the 2nd or 3rd tier. This individual had already begun to engage with the sacred cosmos belonging to the field's metal and the annals of mathematics in a manner they could scarcely comprehend. Are we truly of the same species? The 2 exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound, existential bewilderment. Chapter 104. Directions for Optimization. Professor, if I wish to further optimize this method, do you have any suggestions? Xu Chen continued, I believe the applicability conditions of this transformation are still excessively stringent. Currently, it can only handle a sparse subset with zero density. I wish to explore the possibility of extending its applicability to a set with positive density. Upon hearing these words, academician Tiangang's eyes flickered with a subtle, complex glimmer. He neither immediately opposed nor blindly encouraged Xu Chen. Instead, he adopted an exceptionally professional and exploratory tone to analyze the potential challenges along this path. Your idea is commendable. He nodded, affirming Xu Chen's academic ambition. Recognizing the leap from a zero-density sparse set to a positive-density set, this is not merely a small step in mathematics. It is akin to crossing an insurmountable chasm. Yet, this path is not entirely impassable. In fact, it is a direction that the world's leading number theorists are currently striving toward. He stood up and approached the enormous whiteboard in his office, seizing a pen. You just mentioned that you wish to introduce Galois representations and automorphic forms to relax its restrictions. This direction is theoretically sound. Presently, there are approximately 3 mainstream technical routes internationally that are attempting to accomplish this. As he spoke, he sketched 3 branches on the whiteboard. The first route involves spectral theory. He inscribed several keywords. This path is exemplified by Peter Sarnak of Princeton. Their core idea is to attempt to connect your CNTT transformation with the spectral theory of automorphic forms. You need to prove that the automorphic form you constructed has its Laplacian operator's eigenvalues, satisfying certain specific spectral gap conditions. To achieve this, you must master automorphic forms and L-function representation theory, a tome that a PhD student would take at least 2 years to digest. The second route leads through arithmetic geometry. He wrote down another set of keywords. This path is represented by Peter Scholz from Germany. Their approach is even more audacious. They attempt to translate the entire problem into the world of p-adic geometry. You need to redefine your CNTT transformation on an extremely abstract geometric object known as a perfectoid space. Then, you leverage the powerful tools of p-adic Hodge theory to analyze its properties. To navigate this route, you must first complete studies in algebraic geometry, sheaf cohomology, and tropical geometry, followed by grappling with Scholz's seemingly cryptic lectures on p-adic Hodge theory. If all goes smoothly, this process could take 3 to 4 years. The third route, which currently appears the most promising, yet also the most arduous, is to directly tackle the core functoriality conjecture of the Langlands program. If you can prove that the automorphic representation you constructed can be elevated to a higher-order automorphic representation with better properties through Langlands functoriality, then the problem may be resolved. He sighed with a wry smile, noting that Andrew Weil spent 7 years proving a very special case of the functoriality conjecture to establish Fermat's last theorem. What you aspire to accomplish may be even more general than what he achieved. He set down his pen, turned to Xu Chen, who had fallen into deep contemplation, and summarized in a solemn tone. You see, Xu Chen, each path leads to a towering mountain. Each mountain demands years, even decades, of your life to learn a new language and master new tools before you can carve even a small pathway upon it. And that is merely a possibility. Throughout mathematical history, countless geniuses have poured their lives into such mountains only to achieve nothing in the end. Thus, he regarded Xu Chen and imparted his most sincere advice. My personal recommendation is to first refine your current findings and publish them. They are already remarkable enough to place your name upon the global mathematical stage. This work opens a door to the upper echelons of academia for you. Subsequently, you may temporarily withdraw from this issue to broaden your knowledge in other fields, engaging with more grounded and accessible areas that yield tangible results, such as algebraic geometry or differential geometry. Once you attain your PhD or even higher and possess a more solid foundation of knowledge and a broader academic perspective, you may revisit this issue. By then, you may truly discover the correct path to the summit. A paper of such magnitude is already a monumental achievement for an undergraduate, worthy of being enshrined in history. There is no need for you to risk so much for an uncertain goal that may require 10 or even 20 years to realize. An academic career is a long marathon, not a sprint of 100 meters. Steady progress is far more crucial than rapid advancement. These words were delivered with heartfelt sincerity, brimming with a senior's genuine care and guidance for a junior. In the office, the two senior graduate students nodded in agreement, their admiration for their mentor deepening. They recognized that Professor Tian's words were not solely aimed at Xu Chen, but also imparted the most vital wisdom for survival in an academic career to them. Xu Chen listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. Academician Tian Gang's discourse unfolded like a high-definition map, clearly delineating the 3 most avant-garde climbing paths toward the summit of the Goldbach conjecture. He understood that every word spoken was a pearl of wisdom. Professor. Xu Chen lifted his gaze, his eyes unwavering, reflecting a pure thirst for knowledge itself. Thank you for your advice. I comprehend your intentions. The 3 paths you just described have granted me a clearer understanding of this issue. Subsequently, I shall endeavor to explore the several avenues you have suggested. Naturally, I shall not become mired in minutiae. My initial step will be to meticulously organize the results I currently possess into a formal manuscript for publication. Following that, I shall allocate the forthcoming time to experiment with the paths you have proposed. Should I perceive substantial progress along this course, I shall continue to pursue it. Conversely, if I find myself ensnared in a quagmire, stagnating in my endeavors, I shall heed your counsel and momentarily set this issue aside to redirect my focus toward alternative research trajectories. Would this approach be satisfactory to you? This response, poised and respectful, encapsulates both a courageous spirit of exploration into the unknown and a lucid awareness of one's own limitations, all while exuding a profound respect for the guidance of the mentor. Tian Gang regarded Xu Chen with a sense of satisfaction. This is indeed the best course. Chapter 105, Striving for the Top 4. On the 3rd day, Xu Chen received a call from academician Tian Gang. Xu Chen, please come to my office. As Xu Chen re-entered that familiar office, he noticed the presence of an additional scholar, appearing to be in his 40s, engaged in conversation with Tian Gang. Although Xu Chen had not previously met this professor, he recognized him from the faculty directory. It seemed to be Professor Liu Ruochuan. Come here, Xu Chen. Let me introduce you, Tian Gang said with a smile, motioning for him to approach. This is Professor Liu Ruochuan from our Department of Mathematics, a leading expert in the field of analytic number theory. Hello, Professor Liu, Xu Chen greeted respectfully. So you're Xu Chen? Professor Liu Ruochuan lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the young man before him with curiosity and assessment. Not bad. This young fellow is quite impressive. Please have a seat. Tian Gang gestured to a chair beside him. We have thoroughly reviewed your paper from beginning to end. Twice, he paused, delivering the final verdict. In terms of mathematical proof, we have found no issues. Your entire logical framework is self-consistent, and your conclusions are reliable. He had anticipated this outcome. A system that produces results must indeed be of high quality. If it cannot guarantee mathematical correctness, its value diminishes significantly. However, Tiang's tone shifted, taking on a more serious demeanor. Yet, there remains a crucial element lacking for your paper to ascend to the level of a top-tier publication. This element, he noted, resided not in the mathematics itself, but in its expression and organization. Xu Chen could surmise this much. The system had provided him with the core mathematical proofs. But a true academic paper is not merely for one's own contemplation. It must be presented to the broader academic community. The readers may not necessarily be experts in his specialized field. They require a comprehensive understanding of the context and essential foundational information regarding the issue at hand. Furthermore, pivotal logical transitions must be articulated with precision to elucidate the flow of thought. Moreover, for journals of the highest caliber, such as the top 4, he continued, consider your introduction. He pointed to a segment of text on the screen. You merely state the problem you intend to resolve and the core methods you employ. While this suffices for an ordinary paper, it falls woefully short for one of such prestige. His tone was less critical and more akin to imparting the discerning tastes of a top scholar. An introduction for a leading journal should itself serve as a concise, high-level academic review. You must clearly delineate the academic landscape surrounding this issue. You need to convey to the reader the position of this problem within the Hilbert problem framework, its potential connections to the Langlands program, and the seminal contributions made by predecessors along classical paths, such as sieve methods and circle methods. Where did their theories encounter essential obstacles? You ought to embed your work precisely within this grand historical coordinate system, allowing readers, especially those not specialized in your niche, to grasp the significance of your piece in the larger tapestry of knowledge. They must understand that your work is not merely an isolated demonstration of technique, but a meaningful advancement of the cognitive frontiers of the entire field. Professor Liu Ruochuan chimed in, his voice sharper, more incisive in the realm of analytic number theory than Tiang's. And then there's your proof section. Your derivation process is remarkably elegant, brimming with genius. However, it is too dense. He employed the precise term dense. You have glossed over many intermediate steps that, while evident to you, require several pages of meticulous computation to substantiate rigorously. This presents no issue for you. But for a reviewer who must spend weeks verifying each assertion line by line, it becomes an immense burden. You need to modularize your core proofs, distilling each key step of independent value, capable of being cited repeatedly, into distinct lemmas. Each lemma should prove a singular, clear conclusion, accompanied by a comprehensive, impeccable proof. Then, akin to constructing an axiomatic mathematical system, you should logically derive your final theorem from these lemmas. This approach offers two crucial advantages. Liu Ruochuan indicated, raising two fingers. First, it significantly enhances the readability and verifiability of your paper. It allows reviewers to effortlessly assess the stability of each cornerstone of your logical edifice. This shows respect for the intellectual labor of reviewers and reflects a confident stance. Second, it greatly elevates the citation potential and utility of your work. Subsequent researchers may not require your grand theorem, but they might discover that a particular lemma regarding exponentials and estimates serves as a key tool in their own studies. They will cite your lemma, and as a result, your work will be woven into a broader academic network, creating a more profound impact. A great paper should not only present a magnificent conclusion, but also function as an open toolbox that nourishes the entire discipline. The two eminent scholars engaged in a rich dialogue, covering everything from the macro structure of the paper to the micro-level conventions of symbol usage, providing Xu Chen with an indulgent 2-hour masterclass in academic excellence. Xu Chen listen in. Although he had previously authored papers, the stringent demands of the top-tier journals had significantly deepened his understanding of academic writing. He came to realize that a great paper must not only be correct, but should also be clear, profound, and possess a sense of continuity. Indeed, it should even embody beauty. Under the meticulous guidance of these two luminaries, Xu Chen spent nearly 2 weeks reconstructing his manuscript, transforming it dramatically. He rewrote the introduction, precisely positioning his work at the intersection of analytic number theory and algebraic geometry. He disassembled the original core proof, which had spanned over 10 pages, into 7 independent, logically progressive lemmas. He even added an appendix, employing more elementary language to elucidate the motivations behind his core tool, the CNTT transformation. When he resubmitted this impeccably refined final draft, now exceeding 60 pages, to academician Tian, the latter perused it once and nodded appreciatively. This is it. Your paper now possesses the potential to contend for the top 4. He gazed at Xu Chen, a smile of encouragement gracing his features. It's time to submit your work. Before the submission, Tian, much like a father preparing to send his child off on a journey, persistently reminded him of various submission considerations. Each of the 4 major journals possesses its own temperament and preferences. The Annals of Mathematics, akin to Princeton's Private Garden, is the most traditional and conservative, demanding the highest standards of completeness and profundity from submissions. While your paper showcases fresh ideas, its conclusions lack the necessary weight, rendering the chances of acceptance in the annals rather slim. The Acta Mathematica, an esteemed European publication, favors geometry and analysis, insisting upon exceptional elegance and technical prowess in submissions. Regrettably, your work does not quite align with their stylistic inclinations. The Journal of the American Mathematical Society, JAMS, boasts the most open and avant-garde approach, welcoming interdisciplinary works that bridge the gaps between fields. Although your paper touches on algebra, it fundamentally remains within the realm of pure number theory, making JAMS a less than optimal choice. Thus, he proffered his final recommendation. The most suitable outlet for your work would be Inventions Mathematicae. This journal is renowned for its emphasis on the originality of thought in submissions. They revel in articles that tackle classic problems with novel and unexpected ideas, making your paper an impeccable fit. Lowering his voice, he imparted a little-known tip. When submitting, aside from myself, consider listing 2 or 3 additional names in the suggested reviewer section, such as Sarnac from Princeton or Deline from France. While this does not guarantee that the editors will assign your paper to them for review, it conveys a sense of confidence. It communicates to the editors that you are unafraid of having your work evaluated by the leading figures in the field. Sometimes, this self-assuredness can garner you extra favor. Finally, with a knowing smile, Tian whispered about the significance of timing. Each premier journal has its own favored trends during specific eras. A few years ago, they may have favored articles on algebraic geometry. In subsequent years, they might lean towards differential equations. Your task is to analyze the articles published by the journal over the past couple of years to grasp their current academic inclinations. Your paper, focusing on analytic number theory, coincides with a modestly burgeoning interest in the field, spurred by Zhang Yitang's work in recent years. Thus, the timing of your submission is fortuitously optimal. Thank you, Professor. I have taken note, Xu Chen replied, his eyes widening in realization. He had not anticipated that the publication of a paper was shrouded in such intricate human dynamics and strategic maneuvering. With that, Tian stood, patting Xu Chen on the shoulder. I have imparted all that I can. The rest is up to your own fortune and a touch of luck. Sometimes, whether a great paper is swiftly accepted truly hinges on whether it lands on the right person's desk at the right time. Therefore, once you submit, forget about it and embark on your next research endeavor. Thank you, Professor. I will remember everything.